The Badab War. To the Conclave of Corazon. War, if there is a single defining truth of the dark and terrible age in which we live, it is war, red and bloody. The ceaseless battles between mankind and the alien, between the divine truth of the God Emperor and the falsehoods of chaos, between brother and brother, between light and dark, life and death. War is all. This treatise concerns but one war among many, but a war whose nature and secrets render it quite exceptional. It was a conflict that rose up to plunge a score of star systems into savage strife. A war which turned entire armies of the Imperium's most powerful warriors against each other, and in doing so swept millions to their deaths in its turbulence. My right, of course, of one of the most insidious and dangerous internecine conflicts to rack our beloved Imperium in many centuries. The Badab War. Such was the treachery of Huron, the infamous tyrant of Badab, and such was the carnage wrought among the stars of the Maelstrom zone, that it rocked the faith and order of untold worlds never touched directly by its violence, and caused loyal subjects to look upon their protectors and fear. Such were the dire sins and hidden truths that lay behind the war, that a pall of secrecy and lies descended about the conflict even as it was fought, and rightly so. For the Badab War, its true nature and the questions it raises about the very psyche of the Imperium's greatest weapons of war, the Space Marine chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, are both shocking and fundamentally dangerous. The deeper facts of the war I therefore consider to be a moral threat to all servants and citizens of the Imperium, except at the most high and measured levels, and it is my wholehearted recommendation that the distribution of this treatise be restricted to only the most esteemed among our sacred ordos. Better for humanity. The simple tale of heroes and monsters, treachery and courage that is left to the official record, such as it is. Better the lie. The treatise compiled here, then, endeavors to be as accurate a general pressing and briefing of the real events of the Badab War as possible. It is culled from the archives of the Holy Ordos, and from such sources as extant documentation, mimetic cerebral recovery, and eyewitness accounts that have so far survived the 20 standard years since the fall of the tyrant. It is also based, in some cases, on evidence that has been purposely hidden from the Edict of Obliteration enacted on the official war record. It will detail also the great schism that led up to the war, and the important worlds, locations and battles that made up the course of the conflict. Of greatest import, in its appendix, it also details those Space Marine chapters involved in the Badab War, their unique character, and those warriors within them whose role became prominent in the war, be they hero or monster. This then is the true and secret history of the Badab War, compiled under my seal, Talos Incarmidus, Inquisitor Ordinate, Ordo Hereticus. Chapter 1. Maelstrom. The world-shattering conflict of the Badab War would not spring into being overnight, but would have its roots sunk deep into the past. Its origins were to be found both in the hearts and histories of those who kindled its flame, and in no small part in the nature of the place where it occurred, the Maelstrom Zone. The seeds of the war were sown as far back as 1,000 years before the outbreak of armed conflict between the Space Marine chapters, when an age-old threat to the stability and order of the Imperium once more raised its head. The predations of the Maelstrom, circa 720 M40 to 580 M41. Throughout the later 40th and early 41st millenniums, the Imperium suffered an upsurge in attacks by malignant forces originating from within the Maelstrom, a massive and ancient stellar warp vortex near the galactic core. These assaults ravaged and marred hundreds of planets and star systems in the vicinity, slaughtered hundreds of thousands, and preyed heavily upon the Imperial shipping, transporting vital resources drawn from the dense star clusters nearby. The corrosive effects of these attacks grew increasingly severe, and included the loss of the border worlds of the Hydraxis Nebula to an Orc War in the late 700s of M40, and the overrunning of the vital mining colonies on Lhasa and Cairo by chaos-worshipping mutant hordes during the opening years of M41. In particular, Imperial control over the far-flung but economically important frontier region known as the Maelstrom Zone began to slip dangerously. This, in and of itself, threatened to massively undermine the military production capacity of nearby, more settled Imperial sectors, and threatened to ultimately collapse the Imperium's porous borders in the region, and thereby bring relatively secure worlds under direct threat of assault. The Maelstrom-adjacent Autonomous Imperial Resource Extraction Zone, Grid 004 to 357, to give it its full and somewhat ponderous administratum designation, simply and more commonly known as the Maelstrom Zone, was and remains a vast sweep of wilderness space located galactic west, southwest, south of the Maelstrom itself, using the standard form. This vast span of void space dwarfs many Imperial sectors in size, containing over 1,000 observed star systems, and in truth was never more than a cartographical and administrative division, and not by any means a truly coherent realm. While the Maelstrom Zone contained several major Imperial worlds and colonies, no central or even ephemeral control by the Imperium was maintained over the zone entirely, nor could it be. So sparsely explored, dangerous, and far-flung was the area. The Maelstrom Zone was, in effect, outside the borders of the Imperium proper, and had been since first spanned during the Great Crusade. Set between the dense stellar masses of the trailing galactic arm and the deadly turbulence of the Maelstrom itself, much of the zone is dark void, starless gulfs amid which clusters of celestial bodies are unevenly and sparsely scattered. The whole region is plagued by deadly and unpredictable phenomena such as ionic reefs, null zones, and nomadic singularities, while the baleful influence of the Maelstrom, as it quixotically waxes and wanes, lends equal hazard and unpredictability to any attempts to traverse the warp in the region, a factor that is perhaps more than any other responsible for the fact that the Maelstrom Zone has remained resolutely untamed over the millennia. Given the local conditions, it is perhaps unsurprising that there are relatively few inhabitable worlds within the area, with the percentage of star systems with viable biospheres far less than in more settled regions. Historically, this has meant that such life-sustaining worlds, where they are found, have always been important, and possession of them has often been bitterly contested because they allow ready access to the wealth of the Maelstrom Zone. And wealth there is, in abundance. The worlds of the zone, often originally rogues and exiles from the galactic core expelled in ages past by effects both natural and unnatural, are a fountainhead of many rare minerals, isotopes, and crystalline deposits, all but unknown further from the galactic center, and seldom so accessible. It is wealth that has drawn mankind to the zone time and again, despite its manifold hazards and difficulties, and indeed there is ready evidence of humanity's presence in the region as far back as the Dark Age of technology. The Maelstrom Zone has also drawn humanity's enemies as well, in their countless numbers and diverse, loathsome forms. Slowly, during the 38th and 39th millennium, several important Imperial outposts within the Maelstrom Zone rose to prominence as flickering beacons of influence and strength within the region. This handful of vital worlds formed the links in a distant chain that allowed the resources of the Maelstrom Zone to flow from its hazardous depths into the coffers of more established sectors beyond the stellar arm. The three most important links in this chain were the star systems of Signax, Sagan, and Badab, each an island of Imperial civilization in this anarchic sea. It is this path of commerce that came increasingly under threat as the situation in the Maelstrom became ever more volatile. The Maelstrom. Second only to the great storm of the Eye of Terror, the Maelstrom is a vast warp storm/spatial vortex that scars both the physical universe and the fabric of the ether beyond. It is a dark and twisting light in the warp, and a fell beacon for those that would find solace in hell, a place where our universe and the beyond interpenetrate each other, and it is frighteningly easy to slip from reality to unreality and back again. It is salvation for the damned, and a shifting sea of storms to trouble the righteous. Located near the dense stellar masses of the galactic core, in a near-linear path between the core and Holy Terror, the Maelstrom covers an area many hundreds of light-years across, and its presence in space is marked by a vast, slowly turning Gaia comprised of nebulae, dust, and stellar material, in which countless stars and worlds have long been lost. Although turbulent and unpredictable enough to make any true chart worthless in any hopes of conquering or even patrolling it, an insurmountable task, it remains considerably more stable than most other warp storms on record, and evidence indicates that it has been in existence since before the evolution of man. And because of its relative stability, the Maelstrom has long served as a haven for all manner of corsairs and renegades, outcasts, exiles, and forgotten horrors, from the traitor legions to the Eldar's debased kin. At any one time, it is estimated by the Death Watch that at least 20 major orc infestations or petty pirate kingdoms make their home in the Maelstrom, warring against each other and venturing forth to raid and pillage. Worse things still stalk its radiant darkness. As a Majoris-grade warp anomaly, it is a point of constant interface between the real and the unreal. Real space and the warp overlapping each other like a blurred image. Demonic incursions and the predations of spectral entities, such as the Psyche-Nuan and Hulgasts, are common at the points within the Maelstrom where these realities overlap, while the flotsam of unknown eons is cast up within its shadowed vortex. Many worlds found whirling within the Maelstrom's depths have been tainted by chaos in some way, while others have been touched by the lapping of stranger tides yet. Although considered stable, for a warp anomaly at least, the Maelstrom is not static, and it is known that it periodically waxes and wanes in size and turbulence over time. Nor can any location within it be entirely relied upon to remain where it was last encountered. Over the centuries, a number of savants and explorators have sought to define some pattern, reason, or rhyme to the chaotic fluctuations of the Maelstrom, drawn to its dark mysteries. Most have gone mad, or become lost themselves, although those that left decipherable records have often compared its patterns to the breath of gods fitfully slumbering, or the encephalographic patterns of a nightmare-riven mind. The death of Signax, 4667577 M41. The heavily militarized hive world of Signax, in the star system that bore its name, was, by the mid-M41s, the most populated sphere in the northern Maelstrom zone. Signax was a key world, having long been a linchpin of Imperial control of the region, forming a bulwark against aggressors and a safe port for Imperial vessels. In the year 557 M41, with the suddenness of an onrushing storm, it succumbed to corruption from within and attack from without. Backed by the intervention of the dread Chaos Space Marine warband known as the Reborn, the planet rapidly fell into bloody civil war between its Imperial garrison and Death Cult nihilists who had swelled up from the deep hive sinks in their tens of thousands, indiscriminately killing and razing entire city districts, heedless of the consequences. Despite the intervention of the Mantis Warriors Space Marine chapter, which itself had made home in the nearby Endymion cluster, the death toll rose swiftly into the millions. Unchecked, the death cultists gained access to part of the planet's defense missile silo network, and in a suicidal rage, unleashed a rain of atomic and plasma warheads, which shattered its hive cities and succeeded in disrupting the planet's orbit for several years. The resulting permanent winter, radioactive fallout, and tectonic upheavals annihilated all life on Signax. The shockwaves of this event were tremendous, and just as the removal of a single vital keystone can collapse a mighty house, as Signax fell, Imperial control of the northern Maelstrom zone swiftly crumbled. Trade routes were severed and contact with dozens of outlying outposts and mining stations was swiftly lost. Signax itself became a fallout-shrouded and storm-swept wasteland, the wreckage of fallen hives providing a rich lure for scavengers and renegades, both human and Xenos in origin. Distant worlds were cut off from the Imperium and were either forced to retrench in order to survive, or slipped into dark silence. In a single year's span, an expanse of space equal to a month and a half's journey under warp was shorn from the Imperium's grasp. Taken with other losses over the previous few centuries, a crucial tipping point was reached, and vital military supply chains stretching as far as Bacca and Holy Terror itself were threatened, forcing the Adeptus Terra to act. The Wardens of the Maelstrom, 0338587 M41. In response to these dire predations from the Maelstrom, an Edict Imperialis was pronounced by the High Lords of Terror, and the order was given to permanently base several Space Marine chapters in the Maelstrom zone in order to protect the Imperium's interests and pacify the region. The Astral Claws chapter, in recognition of their past glorious service to the Imperium, was given the high honor of the senior role in commanding the newly formed Maelstrom Warders. This force was also to include the fleet-based Lamenters and Charnel Guard chapters, who were specifically charged to patrol the Maelstrom's outer regions, and also to incorporate the Mantis Warriors, who were already based in the nearby Endymion cluster, within its command. Once in place, the Astral Claws chapter took over an orbital battle station in the strategically vital Badab system on arrival to become their fortress monastery and base of operations. Once established, the Warder chapters, supported by the permanent detachment of an Imperial Navy squadron to the region to conduct search and destroy and convoy protection duties, quickly stabilized the surrounding area and purged the inner zone of heretical and Xenos elements that had plagued them, bringing a dozen Imperial planets back under control. The wealth of the Maelstrom once again began to flow into the coffers of the Imperium. The greatest operation of these times was the Scourge campaign of 640 M41 to 651 M41, in which the Astral Claws and their allies conducted a series of major combat operations, striking deep into the heart of the Maelstrom itself and taking the battle to the foe, the first Imperial force in centuries to do so. Using intelligence gathered over more than 50 years of constant warfare, and the ancient charts and secrets garnered from the cryptic histories held in the archives of the Mantis Warriors chapter, the Warder's strike forces managed to pinpoint and destroy dozens of enemy strongholds and root out the hidden places of many infamous renegades during the campaign. In a battle at Taskar's Wound, the Mantis Warriors were revenged upon the Reborn for their losses at Signax. Despite the Space Marines' successes, their efforts were suddenly curtailed when the Charnel Guard chapter was abruptly withdrawn from the Maelstrom zone entirely. By direct intervention of the Adeptus Terra, the chapter's ties to the Warders were severed and they were dispatched to the Thanatos Crusade into the Veiled region. This sudden loss, which cut the Warders' forces by a quarter, effectively ended the campaign. The Astral Claws subsequently petitioned for a replacement chapter to be assigned to the Warders in due course to repair their strength, but were denied. Less than 20 years later, the Warders were to suffer another severe blow. In 681 M41, a previously unknown space hulk designated Unhallowed Heart appeared at the edge of the Maelstrom. The hulk, a twisted conglomeration of mangled cityscapes and lost ships, proved to be the abode of demons, and all who came into contact with it were riven by suicidal despair and madness. Several squadron ships and an Astral Claws strike cruiser were lost with all hands in a valiant attempt to intercept the Unhallowed Heart, as it laid waste to several outposts before slipping through the warp and reappearing in orbit around the colony world of Ashuna. Fully a quarter of the planet's population died in a single night of carnage, falling victim to a wave of mass suicides, murderous rampages and wanton hysteria. Only the Space Marines of the Lamenters chapter seemed able to draw close to the hulk without perishing beneath its baleful spell, but even they began to succumb, and the ghostly spectres of the damned assailed them mercilessly. Unflinching, despite the unholy terror they faced, the Lamenters used a combination of close-range bombardment and desperate boarding actions against the warp-haunted hulk, which succeeded in forcing the monstrous thing away from the planet. Pressing their assault, the dark star at its heart faded from existence, and the hulk finally broke up under their sustained onslaught. The Lamenters' losses were high, with over 300 battle brothers and 4 strike cruisers lost in the engagement. The subsequent Ordo Malleus investigation was critical of the chapter for not destroying the hulk as soon as possible at the planet's expense. The judgment was greeted with some fury by the Lamenters chapter, who cast out the Ordo Malleus deputation for their insult. This marked a nadir in relations between the wider Imperium and the Maelstrom Warders during this period, and came as the Warders were increasingly hard-pressed by an upsurge in demonic incursions and Corsair attacks, which pushed the Warders into an increasingly defensive posture as all operations near the Maelstrom itself were suspended. The Orphans of the Warp. Elsewhere, in 680 M41, far distant from the Maelstrom zone, a sequence of events was set in motion that would later prove to have dreadful ramifications for the Astral Claws chapter. The Bakasura, a strike cruiser belonging to the Tiger Claws, reappeared on the edge of the Segmentum Pacificus, containing over 100 battle brothers of a chapter declared destroyed over 14 centuries before. The ship appeared to have been subject to severe distortion in the warp, and for those on board no more than a few months had elapsed. After making contact with a Stormwing Space Marine strike force and aiding them in battle against Eldar slavers, the Tiger Claws were resupplied and made their way back to the location of their fortress monastery on Crudar. There they found that in their long absence their ancient sun had expanded and rendered their world a lifeless, irradiated husk, and that their chapter was nothing more than an all but forgotten legend. Captain Vitala of the Tiger Claws now the de facto master of what was effectively a dead chapter, travelled to Holy Terror to petition the release of the chapter's gene seed stores and the right and title to rebuild the Tiger Claws. Captain Vitala disappeared without trace while awaiting his petition's hearing, and as a result, his suit was summarily dismissed. Rumours in inquisitorial circles darkly hinted that the lost chapter was considered tainted by some and was a part of the so-called cursed founding, better left dead. The Bakasura, last seen conducting operations in the region of their chapter's dead homeworld, could not be located by the ships sent to the area to track them down. The Imperial Tithe and the fragile threads of human survival. The fabric of the Imperium is cemented together by the Great Tithe, also known as Terra's Due or the Grand Harvest. The tithe is universal and paid in the single true coin of the Imperium, human life, both as a harvest of the world's youth given up to service, and the darker crop of psykers and witches surrendered to the dreaded black ships. The tithe, whose sacred ministration, oversight and recovery is the duty of the countless ranks of the administratum, is, at least in theory, applied to every world within the Imperium to its own measure and ability to pay. Few worlds within the bounds of the Imperium are exempted in some way, most notable of these being worlds beholden to another branch of the Adapter, such as Space Marine chapter homeworlds or inquisitorial strongholds, while the great forgeworlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus have their own levy structures hidden within the shadow empire of the machine cult. Secondary to the Great Tithe is a vast, shifting and unfathomable tangled web of resource distribution networks, duties, feudal levies and ancient commercia contracts, through which the Imperium's means of production, unending wars and the necessity of human survival are maintained. For the great industrial hive worlds such as Necromunda or Hermetica, this sustaining output is vast, occupying many gigatons of manufactured goods, while their hunger for raw materials is both colossal and insatiable. The collection of the tithe and the transfer of materials is unceasing, but war, error, greed, failure, disaster, and the vagaries of warp travel can make a mockery of this process, and the monolithic gears of administratum bureaucracy grind far too blindly and slowly to take note of the changing fates of fringe worlds with any real accuracy. This can lead to situations where a tithe might go uncollected for centuries, billions starve unnoticed, or a ravaged planet becomes subject to demands that they tragically have no ability whatsoever to meet. For outlying human worlds and frontier stations either too far outside the Imperium proper, in the wilderness of space, or that have gone unnoticed owing to their size, the tithe does not strictly apply. But in practice, sponsored colonies must still pay a price, and perhaps suffer the attention of rogue traders, which can be both a curse and a blessing. The Tyrant of Badab, 5901-715 M41. After a series of heavy orc raids originating within the Maelstrom, struck deep into the Badab Sector, the chapter master of the Astral Claws, Rovik Blake, went against his own doctrine, pursuing the orcs back into the Maelstrom itself with the chapter's battle barge, Sarif of Judgment, at the head of a large strike force. The Astral Claws exited the warp soon after the orc terror ships arrived at their rock bases, in the vast shattered planetary debris fields orbiting the colossal star of Helziris, and battle was joined. Chapter Master Rovik Blake, who led the Astral Claws for the last 2 centuries, fell in single combat with the orc war boss Vorg Manburner, and although the Space Marines would slay thousands of greenskins in the battle and destroy much of the orcs' base, the Sarif of Judgment was badly damaged and the Astral Claws were forced to retreat. On the survivors' return to the Badab system, Luft Huron captain of the Astral Claws 3rd Company, was appointed chapter master by the popular acclaim of his peers in 5901-715 M41. In doing so, he became by far the youngest warrior in the chapter's history to attain this rank. Already having established himself in battle as a charismatic leader and a skilled tactician, Huron quickly made his mark by reorganizing the Astral Claws' strategic deployments and establishing a policy of expanding his chapter's fleet, which had become badly depleted, including within its ranks Corsair prizes captured in aggressive raids. In concert with his fellow masters of the Warder chapters, he went on to establish a scorched planet policy against their enemies, and increased the Astral Claws' stockpile of Exterminatus-class weapons for this purpose, rendering several fringe worlds that in the past had provided renegade ships with temporary harbour into lifeless husks. In 4512-718 M41, a failed palace coup on Badab Primaris led to an abortive civil war on the Hive World, and the Astral Claws stepped in and brutally crushed the conflict. In the aftermath, elements behind the coup were revealed under interrogation to have connections to raiders and off-world smuggling rings, which they had used as a source of arms and tainted drugs to fuel the failed uprising. The matter was then brought before Huron for judgment, as riots and petty revolts began to flare up once more across the planet. Huron, outraged that such a betrayal could fester insidiously behind his back, and mindful of the lessons of Signax, resolved to take matters in hand personally. The Space Marines of the Astral Claws swiftly reimposed order once more on Badab Primaris, this time employing shattering force and executing much of the planet's ruling class, as well as purging its hives of anyone they perceived as morally recidivist. Huron took on the mantle of planetary ruler as well, styling himself the Tyrant of Badab. He claimed the Badab Sector, a cluster of inhabited worlds in proximity to the relatively hospitable region of void around the Badab system, as his chapter's fiefdom, to better protect these worlds and those souls that dwell upon them in the glory of the Emperor, echoing in his pronouncement the example and precedents of the sovereign realm of Ultramar and the Warder's Charter. The wholesale purging of the ruling elites of the nearby system soon followed, and in the decades afterwards, a number of Astral Claws watch bastions were established, while Huron's chosen servants and political allies were placed in positions of power, effectively turning the Badab Sector into a pocket empire at the command of the Astral Claws. Huron's power was further cemented by the creation of what became known as the Tyrant's Legion, in a massive reorganization of the uneven and often isolationist native planetary defense forces in the region. These forces now followed a standard dictated by Huron, as well as a unified command structure. Astral Claws detachments were assigned to further their training to purge them of weak elements. By 790 M41, the defense of the Badab Sector was stronger than at any point in its history. The Tyrant's Legion's worth proved in the repulsion of separate Corsair raids on Dakabalas and Minestra Station. The chapter itself, freed from its defensive stance, conducted a series of lightning raids into outlying areas to harass and destroy targets of opportunity on Bloody Bones and other heretic or Xenos-controlled spheres. The fame of the Astral Claws Tyrant grew, his reputation spreading beyond the Maelstrom zone as his tally of victories increased. Pirate activity was curtailed, and the Maelstrom zone reached levels of production never before achieved. Spurred on by their success, Huron sent his servants to undertake a pilgrimage to deliver a formal and lengthy petition to Terra. This document made a detailed case for completely subduing the Maelstrom and the surrounding area, along with the great benefits this would gain the Imperium. In order to achieve this, the document set out the case for a massively augmented deployment of Space Marine chapters to the Maelstrom Warder's ranks.
suggesting that a new founding might even be merited to meet the plan's needs. Huron's petition was dismissed without full hearing on the grounds that the Imperium's requirements were better met elsewhere. Huron's sin. During the mid-700s M41, the regular Astral Claws gene seed submission to the Magus Invigilar of the Adeptus Mechanicus became infrequent and incomplete. Although a cause for concern, such matters are not uncommon when involving Space Marine chapters, particularly those deployed to border areas or on crusade, simply because the chapter itself might have a temporary need to retain the gene seed itself to sustain battlefield losses. But the longer such an omission persists, the greater the risk some other, darker motive is at work. Later evidence would indicate that this was certainly to prove true of the Astral Claws, and this, along with pride, would prove to be the first great sin against the traditions of the Astartes that would arguably result in the chapter's fall into heresy. The Badab Schism, 748 M41. After further requests to redistribute resources from the Maelstrom zone were denied, Huron withheld Badab Primaris' planetary tithe to the Administratum and further blocked the passage of trade through his realms, in protest over the Adeptus' failure to provide him and his allies sufficient resources to police the Maelstrom. This had a double effect, as much of Badab's output was actually made up through the refinement of ores and crystals garnered from the scattered mining outposts of the Pale Stars region of the Maelstrom zone. Additionally, as the main viable warp routes in the area passed through Badab Primaris, the bulk of the supply of minerals from this vital region had been cut off as well. The Tyrant of Badab couched this refusal in terms of the Astral Claws' role as defenders of the Maelstrom zone, diverting the industrial resource and manpower he had commandeered to directly supplement the Badab Sector's defenses, as well as augment the Maelstrom fleet detachment, and to fortify key worlds under his purview. In the Badab system, this was manifested as a massive increase in space-based defenses, encircling the outer and inner spheres in a ring of steel. While on Badab Primaris, Huron ordered demolished the ancient citadel of the ruling Dominars, and instead erected what was to become the legendary, hugely fortified Palace of Thorns to his own specifications and design. The ongoing political situation was cause for heated controversy and bitter argument within the Adeptus Terra and the Segmentum Courts Temporal over broken charters and contracts. At its crux was a fault line that had long slept beneath the rigid structure of imperial law. The clashing entitlements of the Administratum to the imperial tithe and the ancient rights of Astartes commanders to defend the Imperium by any means necessary. This furore became swiftly known to observers as the Badab Schism, and would last for more than a century and a half, during which military operations of the Astral Claws and the Maelstrom Warders were to carry on as usual against a backdrop of worsening tensions with the Administratum and Segmentum authorities. Nowhere was this sudden loss of the lifeblood of industry and commerce more keenly felt than in the Carthago sector. For more than 11 centuries, the Carthan lords and planetary governors had held the charter to distribute the industrial output of the Maelstrom zone and guard its passage from the Administratum-controlled supply fortress on Sagan, and thence to the western Segmentum Ultimar and beyond. Isolated by vast distances of turbulent and warring space from the authorities at Carcaradons, the Carthans had long grown fat and decadent, protected from the predations of the beast and the alien by the blood and toil of more strife-torn realms. The only masters they feared were the Segmentum Procurators General, who demanded their due, regardless of whether the wells that had so long supplied them had suddenly run dry. The Lycanthus Drift Campaign and the Crusade of Wrath. Despite the fury and spilled ink their actions had engendered hundreds of light years distant, the Astral Claws, now at full fighting strength and freed from the inglorious weight of garrison duty, moved to intervene in the aftermath of the long, simmering and justly infamous Fourth Quadrant Rebellion, which had for many decades troubled the Imperium. Answering a general call to arms among the Astartes of the region, the Astral Claws dispatched a powerful force under the direct personal command of Huron against one of the last major stronghold elements of the revolt, beyond the southern borders of the Maelstrom zone. At the gathering of the Imperial forces, Huron was elected battle leader by common consent of a mixed task force comprising companies from the Astral Claws, Firehawks, White Scars, and Celestial Guard chapters, backed by Krieg and the Kol Sek Imperial Guard regiments, and the Titans of Legio Venator. Under Huron's inspired command, the task force ruthlessly eradicated the heavily fortified Lycanthos system of traitor and chaos forces in under a year. However, Stibor Lazarek, the chapter master of the Firehawks, wroth that he was not given command of the campaign over Huron, is known to have borne a grudge against the Astral Claws since this time. A grudge that would soon bear bitter fruit. Returning to the Maelstrom zone in glorious victory, the Astral Claws quickly sought to capitalize on their achievements, and in 869 M41, at the instigation of Huron, the Black Templars declared a crusade of wrath into the Maelstrom, assaulting it from its eastward marches. Meanwhile, the Astral Claws, Lamenters, and Mantis Warriors launched their own assaults into the pathways of the Great Storm from its southern and northeastern approaches. Thanks in no small part to the tyrant's strategic planning as well as the mettle of the Space Marine chapters involved, no fewer than 23 alien or heretic stronghold worlds were purged, including several on the Maelstrom's fringes that had fallen into the hands of the Word-bearers and their apostate followers. At the height of the campaign, having made inroads deeper yet than any recorded Imperial fleet had attempted, the Astral Claws and Mantis Warriors directed their massed assault to smash the subhuman flesh haunters of the Howling Gaia. At the culmination of the battle against the flesh haunters, the Astral Claws' first company, led by Huron, fought their way deep within the foul creature's carcass vaults before unleashing the life-eater virus upon the abominations. By this single act, they ended a threat that had plagued the Imperium since before the Age of Apostasy, affording a great and lauded victory. Once more, wider events again intervened to put a premature end to the Astral Claws' plans, as the Black Templars were suddenly called away to aid the beleaguered realm of Ultramar in the wake of the Tyrannic War. Already having suffered substantial losses in the campaign, weary of being cut off, and with readings from the Emperor's Tarot portaining oncoming doom, the Warder chapters were forced to withdraw from the Maelstrom and could not complete their objectives, much to Huron's fury. Matters once again worsened, not only within the Maelstrom zone, but for the wider Imperium as well. The threat of Hive Fleet Behemoth had left the defense of the Segmentum Ultima in disarray, and slumbering threats as far-flung as the Eye of Terror and the Ghoul Stars lurched once more into life, and everywhere there were wars and rumors of wars, revolts and strange phenomena. In the Maelstrom zone, trouble again flared up and enemies flooded from the dark places. A marauding orc force of a size unseen since the Battle of Hell-Cyrus rampaged through the Endymion cluster, and the ancient world of Phagos Hex on the edge of the Maelstrom zone simply disappeared, never to be seen again. Convoys were attacked in ever greater number, and ghast ships and etheric storms were visited on once safe warp routes, as the great storm of the Maelstrom itself waxed gibbous and reached out. In the warp storm's baleful light, cult-led revolts racked the scattered mining outposts of the Pale Stars, and also struck closer to home as cult activity was uncovered festering in the shadows of Badab Sector, spurring on a series of merciless pogroms by the tyrant's followers. As crisis followed crisis. In the dying years of the 800s M41, Huron saw the Maelstrom zone slipping from his grasp, and all the victories the warders had gained beginning to crumble, and so moved to tighten his grip, unaware that elsewhere events were moving against him. The Tyrant at bay. Court records from this period picture Huron as uncharacteristically taciturn and withdrawn on his return from the Maelstrom, either locking himself away in the chapter's archives for days on end and refusing to see anyone, or keeping long, silent vigils alone in the fortress monasteries Panopticon Solar, gazing unblinking for hours at holospheres depicting the breadth of the Maelstrom zone and the baleful vortex that dominated its stars. Some observers have gone on to say that it was during this time that Huron fell from grace, that denied again the goals he had spent his life fighting for, to see his ultimate glory snatched from his hands at the last by those he should call master and ally unhinged him, or that he gave in to hubris and false pride. Some have gone so far as to suggest that during the Crusade of Wrath, deep within the nightmarish vortex of the Maelstrom, some strange taint, alien or warp-whispered, wormed its way into his heart. But this perhaps is too simple and unlikely an answer, and it is just as likely that the darkness of Huron's soul was no more or less than the same Imperium fire that called him to greatness and made him such an effective and innovative warrior, as so many of his once brother Space Marines were soon to find out, to their cost. Chapter 2. Shadows of War. With the scene set and the players in place, it would not be long until the brooding malcontent of the Tyrant of Badab would spark into violence, and the Imperium would shed the blood of its own. Matters would come swiftly to a head as the Carthians and their allies in the Administratum, who, regardless of their cause, were to demonstrate a shocking arrogance in their own power and ignorance of the true face of the Imperium beyond the relative safety of the Badab Sector. As to the other warders of the Maelstrom, they had grown increasingly isolated and insular over the preceding centuries, losing sight of where their true duty lay. They had sown the seeds of their own calamity. The destruction of TIE Fleet, VX542/11, 6899901 M41. With preliminary judgments into the Badab schism in the Segmentum Court's temporal weighing in the Administratum's favour, the Carthans and their allies within the Administratum seized their chance to act. In 901 M41, an Imperial investigation fleet commanded by an Administratum Assayer General and carrying representatives of the Adeptus Mechanicus Biologus Invigila, the Lords of the Badab Sector, and at least one independently operating Inquisitor was assembled. The force was dispatched to Badab to demand the immediate delivery of the Badab tithe, commandeered resources, and the Astral Claw chapter's gene seed requirement. The fleet was made up of several huge mass conveyors, with expectation of a harvest of wealth, and spearheaded by a trinity of cruisers, a Cult Mechanicus Locus Caraval, and a score of lesser escort craft. The force, no doubt calculated to display the power and authority of the mission, and carry a not-so-veiled threat into the heart of the tyrant's domains, could be seen in retrospect as a misjudged plan. But few could have foreseen what was to happen next. In circumstances that still cannot be fully confirmed or explained, the investigation fleet was fired on and destroyed in its entirety as it attempted to force its way through the Badab system's ring of steel in order to press its demands. No ship survived, and more than 20,000 servants of the Imperium were lost. Claim and counterclaim ensued in the aftermath as to how this tragic destruction had occurred, and Huron delivering his own Dominion's report on the Badab matter to the Segmentum authorities, was adamant that the fleet was fired upon for refusing to give way to the just authority of the system's masters, paying for their transgressions with their lives, as mandated by imperial law. Meanwhile, outrage at the incident in the Carcaradons sector quickly became widespread, and general uproar was evidenced throughout the sector's ruling elites at the barbarians of the Maelstrom zone. And soon such trade links that remained between the two areas were abruptly severed or subject to the harshest scrutiny wherever possible. Carthian sector governor Tanit Koenig moved to heavily censure the Astral Claws chapter, along with calls for the arrest and trial of Huron for treachery against the Imperium, while the local agents of the Magos Invigila petitioned their own distant masters for the Astral Claws' punishment. With customary inertia, the Adeptus Terra did not yet deliberately intervene. As ever, there were wars and conflicts aplenty abroad in the Imperium, and this local discord between neighbouring regions, no more to them than a tangle of claim and counterclaim between legitimate authorities, pallid before the weight of the suffering and bloodshed elsewhere. In addition, fundamentally, Huron was the lawful master of a realm permanently on a war footing, a bulwark against the alien and the claws of chaos, and on the most basic level he had the right to defend those domains, and without hard evidence, charges of willful and premeditated homicide against the Imperium's servants in this case would be almost impossible to prove. The Carthan Imperial commanders, under pressure from the Segmentum authorities and frustrated by the destruction of the TIE fleet, took it on themselves to send 2 further punitive expeditions into the Maelstrom zone, under the assumed auspices of Imperial authority over the next 3 years. Both fleets were lost in unconfirmed circumstances, purportedly never even reaching the Badab system, and intervention by the Astral Claws and their allies was gravely suspected. Imperial shipping began to suffer increasing attacks and disappearances traversing the Maelstrom zone, even beyond those areas such as the Badab Sector under the Astral Claws' direct sway. Reports by the Maelstrom Patrol Squadron laid the blame at an increase in raider traffic and warp squalls in the area, but for every loss, the whispers blaming Huron and his followers grew louder, both on the Administratum-controlled TIE fortress world of Sagan, on the edge of the Maelstrom zone, and across the border in the Carthan sector. Unable to enact their will on the situation decisively, the increasingly desperate Carthan lords, near bankrupted by this stage by their liabilities, first sought to circumvent Badab itself with the aid of the Administratum forces on Sagan. In a combined operation, the two attempted to access the lost ties directly, their ships taking the far longer and more perilous route to the Pale Stars via Karmara, while the Carthans increased, demands from any other Maelstrom Zone world, such as Vayanara, their grasp could reach in an attempt to make up the shortfall. By 903 M41, the agents of the Carthan Imperial commanders began to systematically spread propaganda in both the Segmentum Assizes and the Senatorum Imperialis, elucidating on the moral corruption, treachery, and vainglorious pride of the tyrant of Badab, to anyone that would listen. Meanwhile, the local administratum authorities further pressed the High Lords of Terra themselves to intervene directly, to punish Huron and his wayward chapter for their affronts. The Maelstrom warders, for their part, continued to arm themselves for war, and conducted sweeps of the Maelstrom zone in force, while within the Badab sector itself, massive and feverish building programs were underway, further augmenting their defenses in preparation for war. The Maelstrom Secession, 5995, 901 M41. Huron's answer to the continuing threats to the control of his domain was to produce his infamous Articles of Just Secession, These documents, which were also signed and ratified by the masters of the Lamenters and Mantis Warriors chapter, who had been convinced by Huron of the justness of his cause and the injustice of the outsiders' demands, were designed to formally sever the Maelstrom Zone's direct ties to its neighbouring sectors. Copies of the articles were delivered to the Segmentum authorities in the Courts Temporal in response to the many and grievous insults, presumptions, and denials of the Emperor-given rights and titles of the Adeptus Astartes by the false and wayward servants of the Administratum and the Carthan lords and their allies. These documents further stated the signatories' refusal to hand over the tithes to local Segmentum authorities, aid or defend any attempt to do so, or recognise the demands of the Carthan lords. They did, however, affirm the Maelstrom Orders' vow to pursue the defence of the Imperium as their sole cause, stating that the Maelstrom Orders must be given a free hand to protect mankind as they had sworn to the Emperor, and without the corrupt interference of those who claim to serve him, but seek instead their own glory and greed. In support of their cause, the document cited both the edict that founded the Maelstrom Warders and the ancient rights and titles of the Adeptus Astartes prerogative in their defence, precedents that both weighed heavily in their favour. The document went on to call for a full investigation into the rulership of the Carthan sector, asserted the historic and lawful sovereignty of the Space Marine chapters involved from outside interference by the lower Adepta, and stated again their willingness to defend the Maelstrom Zone from any who would threaten it. Around this time, Imperial shipping passing through the Maelstrom Zone's outer regions began to be attacked and lost in great numbers to unknown forces. Soon, contact with several worlds still beholden to the Carthans and the Administratum Officio and Sagan within the inner zone ended with garbled communications warning of attack and siege by Space Marine forces. The Carthans, outraged, threatened all-out war in response, but simply lacked the means to do so alone. Instead, they petitioned aid to mount an attack from both the Departamento Minatorum and the Segmentum Naval Subcommand at Riza, but were flatly refused and informed that the matter was an internal dispute in which they would not intervene. It is also noteworthy that although they pled their case before these powers and the procurators of the Administratum, that they avoided where possible any inquisitorial involvement in the matter, no doubt fearing the consequences of doing so. The local Inquisition representatives, for their part, more than well enough occupied by other concerns, were content to keep a close eye on the situation, mindful that such squabbles, however bloody, were far from uncommon among Imperial commanders, particularly in border regions, and no damning or conclusive evidence of heresy or taint had yet been brought forward against either party. Met with denials from the powers that be, the Carthago sector itself began to mobilize for war, drafting increasingly large numbers of troops into its planetary defense regiments, and establishing direct military ties and formal alliances with the Administratum Questor of Sagan, who had also suffered from the secession's consequences and feared the tyrant's growing power. Further to their goals, and by the personal decision of the satrap Tanid Konig, they sent direct and open appeals to several Space Marine chapters with whom they'd had past dealings to aid them in recovering the lost tithe and safeguard their ships. Konig's motivations in this were later determined under inquisitorial questioning to have been based on the realization that only Space Marines could truly hope to contest other Space Marines in open battle. Indeed, she may have simply hoped to achieve a short-term neutralization of the Astral Claws in the region, using conflict against a third party to distract them so that the Carthans once again could ensue free access to the Maelstrom Zone. This monumental arrogance and folly would soon prove disastrous. The Fire Orcs chapter was the first to respond to the Carthan cause. The storm breaks. 5350-904 M41. At the request of the Carthan satrap Konig, the Firehawks chapter of the Adeptus Astartes agreed to investigate the disappearance of Carthan shipping in the areas to the galactic south of the Golgothan Wastes, which bordered the northern reaches of the Maelstrom Zone. On a number of occasions in the past, the fleet-based Firehawks chapter had used the vast orbital dockyards of the Carthan capital world Sidon Ultra for resupply. They had also been invited by the Carthans to enact judgment on wayward planets and minor alien threats within the sector, and it was on this relationship the Carthans relied upon for a favourable hearing. The volatile and bellicose nature of the Firehawks chapter was also widely known, and it is likely that this also figured in Koenig's reasoning in making her request to them directly. The Firehawks were at that time conducting search and destroy operations in the Golgothan Wastes, and the Firehawks chapter master, Stibor Lazaric, as likely for reasoning of his own as other motivations, acquiesced to dispatching several ships into the northern Maelstrom zone. One such vessel, the Red Harbinger, entered the Endymion cluster in 350904 M41. This cluster is an expanse of ancient stars, several of which contain human colonies inhabited for many millennia, and which at this time had long fallen under the stewardship of the Mantis Warriors chapter. Intercepted and surrounded in the Galen system, the Red Harbinger refused to stand down and be boarded by the Mantis Warriors' strike craft. The Mantis Warriors, ever fierce and proud, and goaded by the Firehawks' refusal and threats, opened fire and crippled the lone cruiser. Thus, the full-scale conflict between Space Marine chapters that was to follow ignited with this single act. Boarding and capturing the ship proved no easy affair, as the Firehawks were more than willing to die to defend their honour, and losses were heavy on both sides. Less than 20 Firehawks were captured alive, and none surrendered. But their struggles brought time for an astropathic message to be dispatched to their chapter, warning of their fate and who they fought. Upon learning of the taking of the ship, Master Lazaric and his entire Firehawks chapter became utterly incensed, and withdrawing from operations already underway, the entire chapter fleet of the Firehawks was ordered to make best speed under warp for the Maelstrom zone. Matters swiftly escalated, and the arrival of a Firehawks battle group was met at Galen by a task force of both Mantis Warriors and Astral Claws warships. After a tense standoff, during which the captives were returned and both sides traded threats, the Firehawks withdrew to await the arrival of their full force, which had been dispersed across the wastes, and in particular their massive flagship, the Rapturous Rex, a pre-imperial mobile star fortress of incredible power. Rendezvousing at Sagan, and aided by the Carthan fleet, the Firehawks launched a series of probing attacks and reconnaissance missions towards the Badab Sector and the Endymion cluster, but in doing so, did little more than stir up a hornet's nest. The tyrant and his allies had been prepared for war for years. Their forces were battle-hardened. They were entirely familiar with the territory over which they fought, and their plans were well laid. The Mantis Warriors proved all but impossible to pin down, their ships appearing and disappearing in the asteroid shoals and nebulae fields of the Endymion cluster seemingly at will, while any forces directed towards Badab found an impenetrable array of defences set against them. Using the Carthans to distract the forces of Badab Sector and screen them from possible counterattack, the weight of the Firehawks struck at the feudal agri-world of Iblis, at the edge of the Endymion cluster, attacking civilian targets and burning great swathes of crops and Veltland in order to bring the Mantis Warriors to battle. Unfortunately for the Firehawks, this attack, if not its precise location, had been anticipated and planned for by the secessionists, and their own strategy fell into place, as the Mantis Warriors' hit-and-run attacks pinned the Firehawks in place on Iblis, and more importantly, drew their fleet away from Sagan. The combined force of the Astral Claws and Lamenters chapters descended upon the Sagan system. The Administratum-controlled system of Sagan, with its attendant orbital fleet anchorage and astropathic relay, were rightly regarded as the gateway to the Maelstrom zone. Caught utterly unprepared for such a direct and sudden assault, Sagan fell in a matter of days as its defences, although extensive, were soon circumvented. Sagan's protectors were overwhelmed amid a great slaughter of its planetary defence forces and Carthan troops caught on the ground. With Sagan in the tyrant's hands, the strategic situation had rapidly changed, and now the second most important world in the region after Badab was under the secessionists' direct control, along with the Tithe Fortress's vast stockpile of arms, munitions and supplies. The Firehawks and the Carthan forces, stranded on operations within the Maelstrom zone, found themselves cut off from supply and behind enemy lines. Badly mauled, the Firehawks withdrew from the Iblis system, the savage firepower of the rapturous Rex raking the planet's surface as a parting gift, and successfully punching the Firehawks a way out of an attempt to blockade them inside the system. The Star Fortress claimed the life of the Maelstrom Squadron's only Mars-class battlecruiser, Sacred Tetrarch, in the process, proving that even the mighty warship's Nova Cannon could not prevail against the vast relic vessel. After these tumultuous events, a relative lull followed in the fighting, as the secessionists consolidated their gains and the Carthans retreated in disarray, and soon the Firehawks, heavily outnumbered, were forced into a series of running battles and defensive actions in the Maelstrom zone's fringes. This period of forced retreat lasted until 7/10/904 M41, when the Marines Errant chapter answered the call of the Firehawks for reinforcement. In doing so, the Marines Errant diverted a sizable force of 6 companies and a fleet of support vessels from their preparations to undertake an extragalactic crusade in order to aid their brother Astartes, although their precise motivations in doing so remains obscure. Unfortunately, their arrival coincided with a renewed offensive by the secessionists, and the Starfaring chapter quickly became bogged down protecting Imperial shipping, attempting the dangerous long routes to the Pale Stars region and the Maelstrom zone's outlying colonies. For the next several standard months, there were numerous repeated minor clashes between the two sides, with the Firehawks attempting to mass their remaining strength in the hopes of forcing a decisive engagement, while the Marines Errant, with a better grasp of the reality of the situation, splitting their highly mobile strike cruiser-based forces in order to guard convoys in transit from increasingly frequent raids and harassment attacks. In short order, the Marines Errant found themselves caught between the desires of the Firehawks to attack and destroy Huron and his allies at any cost, and the immediate and growing need to protect Imperial shipping and outlying colonies in the Cathargo sector from attack by marauding secessionist forces. This conflict of interest was further complicated by the ancient ties of loyalty and blood the Marines Errant had with the Lamenters chapter, besides which they had fought together as recently as the Corinth Crusade but now faced each other as enemies in battle. This led to incidents where the Marines Errant failed to try to do more than drive off the Lamenters forces during raids, in which both parties gave quarter to the other, raising the mutual ire of their allies. Matters steadily worsened towards the year's end, as ever greater numbers of star systems were drawn into a rapidly escalating war. Meanwhile, the Firehawks and their Carthan allies continued to suffer heavy losses in battle. All but alone, the fiercely isolationist fortress world of Cerngrad in the central Maelstrom zone held out against the secessionists, its defences simply too powerful and skillfully managed for them to take without a cost that would be dangerous to their forces. But despite these few setbacks and the efforts of the Firehawks and Marines Errant, a dozen other worlds fell in short order to secessionist control, either succumbing to direct assault or submission, leaving only the periphery and the most forlorn and dangerous areas of the Maelstrom zone outside the secessionist grip. Back-footed and embattled, worse developments for the Carthans and their allies would soon unfold, as in 915904 M41. News reached the Marines Errant that, in payment of an ancient blood oath given to the Astral Claws, the Executioner's chapter of the Space Marines had also announced their armed support for the secessionists, sending the warship Night Hag, containing a full augmented battle company of Space Marines, to back up their words. The rest of this notoriously grim and independent chapter's forces were known to be assembling on their distant twin homeworlds of Stygia Aquilon in preparation for war. Increasingly desperate, and with their own tithes and supplications to the Proctor Generals of the Adeptus Terra long overdue, Satrap Konig was forced to take drastic action. With the fleet anchorage at Sagan now in the hands of the secessionists, the Carthan Imperial commanders, now bankrupted by their sector's losses in the war, mounted a final attempt to harvest the resources they knew to be waiting in the tithe depots of Vayanar and Kairmar, before the secessionists could consolidate their control of the western Maelstrom zone and claim these worlds as their own. A hastily assembled armed convoy centered around the vast Chartist highliner Cardinal Udenata was convened in order to carry out this last-ditch effort on behalf of the Carthans and their allies. Convoy Udenata comprised some 20 other armed freighters and mass conveyors, and was protected by the Gothic-class cruiser Dreadchild of Battlefleet Carthago, Marines Errant Strike Group Mercurio, and 16 small escorts of various classes, representing a last gasp of the Carthan forces' projection into the Maelstrom zone. The secessionists' intelligence network, however, had already ascertained every detail of this supposed secret mission, and they waited until after the convoy had glutted itself on the wealth awaiting them at Vayanar, before they attacked the fleet mid-transit into the warp. Ambushed by a secessionist attack group comprising the main elements from both the Astral Claws and Lamenters fleet, led by Huron himself, the convoy was first encircled and then taken one vessel at a time in a series of ferocious ship-to-ship boarding actions. These were bloody pitched battles fought between Space Marine assault forces and hard-pressed naval crews in the murderously tight confines of warships' weapons decks and the vast airless vaults of the mass conveyors. Both the Cardinal Udenata and the Dreadchild, as well as 23 other vessels, were taken as captive prizes, for almost no losses sustained by the attacking force's ships. The Marines Errant strike cruiser Star Jackal was the only capital ship of the convoy to escape the tyrant's trap, fighting its way clear with heavy damage. The taking of Convoy Udenata was a crushing secessionist victory that effectively ended the Carthans' active involvement in the war. With the secessionists in the ascendancy, all that now seemed to remain for them was to drive off those Space Marines who still contested them from the Maelstrom zone and consolidate their gains. The Astral Claws focused their attentions on the Firehawks and fought them back to the edge of the Golgothan wastes, inflicting further serious casualties on the chapter, which could no longer be considered an effective fighting force, while seemingly sustaining no loss in strength themselves, despite the Firehawks making them pay bloody for each victory. The greatest single reversal for the secessionist enemies came, however, when the Mantis Warriors successfully drew a sizable portion of the remaining Marines Errant chapter into battle on the industrial moon of Bellerophon's Fall. The Fall, as it was known, was a vital supply and navigation point, and particularly bitterly contested. The two chapters clashed fiercely, the Marines Errant matching their own dogged tenacity and tactical skill against the lightning strikes and flanking maneuvers of their enemies, the Mantis Warriors. The final masterstroke came when the Mantis Warriors managed to isolate and entrap the Marines Errant 1st and 3rd Companies in the Rust Zones, and much of the chapter's command structure was destroyed in a series of murderous surgical strikes. With their chapter master, 3rd Company captain, and their command staff dead, the Marines Errant were decimated and forced to retreat in disarray. In the aftermath, the alliance between them and the Firehawks all but collapsed under bitter recriminations. The secessionist forces continued to make major advances throughout the rest of the year, almost unopposed, with further minor engagements fought amid the ruins of Signax and the outer worlds of the Cerngrad system. The Maelstrom Zone belonged to Huron. The Eye of the High Lords, 0016905 M41. With 5 different chapters of the Space Marines now embroiled in open warfare, and a 6th en route, along with several naval detachments and the various sectarian factions now involved in what was rapidly accelerating to become the greatest conflict of its kind since the infamous Fourth Quadrant Rebellion, the Imperium's high authorities were forced finally to act. A triumvirate of Imperial legates were dispatched under the seal of the High Lords to pronounce judgment over the ongoing strife in the Maelstrom Zone, and were under orders to leave no stone unturned. The triumvirate was served by a sizable deputation of the Imperial Inquisition of the Ordo Hereticus, an Administratum Auditor task force, and a powerful naval escort battle group assigned from the Segmentum Solar Reserve, and quickly divided their attentions between the different combatants and their backers. Inquisition investigation swiftly uncovered a damning chain of evidence concerning Huron's activities and theirs of his chapter. Charges were laid ranging from the paucity of their returned gene seed to incontrovertible evidence of their direct involvement in attacks on Imperial shipping. As for the Carthans, to the Inquisition, their own role in contributing to and worsening the unfolding events of the secession smacked at best of gross arrogance, but more likely wanton ambition and misrule. The resolution of the Badab secession crisis was quickly pronounced by the Terran legates to be a matter of the Imperium's security rather than a civil conflict. As a result of this preliminary finding, they issued an immediate demand for the unconditional ceasefire of all parties and the surrender of the secessionists. A demand which was immediately rejected by Huron, with the tyrant stating that complying with the legate's demands would leave our brave worlds and Emperor-given charges naked before the enemy. As a result, orders were issued by the Terran legates for the arrest pending trial of the chapter masters of all secessionist chapters, and the seizure pending judgment of their worlds, goods, records, and chattels by whatever force was deemed necessary. This order was to be carried out by all loyal forces of the Imperium, wherever so and whoever so they may be. So denounced, the hand of the Imperium itself was now turned against Huron and all who stood with him. No longer a bloody feud over commerce and influence between Imperial factions, nor even a deadly vendetta between Space Marine chapters. The conflict was now between the Imperium and those that had turned away from the Emperor's rule, between loyalist and secessionist. The Badab War had truly begun. Chapter 3. The Tide of Destruction. Once Space Marine had met Space Marine in battle, the conflict in the Maelstrom had swiftly escalated. Now, with the Imperial authorities attempting to ensure a cessation of hostilities under deadly sanction and effect the arrest and seizure of Huron, the Maelstrom Zone conflict erupted into full-scale war. But even at this hour there were those who believed that the factions could be pulled back from the brink of destruction. They were proved wrong. The Loyalists gather for war. 0764-905 M41. With the pronouncement of the Terran Legate's judgment, a major deployment of Space Marines was brought into the war to enforce its ruling by any means necessary. Chosen from those chapters available in the region and willing to take up the call to arms, the Red Scorpions chapter formed the largest part of what was to become swiftly known as the Loyalists Space Marine contingent. They would be joined by additional battle companies drawn from the Salamanders, Raptors, and Fire Angels chapter, with, in the short term, the surviving Firehawks and Marines Errant ordered to stand down from independent operations and submit to the High Lord's authority for investigation. The Marines Errant, in perilous condition from their recent losses, readily complied, but before they submitted to the Legate's will, the Firehawks had one last act of bloody vengeance to perform that has since entered into the history of the war as the infamous firebombing of Sacristan. In what is widely regarded as a strategically wasteful and vainglorious assault, Lazarak of the Firehawks used his surviving chapter fleet, led by the Star Fortress Raptors Rex, to conduct a retaliatory orbital assault on the frontier planet of Sacristan, a sovereign world on the edge of the Endymion cluster. Sacristan was a hard-scrabble colony world, with a small population and no real significance other than as one of the worlds that the Mantis Warriors had long counted among those it was their responsibility to defend. After smashing through the planet's paltry space defenses and decapitating its rulers and few military assets in a savage series of assault raids by Firehawk forces, the Rapturous Rex entered a perilous low orbit and proceeded with systematic plasma bombing from the upper atmosphere of the planet. Over several days and nights, Sacristan was laid waste before the Firehawks withdrew from the system, leaving the planet aflame, wiping out more than 90% of its population. Elsewhere, the Loyalist forces had gathered their strength on Joshua Quintus, on the edge of the Carthago sector, and made their preparations and organized themselves for a long campaign of war. While Legate Inquisitor John Dees Frayne of the Order Hereticus had theoretical charge of the Loyalists, it was instead Varant Ortiz, Lord High Commander of the Red Scorpions, who was given overall tactical command of the unified Loyalist Space Marine forces as Magister Militum, a first among equals, by the commanders of the Space Marine contingents. Such an appointment being a common practice where diverse chapters are present within a single force. Given the inherent dangers in dealing with conflicts between the Space Marine chapters and their relative autonomy from direct Imperial control, Frayne had little choice but to go along with this decision, but would have most likely preferred a commander from a more tractable chapter, if given his way, as the Red Scorpions had been in the past a famously independent-minded and occasionally fractious chapter in their own right. Regardless, the massed Loyalist Space Marine force, backed by detachments brought in from the Segmentum Solar Fleet Reserve, quickly set about their tasks, which were twofold. The first of these was to force the surrender and compliance of the secessionist chapters to the Legate's authority. The second was that they were to re-establish and protect commercial links between the worlds of the Maelstrom Zone and the rest of the Imperium. An Imperium in dire need of those resources in order to maintain a score of pressing military needs. Lord Commander Ortiz's first command was to deploy his own Red Scorpions, along with the bulk of the battle fleet's solar ships, and conduct a series of pushes and feints into the regions controlled by the secessionists to gauge their resistance and deployments for himself. This was to result in what was the heaviest naval engagement of the war so far, the indecisive Battle of Silent Reach in 4011906 M41. In this engagement, cruiser squadrons of the Maelstrom and Lamenters fleets clashed with Segmentum Solar and the Red Scorpions warships in the barren void between the star systems of Gelan and Grief. The battle proved inconclusive, with vessels from both sides suffering damage but few major ships from either side lost. This has been blamed in retrospect by analysis on an assumption that at this stage neither side were willing to sacrifice their main battle line to ensure victory. The only serious loss incurred was the Maelstrom fleet's flagship for the engagement, the Overlord-class battlecruiser Gauntlet of Wrath. Its main bridge was wrecked after a fortunate lance strike from the light cruiser Lady Saberline penetrated its void shields, causing the battlecruiser to run out of control and break away from its escorts. Seeing this unexpected error, several Red Scorpion strike cruisers pounced immediately, and despite the valiant efforts of the Gauntlet's gun crews, they swiftly battered the venerable warship in a close-range crossfire, before finishing her off with raiding parties, leaving the ship a gutted and flaming hulk before her allies could rally to defend her. The secessionists' fleet broke off from the engagement into the warp soon afterwards, leaving the Loyalists to claim a tentative victory. This proved to be the largest of a dozen engagements that occurred in a very short space of time in this period, consisting of both void combats between starships and pitched battles on frontier worlds. Overall, the substantial Loyalist forces quickly succeeded in checking and containing the secessionist advance in the early part of 906 M41, especially after the Marines Errant and Firehawks were cleared of heretical or seditious intent and added their remaining forces to the Loyalist order of battle. But despite this, unexpectedly high resistance prevented them from making any significant gains. Lord Commander Ortiz, in pursuing a strategy of conducting attacks across a broad front, had hoped to reveal a weakness in an enemy he knew had to be thinly stretched. But remarkably, no such weakness appeared. Thus, Loyalist strategy changed. The castigation of Sidon Ultra. Elsewhere, outside the borders of the Maelstrom zone, the scrutiny of the High Lords of Terror also fell on the Badab Sector. Legatine investigations carried out at Sidon Ultra, capital of the Badab Sector, quickly found Imperial Commander and Carthan Sector Governor, the Satrap Konig, culpable for provoking the war, and she and the heads of her noble house were executed by the Ordo Hereticus for licentious ambition and wanton misrule, unbecoming a servant of the Emperor. The findings of the inquest into the actions of the Carthans were, in brief, that she and her ruling clique had overstepped their authority on numerous counts in the events leading up to the start of the Badab War. Now she and those that followed her were put to death, and the Carthans were to pay for their transgressions, with the entire 14 billion strong population of Sidon Ultra committed to indentured servitude for 6 generations in payment of outstanding debt. Full-scale administratum recitification audits and adaptus arbites moral enforcement pogroms soon began, moving outwards across the Badab Sector as tithe costs and reparations to the Adeptus Terra were extracted forcibly from the Carthan worlds, a process that is still going on to this day. Let none say, the Emperor's will is not merciful. The Vayanar raids and the treachery on Cerngrad. 906 M41. With the secessionist advance effectively contained, Lord Commander Ortiz's next plan of attack was to conduct a series of heavy raids on the Vayanar system. Having determined this to be the target against which the greatest pressure could be placed on the enemy, Vayanar itself was an important world and served as the gatehouse along one of the secondary warp routes along the Maelstrom's rim, while Auspex analysis and intelligence sources had labelled its defences and garrison weaker than the heavily reinforced Sagan system. Further weight was lent to Vayanar as a target by intelligence reports, indicating that there remained significant ongoing unrest on the conquered world against the secessionists, which might be stirred up to open revolt by a loyalist attack. While the Firehawks and newly arrived Raptors contingent conducted patrol and escort operations, strike forces drawn from the Red Scorpions, Marines Errant and Nova Marines conducted a three-pronged attack on the Vayanar system, the first of several such raids carried out in rapid succession. The principal target of these raids was the damaging of Vayanar's production capacity and orbital transshipping platforms, with the secondary objective of weakening the secessionist grip on the system. In a series of battles that followed, the Loyalist Space Marines confronted the reformed and reorganized Badab Sector planetary defense forces of the Tyrant's Legion in open warfare for the first time. The resistance of these forces had been greatly underestimated, and as a result, the Loyalist strike groups were largely prevented from achieving many of their goals in this first raid, with only one of the 4 orbitals platforms taken out of action. In addition, while the Vayanar manufactory complexes suffered some damage, production was not significantly affected. Data intercepted from the System Command Vox network, however, revealed that the price of resistance was high for the Tyrant's Legion, with the Loyalists inflicting a greater than 178-to-1 estimated kill ratio on the human auxilia defending the system. The last of the Veonar raids of 906 M41 proved particularly bloody for the Tyrant's Legion, as Red Scorpion forces conducted attacks directly into the Kaleen industrial hive, with the specific goal of inflicting mass casualties on the human defenders and picking off their Astral Claws Space Marine masters where found within their ranks. The secessionist control of the system held, however, despite the attacks, and shortly afterwards, in 115-906 M41, further ill news came to the Loyalists. First, that several military convoys in their rear supply lines from the Badab Sector had been attacked and scattered by an unknown warship that later proved to be the Night Hag of the Executioner's chapter, and secondly, regarding the fate of Cerngrad. The fortress world of Cerngrad, deep within the Maelstrom zone, had remained independent, its warlords refusing to bend their knee to the tyrant, and their defences had held out against the secessionist fleet. But Cerngrad had partly succumbed thanks to treachery from within, and Huron's forces now controlled its northern citadels, while the southern citadels were barely holding out. Cerngrad remained too deep within enemy territory to mount an effective relief operation, and the prospect that the ancient fortress world would be entirely in secessionist control was a grim one for the Loyalists as a proposition for a future siege. The betrayal led grief. 3390-906 M41. With something of an impasse reached in the war, it was the secessionists who unexpectedly broke the standoff with a remarkable proposal. Huron personally sent emissaries to the Loyalists offering a temporary ceasefire and honourable parley with the Loyalist commander Verant Ortiz in order to avoid further bloodshed between those who should be loyal brothers, as his mouthpiece put it. Despite Legate Inquisitor Freyne's strong objections, Ortiz agreed to the meeting, trusting to Huron's word as a fellow chapter master to keep the truce. But Ortiz was equally avowed in his intention to remain iron in his resolve to carry out the judgment of the High Lords. Arrangements were made for face-to-face contact between the Tyrant and the Magistar Militum on an abandoned way station in orbit around the gas giant Shadim, in the outer reaches of the uninhabited Grief system. What was to happen next remains a point of contention and stubborn enigma to this day, and much of the following account's details is reconstructed from damaged and recovered recordings. The station itself, once a naval supply depot built into an asteroid mass, and abandoned due to solar flare activity some centuries before, maintained a remnant atmosphere but was otherwise dead. As arranged, each party approached the way station in a single, unescorted strike cruiser. Each leader and their honor guard was deposited on the asteroid by Thunderhawk, their respective strike cruisers pulling away outside of weapons range. As the two parties met in a great cargo vault at the heart of the disused station, from what records were later recovered, it was plain that matters immediately became volatile and acrimonious. Huron acted and spoke as if it was Ortiz and those that stood with him, not Huron and the secessionists who had contravened imperial law. Present in Huron's party was also Chapter Master Sartak of the Mantis Warriors, who swiftly accused the Firehawks chapter of perpetrating wanton crimes of genocide against civilian populations loyal to the Imperium, demanding that their master Lazarek be brought to trial by combat for his crimes. Huron himself, in imperious mood, commenced a ranting diatribe against his enemies and their perceived enormities and insults, going so far as to suggest that Ortiz himself should bow down before him and fight under the tyrant's banner against those who would turn the Astartes into no more than lick-spittle slaves to their own petty greed. Verant Ortiz, for his part, stood firm, and reiterated the legatine writ of authority and the unassailable right of summons. As the talks became heated, an adjournment was called for, and both parties withdrew to separate compartments on the station to confer with their fellows. It is at this point matters of record regards this incident became confused, and contradictory reports exist as to what happened next as Loyalist communications to their strike cruiser were cut off. What is certain is that 3 unknown vessels, 2 marked by Auspex logs as likely to be iconoclast pattern raiders, a renegade design, and a 3rd light cruiser-sized vessel of unknown provenance, attacked from concealed positions deep within the thick atmosphere of the gas giant Shadim. The attackers assaulted the asteroid base before either Loyalist or Secessionist vessels could respond, raking the derelict way station with weapons fire before boarding with a raiding party comprised of heretics, mutants, and other renegades. In the confused battle that followed, it is known that the Loyalist delegation, including the revered Red Scorpions chapter master, Lord Commander Verant Ortiz, was killed, and several members of Huron's party, including chapter master Sartak of the Mantis Warriors, was also slain. But exactly how this occurred remains unknown. During the resultant 3-way space battle around the way station, the Red Scorpions' chief librarian, Severin Loth, led a desperate counter-assault on the station via assault ram and teleporter attack. At the height of the battle, the larger unknown vessel, badly stricken by fire from the Astral Claws strike cruiser, crashed into the way station and exploded, causing the asteroid to slowly break up in a cascade of debris. Despite this rolling destruction, Severin Loth succeeded in recovering his fallen master's remains, the Red Scorpions clashing with both the Raiders and Huron's Astral Claws within the disintegrating asteroid base, before both sides broke free from the place to avoid certain death. Severin Loth had saved the honour of his chapter against all odds, and in doing so, wrote an enduring legend for himself, despite the bitter blow the Red Scorpions had suffered. As for the tyrant, he appears to have made his escape early on, and what hand he had in the deaths of Lord Commander Ortiz or even Chapter Master Sartek cannot be confirmed. Claims and counterclaim ensued in the aftermath of what soon became known among the Loyalists as the Betrayal at Grief, with many blaming Huron's perfidy for the attack, claiming it as rank treachery, while the secessionists themselves lay the blame squarely at the door of the Inquisition as a plot to assassinate the tyrant by covert means. Communiques sent by Legate Inquisitor Thrain to his brethren within the Ordo Hereticus regarding the matter are even more open in conclusion, and do not rule out the possible intervention of third parties of malefic design, parties who could do nothing but gain should the war continue and the whole region descend into bloodshed and anarchy. Nor does Thrain rule out the possibility of a plot by Huron, whose primary target was not Lord Commander Verant Ortiz, but rather his erstwhile ally, Chapter Master Sartak of the Mantis Warriors. Ortiz's death merely serving to seal the assassination in a shroud of doubt, for friend and foe alike. This assertion, as strange as it seems, may carry the ring of truth, as evidence from the time has been uncovered of growing disquiet among the Mantis Warriors in their support for the secession. Committed as the Mantis Warriors were to protecting their fellow Maelstrom warders from outside aggression, and defending with blood the sacred independence and rights of the Astartes, they still saw the direct judgment of the High Lords as something not to be disregarded, and rumours that had begun to circle concerning the rule of the Astral Claws within their own domains had been the cause of disquiet among the chapters for some time. Sartak's death, then, perhaps would serve to shore up the chapter's resolve, particularly if it could be laid at the feet of an enemy chapter. And so much the better if that enemy would blame the Mantis Warriors for the death of their own. With any possibility of rapprochement between the sides now effectively destroyed, the war would escalate even further, with no quarter given by the Red Scorpions or Astral Claws, while soon secrets would be uncovered that would lend the secessionists an even darker hue. Chapter 4. The Bloody Stars. As the war progressed and casualties mounted, many unexpected turns of fate were encountered by loyalists and secessionists alike. Dark sins were revealed. Honor was betrayed and massacre followed massacre. This bloody spiral changed the nature of the Badab War from one of dominion and contest to one of extermination, as the Loyalists took on the secessionists and slowly began to drive them from their captured worlds. A new leader. Loyalists' redeployment and reinforcement. 906 M41 to 907 M41. The death of the Red Scorpions chapter master Ortiz temporarily delivered the strategic initiative into the hands of the secessionist cause, and the number of raids against Imperial shipping increased. Heavy Space Marine escort forces were needed to maintain access to the worlds of Galen and Karimar, while the Pale Stars were all but entirely cut off. For a time, the Loyalists were sorely pressed to hold what little ground they had taken in the Maelstrom zone. This lasted until the situation was eased with the arrival of contingents of the Howling Griffons, Nova Marines, and later the Sons of Medusa chapters, and the appointment of Careb Cullen, the new Lord Commander of the Red Scorpions, as the new Magister Militum of the Loyalist forces. Cullen quickly took control of the situation, and one of his first acts was to bring forward plans to convert the old way station on the largely abandoned mining world of Hallows Point into a major staging ground. This became the first primary Loyalist base in the Maelstrom zone proper, and with ships and materials moved into the system with great dispatch. Vengeance Station, as it became known, was fully operational in under a standard year. Even before Vengeance Station was complete, the Loyalists had retaken the offensive initiative and were conducting a renewed phase of aggressive operations, with the rank and file of the Red Scorpions chapter in particular eager for battle. They were tempered and held in check by their new master, and the wisdom of their chief librarian Severin Loth, however, who promised them bloody but considered retribution. In the closing division of 906 M41, Red Scorpions detachments based on the chapter's strike cruisers fought in dozens of separate void actions, from defending convoys to raiding outposts, and intercepting secessionist shipping alongside the Raptors, turning the tables for the first time on Huron's raiders. At the same time, fresh forces from the Nova Marines and Sons of Medusa carried out probing attacks into the region of the Endymion cluster and against the edges of the Sagan system in order to maintain pressure on the secessionists and keep their forces as pinned down as possible. The first major fruits of this new campaign were the garrisoning of the barren Kayamara system and the setting up there of several outposts and listening stations, and a new ability to conduct sustained operations in the contested Gargathia system. Swiftly, the poisonous fens and corrosive jungles of Gargathia 3 turned into a savage battleground as the Raptors, Salamanders, and Fire Angels clashed with the Astral Claws and Mantis Warriors amid the tangled and often lethal vegetation. The war on Gargathia swiftly developed into a series of running cat-and-mouse engagements of ambush and counterattack, with the advantage swinging back and forth between the two sides. With few landmarks save for scattered, half-overrun explorator bases and old smuggler outposts, the battle lines on Gargathia remained ever fluid, the outcome of the fighting there uncertain, and with casualties on all sides high. As one of the few life-sustaining worlds in the region and a useful navigational way station, Gargathia 3 remained a contested world of vital strategic importance right up until the end of 907 M41, when the secessionist forces were finally displaced from the planet and the system reclaimed for the Loyalists. With the arrival of fresh reinforcements to replace them in the order of battle, the Marines Errant first took up reserve duty for the remainder of 906 M41, before they withdrew entirely from the Badab War early in 907 M41, with some acrimony attached to their leave-taking. The increasingly embittered survivors of the Firehawks chapter were forcibly retired to the rearguard for a time by the newly appointed Lord Commander Careb Cullen, of the Red Scorpions to avoid further trouble in the ranks of the Loyalist forces. This deployment, however, proved strategically effective, as the presence of the Rapturous wrecks at Hallows Point protected the Loyalist facilities while under construction. This was vital when Hallows Point was raided in 7810-906 M41 by secessionist fireships and frigate squadrons led by a trio of Lamenters chapter strike cruisers. The attack, although well executed, was repulsed without major damage to the half-finished base and anchorage. The concentrated firepower of Rapturous wrecks, along with the Red Scorpion's battle barge, Sword of Auden, proving a decisive factor. A further consequence of the battle at Hallows Point was the fate of one of the Lamenters strike cruisers, the Inflexible, which proved so badly damaged after being rammed by the Firehawk's destroyer Ravage during the battle that even though it escaped the system, the ship was forced to drop out of warp near the forbidden star of Hiroko during its retreat and was subsequently lost with all on board in unknown circumstances. With further reinforcements arriving almost month by month, the missives from the Adeptus Terra informing them that other Space Marine chapters were en route, the scales were beginning to tip in the Loyalists' favour, with all available intelligence on the secessionists indicating they had fallen into a defensive stance and were further digging in and fortifying their key systems. Lord Commander Kullin knew that he must press his advantage soon or risk the war devolving into a slow battle of attrition that would bleed his forces dry. The first move towards this would be the relief of the fortress world of Cerngrad. Its southern continental citadels were still managing to hold out against the secessionist aggression by dint of heroic self-sacrifice and bloody-minded faith in the God Emperor, born of millennia in the shadow of the Maelstrom and its many horrors. But even this could not last much longer. The Raptors and Salamanders were given this task of intervention, and a select strike force dispatched on a long-range incursion mission behind the secessionist lines in the battle barges Pyre of Glory and War Talon. On arrival in the system, not even their combined firepower was enough to effect their landing, and they were forced to pull back, the War Talon suffering heavy damage in the failed assault. Neither chapter, however, were ready to admit defeat, and after the gathering of intelligence from the beleaguered Sungrad Southers, a highly unorthodox battle plan daubed Operation Sedna was quickly formulated and put into action. Under the shield of a series of diversionary attacks in the equatorial zone, the Raptors successfully landed a strong force of battle brothers, covertly in field-modified armor, over 300 kilometers away from their chosen target. Shunning heavy gear and vehicles in favor of a reduced visibility to auspex and thermal detectors, the Raptors' war party then fanned out, and after advancing on foot for weeks through the rolling ice packs and bitter tundra, launched their assault under the cover of a blinding gale. After breaching the fortress walls of the main orbital defense complex with melter bombs, they gained entrance and succeeded in sabotaging the base's weapon silos, despite taking heavy casualties from the Astral Claws, who bitterly contested their attack. Now free to move into close orbit, the two battle barges descended to bombard the planet from the upper atmosphere, smashing the secessionists' held positions into surrender and liberating Cerngrad. With Cerngrad once more in Loyalist hands, the task of quickly rebuilding the planet's defences went to the Salamanders, the technically minded chapter taking to the task with gusto, before any serious secessionist counterattack could be mounted, the War Talon and Pyre of Glory standing sentry in orbit. Cerngrad marking a turning point in the war, and the beginning of a potential wedge that could be driven down the middle of the secessionist worlds. But before anything more could be made of the gain, dire news came from the Howling Griffons stationed at the Chimera system of a deadly new threat. The axe falls at Chimera, 4003-907 M41. In what would mark the bloodiest year of the conflict thus far, 907 M41 began with a disastrous defeat for the Loyalist forces. The bulk of the Executioner's chapter arrived in force in the Maelstrom zone, And upon rendezvousing with their advance force aboard the former rogue trader's flagship and now chapter prize of war, Night Hag, they conducted an immediate surprise attack at Kimara. This, at a stroke, succeeded in destroying the Loyalist outposts, listening stations, and the vital astropathic relay complex on the night moons of the Chimera system. Outnumbered, as well as overwhelmed by the force and speed of the assault, the Howling Griffons chapter forces garrisoning the Chimera system suffered greatly, as the system's bastions and stations fell one after the other despite their tenacious defense. The blood of the Howling Griffons chapter spilling fruitlessly into the airless dust as they sought to prevent the executioners from destroying the Loyalist emplacements utterly. Their strategic objectives achieved, the executioner's strike force withdrew from the field, although it would have been in their power to annihilate the Loyalist forces if they had wished. This development provoked much consternation from Huron, but mindful of the dangerous temperament of the executioner's commander, the High Chaplain Thulsa Kane, he is known to have stopped short of issuing any formal reprimand to them, and instead welcomed them into the battle for the secessionist cause. As for the Howling Griffons, the bulk of their forces in the war had been all but systematically destroyed by the relentless onslaught, which also resulted in the catastrophic destruction of their strike cruiser Augelis, as well as the death of their revered chaplain dreadnought Titus, an event which struck a hammer blow to the chapter. But despite these grievous wounds dealt to them, the remainder of their task force continued to doggedly fight on, refusing to shirk their responsibilities to the Loyalist cause until formally relieved from the war in 909 M41. Lord Commander Kareb Kulin. The newly anointed Lord High Commander Kulin, Chapter Master of the Red Scorpions, was a warrior of great courage and battle experience who had fought foes as diverse as the Chaos Legions during the Siege of Vrax and the Tyranids on doomed Beta Amphileon in his long career. Variant Ortiz's appointed successor, should he fall in action, and backed by the wisdom and blessings of Severin Loff, the Red Scorpion's famed chief librarian, who himself was treated very much as a living legend by the chapter. Kareb Kulin's transition to Supreme Commander of the Red Scorpions was well received by the majority of his battle brothers. His entitlement to step into the mantle of his dead lord as Magister Militum and overall commander of the Loyalist Space Marine forces was by no means automatically assured, however, and it was only with the principal support of the Raptors and Salamanders contingents that the title was granted to him, as well as his own impassioned plea in the War Council that he had the right of vengeance and proven mettle to master the task. It was this latter speech which also swung the Fire Angels and Nova Marines to his cause, with both the Sons of Medusa and Marines Errant acquiescing to whoever should be selected victor, without contention for their own reasons. The only direct opposition to his accession came from the Firehawks chapter master, Lazarek, who demanded that he instead should be granted overall command. Lazarek's ranting tirade in the War Council was silenced by the quiet, measured voice of the only figure present who was not a Space Marine, Legate Inquisitor Frayne. The slight, black, cassock-clad figure stood before the gathered superhuman warrior lords and reminded them that they fought not for glory, gain, or even revenge, but to enact the will of the God Emperor, as spoken by his duly appointed servants, the High Lords of Terror, at whose word the Imperium turned. Frayne endorsed Kulin and tasked him to take the battle to the enemy, and brooked no delay in wielding Judgment's sword. It was an admonition Kulin took to heart. A warrior whose reputation had spread beyond his own chapter, even as a chaplain, Kulin was renowned as an inspiring leader of unimpeachable bravery, even among the high standards of his kind, as well as a skilled, if subtle, strategist with an unyielding will. Never before, however, had he commanded so powerful or large a force. Few generals had, and even though the Badab War was to be Kulin's baptism of fire as a Space Marine chapter master, he proved to have wit and wisdom enough despite a notably inflexible personality, to avail himself of the knowledge and particular expertise of those around him. This was to include those such as Lias Isidon, chapter master of the Raptors, who he set loose to harrow and destabilize the enemy on Gargathia and Galen, and Pallius Marasin of the Salamanders, a captain of great experience and technical knowledge whose counsel he quickly grew to rely on to aid his analysis of the war's shifting battle lines and endless shadow play. Cullen was to prove an aggressive and often surprisingly innovative strategic commander during the Badab War, who along with his Red Scorpions preferred to lead the major actions of the war from the front. Enemies unlooked for. Mid-907 M41. Perhaps unsurprisingly given the tide of war that had overtaken the Maelstrom zone, attacks from unaligned raiding forces and Xenos races based within the turbulent expanse of the Maelstrom dramatically increased, reaching a new height during 907 M41. Although Imperial intelligence sources were wont to lay the hand of the Tyrant of Badab behind every pirate raid or Xenos stirring in the darkness at the time, evidence since gathered has proved this simply not to be the case. Indeed, with the brooding malevolence of the Maelstrom behind them, and the Loyalists to the fore, it is apparent that the secessionists suffered the worst at the hands of non-aligned forces during the Badab War. During this period, Orc Gore Chomper pirate clan warbands spilled from the greenskin-infested Kalar system with a score to settle. Their terror ships assaulted secessionist supply convoys between the Endymion cluster and the Badab sector, and ultimately gave battle to the Mantis Warriors at Endymion itself. There, a force of Orc Landers put down an estimated 20,000 boys-strong warband, equipped with a profusion of battle wagons, buggies, and cans of many types, which proceeded to slaughter the planet's meagre garrison. The Mantis Warriors were forced to pull back and counter-invade Endymion lest they lose the world, meeting the Orcs in a rapid-moving battle on the dust plains of Aurelia. Here, the chapter's Predator and Razorback squadrons, supported by wave after wave of Thunderhawk gunship airstrikes, succeeded in pulling out a 50-kilometer-long zigzag trail of burning Orc wrecks and shredded bodies by repeated feigned retreat in front of the enraged Orcs. As serious as the Orc attack against the cluster was, far worse, in potential implication, was the growing threat of a demon-tainted Corsair cult based on the blighted world of Magog, whose increase in power had actually driven forth the recently defeated Orcs. Soon the secessionists were forced to take preemptive action and launch a direct assault of that hellish planet, which despite a prior exterminatus campaign had long remained a thorn in the Maelstrom warder's side. An Astral Claws battle barge under command of Corian Sumatris, one of Huron's most seasoned battle leaders, was recalled from the front lines to conduct the attack on Magog. Along with 2 companies of the chapter and a strong force of Astral Claws and Lamenters Terminators hand-picked for the mission, this proved a costly diversion for the secessionist cause, and the fatalities the force suffered during the execution of the decapitation raid on Magog were extremely costly. But the tyrant knew well that they could ill afford not to take the opportunity to cut off the threat while it was still forming. Had they not done so, they would have risked the war on 2 fronts if they allowed the horrors being birthed on Magog to reach their fruition. But by doing so, they were unable to reinforce their flank when a fresh enemy took to the conflict stage. Huron's Sins Uncovered. 3151-908 M41. Inquisitorial interrogation of an Astral Claws apothecary captured during the battle for Cerngrad's polar fortresses revealed to the genuine shock of his interrogators that the prisoner was not in fact an Astral Claw by origin at all, but was in fact a former member of the Tiger Claws, a chapter long thought lost. Further dire and extreme interrogation methods were then unleashed in utter secrecy, as a planned series of stalk and capture raids were engaged, upon by covert Space Marine and Inquisitorial forces operating within the Maelstrom zone. Evidence was quickly amassed of an unforeseen and terrible heresy that had been pursued by the Astral Claws and Huron for more than a century. This evidence proved that, at Huron's orders, the chapter deliberately withheld the Astral Claws gene seed, not to replenish the chapter's own losses, but at first in order to help save their near-extinct kin, the Tiger Claws chapter, the last remnants of which had sought sanctuary with them in secret, Huron and his fellows hiding them within the Astral Claws' own ranks. This sin, compounded and compounded again, had led to another far more dangerous act. Repeatedly denied the reinforcements he had requested to aid him and the Maelstrom warders to carry out their tasks as Huron saw them, in his monumental arrogance and pride, the tyrant of Badab had sought to expand his own forces far past the levels mandated by the Codex Astartes. For at least 100 years before the outbreak of conflict, the Astral Claws' secret goal had been the transformation of their chapter, slowly, into a force equal to a Space Marine Legion of old. By this example, Huron, it appears, sought at first not to rebel against the Imperium, but to prove his case by deeds writ in blood. A Maelstrom scourged clean, and a new realm carved out for mankind in the Emperor's name. Regardless of the insane folly of such a plan, it was doomed by the fickle hand of fate. Up until the outbreak of the conflict, he had sought to hide the steady build-up of his forces, dispersed among the far-flung stars of the Maelstrom zone, and far away from prying eyes. But then came the tie of fleet, and the threat of direct scrutiny he could not afford to tolerate. And with it war. War too early in the tyrant's plans and against entirely the wrong enemy. Immediately, unexplained factors about the war, the rates of attrition and reported strengths of the secessionist enemy were cast into a new light. Further covert investigation uncovered the fact that the Astral Claws Apothecarian had been conducting heretical experiments in rapid zygote cultivation, while largely unsuccessful. Thanks to the use of its unsubmitted gene seed, the Astral Claws chapter now stood at around an estimated 3,500 battle brothers strong, in the face of this wanton heresy and deceit. And invoking full emergency authority, Inquisitor Legate Frayne condemned the entire Astral Claws chapter as excommunicatores under sentence of death, and placed their allies under official suspicion of heresy and treasonous contravention of imperial high law, as no immediate evidence exists that they also partook of Huron's sin. This fact fundamentally altered the nature of the conflict, and a pall of secrecy descended over the war. At Frayne's insistence, further, Ordo Hereticus forces and regiments of Scholar Progenium stormtroopers were also called up with the intention of following behind the Space Marines' battle lines to conduct full inquests on each world reclaimed from the tyrant's grasp, to root out the full extent of this heresy. The Wrath of the Minotaurs, 5440-907 M41. The Minotaurs, a powerful fleet-based chapter of dark renown and uncertain ties to the Adeptus Terra, arrived in full strength in the Maelstrom zone in mid-907 M41. They announced their presence in the war by launching a full-scale chapter-strength attack on the secessionist-dominated mining facilities at Cairo, wiping out the 46,000-strong Tyrant's Legion garrison and rendering the mineworks unusable before moving on. The Minotaurs then sent a ship and officially presented themselves to the Loyalist Council of War, but their master, the darkly famed Asterion Moloch, remained with his chapter as they proceeded to maraud through the Pale Stars region, striking a pre-planned list of targets in a deliberate effort to decimate rather than conquer the resource production facilities of the region, and thereby begin to starve the secessionist war effort. The arrival of the Minotaurs was cautiously welcomed by the Loyalists, and they added considerable strength to the Imperium's cause, particularly in heavy ships and ground assault assets, the chapter being well prepared for in strike cruisers, land raiders and vindicators, and both expert and merciless in their use as a besieging force. The Minotaur's attacks were indiscriminate, targeting not only the 30-plus minor worlds and stations the secessionists had taken control over, but also overlooked independent minor outposts, and even those that had held faith with distant Carthan masters. While the Minotaurs coordinated their efforts with the Loyalist command network, they operated largely independently in the southern Maelstrom zone, striking targets amid the Pale Stars and Denny Stellar Drift border regions. In these battles, the viciousness of the chapter's reputation for leaving no survivors among those that resisted them quickly grew, and remained uncontested until the arrival of the savage Carcaradons to the Loyalist cause later in the war. Only the warships and strike forces of the executioners seemed able to stymie the Minotaur's progress in the southern Maelstrom zone, the two chapters seeming to almost relish in the battles between them as a kind of bloody sport. During the remainder of the year, the Minotaurs gained several important victories, effectively destroying the Tyrant's Legion force on Crow's World and Larsa in a series of savage planet strikes, and forcing the Astral Claws and their puppet worlds to move from static, prepared positions or risk their worlds, isolated and ravaged one by one. Thanks to the direct and collateral damage that the Minotaur's actions caused, it is estimated that within 1/3 of a standard year of their arrival in the region, the human population of the Pale Stars alone was reduced by more than 20%. While the Minotaur's chapter ceded overall strategic authority to the Loyalist War Council, they deliberately stayed largely out of its general chain of command, distancing themselves from the other chapters and communicating to Legate Inquisitor Thrain more often than Kai Commander Cullin or his advisors. This distance was shown in that their standing representative to the War Council was the gaunt and taciturn Chaplain Incomi, whose red-rimmed eyes observed all, although he barely uttered a word during the gatherings. There is no record of Chapter Master Moloch ever putting in a personal appearance at the council, and the only evidence that he was present in the war at all comes from picked footage recovered from battlefields and fearful stories spread by the few survivors of the Minotaur's attacks. The power of this chapter quickly proved a decisive weight in the Loyalists' favour regardless of its methods. By the end of 907 M41, thanks to a series of set-piece battles and brutally contested boarding actions, the secessionist forces began to be pushed back from several key systems and suffered severe losses. Elsewhere in the northern central Maelstrom zone, despite the battle for Galen between the Astral Claws and a joint force of Salamanders and Fire Angels, developing suddenly into a three-way conflict as a popular uprising for independence took hold of the battered population of the frontier world, the system fell into the Loyalists' hands. In a further blow to the secessionist cause, Vianar, subject to repeated attacks for the last few years, finally fell to the Loyalists after a massive joint assault by the Minotaurs and Red Scorpions chapters. Already bled dry by the secessionists and stripped of its heavy arms so that they might be used to shore up defences elsewhere, Huron had all but abandoned the world and the sizable Tyrant's Legion garrison stationed there to their fate. The end, when it came, was swift and brutal, as charcoal, grey and bronze drop pods rained from the skies onto the streets and industrial plazas of the proto-hive of Kalin in a night assault which rent the darkness with flame. Thrown into panic and disarray by the assault, the Leman Russ squadrons and infantry phalanxes of the auxiliary of the Tyrant's Legion fired on each other in the confusion as the Angels of Death fell among them, and the city became a tangled and confused butcher's yard. By dawn, Viana was in Loyalist hands, and the Tyrant's Legion garrison was put to the sword. The Scourging of Signax, 908 to 910, M41. Evidence acquired by inquisitorial agents revealed in early 908 details of contact between the Astral Claws' renegade human elements and the heretic scavengers from the Golgothan wastes. Between them they had devised a plan to recover buried weapons stored on the dead world of Signax. In response, the Loyalists ordered a scourging of the world, and the Atropos clan company of the Sons of Medusa was given the chief role in this task, backed by a newly arrived company from the Exorcists chapter. The Loyalist force first blockaded the planet before conducting a grid sweep of the world, as the numerically inferior secessionists and renegades went to ground in the shattered hive cities, relying on the hellish terrain and radiation-fogged atmosphere to prevent them being easily discovered. The scourging of Signax required a determined and brutal campaign to score out the tyrant's forces, the conduct of which caused some discord between the Sons of Medusa and Exorcists, with accusations from the Exorcists that the Sons of Medusa were more interested in serving their own hidden designs on Signax than in hunting down the enemy as expediently as possible. The smaller Exorcists' force was soon withdrawn and redeployed to the forthcoming assault on the Sagan system, while the Sons of Medusa were left to liquidate the Signax threat as they saw fit. The Second Battle of Sagan, 2330-908 M41. In a major planetary assault, the secessionists were driven from their fortresses on Sagan by the largest combined loyalist force so far fielded in the Badab War, utilizing the massed strength of the Fire Angels, Red Scorpions and Exorcists, supported by assault specialist forces drawn from the Salamanders, Raptors and Nova Marines. The fighting proved particularly bloody, and rather than give up the strategically vital system, the secessionists chose to mount a defense at any cost. This ultimately destroyed a sizable component of their own battle line, the Astral Claws resorting to the use of viral weapons that slew tens of thousands of the world's population in a desperate attempt to either drive the Loyalists from the surface or render the planet unusable by either side. Here, amid this maze of storage compounds and tabulation houses, on the formerly administratum-controlled world's sprawling surface conurbation, the Fire Angels, fighting in full chapter strength, carried the brunt of the Loyalist casualties, valiantly sacrificing themselves in order to contain the Astral Claws' last-ditch suicide attacks. The Second Battle of Sagan resulted in the highest death toll of any single engagement of the war thus far, as well as the loss of several key secessionist warships in a vain counterattack on the system. Despite paying a heavy price in blood for their prize, the successful invasion of Sagan was a major turning point in the war, with the system becoming the Loyalists' primary base in the Maelstrom zone and affording them greater access to the Maelstrom zone's primary stable warp routes, while also denying those routes to the enemy. Soon afterwards, using Sagan as its supply point, Cerngrad was fully relieved and reinforced, and the Endymion suppression campaign began, effectively forcing the remaining Mantis Warriors into a purely defensive posture and isolating them from Badab and their allies. This effectively split the Maelstrom zone, relegating the secessionists into two regions, the Endymion cluster and the still unbreached and heavily defended Badab Sector itself. From this point onwards, the secessionists' aggression would be limited to commerce raids and targeted strikes, primarily carried out by the vessels of the Executioners and Lamenters chapters, Huron's dominion elsewhere proving brief. The Green Tide, 908-909 M41. During the Badab War, massive orc incursions and multiple wars erupted, threatening the safety of the Ultima Segmentum. As the Badab secessionists were judged now to be effectively contained, the loyalist forces of the Nova Marines, Raptors and Howling Griffons, all of which had suffered battlefield attrition to some degree, were one by one withdrawn from the conflict in managed stages as part of a major Imperium-wide strategic redeployment, along with a number of warships of Segmentum's Solar Reserve forces, which had been deployed to the Loyalist cause. Intelligence indicates that the chapters withdrawn from the conflict were not deemed reliable enough to conduct the kind of merciless campaign against their fellow Astartes that Inquisitor Thrain now demanded. This was the prime reason for their redeployment, although the orc threat was also very real. Rumours persist that the Salamanders had successfully resisted similar pressure to be reassigned during this period. Credence can be given to this story by the arrival of fresh Space Marine forces from the Exorcists and Star Phantoms, and further reinforcements from the Sons of Medusa chapter to execute the final destruction of the secessionists. All were Space Marine chapters considered by some to be outsiders, among their Space Marine brethren in some way. The destruction of the Lamenters. 6888908 M41. By 908 M41, the Lamenters chapter had already suffered significant losses through attrition, the fleet-based chapter having been in continuous deployment defending the southern Badab Sector, as well as serving escort duty to many secessionist supply convoys. They were still a force to be reckoned with, though, and a plan was put into action to isolate them from Huron's cause and take them out of the war. Legate Inquisitor Thrain's insidious spy network, in concert with long-range augury scans and scouting missions conducted across the southern Maelstrom zone, provided the Loyalists with a mass of data about the chapter's movements and deployments, which was then analysed in search of a pattern. What was immediately obvious to them was that the chapter was being used as an ablative shield by the tyrant of Badab to guard his southern flank and contest the Loyalist domination of the Pale Stars, while he kept the bulk of the Astral Claws in reserve near Badab itself. Seizing on this weakness, the Minotaur's chapter was gathered in strength to wait for an opening to strike, where they would be most effective. That opportunity came in 908 M41, when the location of the Lamentors chapter's bark, Mater Lacrimarium, was discovered in orbit over the feral world of Optera, taking on supplies. Immediately, a rapid strike force was dispatched to attack the ship and succeeded in catching it and crippling its main drives, preventing it from fleeing the system. The bark, which carried both the chapter's recovered battle casualties and its precious resource of gene seed, was a target the Lamenters could not help but try to defend at any cost, and so the trap was sprung. Lured in by a continuing series of attacks on the bark, the bulk of the Lamenters' fleet, carrying with it much of the chapter, were drawn back to the Optera system without further reinforcement from the secessionist cause. Once there, they were then engaged by the full power of the Minotaur's chapter in a bloody battle which lasted 17 standard hours and was fought in the most brutal ship-to-ship fighting imaginable and upon the rocky surface of Arteria 5. The Minotaurs suffered heavy casualties, but overpowered their enemy by virtue of their own brutality and sheer weight of numbers. With their forces shattered, the remaining Lamenters were forced to surrender rather than risk total annihilation once the bark had been taken, and much of their fleet was just wrecked or burning. Having suffered serious losses themselves in defeating the Lamenters, the Minotaurs claimed salvage rights to the crippled remnants of much of the Lamenters' fleet and the war gear of the fallen. The surviving Lamenters, barring a few that remained at Huron's side during the battle, were incarcerated on a prison hulk, orbiting the night side of Sagan II, amid rumours of their growing insanity and confinement. Including the casualties captured in the chapter's Apothecarian during the battle, only 311 Lamenter battle brothers survived to be interned on a prison hulk, orbiting Sagan for the rest of the war. An unknown number, estimated to be less than 100 Lamenters, deployed elsewhere during the fighting, remained. The chapter's losses removed from the secessionists a great strength they could ill afford to lose. The Angstrom Incident, 4897908 M41. In one of the most remarkable operations of the Badab War, the Loyalists intervened in matters unfolding on the world of Angstrom in 908 M41. The sovereign, independent Adeptus Mechanicus domain of Angstrom in the eastern Maelstrom zone had remained neutral so far throughout the conflict, rejecting diplomatic missions and threats from both sides to join with them in the war. The Magos of Angstrom considered the conflict itself no more than an internal dispute between competing imperial factions, in which they had no cause to interfere, and had made known their intention to defend their territorial sovereignty against all interlopers. Instead of taking sides, Angstrom had simply continued its operations as usual, which included fulfilling a long-standing agreement to render up a bounty of advanced weapons and refined ores, to be collected by the Imperium's representatives on a free yearly cycle from the edge of their planetary system. Pointedly, the Magos cared not for just which of the Imperium servants retrieved the bounty, only that their part of the arrangement was carried out to the letter. In the past, that bounty had supplied the Maelstrom warders with a vital resource, and the tyrant's servants continued to be in the perfect position to collect it, greatly aiding their war effort. This unique arrangement was to result in one of the most singular incidents of the war, as the Red Scorpions and Salamanders jointly conducted a secret plan to prevent the secessionists from claiming the bounty. By patient infiltration of the outer system, the Loyalists deployed a small elite force, covertly, into Angstrom 8 and before the fulfillment of the bounty, commanded in person by Lord Commander Careb Cullin and Captain Pallas Mersan of the Salamanders. Angstrom 8 was a lifeless, turbulent volcanic world on the edge of the Forbidden System, where the contract was to be fulfilled. And with the pilots of the Salamanders chapter, who had peerless experience in operations in such hostile environments, thanks to the nature of their homeworld of Nocturne, they managed to infiltrate a strike force on the surface of Angstrom 8 and lie undetected in waiting. In short order, the secessionists arrived in system, and waiting until the exchange was underway, the Loyalists enacted their lightning ambush, sabotaging the starport bays and attacking secessionist vessels as they landed to retrieve the bounty. The battle that followed was brief but furious, conducted in the inferno reaches of Angstrom's surface, as the Loyalists sought to inflict as much damage as possible before they were forced to retreat. In the confusion and destruction that followed, the Angstrom Mechanicus, incensed by the outbreak of hostilities within their domain, assaulted both sides, with heavy armoured attack columns of Tech Guard and Praetorian battle servitors making landfall on Angstrom 8 within hours of the attack being launched, while Typhoon-class hunter-killers attacked the warships of both sides and swiftly drove both Loyalists and Secessionists from the system. What became known as the Angstrom Incident granted the Loyalists a major strategic victory, but did however stir the notoriously bellicose Mechanicus of Angstrom into taking a greater interest in the war. Their warships and ground forces conducted retaliatory raids against Galan and Ibis, until the Terran legates intervened and brokered a peace with the promise of eventual restitutions. Lord Commander Careb Cullin, however, remained cautious and dispatched the remnant Firehawks chapter and the Rapturous Rex alongside a pursuit force selected from a mixture of Loyalist chapters to conduct a blockade of the outer system's approaches as a precautionary measure for the war's duration. Inquest of the Renegade Chapters. Soon after the discovery of the heretical intent of Huron and his chapter, inquisitorial missions were dispatched by their holy orders to the homes of both the Mantis Warriors and the Executioner chapters to examine them for any evidence of complicity in this heresy, as well as genetic tampering and moral deviancy of any kind. The mission to the Endymion cluster was denied access to the Mantis Warriors' hidden bases, but was provided with samples of the Mantis gene seed for testing, which proved ultimately to conform with intolerances, but with some gene dissonance detected. The mission to Stygia Equilon, the twin homeworlds of the Executioner's chapter, however, was allowed full access when it finally arrived after a 5 standard month-long perilous journey to the southern fringe, despite some concerns over the individualistic and somewhat fractious tendencies of the chapter. The investigation found both their gene seed and faith uncorrupted, as well as shedding some light on the causes of their involvement in the conflict on the secessionist side. It is of note that no separate mission was in fact dispatched to contact the Lamenters, and whatever findings they uncovered from the chapter bark after the Battle of Optira remained sealed and withheld, even from the inquisitorial reports made available to the Segmentum Conclave at the time. Loyalist domination of the Maelstrom Zone. 909 M41. With the vital junctions of Sagan and Virna now in their hands and the Lamenters knocked out of the war, The Imperium Loyalists now had effective command of the Maelstrom Zone's major warp routes, enabling them to rapidly move their forces across the region almost at will, while largely denying that ability to their enemy. This factor, combined with the Angstrom incident's aftermath, which served to stir up a hornet's nest in the near Maelstrom region, effectively cut the Tyrant's sphere of influence in two and contained the secession. This shift in the balance of power also effectively divided the secessionists between the Endymion cluster and the Badab Sector itself. Now only the unpredictable forces of the Executionist chapter offered a significant threat to the Loyalist control outside the secessionist enclaves. Of these two secessionist-controlled zones, the far lesser danger to the Loyalist cause was the Endymion cluster. Here the surviving Mantis Warriors were reduced to fighting a guerrilla resistance against an ongoing Loyalist suppression campaign carried out by elements of the Fire Angels and Sons of Medusa chapter, with sporadic but bloody engagements being fought in the Tranquility, Iblis and Sigard systems, including one severe defeat for the Loyalist forces when the Fire Angels strike cruiser Polaris Rising was raided by the Mantis Warriors under the leadership of their prophetic master librarian, Alhazra Radith. The Mantis Warriors' hit-and-run attack succeeded in damaging the warship's main plasma reactors and weapons bays before withdrawing. This left the Fire Angels ship vulnerable when, within hours, two marauding Orc kill cruisers arrived in the system, their path predicted by the Dust Prophet's art. Outnumbered and outgunned, the Fire Angels fought a resolute last stand against the Orcs, killing hundreds of the Greenskins and gutting one of the kill cruisers in a suicidal boarding assault, before being overwhelmed and backed into a last-ditch defense of the remaining few compartments of the Polaris Rising as the Orcs swarmed her decks. It was then that the Mantis Warriors shed their hand, falling in ambush on the badly mauled Orc forces from the rear, annihilating them. In the battle's aftermath, the 37 surviving Fire Angel Space Marines, all casualties of one form or another, were marooned on Sigard 6, under the care of their surviving apothecary and his med servitors, while the battered Polaris Rising was taken by the Mantis Warriors as a prize of war. Elsewhere, only the Badab Sector remained absolutely in the Tyrant's hands, comprising the Badab system itself as well as a number of important, highly fortified systems, most notably Eshuna, Decabalus and Issen. Strategos Militum analysis indicated that taking these systems would likely be as costly and bloody an affair for the Loyalists as the rest of the war so far combined. Added to this was the unknown quantity of the Astral Claws themselves. Since the revelation that Huron had worked upon his chapter's expansion in secret, it could not be certain just how many Space Marines were deployed in the region's defense, while even the most conservative estimate of the number of the Tyrant's Legion forces in the area reached into the millions. Huron had all but abandoned the rest of his once mighty domains by the end of 909 M41, and whispers reached the ears of Loyalist intelligence operatives of the Tyrant's increasing violence and paranoia, and of the further tightening of his murderous stranglehold on those worlds he still controlled. The Loyalist dominion of the Maelstrom Zone's main warp routes meant that they also were now able to successfully blockade and to some extent exploit the mineral-rich worlds of the Pale Stars again, denying any substantial access to these resources from the enemy, which, when combined with the isolation of Angstrom, greatly reduced the secessionist capacity to create and distribute new war material. In particular, perhaps the most serious vulnerability the secessionists now faced was in space, thanks to a combination of attrition over the last several years, and most particularly with the destruction or capture of the Lamenters chapter fleet. The secessionists were now much reduced in warships, suffering in particular a dearth of heavy units and capital ships. The fleet assets the Astral Claws could muster were largely now limited to light strike craft, which the shipyards at Regiel in the Badab system could still produce in large numbers, and a handful of strike cruisers and battle barges, accompanied by the ravaged remnants of the once potent Maelstrom squadron. These remaining heavy ships Huron wisely deployed only as a concentrated reserve force, based in the Badab system itself, ready to reinforce the line wherever the Loyalists' main strike would fall. Perhaps The most unpredictable factor in the Badab War during this period remained the enigmatic and barbarous Executioners chapter. Since their arrival in the conflict, the Executioners had fought their own war and proved the scourge of loyalist patrols and supply convoys, as well as destroying numerous outposts and listening stations. They had accounted for the majority of the loyalists' seized and destroyed vessels, some 43 merchantmen and 11 warships in all during this period, including the capture and scuttling of the Chartist mass conveyor Arsaban Queen, and the destruction of the Lunar-class cruiser Vengeful Hand, both of which were lost in action against the infamous Night Hag. They also committed themselves to several heavy raids as far afield as Bellerophon's Fall and Cairo, while some of their heaviest actions fell against the Minotaur's chapter in the southern Maelstrom zone, such as the bloody tank duel they fought on the airless moon of Uziel in the Crow's world system. The Executioner's base of operations was believed to have been a star system somewhere on the edge of the turbulent Denny Stellar Drift, but its location remained elusive, allowing the chapter to raid almost at will. The Executioners, however, aside from challenging the Loyalist forces in open warfare and attacking their supply lines, steadfastly refused to operate under the direct control of the Tyrant of Badab, operating only as allies and never as subordinates, a situation that created growing ire within the secessionist ranks. At the close of 909 M41, the Maelstrom secession was largely contained, but the Loyalist commanders were under no illusion that the war itself was over. What now remained would be an ever more brutal phase of operations than any seen before in the conflict, a time of ruthless planetary purges, scorched earth campaigns, and apocalyptic close sieges. For the Loyalist part, many of the chapters that had fought the Imperium's cause had suffered substantial losses, and now would be replaced in the order of battle by other Space Marine chapters of yet darker renown, brought in by Legate Inquisitor Frayne to ensure the Badab secession would be crushed utterly. For those caught up in this clash of godlike warriors and superhuman killers, the bloodiest days of the Badab War were yet to come.
Terror. Those of us given the onerous and dire responsibility of an Inquisitor in the service of the God Emperor of mankind flatter ourselves that we understand terror. We face it daily, both in the nightmarish enemies we must confront, and in the weight of knowledge that hangs heavy on our hearts. We use it to our own ends, shaping it in the minds of others as a potter might shape clay. But in our familiarity with terror, we can lose sight of its universal truth, that it is, perhaps, above all, the greatest constant in human experience. Perhaps in the experience of all that lives. Savage, warlike, and murderous things stalk the stars of our uncaring cosmos, and mankind is one of them. We are terror incarnate to the alien and the mutant, and the greatest fears of our enemies are reserved for that great and pure distillation of human wrath, the Space Marines. How great then is the tragedy and dread when we must turn them on our own. The following documentation furthers my previous dispatch concerning a true and, as far as can be ascertained, accurate précis of the Badab War, which recently so ravaged the Maelstrom zone, and whose dire consequences and ramifications are still yet unfolding. It contains truths and portents forbidden to wider dissemination, and beyond the purview of the other adapter, and incorporates lore about those Space Marine chapters closely involved in the latter part of the Badab War, their natures and actions during the conflict, as well as technical specifications of their war gear and arts of battle. This document details the latter, darker stages of the conflict, which came after the wider secession had been successfully suppressed, but the task of prizing the black-hearted Luft Huron, self-proclaimed tyrant of Badab, from his stronghold had not yet been undertaken. There also remained renegade forces abroad and unpunished in the Maelstrom zone. But these were no mere heretics or mutant rabble. They were Space Marines, and bringing them to judgment would be no simple task, even for others of their own kind. What was to follow was to be an almost unimaginably brutal and savage conflict, worse yet than had gone before. And it would see unleash the darkest fury of the Angels of Death, terrible to behold. Compiled under my seal, Talos Incarmidus, Inquisitor Ordinate Ordo Hereticus. Chapter 5. The Wrath of the Imperium. At the close of 909 M41, the Badab War had raged for 6 years. What had begun as an attempt by Huron, the self-proclaimed Tyrant of Badab, notionally to assert the independence of his chapter and his allies from the central authorities of the Segmentum, had revealed treachery and heresy at the heart of the Astral Claws chapter, and turned into the brutal persecution of a renegade faction by the full weight of the Imperium's might. The Badab secessionist movement had comprised 4 Space Marine chapters: the Astral Claws under Luft Huron, the Lamenters and Mantis Warriors, who had formed the Maelstrom Warder Force assigned to the area, as well as the Executioners chapter, who had come to the Astral Claws' aid in payment of an ancient blood debt. Aiding these Space Marine forces were a far more numerous, albeit less able force, known as the Tyrant's Legion, which comprised a human auxiliary force directly under the control of the Astral Claws. This was used to garrison and defend their realms under the harshest and most fearsome regime of bloody discipline. In order to defeat this extremely powerful enemy, the Imperium, under the direction of the inquisitorial legates, had assembled a mighty force of its own, comprising elements of no fewer than 12 loyalist Space Marine chapters, assisted by inquisitorial forces and elements of Battle Fleet Solar. Overriding tactical and strategic command of the loyalist forces was in the hands of the newly anointed chapter master of the Red Scorpions, Carib Kulim, as Magister Militum, or first among equals, who had proved himself as an able and sophisticated commander whose strategy had seen many of the secessionist gains reversed, although not without a great cost in blood and material. The 6-year course of the war thus far had been both unpredictable and brutal. Rather than a grinding conflict of constant attrition, it had been fought in fits and starts on scores of different worlds and war zones, and had been a conflict subject to sudden reversals and lightning campaigns to topple one world or another in favor of either the loyalists or secessionist cause. The initial conquests and gains of the secessionist chapters had forged for them, in effect, a pocket empire in the Maelstrom zone. But thanks to a series of victories by the loyalist forces, by 909 M41, the secessionist domains had been fractured and divided, robbing them of the strategic initiative and placing them on the back foot. A further crushing defeat was inflicted on the secessionist cause in 888-908 M41, when the fleet-based Lamenters chapter was effectively destroyed in a savage ship-to-ship battle at Opturia by the loyalist Minotaur's chapter. All but a handful of the chapter's forces were either slain or captured in the process. After this, the Maelstrom secession was largely contained. However, the loyalist commanders were under no illusion that the war itself was over, and fighting sporadically continued from the borders of the Endymion cluster, where elements of the Fire Angels and the Sons of Medusa fought to contain the Mantis Warriors, to the edges of the Carcaradons Drift and the Pale Stars, where the reaving ships of the Executioners chapter still struck almost at will, giving battle against the Red Scorpions and Minotaur's chapters, parrying loyalist shipping and stymieing attempts to consolidate loyalist gains. Many accurately judged that what remained would be an even more brutal phase of operations than any seen before in the conflict, a time of ruthless planetary purges, scorched earth campaigns, and apocalyptic sieges.
The Loyalists needed time to prepare for such a campaign, and fresh reinforcements if a victory was to be swiftly achieved. But Lord Commander Caleb Cullen and his advisors knew they could not afford to wait too long before they went on the offensive, for every day gave the secessionists further opportunity to entrench and perhaps make good their own losses. Cullen knew he simply could not afford to allow a general of Huron's caliber too long to rebuild, plan and prepare. The cusp of the year 910 M41 proved to be a final deathly calm before the oncoming storm, which would see the Badab War reach its terrible conclusion. On the Loyalist side, many of the chapters that had fought the Imperium's cause had suffered substantial losses, and now would be replaced in the order of battle by other Space Marine chapters of yet darker renown. The Maelstrom Zone would be visited by slaughter, unlike anything it had known, even in its long and troubled history. The face of the enemy. By the later stages of the Badab War, the position of the secessionists was grave. They had suffered numerous defeats in the preceding half-decade that had shorn them of much of their former strength. Of the 4 Space Marine chapters that Huron had taken with him into rebellion, none had escaped unscathed. Most woeful of these losses had been sustained by the fleet-based Lamenters chapter, which, having borne the brunt of the ship-to-ship fighting in the early stages of the war, had been brought to full-scale battle against the powerful Loyalist Minotaur's chapter and effectively destroyed as a fighting force, although at a great cost to the Minotaurs as well. The Mantis Warriors had also suffered greatly, their strength bled away by continuous battle against numerically superior foes. Despite important victories in their favour, they had been reduced to perhaps less than half their original fighting strength, and were now hemmed in and dispersed across their ancient domains in the Endymion cluster, and effectively cut off from the rest of the secessionists. Crucially, they were lacking in heavy warships to enable them to attempt a breakout of any kind, as the Astral Claws, thanks to the heretical policies of the Tyrant of Badab, had grown far beyond the dictates of the Codex, both prior to and during the outbreak of the conflict. This was a factor which had alone enabled them to weather the storm of the war and sustain casualties of a degree that would have seen a normal Space Marine chapter wiped out. But even the augmented Astral Claws could not sustain such losses indefinitely, and those Space Marines that were left to them were now a mixture of bloody-handed veterans and relatively untried neophytes, raised up to battle, having known only Huron's war. Of the secessionist forces, the seemingly least reduced were those of the Executioners chapter. Strangers to the Maelstrom Zone, the Executioners had come to the aid of the Tyrant's cause not through alliance or fellowship of belief, but in payment of an ancient blood debt, and did so on their own terms, much to the Tyrant's increasing frustration. Operating as an elusive raiding force that struck at the Loyalists' lines the length and breadth of the Maelstrom Zone, the Executioners remained a persistent thorn in the side of the Loyalists, and a force perhaps able to turn the tide of the war, yet seemingly unwilling to do more than give battle against targets of their own choosing, seeking glory and battle rather than fulfilling the Tyrant's strategic goals. The Subjugation of Galen, 4017-910 M41. As is often the case in great wars, unexpected battles can spring up and blaze fiercely in often unexpected places, and in the early days of 910 M41, one such battle occurred on the overburdened colony world of Galen 6. For 6 years, the isolated Galen system had been a prize that had been battled over repeatedly and changed hands between Loyalist and Secessionist forces several times. Most significantly, the Galen system had been the site of a major battle between the Firehawks chapter and a mixed Secessionist assault force, which had incurred heavy losses on both sides. A battle which had seen Galen II's life-supporting domes laid waste, leading to mass refugee immigration to its neighbour, the hard-scrabble world of Galen VI. The Loyalist forces moved to retake the Galen system from the secessionist forces. Cullen's orders were direct and explicit. The Galen system was to be brought as swiftly as possible back under Imperial control, and any hope of future resistance crushed utterly. The only caveats to the order were that the planet was to remain habitable, and a sufficient core of the population and infrastructure was to be left alive and intact to service the needs of the Imperial war effort. Reasonable. The Sons of Medusa calculated their pattern of attack accordingly and drew their plans to retake the world under the direction of their Iron Thane and theatre commander Velund Kal. On arrival in orbit, they targeted and bombarded pre-chosen landing zones on the outskirts of the Old City, the capital city of Galen, rendering them little more than craters and smoking rubble. Into these ravaged zones, the Space Marines made free company-strength landing assaults on the edge of Galen VI's Old City, encircling it and destroying any immediate resistance on landing, with almost cursory ease. For 3 days and nights, the Sons of Medusa remained within the shattered craters, landing supplies and troops and fabricating new fortifications and bastions which rose up from the dust and smoke like jagged teeth, sliding from a predator's jaw. Within the Old City, all had seen and heard the fury of the bombardment from the heavens that had so strangely spared the city and the fiery trails of landing craft, and many could guess at just what they portended. Whispers spread through paramilitary death squads and huddled survivors alike of the dust-shrouded hammerings and the crackling actinic flashes of power arcs within the crater's depths, and of the vast searchlights sweeping the city around them, with death delivered by emerald-armoured spectres to any who strayed too close. On the dawning of the 4th day, an unnatural and near-total silence had fallen over the Old City, pregnant with dread at what was to come. Such fear was a calculated weapon in the hands of the Sons of Medusa, and they did not disappoint the expectations of terror they had created. Armoured columns of rhino and razorback transports, thundering land raiders, and the hulking figures of dreadnoughts stalked out of the shrouding dust clouds, while the droning shadows of land speeders took to the skies like flocks of carrion crows above. Alongside the green livery of the Sons of Medusa vehicles was dotted the crimson of the Inquisition, and from their chimeras and repressors' loud hailers, they demanded the immediate surrender of all of Galen VI's population for immediate judgment. Those that had taken up arms knew that for them there would be little mercy shown. Some hurled themselves suicidally at the embodiment of the Emperor's wrath, only to be ruthlessly destroyed by the Sons of Medusa in open battle, while others cowered in hastily prepared defensive positions or sought to hide or flee the city. Those that tried to escape were slaughtered at the Old City's borders, cut down by patrolling land speeders and vulture gunships as they tried to break out across the open ground to the perceived safety of the dust barrens. Soon the roadways of the Old City were choked with the burnt-out wrecks of ground cars and huddled piles of sprawled and torn bodies. Within the city, those that offered serious resistance were first isolated and then destroyed, barricaded hab blocks and manufactura, offering little protection from the merciless skill and power of the Space Marines. Entire city towers toppled, their lower floors blasted out by concentrated fire from demolisher cannon and melter strikes, burying their defenders, and those unfortunates caught with them in the rubble, while wildfires ravaged the ruins. Only the shattered and abject were spared, all but ignored by the giants that stalked the dust fog. The wretched civilians waited for death to reach out for them, but the Sons of Medusa stayed their hands as they had been ordered. Many were reported to have wept openly in joy to be taken up by the Inquisition's foot soldiers for processing and judgment. The extant picked captures from the aftermath showed line upon line of grey-streaked, hollowed-eyed men and women, passively awaiting their fate in the Holy Order's assize bastions, awaiting them in the Imperial landing zones. Within 56 hours of the commencement of the Sons of Medusa attack, the old city was firmly in the hands of the Imperium, just as they had planned. News of the massacre had spread across Galen 6, and a shroud of terror now tightened around the planet. First hundreds, then thousands, and then soon in millions. The people of Galen 6, native and refugee alike, surrendered, even though many faced death in doing so, rather than live in fear of what was to come. Soon the entirety of the old city ruins were repurposed and rebuilt as an internment and processing centre to handle Galen 6's population. Overall, the Galen campaign was considered to be an unalloyed success, and although much of the population of the old city had been slain, the total death toll was light compared to that which would have been the result of a lengthy planet-wide campaign of attrition. While the worst recidivists and heretical elements who had sided with the secessionist cause, or outright been simply worshippers of the dark gods, found on the planet were delivered to the pyre, the Ordo Hereticus was merciful, and indentured the majority of the planet's population into a lifetime of penal servitude to pay for their crimes and transgressions. As a result, a number of fresh penal legions were raised for the Departamento Minotaurum from the most hardened elements on the world, while the rest were set to work, either toiling in Galen 6 itself or deported to aid the rebuilding efforts elsewhere in the Maelstrom zone. The Sons of Medusa soon departed Galen 6, leaving it a prison world whose people would pay for their crimes against the Imperium for generations to come. Blood in the Dark Waters. 3327-910-M41. Quite unexpectedly, a single fire-blackened Space Marine strike cruiser bearing unknown livery and transmitting a previously unknown Vox identity cipher exited the warp on the outer reaches of the Signac system in 910-M41. It was the Levitas Vex, and its coming was to herald the arrival of a force whose name was to become synonymous with the bloodshed and darkest acts of the Badab War. The vessel, making contact with Imperial ships set to monitor the Signac system, identified itself with ancient, although still valid, Imperial authorization protocols. It announced the arrival of a Space Marine force, come to offer their swords to the loyalist cause against the heretics, claiming to have come in answer to a summons from Holy Terror itself. They identified their chapter as that of the Carcaradon Astra, using the ancient form, or space sharks to give their name a more modern rendition in Low Gothic, and formally requested their acceptance and permission to enter the war zone and draw blood. After a fearful standoff, the naval ship sent communications back to the Loyalist Center Command, and upon confirmation the vessel was but the forerunner of an entire fleet of vessels now traversing the edge of the Golgothan wastes, a formal deputation was dispatched to meet with the head of this war fleet, under the direct command of Legate Inquisitor John Dace Frayne himself, to ascertain its true intentions. Frayne's personal involvement has led some observers to believe that he had some inkling of just who and what he was dealing with all along. Others have pointed out that Frayne himself had learned to distrust the honor-bound nature of the Space Marines in such matters after the treachery that had led to the death of Verent Ortiz, the prior master of the Red Scorpions, during a parley with Huron some years before, an event the Loyalists could not afford to see repeated. Frayne's delegation, which contained his ablest servants and savants of the Adeptus Astartes lore, along with a lifeguard chosen from the Fire Angels chapter and several powerful Imperial naval vessels, met with the oncoming Carcaradons fleet at the dead star of Null 17 in the interstellar void beyond Signax. The precise details of this conference have long remained secret, known only to those who were with Inquisitor Frayne as he boarded the Carcaradons' flagship, the Nicor, But it is known that, after some tense negotiations and direct inquiries, some conducted under the auspices of the sanctioned truthsayers, that Inquisitor Frayne accepted the Carcaradons alliance in prosecution of the war. What little can be gleaned of this shadowed Space Marine chapter paints them as having a strange and ancient provenance, and much about them seems steeped in archaic ways and secrets best left undisturbed. The chapter's ceaseless and perpetual crusade against the enemies of mankind, they claimed, had taken them away from the settled and established areas of the Imperium for centuries, perhaps millennia at a time. The chapter's existence had long since fallen from the pages of recorded history, and only traces of them remained in the apocryphal sources, clouded with legend and allegory. The Carcaradons' reappearance, as if predators drawn by blood, when the Badab War was to enter its most deadly stage, seemed to many a suspect one at best. From the beginning, Lord Commander Cullen was weary of these new recruits to the Loyalist forces, particularly given the independent reports of the Fire Angels who had accompanied Frayne, as limited as they were, which painted the Carcaradons as barbarous and abhorrent, with little to commend them as even resembling the dictates of the Codex Astartes. Frayne's legatine authority was not to be questioned, however, and in truth the Loyalists were in need of just such reinforcement, if they were to press the attack in a timely fashion. After some deliberation, Cullen dispatched the Carcaradons to the ongoing campaign against the secessionists and renegade worlds of the Endymion cluster, in order to prove their worth. The Tranquility Campaign 3360910M41. The Badab War had placed the Mantis Warriors chapter in an invidious position by the year 910M41. As one of the Maelstrom Warder chapters, they had directly and unquestioningly allied themselves with Huron and his Astral Claws at the outset of the secession, being both true to their bonds of blood and alliance with their fellow warders, and incensed with what they saw as the Administratum's wanton breach of authority and protocol over the political matters of the earlier Badab Schism. However, as the war progressed, it appears they began to harbour grave doubts about the tyrant's motives, and the increasingly dark practices of the Astral Claws chapter, particularly after the mysterious death of their own chapter master Sartak, during the notorious incident that became known as the Betrayal of Grief. By this time, however, the die had been cast, and the Mantis Warriors had been responsible for spilling the blood of a great many Loyalist Space Marines, and indeed were held responsible for the first armed conflict between Space Marines in the war. Increasingly worn down by casualties and losses in warships, and also increasingly distrustful of their former close allies, the Mantis Warriors, by 908M41, found themselves largely isolated within the familiar battlegrounds of the stars and worlds of the Endymion cluster, a region of space they had long taken as their domain to defend. Using their great familiarity with these star systems and worlds, the endemic loyalty of their peoples to their ancient protectors, and the long-standing series of hidden bastions they maintained here, the Mantis Warriors had successfully fallen back into a seemingly unassailable position. Here the chapter played to its greatest strengths and expertise, fighting guerrilla campaigns against numerically superior foes, and frequently employing hit-and-run tactics, raids and ambushes. Such was their power and skill here, that they successfully fended off stormtrooper regiments, backed by detachments from both the Fire Angels and Sons of Medusa, sent to hound them out in a series of protracted actions and engagements, which became known as the Tranquility Campaign, after the Tranquility system, where its most frequent and costly battles were fought. It was at this time that the figure of Arizar Radath, the chief librarian of the Mantis Warriors, and known to his chapter as the Dust Prophet, rose to prominence, effectively becoming chapter master of the Mantis Warriors until the end of the war. Guided by the uncanny foresight and cunning leadership of Radath, the Mantis Warriors became an ever greater force to be reckoned with, determined and ruthless in defense of their honor and the worlds they were sworn to protect. The strength of the remaining Mantis Warriors, although considerably weaker from its height at the start of the war by ongoing attrition, was such that Carab Cullen recognized the folly of leaving them undefeated at his flank, as the Loyalists turned their full force to the invasion of the Badab Sector, particularly as on his other flank the Executioner's chapter also remained a significant threat. The Magister Militum had already been considering a change in his deployments in order to mount a renewed offensive against the Endymion cluster, but with the arrival of the Carcaradons, Carab Cullen was offered an unexpected asset to deploy, and he let loose their savage tide against the Mantis Warriors in the worlds of their domain. The Sigurd system was the first to taste the wrath and fury of the grey-clad Space Marines, and the Carcaradon fleet broke out of warp directly above the system on the galactic plane, perilously close to Sigurd's swollen and violent sun. Using its solar flares as a shield, the fleet split up its dozens of striking forces and devastated the numerous belt colonies, ship clans and asteroid citadels of the Sigurd system, destroying in mere days and weeks what had taken millennia to build and had withstood the ravages of alien and renegade alike. An Imperial Navy scout vessel, the Resplendent Martyr, which swept Sigurd in the aftermath of the attack, reported the entire system littered with wreckage and discordant with the ghostly vox signals of dead and dying ships. It also noted that, along with the wholesale destruction, much had been deliberately plundered and scavenged, both in terms of gear, resources, and indeed human life. It has been the conclusion of several authorities since the choice of Sigurd, with its wealth of void colonies and infrastructure, had been the Carcaradon's first target, not simply because it had long connections with the Mantis Warriors, but because after the Carcaradon's unknown voyage from the outer darkness, they had need of its bounty to replenish themselves in readiness for their part in the war. The verdant world of Iblis was to be the Carcaradon's next target. Already the giant feudal world had been the site of a great battle between the Firehawks and the encircling secessionists in the war's early stages, leaving much of its equatorial veldt a scorched wasteland. Iblis had repeatedly sided with the Mantis Warriors in the secession, and its petty kings still offered the chapter aid and support, despite having suffered punitive raids. The Carcaradons descended on the feudal world and systematically smashed its infrastructure and put its rulers to the sword, attacking the planet's scattered settlements and nomadic crawler caravans by night and leaving nothing but bloody wreckage. The Mantis Warriors were swift to respond, attempting to distract and divert the Carcaradons with raids of their own against loyalist targets, and split up their attacking fleets by feigned flights and ruses, but to no avail. The Carcaradons would not be stayed, and after they had smashed Iblis into a disjointed wasteland, inhabited only by scattered bands of shell-shock survivors, the fleet moved on. This time their target was the blighted industrial world of Endymion Prime itself, where a small Fire Angels force was already holding command of the decrepit, fog-shrouded manufactura complexes against Mantis Warrior-led insurgents. Without recourse to the Fire Angels' dispositions, the Carcaradons assaulted from the skies into the contested sprawl, hundreds of drop pods hammering down into the soot-caked shanties amid a great slaughter. Endymion was quickly overrun by a confused planet-wide battle, which shattered the insurgency and set great swathes of industrial sprawl ablaze, and flooded other areas with millions of litres of poisonous chemical waste from sundered containment vessels. The honourable Mantis Warriors could not abandon the world to its fate, and had no choice but to respond, coming to Endymion's aid with increasing numbers of their chapter's battle brothers in an attempt to curb the savagery of the Carcaradons' assault. The Mantis Warriors matched the Carcaradons' callous slaughter with their own fierce martial skill, in lightning hit-and-run attacks and murderous ambushes, but they were too few, and could not turn the tide of the assault. They would not retreat, however, even after Radith forbade further attempts at reinforcement. But those caught fought on and died in defence of their ancient pact with the people of Endymion, just as the plan that Legate Thrain had concocted with the Carcaradons' leader Tiberius had predicted they would. The pattern was repeated on the minor worlds of Sisthal and Lagator, and then the twin worlds of the Tranquility System itself. Here, attacks smashed each world's infrastructure in turn, leaving desperate survivors alive to suffer on in the wake of their punishment. Again and again, the Mantis Warriors were brought to battle, and each time, although they saw some victories against the onslaught and inflicted casualties of their own, each time fewer of them returned to fight again. By the end of 910 M41, the stricken cluster's resistance was crushed, and the Mantis Warriors, now worn down and scattered, had ceased to exist as an effective fighting force, but at a great price. Starvation, disease, and lingering death were now the only masters of a dozen inhabited worlds, and millions were left unburied to rot beneath the sightless stars. In the aftermath of the Tranquility campaign, the Fire Angels chapter, having in prior battles earned for themselves the highest honor in the Badab War and suffered heavy casualties, sought permission to withdraw from the conflict. This unusual act was in no small part owing to the increasing anger of the Fire Angels against the Carcaradons, with whom they had repeatedly been at odds during the Tranquility campaign, and whose methods they held in utter contempt. Rather than risk the growing enmity between two loyalist chapters, sparking into full-scale civil conflict, blood having already been shed between them in sporadic skirmishes, the Fire Angels departed with honor to their homeworld to rebuild their sorely damaged chapter. With the Endymion cluster no longer a threat to the Loyalists' flanks, the Carcaradons redeployed, splitting their fleets to patrol the Loyalist rear echelons and relieve the Minotaurs and Red Scorpions to consolidate ahead of the expected invasion of the Badab Sector. Unfortunately for the people of the Endymion cluster, the Carcaradons would yet return in later years to visit a further calamity on its doomed worlds. Chapter 6. The Tyrant Stands Alone. An increase in Corsair activity along the eastern Maelstrom zone in mid-910 M41 had led to the belief among those in the Loyalist High Command that at least one Astral Claws task force had slipped out of the Badab Sector itself and was now operating from the edges of the Maelstrom proper. Concerned that this could be the start of a new battlefront opening on their flank, Imperial Navy escort search and destroy squadrons were dispatched to the area to hunt for evidence of enemy operations and quell the attacks. Traversing even the edges of the Maelstrom was a dangerous business, and the squadron suffered high rates of crew casualties to madness and storms, even without contacting the enemy. On the frontier world of Rook, one of the few worlds of the Maelstrom whose puritanical population of ablationist zealots could be relied upon to willingly aid Imperial agents, they found their evidence. Here they heard testimony of increased slave raids of nearby systems and attacks by human Corsair ships led by an Astral Claws strike cruiser they identified as the Icania. This pattern of attacks was tracked by the squadron's lead navigator, the infamous and legendarily skilled Ona Nostromo, by their echo in the warp, to the Riven Star system of Lambton, and its twin feral worlds of Shaprius and Scarfell. Thus, having divined that a strong enemy force was massing at Lambton, the Imperial squadron, now badly in need of refit and resupply, returned to seek reinforcements. Elsewhere in the war, the Loyalists and Secessionists had once more entered into a period of increased armed engagement. In the northern Maelstrom zone, the Carcaradons were enacting the final stages of the Tranquility campaign, while in the southern zone, the Minotaurs and Sons of Medusa, backed by Imperial Guard penal regiments, were assaulting Isin on the edge of the Badab Sector itself, where a tenacious defense was underway by the Tyrant's Legion. During this period, Lord Commander Cullin was then marshalling his own Red Scorpions and the newly reinforced Exorcist chapter contingent at Sagan, in preparation for an assault on the strategic warp terminus of Perris, a target considered by many to be the gateway to the Badab Sector. Overall, The Loyalist forces had suffered considerable losses since the start of the war, and the contingents of many of the Space Marine chapters which had previously fought for the Loyalist cause had now departed. Some, such as the Howling Griffons and Marines Errant, had withdrawn owing to the casualties they had suffered, while others, such as the Nova Marines and most recently the Fire Angels, had departed for reasons of their own. In short, the Loyalist forces were stretched thin, despite the fresher Space Marine companies that had recently arrived, and Lord Commander Carab Cullen could not afford to be drawn into fighting on an increasing number of fronts, to be bled dry slowly by attrition, as no doubt was the tyrant's plan. Taking counsel with his commanders, it was the old and famed warrior, Palas Mirshan, leader of the Salamanders Space Marine contingent, who offered a solution to the events on Lambton. He offered to lead his own forces, now a little under a company in strength, but very well equipped in armour and weapons, in a lightning strike against Lambton, relying on the element of surprise, the arcane skills of Ona Nostromo to position their attack, and the power of their potent battle barge, Pyre of Glory, to deal a crippling blow to the enemy. Cullen saw both the inherent risks as well as the potential rewards of this plan, and was further moved in its favour when, somewhat unexpectedly, the grim and taciturn chaplain Ivanis Inkomi, who represented the often aloof and secretive Minotaur's chapter in the War Council, offered to take his personal guard and such forces he could muster in aid of the mission. So approved, Mirsan's strike force, named the Gift of Fire, was further augmented by a pair of Imperial Navy light cruisers and a frigate squadron. This force was dispatched immediately from Sagan on the long voyage to the murderous and turbulent vortex of the Maelstrom itself and the Lambton system, there to meet the foe in battle. Entering real space, in the inner sphere of the erratic binary star system of Lambton, with its serpent-like plume of burning gas coiling between the two suns, the Loyalists' fears were soon realized. Clearly visible above the feral world of Chyprias, a ragged armada of star vessels, scows and wrecks had been assembled from scavenged hulks and pirated freighters, while Auspex scans and augury probes revealed that on the planet below, vast camps and training grounds had been raised up beneath the shadow of iron-sided bastion towers and ringed with kilometres of blade wire. Here on Chypris, a new army was being formed from brutal and tainted tribal warriors enslaved to the tyrant's cause, and was in the process of being tempered into a spear to be hurled at the Loyalists from an unexpected quarter. A disposable weapon to kill and be killed, at Huron's will. And given the presence of only a few Corsair escorts and raider ships in orbit, which were quickly scattered by their attack, Mirsan deduced that the bulk of the enemy warships were away on some mission of plunder, and there would be no better time to strike. This swiftly configured attack plan was a bold and resolute one. The Salamanders and Minotaurs would make immediate planetfall to attack the secessionist bastions and training camps, while after conducting orbital insertion, their ships and naval escorts would sweep immediately out again and set about destroying the armada of would-be troop transports as swiftly and thoroughly as possible, thus removing both factors of threat. The drop pods and thunderhawks of the two chapters roared down through Chyprias's cold crimson skies, accompanied by the bombardment from the Pyre of Glory's macro cannon against what was deemed to be the most heavily entrenched targets. Once in the atmosphere, the two chapters divided to their chosen killing grounds. The Minotaurs attacked the iron-shod bastions, where the dark architects of this domain were likely concealed, while the bulk of the Salamanders' forces descended on the heart of the city-sized training camps. The secondary force, composed of a chosen wing of Cestus Pattern assault rams, carrying aboard them a force of Salamander Fire Drake Terminators, the greatest warriors of their esteemed chapter, took on the task of attacking the secessionist landing grounds. On their first pass, the armoured prows and magma melters of the Cestus savaged the enemy transport craft caught on the ground, sundering and burning through their hulls, rupturing their fuel tanks. The flames soared hundreds of meters into the air in incandescent storms, phosphor white against the red skies. The fire drakes, assaulting from their craft into the billowing black pools of smoke, turned confusion and destruction into a massacre, their storm bolters and cyclone missile launchers sweeping the panicked foe away before any resistance could be organized. Elsewhere, the main Salamanders force, led by Captain Mersan, had descended into the heart of the enemy, deploying their troops and armor into a defensive ring at the center of the training camps. Utterly surrounded, the Salamanders' force, at under 100 Space Marines, was outnumbered more than 1,000 to 1 by the horde of savages and mutants, the brutal inhabitants of a dozen nearby worlds, that rose up before them. For any other warriors, the position would have been a suicidal one, but these were the scions of Vulcan, and they cared little for such odds. Staggered by the sudden fury and shock of the assault, the great horde, all but leaderless and without fort, was slow to react, and by the time they pressed the attack, the savage mass was met by a wall of firepower, and thousands fell within the opening minutes of the battle as whirlwind launchers, destructor-pattern predator tanks, and the ordered ranks of the Salamander's Space Marines let fire at almost point-blank range into a solid mass of flesh and bone, killing hundreds. The enemy faltered immediately, their jagged blades and autoguns a poor answer to the output of the armories of Prometheus. What few heavier weapons the enemy brought to bear were quickly marked and destroyed by concentrated fire, as the broken ground of the training fields was steadily covered with mounds of twitching bodies. The horde, shying away from the bloodshed, only rallied when their taskmasters took to the field behind them, the blood-stained and steel-coloured power armour of Astral Claws retaliators squads, amid the dirty cloth and pale skins of the horde clearly visible to the heightened senses of the Salamanders as they kept up their relentless tide of fire. As the Salamanders marked their true foe amid the carnage, Mersan sprung the second phase of his assault plan into action, and 3 land raiders of the rare and prized Achilles pattern spearheaded a counter-assault aimed directly at the Astral Claws contingent. The tank's thunderfire cannon blasted a swathe through the ranks of the horde, and their multi-melters lashed into the packed masses of bodies, turning scores of savage fighters into screaming explosions of blood and steam with each blast. The Land Raiders' thrice-blessed hulls shrugged off the las cannon beams and shrieking missiles the Astral Claws sought to stop them with, and ploughed a corpse-paved path clear through to the center of the Astral Claws' force. This achieved, the inviolate trio of Land Raiders swung aside as the fury of the Ancients was unleashed. 6 dreadnoughts, led by Bryath Ashmantle, known darkly in the chronicles of his chapter as the Iron Dragon, stormed into the waiting Astral Claws like a thunderbolt, smashing them asunder and drenching them with purifying flame. Overmatched and overwhelmed, the Astral Claws did not yield lightly, but were slain in glorious combat, felling 2 of the Salamander's ancients. As the last Astral Claws died, the name of the tyrant was howled with their centurion's dying breath, as the Iron Dragon tore him in half and cast his carcass to the winds. With their masters slaughtered, the horde panicked and broke, the tens of thousands that remained alive fleeing in a mindless stampede away from the lords of fire and death at their back, crashing and killing more of their own number in the rout. At the bastion line, the Minotaurs met with firmer resistance. The defence had been built into a range of basalt crags, with the Astral Claws' typical diligence and skill, and the iron-shod towers were studded with heavy bolter and battle cannon emplacements that covered every inch of ground with interlocking kill zones, while quad guns and Icarus las cannons guarded the skies above them. The Minotaur's assault began with low-level attack runs by Thunderhawk gunships, which skimmed the jagged terrain to focus their firepower on a carefully selected point in the bastion line, punching a gap in the firing lines and disgorging assault terminators and devastator squads directly into the smoking wreckage. Braving the storm of fire, the rest of the company's strong Minotaur's force deployed directly behind this breakpoint, which suffered the brunt of the enemy counterattack. The Minotaur's vanguard held the ruined bastion with disciplined ferocity, not giving an inch of ground to the oncoming secessionists despite heavy casualties. The bronzed, armoured Minotaurs clashed in brutal close combat with the Astral Claws retaliators, who advanced under cover of their combat shields through a hail of bolter fire to try to retake the sundered fortifications, only to be hurled back time and again from the mount of twisted metal and shattered rockcrete. Although in numbers, the attacking Minotaurs and the defending Astral Claws at the bastion line were roughly equal, the Astral Claws were well dug in, well armed and led, and lacked nothing for bravery and fighting spirit. The Minotaurs, however, were masters of siegecraft, and this blood-soaked close-quarter hell was exactly the kind of battlefield in which they revelled. With the Astral Claws' counterattack pinned in place at the shattered bastion, the formed-up Minotaur's second attack line, led by an armoured spearhead of land raiders and siege dreadnoughts, opened up a parallel assault against the next bastion in the chain. Chaplain Income, personally commanding the jump-pack-equipped vanguard veterans in storming the second enemy bastion and slaying all within, his vox-amplified battle cries echoing louder even than the roar of the guns. Cut off and encircled, the Astral Claws' sally force was swiftly isolated and destroyed in detail, as the Minotaurs began advancing one half of their force to take the next bastion in the line, while the other consolidated the previous prize and rearmed in preparation for the next sequential assault. The progress was slow and bloody, and the Astral Claws made them pay a price in dead for every fortification the Minotaurs took. But the secessionists' martial fury could not stem the loyalist advance, and one by one the bastions fell, and victory was claimed by the Minotaurs. Deep beneath the smashed fortifications, the Minotaurs and Salamanders soon discovered what secrets they were built to defend. A vast natural cavern system housing Heretech laboratories. These had been manufacturing combat drugs in vast quantities and attempting primitive gene tampering and experimental surgery on the feral warriors of Shapris, along with the hundreds of Imperial prisoners taken in raids across the eastern Maelstrom zone. At the lowest levels, guarded by a cadre of the hated corpse-taker apothecaries of the Tyrant's Legion and their servitors, was an armoured vault within which was a store of Space Marine gene seed, in part stolen from loyalists fallen in battle. While the battle had raged below, the conflict in orbit had also gone in the loyalists' favour, but not without cost. While the makeshift armada had been blasted to scrap and burning debris, concealed weapons platforms set to guard the fleet had inflicted damage to the Pyre of Glory and gutted the sword-class frigate Epona, which had to be abandoned as a burning hulk. Less than 11 standard days after the battle was first joined, Gift of Fire departed the Lambton system to undertake the perilous voyage back to Loyalist-held space, with over 1,000 freed prisoners carried in the holds of its naval light cruisers and the priceless recovered gene seed held in its inner sanctum of the Pyre of Glory itself. Gift of Fire had claimed a great victory for the Loyalists and uncovered and thwarted a dark machination of the tyrants that, if left to hatch out, could have had dire consequences for the Imperium. Little did any in the Loyalist High Command suspect, however, that the attack at Lambton would have direct, immediate, and unforeseen consequences that would unexpectedly alter the course of the Badab War. The Red Hour, 6270-911-M41. The Gift Task Force, fresh from its victory in the Lambton system, was unexpectedly struck by a powerful warp squall and scattered en route back to Imperial-controlled space. Utter calamity was averted by the skill of their lead navigator Nostromo, and only a single frigate was lost into the seething Empyrean, while the Salamander's battle barge Pyre of Glory and the light cruiser Admiral Gregorius were turned back into the Maelstrom, riding ahead of the Stormfront and forced to forward into real space in the relative stability of the Kalar Shoals within the Maelstrom's boundary. With their Gellerfields on the point of collapse and their drives failing, the two Loyalist vessels limped into the outer orbit of Kalar's boundaries to repair and refit. Their arrival at Kalar had not gone unnoticed, however, and a human raider ship that had been trading with the scattered orc layers that infested the inner system departed unseen and carried news of their presence to the secessionists. The Astral Claws strike cruiser, Hyrcania, was still in the region, having found its home base on Shapras destroyed, and its master, the Astral Claws Arch-Centurion Karnak Commodus, craved vengeance and a chance to ameliorate his failings in his lord's eyes. Alone, however, Commodus' single strike cruiser had little chance of taking on the wounded loyalists with success, and so he desperately sought assistance in taking on the enemy while they were still isolated. His encrypted astropathic message found an unexpected ally in the Phaeton's Wrath, flagship battle barge of the Executioner's Chapter, and her accompanying Gladius-class frigate escorts, which had been taking in supplies at the uninhabited ocean world of Deluge on the edge of the Magog cluster. The combined battle group attacked as the Loyalist vessels moved towards the warp transfer point at Kalar to embark again on their troubled voyage, their repairs at last completed. The battle was swift and hard-fought, with the Admiral Gregorius blasted to atoms in the opening salvo of the secessionists' guns, although the Pyre of Glory quickly proved to be far less easy prey. Repelling the first boarding assaults against her and destroying 2 of the attacking frigates, heavy fire from the Phaeton's Wrath managed to entirely disable the Salamander's battle barge's thrusters after a 3-hour-long running battle, leaving it dead in space. With the Pyre of Glory disabled, Thulsa Kane, master of the Executioners, Vox signaled the Salamander's vessel and offered them the chance for honourable surrender, vouchsafing passage for them from the war zone under oath not to take up arms again in the conflict. Pallas Misan, commanding the Salamander's force, conceded to his demands, despite the misgivings of some of those under his command, knowing that otherwise his force would be destroyed without any ability to strike back at their foe. Pallas Misan was a wise and highly experienced veteran commander, and knew that the vainglorious sacrifice of his force would achieve nothing other than to benefit the Imperium's enemies. Having himself fought alongside the Executioner's Chapter centuries before as a scout neophyte, he trusted to their oath of offered surety. Both the Phaeton's Wrath and Hyrcania drew alongside the battered Pyre of Glory and docked, Thulsa Kane personally leading the Executioner's boarding party and accepting Misan's sword in surrender as the Salamanders stood down their arms. It was then, elsewhere within the great ship, the unthinkable occurred. Arch-Centurion Commodus had led his own boarding party to seize the Pyre of Glory's armories, and thanks to the conditions of surrender, had been all but unopposed. Heedless of the consequences, Commodus sought to breach the ship's sanctum vaults in search of the prize in gene seed he hoped to find there. Not only that, which with the Salamanders had recovered from the caverns of Shapras, but the Sons of Nocturne's own recovered stock from the fatalities they had suffered during the war. When the Salamander's apothecaries resisted, the snarling Commodus cut them down. The Arch-Centurion's vengeful fury unleashed, immediately he ordered the massacre of the Salamanders they had taken prisoner, commanding his corpse-takers to strip them of their gene seed, whether alive or dead, and pitched battle broke out across the decks. As reports reached the bridge chamber of what was happening, Thulsa Kane was incensed to a murderous rage. Misan, seeing this, wisely divined that the Executioners may not have full knowledge of the enormities of heresy and blasphemy the Astral Claws had come to embrace, perhaps having been deliberately deceived by the tyrant. Controlling his own outrage, Misan poured deliberate scorn on the Executioner's leader, both for this breach of his word and the dishonour of standing by and allowing the tyrant's sins to go unchallenged. With reports of his Executioner's own eyes giving the gravity of truth to Misan's claims, Kane's wrath was terrible to behold. He declared that the blood oath binding his chapter to Huron's cause had been violated, and the dark stain of infamy the Astral Claws had brought upon them could only be washed clean by a river of blood. Those Salamander's battle brothers that survived what was to come have since given witness that a bleak madness came over the Executioners at Kane's pronouncement, and that they tore into the Astral Claws with a murderous vengeance, heedless of the risk to their own lives, satisfied only that their former allies would die by their hands regardless of the cost. Pallas Mersan rallied those Salamanders that yet survived and mounted a defence of the battle barge's inner sanctum, unleashing the power of Breath and his fellow ancients to aid them. The corridors and vaults of first the immense and ancient Pyre of Glory, and then the Astral Claws Hyrcania ran red with blood, in what quickly entered the legends of the war as the Red Hour. Every single Astral Claw, Chapter Serf and Servitor present was relentlessly and savagely slaughtered, and the Hyrcania was left a carnal house of decapitated bodies. As a deathly silence fell in the aftermath, Thulsacane came alone before Mersan at the gates of the sanctum, his grim armour scorched and torn. He knelt in the light of the burning sanctum braziers before the Salamanders and offered them no words, but from beneath his ragged black cloak he let a single gory object fall and roll at Mersan's feet. It was the head of Arch-Centurion Commodus. The executioners withdrew without further comment, leaving the stricken Pyre of Glory and the empty strike cruiser docked alongside and departed. But their maddened desire for vengeance had not been satiated, and soon its message reached every corner of the Maelstrom zone. From this point onwards, the Executioner's chapter became a rogue element in the war, not only seeking out and descending with suicidal fury on the Astral Claws and their agents wherever they could be found, outside the safety of Badab itself, but also refusing to surrender to the Loyalist forces when encountered. The most notorious incident of this kind was the Executioner's destruction of the Sons of Medusa strike cruiser Warspite in the Grief system in 9811 M41, when battle groups from both forces engaged unexpectedly off the warp route transfer point there. But there were numerous others. Beyond this, however, the Executioner's chapter's attacks on wider Imperial shipping ceased almost immediately. This development was explained only when some standard months later, the near-wrecked Pyre of Glory finally put into port at the Loyalist battle station of Cerngrad, with a strange and bloody tale to tell. For the tyrant's cause, there could have been no more bitter blow than that struck by these allies turned enemies. Not only had the severing of the Executioners from the secessionist cause robbed Huron's forces of much of its remaining strength in warships and raider craft, but as foes the Executioners were both implacable and had the advantage of detailed knowledge of many of the secessionists' hidden bases and deployments, which they put to immediate use in destroying them. With first the Lamenters and then the Mantis Warriors shorn from the secessionist order of battle, and now most bitterly the Executioners turned against him, Luft, Huron, and what remained of the once mighty Astral Claws were truly alone before the Imperium's wrath. Their dreams of dominion and eternal glory shattered. An order for death. 911 M41. Following what he regarded as the treachery of his former allies, Huron announced in a recorded message that was relayed throughout the Badab Sector that the Astral Claws and their subjects were no longer part of the Imperium of Man, an institution he saw as a bankrupt, rotting carcass fit only for the grave, not a sovereign state dedicated to survival and the triumph of mankind. The tyrant further swore that he and his followers would fight to their last breath to avenge themselves upon those who had betrayed us and maintain their freedom, ending the soon infamous recording with the statement that the strong are strongest alone. Soon afterwards, within Huron's remaining domains, all signs and symbols of imperial authority, culture and creed were cast down in a firestorm of iconoclasm, and the mass executions on Badab Primaris of clerics and functionaries, most of whom had remained largely ignorant of the true cause and nature of the war, were reported to last for many weeks without pause. Up until this point, it is to be remembered that although the Badab secessionists had been declared heretic by the Imperium, Within the worlds they had controlled, the pattern of established life had gone on much as it had for many centuries, and the worship of the God Emperor had been maintained. Those prelates that had fervently disagreed with the secession had been removed and replaced with those more amenable to the tyrant's cause, and millions still followed their faith unimpeded, while the sector's native defenders believed naturally enough that they fought and died in a battle against heresy rather than in its name. No longer, however, was the truth concealed from the pitiable masses of the Badab Sector, and in the tyrant's spite and fury, great basilica were toppled, and clergy and adepts were slaughtered, despite any prior proven allegiances. As for the Astral Claws themselves, although the practice was by no means universal, many of the Battle Brothers began to deface any semblance of imperial heraldry and insignia from their armour and war gear, scoring it to bare metal or daubing it in reds and crimsons in representation of their blood oath of vengeance, until only the symbols of the tyrant remained. Inquisitorial agents infiltrating the Badab Sector at this time report that conditions on its principal worlds grew ever harsher. Famine and want were commonplace, and despair's shadow fell over all. Whereas before, the population of the Badab Sector had been controlled with inflexible and savage discipline, but was still viewed as a war resource to be maintained and managed, now the Astral Claws' wrath grew ever more arbitrary and brutal, as their increasing paranoia and the murderous rages to which Huron was becoming prone took their toll on those unfortunates caught within the tyrant's domains. On Badab Primaris, for non-Astartes to dare to look directly upon the face of one of the Astral Claws was now punishable by blinding. And after an assassin tried to take the life of Huron within his own command chamber, the assailant being slain by the tyrant himself, non-Space Marines were banned entirely from the precincts of the Palace of Thorns on pain of death, and thousands of civilians were killed in groundless reprisals by the Astral Claws' retaliators. As to the mindset of the Astral Claws themselves, most, it seems, had succumbed to a siege mentality. They expected death as now inevitable, but were spurred on by a bleak desire for vengeance against those they believed had wronged them, spite and rage consuming what little remained of their honor. The invasion of Piraeus, 3705-911-M41. Having waited as long as he thought strategically advantageous to gather forces for a heavy assault, Lord Commander Cullin put into action his plans for the invasion and conquest of the Piraeus system on the edge of the Badab Sector. Loyalist Strategic Command had identified the Piraeus system as key to the subsequent attack on the central Badab system itself, thanks to the relatively stable warp route between the two regions. Piraeus would be an ideal staging post for an invasion, as it already possessed extensive lunar orbital stations and minor shipyards centered around the gas giant Critias. These facilities, if seized intact, would both weaken the secessionists further and be of invaluable assistance to the Loyalists as a forward base. A plan long in the fruition, Cullin had already set up a series of secondary fronts at Isin and Decabalus, where raids and hit-and-run actions by his own Red Scorpions chapter, along with the Minotaurs and Exorcists, had destabilized much of the region and forced the tyrant's army to spread their outer defenses thinly. The initial attack plan against Piraeus called for a naval assault to interdict the industrial world of Piraeus 5, also known locally as Yarrow Station, and a direct Space Marine assault against the lunar colonies on the second moon of the Piraeus-dominant gas giant Critias. This attack was to be conducted by the combined forces of the Exorcists and Red Scorpions chapters, their strike force amounting to an effective strength of 6 Space Marine companies. The majority of the Space Marine contingent was made up of fresh reinforcements of the Exorcist chapter, who Lord Commander Cullin had kept in reserve for this closing stage of the war, although overall tactical command of the assault was taken up by Lord Commander Cullin himself. From the start, the invasion of the Piraeus system was subject to reversal and unexpected calamity. This first reared its head when one of the Imperial naval cruisers attached to the task force, the Spear of Mazo, suffered a catastrophic Gellerfield failure as the invasion fleet left the Larsa system to make the warp transit to Piraeus, hurling all on board screaming to their doom in the Imperium. Further unexpected turbulence in the usually stable warp route further disrupted the ill-fated fleet, damaging and scattering several ships and forcing the remainder to arrive piecemeal into real space at the target system's edge, further out than had been planned and scattered over a period of many hours thanks to the time distortion effects of the warp. Far from their chosen attack vector to the system, the Loyalist ships were forced to reassemble and operate at maximum thrust burn for a number of days to reach the inner worlds of Piraeus, after which time all element of surprise had been lost. With little choice but to press the attack, the Loyalist fleet reassembled itself and made best speed to engage. This fleet included some 2 battle barges and 4 strike cruisers, alongside a single battleship and 6 cruisers of the Imperial Navy, along with several squadrons of minesweepers and escorts, as well as flotillas of planetary assault craft, ferrying Imperial Guard and Inquisitorial forces, the latter forming a rear echelon intended to consolidate and exploit a successful Astartes attack. The initial enemy resistance in space, as expected, proved insufficient to slow the attacking column down. Sporadically encountered minefields were breached or bypassed without loss, and long-range auguries detected only a dozen defense monitor ships and a score of locally produced destroyers, copies of the inferior Pugius class. This defense armada would have been enough to stand off a sizable raiding force, particularly in combination with the chain of orbital weapons platforms which formed a second line around Piraeus 5. But against the force Lord Commander Cullin had assembled, they stood little chance of long delaying, let alone preventing, the Loyalist assault. Despite unexpectedly heavy long-range torpedo bombardment which the Loyalist fleet was forced to endure for several hours thanks to the enforced distance of their attack run, they reached their mission breakpoint intact and split to engage their separate targets without incident. The bulk of the Imperial naval ships, led by the Retribution-class battleship Throne of Blood, broke off to engage the defense fleet and bombard Piraeus 5, while the Space Marine strike force diverted to assault the moon of Critias Secundus. The fighting above Piraeus 5 proved particularly fierce, as the defense ships flung themselves almost suicidally against the attackers, scoring several hits against the oncoming cruisers before being wiped out. They fought as if the Tyrant's claw was at their necks, and they feared him far more than mere death at the muzzles of our guns, as Vice Admiral Kagawa, commanding the Throne of Blood, was later to observe. The Imperial naval ships, however, were prevented from achieving their secondary objective of close bombardment of Piraeus 5, as ground fire from massive emplacements of macro cannon and defense laser batteries on the surface, unpredicted in strength and ferocity, forced the naval ships back, their fury crippling the Tyrant-class cruiser Gauntlet of Ages when it strayed too close. Elsewhere in orbit of Critias Secundus, despite strong resistance, greater success was found by the Loyalists, and between them the combined might of the Red Scorpion's Sword of Ordon and the Exorcist Redeemer smashed aside the moon's asteroid forts in short order. Landing zones in the vicinity of the lunar colony's main citadels and generatoria stations were quickly identified and subjected to preliminary bombardment before a full-scale planet strike was initiated via Thunderhawk and drop pod assault. The Space Marines' task was to strike hard and with speed to take the lunar colonies and their strategically valuable facilities intact. On landing, the Red Scorpions and Exorcists were immediately met head-on by the Tyrant's Legion in a strong counter-offensive. Their enemies' numbers increased several-fold by indentured workers in crude breather masks to protect them from Critias's poisonous air, driven on by the use of explosive collars and armed with little more than sharpened tools and crude Promethean bombs. The Tyrant Legion's auxilia and their slave worker allies were killed in droves by the assaulting Space Marines in hectic close-quarter fighting, but their numbers alone slowed the attackers down and prevented them from fanning out to their individual targets as planned. It was at this point, with the bulk of the Red Scorpions and Exorcists engaged but effectively bottled into their landing zones, that the Astral Claws trap was sprung. Previously silent and long-concealed ground batteries fired from the depths of the alien forests that covered the moon, striking down Thunderhawks and landing craft and ripping into the Space Marine ships in close orbit above, their vessels' bellies exposed as they descended to deploy their deadly cargo. The Sword of Auden barely made it into space and escaped the brunt of the barrage, spewing flame and trailing debris from her shattered launch bays, while the Exorcist strike cruiser Aleph Argentium, having moments before deployed its last forces, was caught in a crossfire of converging plasma streams and exploded, showering burning wreckage down onto the planet, setting ablaze hundreds of square kilometers of tangled vegetation below. From within the moon's citadels, cannons and mortars thundered afresh, pelting Loyalist Space Marines with missile and shell, indiscriminately targeting the battles where their own forces were engaged at close quarters with the Loyalists. This was only a heralding barrage, however, and from bunkers concealed beneath the tiered, disc-stacked towers, scores of Land Raider tanks and Rhino transports, bearing the insignia of the star-clutching Black Claw, roared forth. The Astral Claws in near chapter strength, and with their master Huron at their head. Lord Commander Kareb Kullin and those that stood with him were caught between the fire above and the tyrant below. The tyrant, it seems, had long ago divined the importance of the Piraeus system as a keystone in the Badab Sector's defence, and drew his own plans accordingly. Likewise, through spies and auguries of his own, he had been able to anticipate the Loyalist plan of attack. Whether his decision to lead the counterattack personally was a stroke of brilliance or folly can be argued in either case. But for all his overweening pride and black-hearted heresy, Huron was no coward, and a brilliant commander in the field, whose presence in and of itself provided the secessionist force on Critias Secundus with a great asset in battle. The presence of a concentration of Astral Claws on Critias and the secret upgrading and cunning deployment of its defences had not been the whole of the tyrant's strategy either, and within an hour of the hidden guns on Critias Secundus opening fire and cutting off the Loyalist spearhead from its supporting ships, the tyrant's own warfleet ripped into real space at the edge of the inner Piraeus system. What was to follow was to be one of the largest and last major fleet engagements of the Badab War. The secessionist armada represented the last excise of their once vaunted naval power. Its flagship was the final remaining operable battle barge in the Astral Claws fleet, the mighty and storied Saref of Judgment, clustered around which were 8 line-class vessels. These were the last remnants of the secessionist chapter and Maelstrom squadron fleets, including 2 strike cruisers, the relic Cardinal-class heavy cruiser Thoth's Hound, and the Gothic-class cruiser Dreadchild, captured from the Carthan forces 7 years before. Alongside this main force were over 60 other vessels, a ramshackle conglomeration of chapter escorts, patrol frigates, raider craft of unknown provenance, and hastily converted armed transports, at least a dozen of which proved to be fire ships, suicidal weapons packed with volatile cargo and primitive atomic explosives, and driven before the main fleet. Vice Admiral Kagawa, assaying the suddenly shifted tactical situation, realized that if the tyrant's fleet could take on the 2 Loyalist forces, both of which had already sustained damage and expended considerable stocks of their ordnance separately, they might yet attain a crushing victory. But if matched against both simultaneously, the Loyalists would be far more evenly matched against them. He immediately ordered his fleet to maximum velocity and moved away from the oncoming enemy ships, and via coded channels sent a request setting out his assessment of the upcoming battle to the Space Marine forces near Critias Secundus. Attempting to demand their compliance, he realized would be fruitless, and so he appealed to their greatest chance of victory. With communications with the ongoing ground war impossible, it was with a heavy heart that Captain Waite Ryder, the Exorcist master of the fleet, reluctantly agreed with the Vice Admiral's dire assessment of the situation and complied with his plan of feigned retreats and rendezvous. The Space Marine ships withdrew at full power, slingshotting themselves around the gas giant of Critias, using its gravitational mass to boost their velocity. With their enemies seemingly in full flight before them, the secessionist fleet ravaged into the inner system at full speed, their ships differing thrust forces and the general indiscipline of their captains soon rendering their formation ragged and drawn out as the slower vessels fell behind and faster raider ships ran ahead. These front runners started striking at targets of opportunity, such as the ungainly loyalist rear echelon transports. These now, despite fleeing at their best speed, became easy prey to the hunters, thousands of the embarked troops aboard dying without ever knowing the cause of their demise. The badly damaged loyalist Gauntlet of Ages, her captain realizing that her ship could not keep up with its comrades, turned instead to a glorious and fatal last charge into the teeth of the oncoming enemy, deliberately seeking out and engaging the secessionist fire ships before they could wreak havoc on the loyalist main force. Weathering broadside after broadside and engulfed twice by the seething nuclear fire of immolating ships, the Gauntlet of Ages still staggered on into the fray, her few remaining batteries keeping up sporadic fire until the Seraph of Judgment closed in and crushed her valiant heart. Below on Critias Secundus, savage fighting raged on as the two forces of humanity's greatest warriors clashed without mercy. Now outnumbered by an enemy whose might was their match, it was the loyalists who were pushed back onto an ever-narrowing defensive circle amid the stacked habitation towers and tangled alien forests. With little clear line of sight between the combatants, mass bloody hand-to-hand confrontations and indiscriminate fire at half-seen foes was the way of the battle. The Astral Claws came on in savage and bitter fury, heedless of their merely human foot soldiers caught between them and the object of their vengeance. The Red Scorpions met them with righteous hatred of their own, while the Exorcists displayed their usual unnerving calm in the face of overwhelming force. As in a battle from ancient myth, these gods of destruction clashed, and at their fore were the two masters of the war. Lord Commander Carib Cullin of the Red Scorpions stood as an unyielding rock amid the storm of battle on which the enemy broke, and at his side was Severin Loth, chief librarian of the chapter, his armour gleaming with baleful light as he rent the foe asunder with murderous blasts of psychic force. Luft Huron, tyrant of Badab and master of the Astral Claws, struck the Exorcist line like a thunderbolt, smashing aside Space Marines as if they were pieces on a gaming board, burning and hacking his way through the crimson-armoured Exorcists with wild, almost insane abandon. The tyrant's blood-spattered personal guard poured into the breach behind him, forming a murderous wedge as the tyrant strove to reach his true and chosen enemy, Carib Cullin. Silius Alberich, captain and commander of the Exorcist force, knew that if he were not stopped, the tyrant alone might turn the course of the battle, and so moved to oppose him, leading a counter-assaulting force of his chapter's elite, Inikion Guard, to confront Luft Huron head-on, intercepting the tyrant's force at the foot of the looming habitation stack the Red Scorpions were using to anchor their defense. There, rather than being matched against the tyrant, Silas Albrecht found himself in a duel with ancient Cleotor, one of the most feared and infamous of the Astral Claws' dreadnought brethren, and suffered terrible wounds, which crushed and crippled his Terminator armour before disabling the dreadnought's motive systems with his relic mace, felling the great beast of adamantine and ceramite. As the battle raged on at the foot of the many-tiered tower stack, in a whirlwind of confusion, of blood and metal, the two masters of war at last found each other, and Carib Cullin and Luft Huron matched their skills in personal combat. There was no organised and formal duel, as might be told of in chronicles and legends, but a savage free-for-all amid a mass combat, with a press of armoured bodies about them, and the air riven with bolt shells and plasma blast. The tyrant came on in fury, bellowing his hatred and cursing the Golden Throne bitterly, while Cullin fought in grim silence, every ounce of his formidable skill needed to wield his relic blade to counter the frenzy of blows rained on him by the tyrant's ghostly claw. Only this ancient heirloom of his chapter, the blade of the Scorpion, seemed proof against his enemy's blows. and within moments of Huron's onslaught, Cullen had seen his Stormbolter shredded like paper, his Iron Halo flicker and fail, and his Terminator armor gouged and slashed in a dozen places. The wounds caused by the eerie lightning claw the tyrant used were flowing freely with blood in defiance of Cullen's Astartes augmented metabolism. Finally, parted from the exchange of blows, did Cullen answer the tyrant's taunts with accusations of his own, bellowing that Huron was a traitor and a cur, a cruel and petty false king, no better than a pawn of chaos, who had brought ruin to all the Astral Claws had striven and bled for these ages past, for corrupt vanity and pride. The tyrant of Badab, further maddened and howling inarticulately with rage, charged again at the Red Scorpion, who, expecting the frenzied attack, deftly turned aside, allowing the tyrant's momentum to take his Terminator armored bulk past. Lashing out with the blade of the Scorpion, he slashed deeply into the tyrant's side, parting his foe's armor in a welter of blood. Such a blow should have felled even the mightiest Space Marine, but it did not slay the tyrant of Badab. Huron wheeled around, his claw arcing down, the ghostly blades punching effortlessly through Carab Cullen's breastplate and spearing into his chest, piercing flesh and bone alike. With monumental effort of will, Cullen fought through his agony and hurled himself backwards onto the bloody ground before the tyrant could close his clawed fingers and rip out the Red Scorpion's heart. Snarling in pain, Cullen slid down a slope of rubble and armoured bodies before the looming tyrant, whose bitter laughter echoed above him. Direly wounded, Cullen staggered once more to his feet as the battle thundered on, and a new sun burned in the heavens, raining destruction down on all below. In the cold darkness of the void above Critias, battle was once again joined between the now concentrated warships of the Imperium and the claw-marked renegades of Badab. The secessionists both outnumbered the loyalists and outgunned them, but the loyalists, even though many of their vessels were damaged, had the greater number of heavy warships in their line of battle, and were far the greater in quality of skilled and disciplined crew. The rebel fleet came on in a chaotic and ragged attack column, and this was to prove their undoing, as the combined Imperial Navy and Space Marine warships formed into tight formation and crossed laterally in an oblique pass on the enemy column, maximizing their broadsides, while the secessionists could not fully bring theirs to bear. In their chaotic counterattack, several of the secessionists' own outlying escorts were caught in the line of fire from the cruisers at the center of the column and were destroyed. Both sides took heavy damage in this first close pass, but the secessionists had the worst of it, with the ill-fated Dreadchild spinning out of control from the renegade attack column, fires burning within her from stem to stern. The courses of the two fleets carried them on, sweeping away from each other, and so, thrusters flaring, they both strained to come about, tightened into concentric turns and came again to engage head-on, weapons blazing, neither side holding back and each fleet willing to meet victory or death in a single, tumultuous clash of the line. The void between them was split by gouts of fire and bright lances of energy as the two sides hurled all their spite at each other. Fightercraft tumbling and dying as starships exploded around them in storms of radiation and shrapnel. The strike cruiser Godslayer rammed the Thoth's Hound and broke her back, cleaving the relic ship in two, while lance strikes bit deep into the Sword of Odin, disabling her main guns. The Throne of Blood, her steering shattered and spewing fire from scores of craters and wounds on her flanks, confronted the Seraph of Judgment on a collision course at point-blank range. The venerable battle barge frantically maneuvered to bring her bombardment cannon to bear, but the Throne of Blood unleashed a full salvo of melter-headed torpedoes at the last possible moment, their machine spirits all locked onto the pulsing reactors deep within the battle barge's hull. In an instant, all became flooded with impossibly bright, burning white light. And when at last it had faded, a war machine that had survived 1,000 battles and millennia of war was nothing but a smouldering corona of ash, and radiation-fogged haze. And the throne of blood tumbled on, its vast armoured prow replaced with a scorched and blackened stump. The star battle was won for the Loyalists with the death of the Seraph of Judgment, but at great cost. And there remained a great deal of bloody fighting to do as the surviving enemy ships were put to flight or captured in a series of brutal boarding assaults. Before this tangled conflict could be resolved, a single ship broke free, its engines blazing far past their maximum Adeptus Mechanicus prescribed capacity. It was the Redeemer, and it was heading directly for Critias Secundus. Bargaining that the planetary defences would be half-blinded by the battle above them, Captain Rydar gambled all on a dangerous plan to extract the forces stranded below. Of all the Loyalist warships, by a combination of good fortune and the skill of her master and crew, the Redeemer was among the least scathed, and its bays had been filled with surviving Thunderhawks from across the fleet for the emergency operation. The vast battle barge sliced into Critias Secundus's thin atmosphere at perilous speed, trusting to its void shields and blessed hull to keep it from breaking up under the battering force of re-entry. As predicted, the ground batteries, which had previously proven deadly against close-range and slow-moving targets, could not now quickly respond, and panicked when faced with this comet from the heavens. The fire blazing around her shields, making the Redeemer appear as a terrible blazing sun in the sky. Although all communication to the surface had been jammed, Librarian Taloth of the Exorcists had locked in on the bright soul of Severin Loth and the familiar spark of his wounded master, Albrecht. And so the Redeemer made for its target. As it rode appallingly low in the skies, its armoured belly shearing off the tops of tower stacks as it passed, a pressure wave ran before it like a tsunami and smashed the alien forest flat, toppling buildings and armoured space marines alike before its fury. At this unexpected arrival, the Astral Claws were hurled back amid a storm of dust and debris, and below its sky-blotting bulk, the battlefield where Cullen and the Tyrants had fought was showered in rubble and flame, parting them before their combat could reach a final conclusion in either's favour. Immediately, extraction operations got underway, before the enemy could rally to the defence as the Redeemer's guns, designed for the epic battles of fleet combat, spoke with the voice of an apocalypse, rending the ground asunder and pulverising the towers of nearby citadels. In a fraught operation lasting nearly 2 hours, almost 3 in 5 of the Loyalist Space Marines that had made the planetfall were recovered, although most of them were either casualties or bore fresh wounds or scars to mark the furious combat they had seen. Not least of the wounded was Lord Commander Cullen, who was taken up in the care of the chapter apothecaries. The Redeemer, its tortured hull and overtaxed engines protesting under the strain, the seals and bulkheads rupturing up and down her superstructure, made exit from the moon's atmosphere, ground fire tracing vengeful streaks behind her, void shields holding just long enough for the mighty ship to break orbit. The invasion of Piraeus was over. Both sides claimed a victory and both sides tasted defeat. For the secessionists, the Loyalist invaders had been driven off, and not one iota of ground had been surrendered to them. But in doing so, they had gambled the last of their mighty fleet and lost it, and with it any hope of maintaining dominion outside the Badab system itself. Fatalities on both sides had been appallingly high, and Lord Commander Cullen had seen his attacking force blunted and many of his most powerful ships of the line damaged to the extent that it might take years to repair. For a brief time some hoped that the tyrant himself had been slain in the anarchy of the extraction, but Cullen did not believe it, and he was quickly proved right. The Badab War had arguably been won at Piraeus by the Loyalists, but there was one last battle to fight, and that was likely to be the most terrible of all, the final siege of Badab. The whole system was a heavily fortified death trap, the likes of which few had ever encountered, but the tyrant could not be left alone in his place of power to fester. If the invasion of Piraeus had a lesson to be learned, it was that the tyrant should never be underestimated, and nothing was more dangerous than a cornered beast. Chapter 7. The Fall of Badab. After the tumultuous events surrounding the failed invasion of the Piraeus system and the unknown status of the Executioner's chapter, the Badab War entered a new and uncertain era. The Badab secessionists were unquestionably at their lowest ebb, but equally the Loyalist forces were in no position to immediately exploit their enemy's weakness and press the attack. This period of the conflict, which lasted from the aftermath of the invasion of Piraeus to the mid-division of 912 M41, became known as the Silent War, as it was composed of hundreds of small-scale and petty engagements, cat-and-mouse duels between lone vessels, and bloody but short-lived skirmishes across the region, many of which went all but unreported and unknown. The Maelstrom zone could not be considered pacified by any means, despite the sundering of the secessionist domains, and it was only the presence of the Loyalist detachments of the Minotaurs and Sons of Medusa chapter that kept the Imperial lines of supply viable. Moreover, it was the thinly spread Imperial Guard and Inquisition forces attached to the Loyalist command that had kept retaken worlds in the Pale Stars region from sliding into anarchy or succumbing to civil strife, as those in the Galen system had. Information also soon came to light that the Tyrant's forces were now falling back to the Badab system itself, stripping defences from worlds such as Ison and Decabalus, and abandoning them to their fates. While some interdiction was attempted against this, the Imperial forces simply didn't have the available manpower or ships in the area to prevent less than a handful of convoys and transports from conducting the retreat. Matters became further confused when it appeared that some of the forces of the Tyrant's Legion, and even some small splinter groups of Astral Claws, had abandoned their master, turned full renegade, and made an attempt to flee into the Maelstrom zone, while once again Corsair and Xenos sightings began to increase across the western and southern zones. From facing a single unified enemy, it seemed to the Loyalists that they were on the verge of being left with many fractured foes whose actions could not be readily predicted, potentially spread out over a vast area of dangerous wilderness space. If the strategic initiative was lost now, or the victory was an incomplete one, some feared, and not without cause, that the conflict could spawn a spreading slow canker through the region that might take decades, if not centuries, to quell. In light of this shifting and uncertain situation, the injured but still active Lord Commander Kareb Cullen convened a full council of war in 519912 M41 at the newly commissioned Imperial Battle Station complex in the Vanir system to determine a strategy and divine the future course of the war. Present were representatives of all the Loyalist Space Marine chapters still involved in the conflict. Cullen's own Red Scorpions, the Salamanders, Minotaurs, Exorcists, Carcaradons, and Sons of Medusa. Despite reservations held by the others, the Firehawk's master, and now ailing Lazarek, on whom some stain of blame and suspicion of dissent still persisted, was also summoned as an equal. Inquisitorial Legate Frayne, whose voice was that of the High Lords in the Council, served as arbiter, and at Frayne's personal invitation a deputation of Archmagus of the Forge World of Angstrom was also received, and now welcomed as allies to the Loyalist cause. Along with fresh demands that the tyrant be cut off from his place of safety on Badab Primaris, and brought to the Emperor's judgment with all dispatched, Inquisitor Frayne brought news to the Council both good and ill. The first order of the Council was the acceptance of the formal surrender and repentance of the scattered survivors of the Mantis Warriors chapter, who had, finally, submitted themselves before the Legate's authority to avoid the utter destruction of their worlds. Less welcome news came when Frayne further informed the assembled Space Marine commanders that hope for reinforcements from the Imperial Guard Segmentum reserves and fresh warships from the Navy would not be forthcoming. Wars and conflicts were everywhere, and matters pressing against the Tyranid threat and newly arising Xenos powers to the galactic east claimed priority on all that might be gathered to the Loyalist cause on short notice. However, the Inquisitor's agents had at last tracked down fresh allies to whom the Badab conflict would have a far greater resonance than any other concern for reasons of their own. The darkly legended Star Phantom Space Marine chapter were on their way in full strength and would be with the Loyalists by the year's turning. Further aid was provided by the Adeptus Mechanicus of Angstrom, who both granted a bounty of arms and munitions and also vowed to aid the Loyalist attack on Badab when the hour of battle came. Plans and deployments were quickly formulated and entered into, and warriors and warships were swiftly redeployed throughout the Maelstrom zone. In accordance with the Loyalists' newly formed strategies and with the hard lesson of Pyrrhus well learned, the ultimate goal of the investiture and siege of Badab would now be delayed until overwhelming forces were available. In the meantime, an enhanced blockade and watch would be maintained there while the Maelstrom zone was brought better under its heel. The Rapturous Rex, the Firehawk's immense mobile fortress monastery, was brought to the Pyrrhus system to form the linchpin of the reinforced blockade, and on arrival the Loyalist task force found the Pyrrhus system, over which so much blood had been shed, in a half-abandoned shambles. The lunar colonies of Critias Secundus were ravaged and near lifeless, and Yarrow Station gutted and famine-struck by its former masters, and its population left to their fate. A fate which the Rapturous Rex's wrath sealed upon the traitors below by protracted orbital bombardment. Elsewhere in the Maelstrom zone, the Carcaradons were recalled from the Endymion cluster, their work there done, in accordance with undertakings given to the Mantis Warriors as part of their surrender agreement. Now available for redeployment, the Carcaradons' large fleet, along with ships from the Exorcists and Sons of Medusa chapters, were assigned into small battle groups alongside Imperial Navy scouting vessels and dispatched on independent hunter-killer missions throughout the Maelstrom zone, in search of targets of opportunity, as forces for the final assault were steadily assembled, with the Crow's world system chosen as their rallying point. The Pact of Angstrom. Prior relations between Loyalist forces and the notoriously independent Adeptus Mechanicus presence in Angstrom on the Maelstrom zone's eastern border had been troubled at best. Although previously aloof from the conflict which they had considered an internal matter between Space Marine chapters which did not concern them, they had become belligerent to both sides after the notorious Angstrom incident of 908 M41 had provoked them to violence. A secondary full-scale conflict between Angstrom and the Loyalists had only been prevented from escalating by the direct and terse negotiations between the Archmagus Lords of Angstrom and the Legate Inquisitor Frame. Further to this, a line of dialogue had remained open between the parties, and secret negotiations had been undertaken well in advance of the Grand War Council in 912 M41. What price or concessions were paid for Angstrom's aid have never been fully as of yet brought to light, and given that the Adeptus Mechanicus effectively form a mirror Imperium of their own, the bargain's results may have had hidden ramifications far removed from the Maelstrom zone. In any case, invaluable aid to the Loyalists was indeed granted, as the later siege of Badab would prove. Debts of Honour. 03838-912-M41. With the Badab War drawing to its bloody conclusion, there remained but a few major matters to settle, and for some of those factions involved on the Loyalist side, the greatest of these remained that of the Executioners chapter. It came to pass that the Sons of Medusa and Carcaradon forces began to coordinate their efforts to hunt down the chapter and discover its believed centre of operations in the Denny Stellar Drift, with the stated aim of prosecuting a campaign of annihilation against them. Hearing of this, as skirmishes and clashes between them began to escalate, the Salamanders' captain, Pelus Marsan, was deeply troubled. He believed that for all their fury and bloodletting, the Executioners had acted with honour during the war, and moreover, he felt his own chapter owed them a debt not easily repaid following the events of the Red Hour. With his own small and battered force renewed by the arrival of the Salamander's vanguard cruiser, Obsidia, and a half-company of battle brothers freshly returned from the Segmentum Solar, Mishan took it upon himself to seek out the leader of the Executioners, Thulsa Kane, and parlay a negotiated end to the Executioners' part in the war. After a questing search along the Maelstrom zone's southern periphery, lasting several standard months, The Obsidia rushed to respond to reports of battle joined at the fringes of the Iridian Cataract, and there found the Executioner's battle barge, Phaeton's Wrath, and the infamous Night Hag, hunting down 2 damaged Sons of Medusa strike cruisers in the dense asteroid fields and dust clouds of the turbulent star system. Acting without second thought as to his ship's own safety, Mesan ordered the Obsidia interposed between the 2 warring sides and deactivated its own weapons, demanding that an honourable discourse between brothers take place. After a tense standoff in which the Loyalist forces came to the brink of warring among themselves, Mesan was successful in forcing both sides to stand down, and in then negotiating the Sons of Medusa's departure and the Executioner's ceasefire, bringing the Night Hag, with Cain aboard, under the Salamander's own personal flag of safety, to formal parley with the Loyalist command. Their voyage to Crow's World was shadowed with the warp echoes of prowling Carcaradon warships, but they were not attacked. Although many of the Loyalists' side were minded to arrest or even slay the Executioners on sight while they were in their power, the voice of Mesan, a respected representative of his first founding chapter, was not so easily dismissed, nor were the likely consequences should blood be shed dishonourably at this juncture. Lord Commander Cullin, seeing the strategic wisdom of removing the dangerous and unpredictable chapter all but bloodlessly from the war, and mindful of the potential for further civil strife in his own ranks, acquiesced to Mesan's proposal regarding the Executioners, but with a few added caveats of his own. Under terms of honourable armistice, the Executioners were to end all hostilities and quit the region of the Maelstrom zone entirely, never to return. The bulk of their surviving forces were then to travel to their distant home system under oath, to remain there until full judgment could later be passed on their actions by a full consistorial court of inquiry. Their leader, Thulsa Cain, his chosen honour guard and crew, along with the Night Hag, voluntarily gave themselves over to the Salamander's custody, and were interned at the Salamander's chapter world of Nocturne until the end of the war. The Salamander's chapter themselves would from this point stand as guarantor of the Executioner's compliance and conduct, although there remain those on the Loyalist side who, though bound to obedience in the matter, would never forget the bad blood between them. Breaking the Steel Ring, 3117913 M41. With the arrival of the Grim Star Phantoms chapter fleet, carrying a powerful force, fully 10 companies strong, and also a maniple of battle titans of the Legio Crucius, the Warmongers, brought in by the intervention of the Adeptus Mechanicus of Angstrom, and with several heavy warships such as the Sword of Orden brought back into full operation, at last the final siege of Badab could begin. The initial attack itself would not be easy, as Badab's infamous Ring of Steel space defense globe held sufficient firepower to hold off almost any fleet of attackers, and had turned the void between its planets into a deadly maze of minefields and interlocking fire zones. No star system could be made impregnable, however, as history had proved countless times, and the Loyalist High Command had come up with an unorthodox plan to sunder the Ring of Steel with minimum losses, allowing for an immediate planetary assault. The key to this plan was twofold, and it relied both on the arcane arts of the Magus of Angstrom and the effects of the tyrant's own growing paranoia. The Ring of Steel's greatest vulnerability was that it was largely static. The positions of its various minefields and massively armed star forts were predictable, and what few defense ships and armed vessels of any size Badab still possessed were insufficient to turn the tide against a concerted localized attack. The cornerstone of the outer system's defense was the heavily defended star fort orbiting Sigma. Here, Loyalist spies had discovered that Sentinel Sigma was the primary node of control, which the tyrant had placed in the charge of one of the few subordinates he truly trusted, the infamous Astral Claws captain, Corian Summatris. This was done rather than devolve the star forts and minefields control autonomously in the hands of scores of commanders he thought unreliable. If Sentinel Sigma could be taken intact, then the legendary big guns of the Badab system could be silenced. On 311-7913, M41, the Loyalist Assault Armada entered real space in the Badab system, high up on the vertical plane of the planetary system, directly on an attack course for Badab 6. The Armada consisted of no fewer than 6 Space Marine battle barges and 9 strike cruisers, along with 6 other Imperial Navy ships of the line, an Adeptus Mechanicus war caravel, and 84 escorts and strike vessels of various classes. At its vanguard was the Rapturous Rex, behind which, thanks to the artisanship of the Magus of Angstrom, was towed a burning stellar core fragment, torn bodily from the Bale Cascade. As the war machines of Badab sprang to life in response to the threat, thousands of gun batteries powered up and drifting clouds of assassin mines woke to murderous intent. But as their auger beams and targeting sensoria swept the onrushing armada, it was already too late to prevent what was to happen next. Swiftly reaching terminal velocity, the ponderous cyclopean bulk of the Rapturous Rex engaged its main drive at maximum power to alter course, straining against inertia to allow the hellish fire of the stellar fragment to pass it by on its collision course with the Sentinel Sigma battle station, while the Loyalist Armada fell into a spearhead formation a safe distance behind. The Sentinel Sigma station had no hope of escaping the path of the rogue star fragment in time, and faced certain destruction should it impact. If it fell, a yearning gap would be blown clear through the ring of steel, and the control hub for the entire outer system defenses would be annihilated at a stroke. Tens of thousands of mass-driven projectiles, torpedoes, and macro shells filled the void, hurtling towards the dense, amorphous mass of nuclear plasma and elemental force. Most were spent fruitlessly, exploding and incinerating in its superheated corona before they could reach its core. Blinded by the light of this new and terrible star careening towards them, the weapons of the ring could not clearly see, let alone target the oncoming armada, and legions of mines and weapons platforms, their targeting arrays maddened by the conflagration, set upon each other and set off waves of atomic detonations through the void, lighting up the skies of the inner worlds with an omen of coruscating fire. Only at near point-blank range did the defense lasers and arc cannons of the Starfords begin to take a toll on the burning mass, their beams tearing gouts of burning matter clear, until at last they punched their way deep into the unstable core, and the fragment was rent apart in a great wave of energy which washed over the Sentinel Sigma, painting its failing void shields with lambent flame and burning through the defense ships and fighters in a torrent of destruction. There was no relenting from the apocalyptic cataclysm the Loyalists had unleashed, and hard on the wake of the energy storm came the Angels of Death. Boarding torpedoes and assault rams smashed into the reeling Sentinel Sigma, carrying with them the might of the Sons of Medusa and Exorcist chapters, and were met in deadly combat amid the station's vaults and corridors by battle servitors and the suicidal fury of the vaunted Astral Claws' Second Company and their master, the Arch Swordsman, Call-in Sumatris. As this action raged, the battle barges, Swords of Orden, and the Star Phantom's Memento Mori led a wing of strike cruisers to assault the burned and blinded Starfort network at point-blank range, taking one after the other intact in a series of brutal boarding assaults which left none they found within alive. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs carried out strikes upon the system's other inhabited spheres, Badab, Secundus, and Rigial, decapitating their governments and military commands with brutal efficiency. Lord Astrian Moloch, the darkly famed master of the Minotaurs, hurled the members of the Secundus ruling satrapy from the spire of its oratory cathedral. This he did after impaling the Astral Claws chaplain, Varna Sabine, to the front of his personal Land Raider, as an example to the traitors of the fate that awaited them. When at last Vaelund Karl, Iron Thane of the Sons of Medusa, communicated from atop a mound of broken bodies that Sentinel Sigma was theirs, he was joined via teleporter by the Mechanicus Lords of Angstrom. Within hours they had achieved what Luft Huron and his court had considered unthinkable: the subjugation of the station's silica animus, and with it access to the many machine spirits and weapons slaved to it. Incontrovertible override and destruct signals were sent out across the void. A function only possible because of the possessive paranoia of a single man to control a system so large. In response to the command, the outer Badab system became a sea of fire. The ring of steel was shattered, and only Badab Primaris and the defences that encircled it remained. The final assault. 3118-913-M41. With the star system now under Loyalist control, and surviving defence ships hunted down and destroyed, deployments were quickly put into place to surround and besiege Badab Primaris, with the ships of the Exorcist chapter along with the Imperial Navy detachments breaking off to blockade the star system to ensure none would escape what was to come. The assault from orbit against Badab Primaris was to have been spearheaded by the rapturous Rex, but that was no longer possible, the strain of the core fragment attack having caused significant structural damage which destabilized the engines of the vast craft, making close orbital operations impossible. The guns of Badab Primaris were still to be greatly feared, and it was a forlorn hope that even a Space Marine battle barge would survive long if they could not be silenced quickly by orbital counter-battery fire. The Star Phantoms had asked for and been granted the glory of leading the first wave, and it was their ancient battle barge, the Memento Mori, which would be the first to brave the guns of Badab. Further hazard to the assault was presented by the High Guard orbital station, which the Astral Claws had first used as a fortress monastery before Huron had descended to take over the Palace of Thorns below. The hastily revised attack plan was to be a three-pronged offensive. The first axis of attack would be formed by 2 companies of Star Phantom Space Marines, attacking the High Guard orbital fortress in concert with the smaller Firehawks and Sons of Medusa contingents. For the second, the Carcaradons would descend in full force to the surface of Badab Primaris' hives to crush any opposition. The third and most vital attack force would be formed by the bulk of the Star Phantoms, some 7 companies in strength, assisted by heavy assault elements drawn from across the Loyalist chapters and inquisitorial stormtrooper companies. This would take the battle to the heart of the foe and besiege the Palace of Thorns itself. The attack was heralded by waves of orbital bombardment and hurled debris from orbit, sent to sow havoc below as weapons fire split the heavens above Badab Primaris. The sable form of the Memento Mori led the attack and was rocked with explosions as it breached the outer atmosphere, its own cannons roaring in answer, and vortex missiles screaming out from its weapons decks to rip great wounds in the planet's crust. Behind the dauntless battle barge, dozens of other warships swept low to unleash their deadly cargo. Blazing bright lances of energy pierced upwards, and the skies darkened as wave after wave of drop pods, painted in midnight black and cold grey, rained down in precisely executed assaults. Brighter yet, from the halo edge of space, the Carcaradons' relic flagship Nicor unleashed the vast plasma destructor weapon concealed in its belly and burned a great trench in Badab's surface, sundering the bastion wall of Primaris' main city, Hive Dominar. And soon after, Thunderhawks and assault rams spiraled down to exploit the breach. Such was the burning pall of smoke, swirling cinder ash and choking dust that came up. Night fell over Badab's northern continent as the siege assault raged, the darkness riven with meteoric streaks of flame as wreckage fell from high above. A full hour had passed since the first shots were fired, and still the defense batteries had not yet been fully silenced. But many were now choked off or destroyed. Troop ships and Thunderhawks continued to descend perilously through the storm of smoke and fire, ferrying their reinforcements and heavy armor down to the tumult of battle. Deeming the approach now safe, like a hammer of the gods, the colossal landing craft of the Legio Crucia fell to earth outside Hive Dominar, their impact sending a powerful tremor shock through the ground, bringing yet more of the breached bastion wall tumbling down. vast armoured doors opened and slammed buildings flat as Titans walked on Badab, their bellowing sirens echoing like the clarion call of doom come for the beleaguered world. The assault moved into its second and then third hour without any sign of relenting, and soon Hive Dominar had become a city of death. Within its hundreds of kilometres of multi-tiered roadways and vast arched habitation towers, the Tyrant's Legion fought an insane and desperate battle against the grey giants that had come among them. Transit junctions were soon clogged with burning vehicles and shattered rubble, and for the wretched civilians trapped within the doomed hive, there was nothing for them but terror and death. Offered no chance of surrender or survival, the soldiers of the Exilia bitterly fought on as best they could, as the Carcaradons fell on them with nightmarish fury, savagely hacking through their defence lines and leaving nothing but torn bodies and shattered war machines in their wake. In the face of the unstoppable grey-red tide that had come upon them, all pretense of command and control within the Tyrant's Legion rapidly broke down, as Voxets uttered nothing but screams and unanswered pleas for mercy. Fires began to spread out of control, and the carnage was only worsened as those isolated Legion redoubts and tank squadrons that still survived began to shell indiscriminately into the shadows of buildings. Their desperate and chaotic attacks were in the vain hope of fighting an enemy that came at them with terrifying speed, only to fade away and strike again, each time leaving fewer and fewer alive. In the northeast of Hive Dominar lay the Palace of Thorns, built into a mountainous volcanic plateau that rose high above the level of the Hive City. It comprised a hulking ornate citadel, surrounded by wide statue-lined plazas and minaret-capped gun towers, studded with defence lasers and flak batteries. This was the heart of the Astral Claws domain, and the lair of the Tyrant of Badab. Above the palace's complex centre, an actinic, bright lightning shield rippled and clashed in the air, a vast charged power field that disintegrated anything it touched and shrugged off even the firepower of the warships above. The plaza and weapons batteries that spread out beyond the palace were not so impervious, however, and it was into them the Star Phantoms descended with unmatched precision and timing, their drop pods smashing down for the ornate sepulchres and toppling needle-thin Auspex masts as they descended. Despite the blizzard of fire that had greeted them, over 500 battle brothers out of the 700-strong force survived to make landfall, and now they set about besieging their heavily protected palace. The combat was as fierce as any of the chapter had seen, and at every turn, the Star Phantoms encountered death traps and heavily defended gun positions. They fought brutal close-range engagements with Astral Claws assault squads, who counterattacked them from concealed sally ports, paying in blood for every advance. Further in, land raiders and predators spilled from underground bunkers in the defense of the Citadel's shield wall, their power matched by the deadly accurate fire of Star Phantom's Devastator squads and dreadnoughts firing from the shattered towers they had already stormed. The siege soon descended into a bloody meat grinder, as the wide-open plazas that ring the citadel became lethal killing grounds which offered scant cover to attacker or defender alike. For every 2 gun ziggurats that were taken by the Star Phantoms, another held out or was retaken by counter-assault, and soon the siege lines became a confused anarchy where the enemy could be encountered on all sides. Slowly, though, the bloody siege of the palace's outer precincts began to tip in the Loyalists' favour, as making their way up the volcanic ridges, stormtrooper reinforcements joined the fray, allowing the Star Phantoms to press the attack, while Loyalist Terminator squads locked on to the Star Phantoms' teleporter homers were dispatched to the surface from strike cruisers braving the much-reduced ground fire. But despite the massive force brought to bear against it, still the citadel held. The Palace of Thorns' lightning field remained unbreached, and attack after attack was hurled away from its citadel by murderous counterattack as deadly fire rained down from the walls. The attackers' losses mounted steadily, and even the Reaver Titans of the Legio Crucius, alongside fresh Sons of Medusa detachments, could not force the issue. Indeed, the first Titan to attempt the attack was disabled as it sought to lend its firepower to the assault, its command deck gutted by a well-placed conversion beamer blast in the shadow of the citadel. The siege of the Palace of Thorns was at a lethal impasse. As true night fell over Hive Dominar and the Palace of Thorns, the fighting and killing went on unabated, spreading out to the planet's sub-hives and industrial zones. The pall of smoke from Badab's burning cities thickened the night to an umbral black deep enough to fog the auspexes of the ships in orbit, and the planet to them became a mass of indistinguishable heat blooms from the fires below. Titans stalked the benighted and ruined cityscapes, their powerful weapons lighting up the darkness like thunderstorms as their footfalls shook the earth, crushing any hint of resistance they encountered and systematically smashing manufactura and habitation blocks. The Titans' machine spirits and crews reveled in the desolation they brought, driving waves of screaming refugees and routed Legion troops before them in a disordered swarm. Meanwhile, the Carcaradons haunted the shadows of the Badab hives like blood-painted grey spectres. The city was theirs. Of Huron's actions during the long night of destruction, little can be said for certain. Some reports have the tyrant sighted almost everywhere in the defence of the palace, hurling back the rent and shattered bodies of his enemies, roaring his defiance, while other tales place him alone and silent in the throne chamber, impassively watching the destruction of all he had wrought in the flickering light of his holosphere. Regardless of the truth, what can be accurately said is that no Astral Claw surrendered to their fate. Each fought to the end, whether at the Palace of Thorns, in the hive cities of Badab, or in the defense of the High Guard orbital station. The Astral Claws sold their lives in a blaze of fury and spite. At the dawn of the second day of the assault, the Carcaradons took matters in their own hands to bring about the end. Assigned by Lord Commander Kareb Kullin the task of attacking the planet's infrastructure and preventing an organized defense from taking root, they had devised their own plan of doing so, and set their own deadly measure to the extremes to which they would go. Having ravaged the tyrant's legion forces defending the cities and setting the hives ablaze, they continued the final stage of their plan and dispatched strike teams deep into the hive's subsurface. There they sabotaged the vast and ancient atomic and geothermal reactors, which powered the hives and fed the hungry planetary defense batteries with energy. Across Badab Primaris, power failed or suddenly spiked, adding to the chaos. And slowly, with inexorable horror, the hives began to quake, and the towers of Badab toppled like felled trees. Silently and in good order, the Carcaradons began to withdraw from the surface. The fatal blow struck, the God Emperor's judgment on treacherous Badab delivered. Few realized just what had begun, and at the Palace of Thorns, the sudden destabilization of power had offered the Loyalists a much-needed opening in which to strike. As the lightning field and the Citadel's outer defenses flickered for a moment before drawing power again from their own reactors, a Star Phantom's assault force managed to breach the lower-level bunker network and catacombs, with Captain Zrukal Androcles at its head. His force of assault-equipped Space Marines and Terminators finally forced their way into the Citadel in the heart of the enemy. The Star Phantom's assault was brutal and relentless, its passage blasted through by thunderhammer, rent bulkheads and charge-blown walls, while the Astral Claws that fought against them were the most fanatical and hate-filled of their breed, their crimson-splattered armor devoid of any sign of their former service as defenders of the Imperium. Chain blades flashed and bolters roared in the closest confines, in the under-citadel, as the ossuaries of the Astral Claws chapter were blasted apart, as each side slaughtered the other in the hellish struggle. All over Badab, the ground began to quake and shudder, as high above, in orbit, auguries registered the massive tectonic upheaval in the planet's sub-hive structures, radiating out across ancient geological fault lines, spewing molten magma and radioactive ash up from the earth. Badab Primaris began to die. At the Palace of Thorns, the bastion wall was finally breached, collapsing the lightning shield. The Star Phantom stormed the citadel, much of which was now no more than a rubble-strewn butcher's yard. At the height of this desperate last battle at the palace, Huron was mortally wounded by the dying Star Phantom's captain, Androcles. Records recovered after the clash from the autosense logs of the Star Phantoms indicate a brutal melee erupting between Androclus's forces and the Tyrant's personal guard, to their near mutual destruction in one of the palace's deep sublevels. And it is likely Huron's party was attempting to flee to a concealed escape craft via the subsurface. Captain Androcles was struck down by the Tyrant in the confrontation, who, in his arrogance, strode over the fallen hero, believing him dead. As his life bled from him, the grimly determined Star Phantom captain succeeded in discharging his combi melter at the looming figure of Huron at point-blank range. The melter blast struck the arcane lightning claw the Tyrant habitually wore, which catastrophically exploded, unleashing a baleful pulse of energy. The blast incinerated the Tyrant's arm and much of his right side, and the remnants of his burning armor collapsing to the ground was the last image recorded by the fallen captain's autosenses. Soon afterwards, when a second Star Phantom squad entered the vault, they found the bloody remains of the melee, along with the shrapnel and organic detritus, later identified by the Magus biologists of the constitutional court as belonging to the Tyrant. The bulk of Huron's body, however, was not found, nor were any remains that could be later identified as belonging to the Astral Claws, Master of the Forge, Arminius Valthex, who had also been present in the combat. Further investigation of the matter, or deeper exploration of the lower levels of the Palace of Thorns, proved impossible, however, as the wider situation on Badab Primaris began to deteriorate rapidly. Beneath the hives of Badab Primaris, the cascading destruction of the deep-sunk reactor cores was taking its toll. Tectonic shocks and volcanic eruptions were increasing at an exponential rate, and entire hive sectors collapsed into gaping maws that opened in the ground beneath them to be replaced by seas of lava. The campaign of purgation and conquest of Badab quickly devolved into anarchic retreat, and many were caught in the path of destruction. Wherever they could be found, interface vessels of any kind, and all kinds, were commandeered by loyalist and renegade alike in a desperate effort to flee. In the anarchy and ruin that followed the fall of the hive cities, the air was filled with toxic ash and fallout. The majority of the planet's population are estimated to have been exterminated within a few standard days. Confusion reigned in the wreckage-strewn system. Several loyalist transports were also shot down by the blockade ships, and it is believed at least one small warp-capable privateer vessel managed to escape the Badab system into the warp. Later intelligence reports suggest that less than 200 secessionist survivors were on board, led by Arminius Valthex, and carrying with them their master's broken body. The Badab War was over. Trial and Punishment 2895913M41. In the aftermath of the death of Badab Primaris, the remaining Astral Claws, Executioners, Mantis Warriors, and Lamenters were put on trial by a specially convened consistorial court of their peers, with their very existence at stake. Despite the attempts of Legate Freyne to have the matter placed fully under inquisitorial remit, a conclave of 5 Space Marine chapter masters, whose forces were not part of the conflict, were convened in judgment in accordance with Astartes tradition. Representatives of those that fought on both sides went on to give evidence to the court. Particularly noteworthy was the testimony of Captain Mersan of the Salamanders, speaking out in eloquent and moving defense of the Executioner's chapter honor, if not their actions. Also heard at length was the now near-dead Master of the Firehawks, Lazarek, and his bitter calls to eradicate the vanquished foe without exception garnered some sympathy from the tribunal. The last to testify was Legate Inquisitor Freyne himself, whose impassioned and wise words called on the assembled chapter masters to weigh both the deeds of men and the will of the Emperor, and heed the judgment of history on them. A judgment was passed by unanimous verdict, confirming the Astral Claws as traitors most foul, guilty of taking up arms against the Imperium and deceitfully causing their brethren to do likewise. The consistorial court also found all of those chapters who had taken part in the Badab secession guilty in breaking with both the Codex and ancient covenant it represented. In punishment, all surviving Astral Claws in Imperial custody were then put to the sword, blindfolded and shackled in dishonor. It was further judged that the other surviving secessionist chapters would have to each undertake a 100-year penitent crusade to atone for their transgressions, and must do so without the right to recruit new brethren during this time. Their further survival or destruction was left in their own hands, and in the grace of the Emperor. In addition, the Mantis Warriors would henceforth lose all rights to their ancient domains in the Endymion cluster, with their goods and chattels given over to the Firehawks in perpetuity, and likewise the Lamenters chapter were condemned to surrender reparations in ships and war gear to the Minotaurs, this in essence being no more than a rubber stamp of approval of actions already taken place. The Executionist chapter, in contrast, were granted a measure of comparable clemency, and their twin chapter worlds were given over in trust to the Salamanders chapter and their own successors rather than forfeited entirely, to be returned to them should they endure their 100-year act of contrition and survive. As to the men and women of the Maelstrom zone, caught up in a decade of calamity and bloodshed, their lives now belong to the Administratum. Alongside them were the Adeptus Mechanicus and Inquisition, both of which had their own interests to serve, and all would have their due. The Star Phantom's Prize, 4995913M41. As a bloody prize, and in recognition for their efforts in the war's brutal closing act, the badly mauled Star Phantoms chapter were given the somewhat Pyrrhic reward of dominion over the once proud Badab Sector, along with the task of policing its survivors by edict of Legate Inquisitor Frayne. This reward was somewhat of a hollow one, as the Star Phantoms chapter had been reduced to under a third of its former strength by the fighting, and its new domains were little more than a kingdom of ashes. The Star Phantoms, however, long fleet-based after the loss of their former homeworld centuries before, grasped this laurel of victory as their just and long-laboured-for reward. Given the pick of the sector's worlds, they chose to bring down their badly damaged battle barge Memento Mori on the surface of the ice moon of Jaga in the Archaeus system, which had been all but untouched by the conflict, to serve as the core of their new fortress monastery and slowly begin to rebuild. The Sorrow of Tranquility, 5997913M41. With the arrival of a fresh Imperial Navy task force redeployed to be based at Vianar, the Administratum auditors emplaced on Sagan and other loyalist Space Marine forces having completed their operations in the Maelstrom zone began to depart for their chapter worlds and wars afresh. The care of the Maelstrom zone was now in other hands and the province of new masters. It was only when the Sword of Orden, the last of the loyalist battle barges, was taking leave to depart Vianar on the long voyage back to Zabius Minoris, that news reached the system of a dark fate that had befallen the Tranquility system. Before departing the Maelstrom zone, the Carcaradons fleet returned to the Endymion cluster. There, with the agreement of the Firehawks, they struck at the Tranquility system, whose worlds were once the primary recruiting and training grounds of the Mantis Warriors chapter. From these worlds they harvested an entire generation to renew their own losses, forcing those selected to fight to the death to prove their worth in order to survive the Carcaradons' brethren. Thus, paid in blood, the Carcaradons' fleet departed, the last known sighting of them made by an explorator augury beacon, which marked them tacking course through the warp, ascending the galactic plane into the blackness of the outer void once more. Expurgation, 1009915M41. On returning to Holy Terror, and with his last act before he discharged his legatine authority, Inquisitor Frayne ordered an edict of obliteration to be carried out under the auspices of the Adeptus Terra in regards to the Astral Claws, the Tiger Claws, and their master Luft Huron. The task therefore began of wiping their accursed name and their sins from the pages of Imperial history. Sanitized and altered versions of the events of the war began to enter the official record, distorting nomenclature and reference as the first stage of eventual total purgation, while an Inquisition-enforced data pogrom to unmake extraneous or morally unworthy facts concerning the Badab War was conducted. The eye of the Imperium, moved on. Blackheart, 5113927M41. Attacks from Corsair forces operating in and around the Maelstrom worsened considerably, although other than the Pale Stars region, the rest of the Maelstrom zone largely, and it appears deliberately, remained unaffected. Vessels and agents sent into the region began to uncover rumours of a powerful new Corsair lord operating within the Maelstrom, leading a warband of crimson-daubed renegade space marines, seeming to owe no allegiance to any prior known faction and operating with extraordinary ferocity and tactical discipline. The Corsair lord is said to style himself Huron Blackheart. The Chapters. The Astral Claws. The Astral Claws, a name vilified within the Imperium, synonymous now with infamy and treachery, and in time perhaps a name that will be wiped from history altogether. But it was not always so. For more than 5,000 years, the Astral Claws Space Marine chapter stood shoulder to shoulder with the finest of the Imperium's warriors. Their deeds were legendary, and their honour unquestioned. It was in fact this glorious record of exemplary service that won for them the singular honour of the overall command of the Maelstrom Warder Force when they were assigned to the Badab Sector in 587 M41. It is remarkable to think that one man, even one as extraordinary as Luft Huron, who rose to the leadership of his chapter in 697 M41, could bring so mighty and loyal a force over to the brink of heresy and rebellion. But do so he did. There are some, however, who would argue that Huron was no more than the result of the chapter's long-standing sins finding fruition, and without a fissure created by the Astral Claws' overweening arrogance and self-importance, a man like Huron would never have been allowed to rise to command, nor would have the chapter so blithely and willfully followed him to damnation. The Astral Claws chapter of old is believed to have been part of the 10th founding, although some sources differ on this. Created amid the dark times of the Nova Terra Interregnum, few records remain surrounding this founding, which was believed to be created to try to counteract the rapid erosion and contraction of the Imperium's borders during this period. The few such records that survive relating to the Astral Claws in this period paint them as a crusading chapter, dispatched from war zone to war zone in order to battle mankind's enemies. Evidence of their presence can be found on Departamento Minotaurum records relating to the Perfidian Wars and the anti-Orc purges of Lord Solar Justaris Macro, while further traces of their exploits can also be found on battle shrines relating to the later battles against Nova Terran forces during the Cataclysm of Souls. One of the chapter's greatest accolades is known to have been gained in the defense of Cadia from the Fifth Black Crusade, for which their standard was taken for display in the halls of the Eternity Gate in the Palace of Holy Terror itself. For much of M37 and early M38, the Astral Claws appear to have confined their range of operations to the Segmentum Obscurus, and may have maintained a chapter world there for a time. Their deeds are mentioned repeatedly in the Apocrypha Calli, a valuable historical resource compiled by and still held in the great Scholastica Corpus on Supra Mundi, which details the turbulent events of the Occulucid War and its aftermath. The Apocrypha further mentions the Astral Claws chapter as having 3 sons, which most likely implies that 3 successor chapters had been drawn from their ranks, which would be a remarkable number if true, given their relative youth as a chapter at the time, and if so, a testament to the high regard in which they were held. Matters seem to have taken a darker turn for the chapter in early M38, however, as the Astral Claws are recorded as being destroyed in action during the Altid Crusade, while fighting alongside the Dark Angels in 288 M38. It is not until the fall of the Gorgon Pentarchy, nearly 18 centuries later, that the Astral Claws are reported again fighting at full strength, with some mention of them undertaking a penitent crusade in between. Their war record for M39 and M40 places the Astral Claws firmly as a fleet-based crusading chapter, ranging within the Segmentum Solar and Segmentum Tempestus, responding to emergencies and adding their strength to ongoing conflicts, often tipping them in the Imperium's favour. Although some commentators at the time accused the chapter of a greater lust for glory than the simple rewards of duty. One action by the Astral Claws, which was to have unforeseen later repercussions, was the relief of the besieged Executioner's chapter at Stygia Aquilon. The battle engendered a blood debt between the two Space Marine forces that Huron would later call on to gain the Executioner's aid during the Badab War. It was in recognition of their service that the High Lords named them to the Maelstrom Warders and entrusted them with the overall leadership of the force. During this time at Badab Primaris, the chapter thrived, taking to the overlordship of the Badab Sector with skill and diligence. They used their new homeworld's production capacity and connections to the isolated forge world of Angstrom to further augment their abilities and increase their capacity to wage war. Once Huron took over mastery of the chapter, the Astral Claws' grip on the Badab Sector grew measurably and rapidly tighter, as did the visibility of the Space Marines as the sector's direct rulers and defenders. This very much fed into the existing psychology of the chapter, who had always been proud and imperious, much enamored of martial glory and the veneration of the heroes of the past. They saw themselves as the inheritors of the Emperor's will, and sworn by his task of reuniting all of humanity under the Space Marines' protection. While it cannot be doubted that in the past they saw themselves as first and foremost as mankind's defenders, they also believed Space Marines to be set above those they ruled, and worthy of subservience, even reverence, by the common citizen. Under Huron's command, the fervour and degree in which this belief was held strengthened greatly, as did his chapter's conviction in their own superiority over other agencies of power within the Imperium, along with a growing resentment of what they saw as outside interference in the chapter's holy mission. This hubris resulted first in the Astral Claws secretly absorbing the remnants of their long-lost successor chapter, the Tiger Claws, into their ranks, and ultimately led to Huron's dreams of expanding his chapter into a force with the strength of one of the Space Marine legions of antiquity, in order to pacify the Maelstrom permanently and crush mankind's enemies. To Huron and the Astral Claws, the triumph of the Imperium over all other forms of life was a long crusade that would last millennia, and while humanity was to be preserved at all costs, they believed that individual human lives mattered little. While this may indeed be the case, and the sacrifice of millions, even billions, are sometimes a tragic necessity in these dark times, this authority was not invested in Huron's hands as far as the daily lives of those that toiled in the Maelstrom zone was concerned, but in the hands of the High Lords, a fact he soon came to resent. It was such presumptions as these, embraced by the Astral Claws chapter as they were, that lay at the heart of the secession and the Badab War. When Huron rose to power within the Astral Claws, it was the start of a significant reorganization and shift of focus for the chapter that would eventually lead to outright heresy. An undoubted genius both on the battlefield and in the realms of logistics and politics, Huron was the first to fully exploit the economic power of the Badab Sector to his chapter's advantage, massively increasing the Astral Claws' stockpiles of arms and equipment far beyond the possible operational needs of a single Space Marine chapter. There were some items of war gears such as Terminator armor or Land Raiders the Astral Claws could not readily produce because they required many lost techno-arcane arts and rare resources. But less exotic materials such as Rhino STC pattern vehicles and bolt weapons are well within the Badab Sector's advanced manufacturing capacity to fabricate. As a result, as such things became almost disposable to the chapter and were distributed to the other warder chapters, further binding them to Huron's debt. While still a crusading chapter, and during the opening centuries of their chapter's deployment to the Maelstrom zone, the Astral Claws maintained an organizational structure very close to that of the Codex Astartes, with its standard deviation of 10 companies, chapter command, apothecarian and forge armories. The chapter maintained a strong fleet, and favoured rapid strike missions and boarding actions, and as such fielded strong additional auxiliary contingents of assault bikers and dreadnoughts in its armories. Rapid speed and relentless attack were the cornerstones of the Astral Claws' combat tactics, although their pride in their prowess occasionally led them into overconfidence and to assaulting superior forces, or failing to retreat when a more rationally governed Space Marine chapter might have otherwise regrouped and withdrawn. The Astral Claws themselves saw no folly in this. There was no foe they would not challenge, and they were proud to fight and proud to die, if needs be, in the Imperium's great cause, and the graver the odds, the greater the chance for glory. As the Badab schism worsened in the lead-up to the war, and later as the secession gathered pace, the Astral Claws chapter changed, expanding dramatically beyond the limits set down within the Codex Astartes. Slowly, but with gathering speed, they became something more akin in structure to an ancient Space Marine legion, or at least Huron's conception of one at any rate. As part of this transformation, an entire additional chapter-sized force of battle companies was raised, with a heavy emphasis on the use of concentrated firepower and fighting close boarding actions, inherent in their makeup, and seeded throughout the chapter fleet. Further to this, another force, totally well over 1,000 additional battle brothers, was dispersed widely throughout what was known as the Tyrant's Legion. This force was a series of mixed armies comprising human defense auxiliary forces, following largely an Imperial Guard pattern, formed around a specialized corps of Astral Claws Space Marines whose task it was to secure the Badab Sector from any who would dare to invade. It was the creation of the Tyrant's Legion that most crossed the bounds of what was permissible for an Adeptus Astartes chapter, let alone Huron's massive expansion in the ranks of Space Marines he commanded. The Tyrant's Legion Space Marine forces specialized in using their inferiors as disposable cannon fodder and as living shields to maximize their own effectiveness in battle. Found within their ranks were both the infamous Retaliator squads and the so-called Corpse Takers, non-Codex forces of Huron's personal design. The Retaliators were hand-picked Space Marine assault troops, selected for their brutality and unquestioning obedience, who served as line breakers in battle, and as the bloody hand of the tyrant's will inside his own realms, conducting punitive extermination missions against dissidents when needed. Appearing only in the final years of the Badab War, the Corpse Takers were specially tasked apothecaries who specialized in harvesting gene seed from fallen Space Marines, that of both enemy and friend alike. This final betrayal of their fellow Astartes by the Astral Claws was a blasphemy too far, and ensured the bitter hatred and enmity of any loyal Astartes they fought in open battle, and meant that no prisoners were taken on either side. The Tananim Crusades, 678 M37 to 714 M37. In the aftermath of the Ocuseid War, the Imperium's attentions turned to regaining control of several regions lost to the Imperium along the northwestern fringe. As part of this, no fewer than 11 crusading chapters were sent into the area of the Tananim Expanse in order to identify, target, and destroy any emerging threat that might be found there. The Expanse is a vast, alien-haunted realm that extends past the outer edge of the Segmentum Obscurus and includes such infamous and darkly fabled worlds as Neogeddon and Alaxtar within its bounds. Over time, some of the chapters sent to fight what was to become known as the Tananim Crusade never returned, while at least one, the Storm Callers, infamously became corrupted by chaos and fell into civil strife between the pure of heart and the damned within their own ranks. The Astral Claws, however, earned great glory during their more than 40 years of crusade in the Expanse, and were one of the few chapters that passed into the region and returned again largely unscathed by the experience. The chapter's first great campaign of the Crusades was in the support of the Imperial counterattack to regain the Narrakar subsector on the very edge of the Imperium. Narrakar had suffered nearly a century of brutal orc oppression under the iron-shod boot of the warlord Rucker Manyteeth and his Bad Moon Sky Killers. The Astral Claws took their battle to the orcs in the conflict, destroying their yellow-painted tanker mobs on the tundra world of Gulag 6 and cutting off the greenskins' vital supplies of fuel, and later succeeded in slaughtering Manyteeth's glitter knob bully boys on Midrash, spelling the doom of the Orc Pocket Empire. The Astral Claws chapter went on to spend decades in the outer darkness of the Expanse, fighting and defeating many enemies, destroying the outcast Eldar Citadel station of Sithriel, battling the Xenarch Empire enclaves at Alakstar, and recovering the lost explorator Ark Principe Gravis and returning it to Cipra Mundi to great acclaim. The Astral Claws, upon returning to the Imperium, were awarded a Scepter of Victory at the Segmentum capital in recognition of their deeds, and a temple in their honour, now deconsecrated, was raised on the shrine world of Paisantos to commemorate their actions. The Lycanthos Drift Campaign, 780M41. The Astral Claws moved to intervene in the closing stages of the long-running Fourth Quadrant Rebellion in 780M41, undertaking a campaign against one of the last major stronghold systems of the Revolt, located to the galactic south of the Maelstrom Zone. During the conflict, Huron was elected battle leader of a number of Space Marine contingents by common consent, comprising companies from the Astral Claws, Firehawks, White Scars, and Celestine Guard chapters, backed by Krieg and Kalsec Imperial Guard regiments, and the Titans of Legio Venator. Under Huron's inspired command, the task force ruthlessly purged the heavily fortified Lycanthos system of traitor and chaos forces in under a year, with Huron himself gaining fame for leading a successful Forlorn Hope attack against the so-called Widowmaker Bastion Gate on Lycanthos Secundus, an almost indestructible redoubt garrisoned by the noisome forces of the Bleak Brotherhood. The conflict, undertaken while elsewhere the political discord of the Badab Schism was still building, confirmed Huron's reputation as a masterful strategist among Space Marine commanders. The affair, also notable as Stibor Lazarek, the chapter master of the Firehawks, bitter that he was not given command of the campaign instead of Huron, is known to have borne a grudge against the Astral Claws from this time. Badab War Disposition. As the genesis and principal protagonist among the secessionist forces in the Badab War, the Astral Claws were engaged at all levels during the conflict. The overall strength of the chapter is difficult to ascertain for certain during this period, but it is believed at the outset of major hostilities that the Astral Claws stood at around 3,000 battle brothers, around 30 companies effectively. This overall force was dispersed between the publicly recognized chapter as shadow chapters stationed with their fleet and actively engaged in subgroups across the Maelstrom Zone. It is believed at least a full company's worth of these were in fact Tiger Claws in all but name, and the growing force of Space Marines positioned within the Tyrant's Legion. As the war progressed, the Astral Claws did their utmost to bring their recruits through to service as fast as possible, attempting, with only limited success, to accelerate the Space Marine recruiting process and conducting accelerated gene seed experimentation towards this end. Hence the Astral Claws' attempts to capture additional gene seed from their fallen foes. It is believed that the only real path to victory Huron saw in the war's later stages lay with the ability to increase his Space Marine forces at speed, overcoming his enemy's superiority in numbers and forcing, at worst, a protracted stalemate, which would see him carve the Badab Sector away from the Imperium's grasp permanently. Taken across the conflict, most tactical estimates place a total of around 4,000 to 5,000 plus Space Marines doing battle in the Astral Claws colours, effectively the combined strength of 4 Codex chapters overall. The human auxilia within the Tyrant's Legion is almost impossible to scale, but it is believed that on Badab Primaris over 3 million men and women were put under arms as part of the formation in the Palato's Hive alone. However, while there was a hardened core of professional soldiery within the auxilia, the actual combat effectiveness of a great many within the auxilia's ranks was doubtful at best. The fleet assets of the Astral Claws were considerable, and included 2 powerful battle barges and an ancient Cardinal-class heavy cruiser, recaptured as a wreck in the Maelstrom and brought back into service, as well as 7 strike cruisers and over 30 escort vessels of various classes. The exact number of escorts the chapter maintained is a matter for some debate, as it was known to possess a number of captured vessels taken from within the Maelstrom, as well as an armed transport of its own. Combined with the Imperial Navy detachment stationed to cover the Maelstrom zone and the fleets of the other allied chapters, the warship strength of the secessionists was very powerful, but ultimately became outmatched both in capital ships and numbers by the Loyalists, and could not bear its losses over time. This attrition of ships was to prove a major contributing factor to the secessionist defeat. Losses for the Astral Claws in the war were in effect total. Fewer than 300 battle brothers are believed to have escaped at the end of the war, scattered and without leadership or resources, doomed to die as renegades. The Tyrant's Legion. Within decades of first assuming the mantle of Tyrant in 718 M41, Huron began to reforge the planetary defense forces of the systems under his command to his own specifications, forming the core and basic pattern of what would later become known as the Tyrant's Legion. Huron spent many years preparing his domain for the possibility of all-out war, long before he first shed the blood of his fellow Astartes. Although whether he saw his enemies being the denizens of the Maelstrom he had sworn to purge, the corrupt degenerates of the Badab Sector with whom his long feud simmered, or the serried ranks of the Imperium itself, no man could truly say. The Tyrant's Legion were a highly effective force, allowing the secessionist cause to defend the territories to which they laid claim, and provided the Tyrant with what was effectively a shadow parallel to the Imperial Guard. Loyal only to Huron and the Astral Claws, who, to the human conscripts in its ranks, were no less than living gods touched by the Emperor. As the Badab War raged, the role of the Tyrant's Legion proved vital. Foremost, they enabled the secessionists to hold ground, a task for which Space Marines are generally unsuited in temperament and gift, not to mention numbers. But as mere men and women forced to take to the battlefield against superhuman warriors of the Adeptus Astartes, they were to pay a heavy price for their loyalties, their lives spent in the tens of thousands before the war's end, in a cause both lost and damned. Huron's concept of the Legion was, in some senses, far from an original one, but instead it can be viewed as a historical anachronism, with more in common with the armies of terror during the Great Crusade. A combined force of human conscripts and soldiers, directly commanded by and tactically integrated with Space Marine contingents. In practice, such arrangements created on an ad hoc basis in wartime are still common in the Imperium, particularly during lengthy crusade service or in isolated war zones bereft of help. But Huron's conscious transgression was to formalize this arrangement and integrate the chain of command on a standing basis. In doing so, Huron fundamentally broke a tenet of the Imperium's status quo that had been largely upheld for millennia since the dark days of the Horus Heresy, a tenet that had been enshrined to prevent any one Space Marine commander from wielding absolute power in the Imperium's affairs again. The formation of the Legion was also far from Huron's only deliberate move to concentrate all military power within the Badab Sector in his own hands and that of his chapter. As through a system of patronage, charisma, might, and political skill, he also inveigled the noble houses and commercial interests of those worlds he protected under his direct control, and even suborned the local officers of the Maelstrom fleet squadrons under his personal authority. For Huron and the Astral Claws, the Tyrant's Legion was to serve two specific strategic purposes, the first of which was territorial occupation and defense. The Space Marines at Huron's command, even given the expansion in ranks that Huron envisaged for his chapter, simply lacked anything like the manpower to garrison and impose command on the far-flung and often perilous worlds of the Maelstrom zone alone. And the Tyrant's Legion would allow a force directly under Huron's control to be in place on every world his claw touched. More importantly, this force would be Huron's heart and soul, neither as fractured or near-sighted as the scattered network of unequal planetary defense armies that had existed previously in the Maelstrom Zone's Imperial worlds, and unlike standing Imperial Guard regiments, were beholden to no wider chain of command, to be countermanded or redeployed at the whim of faceless autocrats over whom Huron had no control. Secondly, the Tyrant's Legion would also serve, at first, to hide Huron's true intentions for the expansion of his chapter. The Astral Claws detachments placed within the Tyrant's Legion's ranks before the outbreak of war were presented to outside scrutiny as being tasked with the purging and improvement of the lackluster and often corrupt defense armies of the Badab Sector. The Legion's tribunes were, in all cases, passed off as the force's commanders. This succeeded in hiding the numbers of his growing chapter from prying eyes, while dispersing them across Huron's domains, hidden within the Tyrant's Legion. When the Badab War broke out in earnest, the perfidy of the Tyrant and the Astral Claws rapidly became apparent, as did their true commanders, and the Tyrant's Legion followed their master in lockstep, and were without falter in taking up arms against any who would challenge the Tyrant's domains. In the early years of the conflict, the integration of the Astral Claws into the Legion often took their foes by surprise, serving as a force multiplier for the Astral Claws, who used them aggressively as an ablative shield to preserve their Space Marine forces and soak up enemy firepower. While in defense, the task for which the Legion had been created, they bitterly resisted the Loyalists, blunting even the murderous force of Space Marine assaults on occasion, although the casualties they sustained were often immense. Ultimately, an ignorant army of disposable pawns, the Legion's human auxilia died for their tyrant, believing that it was they that were defending the Imperium from rebellion, and not as usurpers themselves. Organizationally and in terms of equipment, the Tyrant's Legion was based fundamentally on the existing pattern of planetary defense coda, approved by the Departamento Minotaurum and largely standardized across the Imperium. The coda itself, a strong echo of the established structures and strictures of the Imperial Guard. Abiding by ancient local custom on Badab, these forces were referred to as Defense Auxilia, and were traditionally formed around a core of professional troops, drawn from the household armsmen of Badab's ruling elites, supplemented, in times of crisis, by conscript militia from the general population. Huron's innovation was to raise these temporary forces to permanent activity, and instill in them a bloody-handed regime of discipline, where simple obedience to orders was favoured over any other military merit. Although most lacked the wider training or skill of frontline Imperial Guardsmen, this was particularly the case in the later stages of the Badab War, where conscripts often received little or no training before being sent into battle. They were given basic psycho-indoctrination to ensure their loyalty, and they fought and died well enough to serve the tyrant's purpose. Although in a war where giants walked and gave battle, it would be the Space Marines, not they, who would ultimately decide matters. The equipment of the Legion Auxilia was dependent on two factors: what could be locally produced in the manufactura of the Badab Sector, and prioritization of resources amongst the secessionist cores. In the first, the Auxilia were relatively well provided for in small arms and ammunition, as well as basic artillery and tank designs, although they lacked anything like the full breadth and scope of weapons and machines available to the Imperial Guard. What they did possess, however, they were often able to field in abundance. In the second, the human Auxilia suffered because of the hubris and disregard of their masters. To the Astral Claws, the Auxilia were eminently disposable, their lives to be spent with no more value than that of a bolter round, and for exactly the same purpose. As such, more valuable and resource-intensive technology was denied to them as a matter of course, as being considered wasteful, and as a result, for example, plasma weaponry and las cannons were mostly reserved for the Astartes, the only exceptions being the Legion's officer class and their retainers, who often relied on family connections to supply them, and heavy armor. The Astral Claws Space Marines represented both the hidden power and ultimate masters of the Tyrant's Legion forces. Lions lurking among jackals. Huron's ultimate aim with the creation of the Legion was to supplement the fighting power of the Astral Claws chapter, not supplant it. And while he devoted roughly a third of his Astral Claws battle brothers to deployment in the Legion, the rest continued to fight in the familiar pattern and style of a Space Marine chapter, and deployment of individual Space Marines was often fluid between the two. Huron instead used the Tyrant's Legion to concentrate the battlefield potential of tightly deployed groups of Astral Claws in the field, and to provide these battle brothers with an ablative shield of human lives to increase their own survivability and drain their enemies' resources, weakening them for a killing blow delivered by the Astral Claws. The Tyrant's Legion was also created to be a force that Huron could trust to be loyal above all else, and while it relied on the military nobility of the Badab Sector for its field officers, it was always the Astral Claws themselves who had absolute final authority, and any Tyrant's Legion detachment of any size in the war was assigned its own centurion. Each centurion was an Astral Claws veteran who could be entrusted with both tactical command and to make bloody examples to shirkers, cowards, and those that failed their masters. To the human ranks below them, these armoured giants were literally seen as angels of death, and were figures of both holy awe and terror. As a general of great strategic acumen, Huron recognized the value of each aspect of his armed forces working together as an integrated whole in any grand plan. This entailed the Astral Claws to provide the elite killing ability, and the Auxilia the flesh and bone manpower and depth to the Legion, and he looked to other forces to bridge perceived gaps in their operations. Foremost of these, he used the Maelstrom fleet, into which he had pumped considerable additional resources from the withheld planetary tithe, to provide the Tyrant's Legion with air support, both in attack and defense, aided in this by use of confiscated and locally produced non-military lighter craft and shuttles, to provide the Legion with additional air mobility where possible, although the success of this plan was moderate at best and worsened considerably as the war took its toll. Of a more complex and sinister dimension, however, was Huron's use of outside and irregular forces, something which he had kept secret even from his close allies, right up until the war's end. Displaying a highly unusual grasp and even enjoyment of intrigue and espionage for a Space Marine chapter master, Huron had long cultivated contacts and agents among those recidivists, outsiders, and renegades in the Maelstrom zone, that it was both his sworn duty and passion to hunt and kill. It was intelligence gathered from these channels that contributed to many of the Maelstrom warders' successes before the Badab War. And as the conflict worsened for the secessionists, Huron turned to many of his erstwhile agents, and through a mixture of fear, blackmail, and bribery, brought them to fight directly in aid of his cause, although they seldom did so willingly. The Firehawks. A Space Marine chapter whose name has long been a byword for devastation and wrath. The story of the Firehawks chapter of the Adeptus Astartes is a shadowed one, and this infamous chapter's final fate remains uncertain and darkly rumoured to the present time. In their history, they have seen great victories, bloody deeds and terrible reversals, being one of only a very few chapters on record to have survived the destruction of two separate homeworlds, and have been brought to the brink of extinction many times, only to rise again from the ashes. Noted in several classified sources as belonging to the 21st founding, the so-called cursed founding of M36, the chapter itself has always claimed antecedents from renowned Ultramarines gene seed, although certain defects and variations in the samples held in the archives of the Adeptus Terra speak against this, and the Lords of Macragge have never publicly acknowledged kinship, regardless of their actual direct lineage. In organisation and structure, the Firehawks have always only broadly adhered to the Codex Astartes, and have sometimes come under deep suspicion by other chapters who obey its tenets absolutely. The Firehawks have also long been notably strict adherents of the cult Imperialis, believing the Emperor's divinity and the divine right of humanity to dominate the stars. Such was the fervour of their faith, in fact, that they became embroiled deeply in the wars of the Age of Apostasy, whereas many other chapters stayed on the sidelines of this vicious religious civil war, paying in blood for their convictions in support of the Thorians. Rigid believers in the Imperium's established status quo, they have often taken singular interest in the destruction of renegade Imperial commanders, rogue cardinals, and other wayward lords, often consigning entire cities and colonies to the fire in order to achieve their aim. Despite their avowed defense of the Imperium, their religious zeal and strength of purpose, a shadow has long hovered over the chapter, and allegations of excessive use of force by them against civilian populations have often been levelled, as have accusations of desertion in the face of their foes by their allies. The root of this last charge has origins not in cowardice but rather callousness. In numerous battles they have been observed to have withdrawn their forces from situations where their ranks might become needlessly depleted by attrition, or where a tactical advantage has been clearly lost in favour of a later devastating counterattack. When this has occurred, it has often been done regardless of the plight of anyone alongside which they are fighting at the time, with the value of Imperial soldiers' lives meaning little to the Firehawks, as long as the greater battle is won. This callous disregard for the fate of others has proved less than popular with their allies, and on one such occasion, the decision to withdraw from what they considered was an untenable position in battle was the cause of a 3-century feud with the Iron Hands chapter that ended only with the death of a Firehawks commander in single combat to settle the matter. Although the war record of the Firehawks can be described as exemplary, and many famous victories can be ascribed to their honour, it is true that the chapter has often been held in higher regard by the High Lords and their agents than by many of their erstwhile wartime allies on the ground. Because of this, it is known to be the case that several other Space Marine chapters consider the Firehawks as darkly tainted, over-prideful and wanting in brotherhood with their fellow Astartes, some going so far as to suggest that they are tainted by some flaw in the chapter's soul or gene seed, although none would gainsay their effectiveness in battle. The Firehawks nominally adhere to the dictates of the Codex Astartes in tactical and logistical division of their troops, with their insignia and command structure varying somewhat in use and structure. Notably, the convention of title and nomenclature used by the Firehawks are of marked difference from the Codex. The Firehawks' tactical doctrine has always erred towards the use of shock tactics, close quarters combat, and above all, the brutal application of focused, overwhelming force to obliterate the enemy. Their tendency in this regard is to favour the use of direct assault units, and the Firehawks habitually deploy the majority of their first company veterans in battle as vanguard squads, where a Terminator assault is not called for. Even their tactical and devastator squads prefer to engage at point-blank range wherever possible, and they utilize extensive stocks of Mark III iron pattern power armor, particularly for use in boarding assaults. Likewise, the chapter favors Land Raider patterns such as the Redeemer and Crusader, as well as batteries of Vindicator tanks, in open war, to shatter a breach in any prepared defences in order to allow the Firehawks to get to grips with their foes. Conversely, the Firehawks shun defensive warfare where they can, despising the inglorious nature of prolonged bombardment or long-range firefights as indecisive and unfit for the honour of an Astartes. The chapter as a whole is also known to shun the use of camouflage, even in Codex-approved patterns, as the livery of curs, to quote one of the chapter's early masters, and they see their livery of blood crimson and yellow fire as a visible sign to their foes of the destruction and cleansing they bring. Among their upper echelons, death's heads and other symbols of survival against all odds and the scorn of mortal fear are also increasingly common. All Firehawks are accustomed to modify their armor with personal heraldry in order to display their achievements and the battles in which they have fought. As a fleet-based force, the Firehawks chapter is well equipped with both warships and escorts, and their battle companies are permanently split in deployment between their combat vessels with their reserve companies. First Company and High Command based upon the huge, warp-capable star fortress Rapturous Rex. The substantial size of their fleets also has created a need for a considerably larger than normal reserve of chapter serfs and servitors to perform crew and support duties. This pool of manpower forms a body of indentured servants from which the Firehawks demand total obedience and consider utterly disposable. The Wars of Apostasy. 378 M36. The earliest recorded battle honour of the Firehawks is arguably also their greatest. The then young chapter bravely joined the stand made by the Imperial Fists, Black Templars and Soul Drinkers chapters, along with the Martian Tech Guard against the corruption and enormities of the megalomaniacal Gorg Van Dyer. They fought valiantly in many major battles against the apostate forces of the insane Van Dyer, who had proclaimed himself both High Lord and Ecclesiarch. The Firehawks paid for their defiance with the loss of their first homeworld, Zoros, to mass thermal bombing by the Threaterous Templar fleet, which boiled away the planet's atmosphere and scorched its surface, leaving it a charred cinder. The Firehawks would not relent, however, and they played a key role in Van Dyer's overthrow, taking part in the attack on Holy Terror, which finally unseated the Mad High Lord, and in hundreds of other major engagements against his fanatics. In the days after the ending of the Reign of Blood, the Firehawks were left in tatters, without a home and a mere handful of surviving battle brothers, and would take centuries to rebuild back to their full strength. It was, however, at this time that they are believed to have received command of the Rapturous Rex, a powerful, warp-capable star fortress of a kind rare even during the lost days of the Great Crusade, as a gift from the hand of Sebastian Thor himself. The Great Meligentine Purge, 770 M38 to 791 M38. The Firehawks are one of 5 chapters referred to collectively as the infamous Mantis Errant, chosen to deliver the Emperor's wrath on the heretical Badab Sector in the Segmentum Tempestus. Their detailed role in an episode of Imperial history long forbidden from the general consciousness of even the Adepta remains a secret even from the Inquisition. The record sealed deep within the lightless chambers of the Colano vaults on Holy Terror. What is known is that the Mantis Errant were directly charged by the High Lords of the day to spare none and set a bloody, fearful example to the realm of mankind. The death toll of the 21-year campaign is believed to have reached into the hundreds of billions as whole worlds were put to the sword or scorched clean with lethal virus weapons. In recognition, the Firehawks were granted the feudal world of Castau 11 as their bound domain by the High Lords, but were afterwards shunned by some of their fellow chapters for their merciless pogroms against civilian populations. The Castigation of Golgotha, M40 to M41. Once again relegated to the status of a fleet-based chapter after their second homeworld was rendered uninhabitable, the Firehawks avowed a sacred oath to undertake repeated castigations through the Golgotha Wastes region of space. These were a series of crusades through this benighted and war-torn area. 13 different castigations were made between 228 M40 and 902 M41, the last ending just prior to the Badab War. These missions ranged in scope from the use of the full might of the chapter fleet, such as the war that ended the Xenos domination of the Zarth Omag Trinity in the third castigation, to the progress of the single-strike cruiser Slaughtering Star, which hunted the renegade damned company of Lord Kostos in the 10th castigation. The last recorded castigation up to the present was the 13th, which saw the bulk of the chapter's fleet spread out into 3 distinct spearhead formations, passing laterally through the southern Golgothan wastes, attacking and pursuing targets of opportunity as they came across them, notably locating and condemning the lost colony of Jenkins Run to exterminatus for the abominable taint to which its once human inhabitants had descended. It was an outriding vanguard cruiser of this last dispersed fleet that was sent out to the Maelstrom zone's edge, whose subsequent attack and capture by forces from the Mantis Warriors Space Marine chapter would trigger the calamity to follow. The Firehawks' martial traditions. As a chapter, the Firehawks have long been renowned for their focus on the individual battle prowess and martial pride of their warriors, as well as that of their chapter. Dueling with traditional swords and heated iron bands is actively encouraged between the ranks when not engaged on campaign, both for honour and to settle grievances between battle brothers, and is fought sometimes to the death. This tradition is thought to have been a ritual originating amid the warrior castes of their first homeworld of Zoros, which had been deliberately preserved by the chapter over time and arbitrated by its chaplains. Feudal heraldic ranks are also traditionally appended to the nomenclature of the Firehawks' command structure. These titles are awarded by the chapter's Grand Master, in recognition for acts of courage and skill at arms performed by individual Marines, resulting in titles such as Knight Captain, Preceptor, Sergeant, etc., being among the common ones. Without the recognition and attainment of individual glory in this manner, advancement within the chapter is not possible. The Badab War. The Firehawks became involved in the Badab War principally through the political machinations of the imperial satrap Konig, Lord Governor of the Badab Sector. Konig requested their assistance in investigating the disappearance of Carthan shipping in the area to the galactic south of the Golgothan Wastes. This resulted in the attack and capture of their vanguard ship, Red Harbinger, by the Mantis Warriors and sparked the Badab War into its full fury in 904 M41. The Firehawks chapter became quickly and fully engaged in the conflict, with an effective frontline brethren fighting strength of 86% of projected chapter maximum at the start of the war. Also of note were their extremely powerful fleet assets, which included their famed star fortress, Raptors Rex, 2 battle barges, 7 cruisers of varying classes, and more than 30 escorts and tender vessels, a fleet force strength well in excess of what might be expected of 2 more commonly outfitted chapters. Despite the power of their fleet, the Firehawks suffered terrible losses in the early years of the war, both in terms of battle brethren and war vessels, although this is perhaps unsurprising given the numerical advantage of the secessionist forces during this period. As the first loyalist Space Marine force to do battle with the Badab secessionists, although it can be argued that until the Ligantine Edict against Huron and his allies, both sides were fighting an unsanctioned conflict, they rapidly found themselves confronting a numerically superior force of equally powerful troops. Without the advantage of their own sizable fleet, innate fury, and the aid of the Carthan forces, it is likely they would have been quickly overwhelmed even before the aid of the Marines Errant arrived. As it was, their losses in the first years of the conflict were still heavy, particularly in war vessels, with only the rapturous wrecks surviving of the chapter's capital ships. Eventually, casualties reduced the chapter's effective strength to an estimated 22% by the war's third year, and the chapter master Lazarek was forced to bow to loyalist command pressure to withdraw his remaining forces from the front line, lest the chapter's extinction be risked, or perhaps fearing the Inquisition's judgment. These shattered Firehawks were then relegated to the sidelines until the very closing stages of the campaign. In the final years of the war, Lazarek successfully petitioned his chapter's involvement again in the fight, and the Star Fortress Raptors Rex, which remained the single most powerful single warship in the Maelstrom zone, was used as a linchpin of the Angstrom blockade. The Marines Errant. A star-spanning chapter of noble renown, the Marines Errant own histories recording themselves as one of the 23rd founding of the Adeptus Astartes, which many sources place in the latter part of M37. The 23rd is generally believed by Imperial scholars to have been one of those of a series of linked foundings around this period designed to repair the power and reach of the Imperium Space Marine forces, which had suffered considerable losses in the preceding millennia. By the evidence of the Requiem Malissant of St. Kibra, no fewer than 57 Space Marine chapters had been destroyed outright, turned renegade, or declared as lost during this troubled period, which had seen calamities such as the horrors of the Reign of Blood, the Plague of Unbelief, the disastrous Cursed Founding, and the forces of Chaos and the Orcs rampage almost unchecked along the Imperium's fringes. Given these perilous circumstances, the Marines Errant, along with several others such as the Imperial Harbingers and the Steel Cobras, were from the outset conceived as chapters that would spend their existence on continuous crusade, and were to be created from the most stable gene stocks available. Articles laid down and enshrined from this time, preserved at the Marines Errant's archives on Villamus, entreat the chapter to forever quest and give battle, knowing no home but the grace of the Emperor's mercy, finding purpose only in the destruction of the enemies of mankind. Since their inception, the Marines Errant have dutifully pursued this course, ceaselessly travelling between war zones across the distant far-flung stars of the Imperium, and are one of the few chapters that are known to have crusaded far beyond the edge of humanity's domains and returned. Further details of the Marines Errant's origins can be found in the Mythos Angelica Mortis. The great work concerning the Space Marines of this age lists 5 such new-founded crusade chapters and their blood progenitors, with the Marines Errant recorded as having the Eagle Warriors chapter as their immediate forebears. This places the antecedents of their gene seed as part of the Ultramarines lineage, a fact which is further borne out by the Marines Errant's own traditions and heraldry, although why the Eagle Warriors in particular were singled out for the honour of a named founding being drawn from their own ranks at this time remains lost to posterity. Since their founding, the Marines Errant have forged for themselves a glorious series of battle honours by undertaking crusade after crusade in the Emperor's name, some of which still burn in the pages of its histories, while others have been long forgotten and swept away by the endless tide of war. The chapter was also notably involved in the many wars that made up the Age of Redemption, in which the Minotaurum's creed was reimposed on a wayward Imperium cleansed in the blood of the apostate. It is, however, for their later crusades into the outer darkness of the galaxy that they are most justly famed. The chapter is known to have formed a key pillar of the Crusade of Spite beyond the borders of the Western Fringe in early M39, the second extragalactic expedition, and the later doomed Kidrov voyage to the Hazaroth Abyss, from which the chapter's battle barge was the sole survivor to return from that dark and haunted region. It was this last expedition that was nearly to prove the chapter's undoing, and in truth Although it would rebuild its strength in terms of battle brothers and basic war gear, certain losses in terms of less easily replaceable panoply, such as dreadnoughts, land raider hulls, and ancient battle barges, would never be made good again. The Marines Errant are a fleet-based crusading chapter, and although they follow the tenets of the Codex Astartes as their basic pattern of organization, in practice the chapter has modified its tenets to better suit their needs and patterns of deployment. For example, each of the chapter's company captains and high officers are also assigned flag command of a particular ship in the chapter's fleet, most commonly a cruiser, and expected to act autonomously of higher authority for long periods if needed. The chapter's veteran 1st Company and 10th Scout Companies, while nominally based on their flagship battle barge, are usually dispersed as needed to individual commands and can vary considerably in size in operational terms. Owing to historical losses of certain advanced forms of equipment that have never been fully replaced, the chapter has learned to carefully shepherd its resources in terms of equipment such as Terminator armor, and its tech marines have become particularly expert not only in both maintaining and repairing such as they have, but in reclaiming and restoring weapons and gear they might come across in the long crusades. This has led to some concern in the past over the use of non-Codex approved arms by the Marines Errant, and even of the incorporation of Xenos weaponry into their ranks, although such heretic practices have never been proved. As with many fleet-based chapters, the Marines Errant are rarely gathered en masse, except at the commencement of a major crusade called by the chapter master. Instead, the forces of the Marines Errant are commonly assigned to a number of different task forces, deployed to various expeditions and war zones, and are often spread over a vast volume of space. It is not uncommon for a particular task force to be out of communication with the rest of the chapter for years, perhaps even decades at a time. Given these factors, each company and battle group has the task of managing its own affairs and recruiting new initiates as the opportunity arises, holding to no single source of aspirants, returning the new brethren to the 10th Company's fold to complete their formal training when practical. As a result, it is all but impossible to gauge the effective size and strength of the Marines Errant chapter at any given time, and it may be the case that at certain junctures the Marines Errant have stood well over the notional Codex-mandated strength of 1,000 battle brothers for a time. The Covenant of Echo, 390 M38 to 433 M38. The Marines Errant chapter has long had a somewhat tangled and shadowed ties to the great rogue trader house of Echo, dating back to a covenant sealed in blood between the chapter and the legendary Shahadan Echo in 601 390 M38. The exact cause and full nature of this pact remains a secret that has always been kept inviolate by both parties. What is known to Imperial chronicles is that when first entered into, the full weight of the chapter at that time added their forces to the rogue trader's own substantial army in a perilous voyage of war and exploration into the Ghoul stars, which lasted more than 40 years. Ever since then, small contingents of the chapter, operating outside its usual structures, have always served alongside the rogue trader's bloodline, leaving the chapter for years at a time before their return to the ranks, bearing ever afterwards the battle honour of the Echo's sigil upon their armour. For the rogue trader house, the Marines Errant are an invaluable ally few of their kind can hope to call upon with certainty, although for the chapter itself, what it gains by the bargain, or perhaps what debt it repays, remain a secret long kept from outsiders. The Corinth Crusade, 698 M41 to 705 M41. One of the most famous Space Marine actions of the mid-41st millennium, the Corinth Crusade, was conceived of and led by the legendary master of the Ultramarines, Manius Calgar. The Crusade comprised the combined forces of Ultramarines, Angels Absolution, Lamenters, Silver Skulls, Scythes of the Emperor, and the Marines Errant, as well as over 50 Imperial Guard regiments, against the massing power of War Skargor, which, at its heart, in the seething morass of the Corinth system deep within the Orc Empire of Carcaradon. During this highly successful crusade, the Marines Errant were singled out for particular honour, both because of a series of closely fought boarding actions against Skargor's fleet of terror ships, and for the rescue at great risk to themselves of the embattled Ultramarines' Third Company. The Ultramarines had become trapped on the dust moon of Lark after the destruction of their strike cruiser above the planetoid, and fighting off fearful odds, the Marines Errant battered their way through the encircling horde of freebooters and ram ships to extract their progenitor kin from the surface. In recognition of this deed, Manius Calgard awarded the Marines Errant one of the Ultramarines' own sacred relic blades as a sign of the mutually shed blood of the two chapters in gratitude. The successes of the Corinth Crusade not only beheaded and scattered War Skargor, but also delayed any further major Orc incursions from the Carcaradon region for more than 50 years. The Badab War. The chapter's involvement in the Badab War would be brief and bloody. The Marines Errant were one of the first to take up arms against the Astral Claws and their allies in the Badab War. They arrived in the Maelstrom zone expressly to support the Firehawks in battle, having been petitioned directly by them before the war began in earnest. The Marines Errant responded to this call by diverting a strong force comprising at least 6 full companies in strength that had been massing on the Imperium's borders as part of the preparations for the Third Extragalactic Expedition. The Marine Errant force relied on its deep-range Vanguard cruisers to reach the Maelstrom zone with speed, and although this allowed their force to arrive in time to prevent the Firehawks being overwhelmed, their lack of heavier vessels or numerous escorts would leave them with a strategic vulnerability in the war. As the Badab War quickly escalated, the Marines Errant found themselves caught between the desire of the Firehawks to attack and destroy Huron and his allies at any cost, and the immediate and growing need to protect Imperial shipping and outlying colonies in the Badab Sector from attacks by marauding secessionist forces. This conflict of interest was further complicated by the ancient ties of loyalty and blood the Marines Errant had with the Lamenters chapter, besides which they had fought as recently as the Corinth Crusade, but now faced each other as enemies in battle. This led to incidents where the Marines Errant failed to try to do more than drive off the Lamenters forces during raids, in which both parties gave quarter to the other, raising the mutual ire of their allies. No such consideration for an honoured foe was given, however, between the Mantis Warriors and the Marines Errant. Very quickly in their battle against this elusive foe, the Marines Errant took to merciless actions, destroying contested vessels the Mantis Warriors had boarded rather than take them back in close combat, and even bombing one township on Sagan 5 from orbit rather than risk ambush by the Mantis Warriors amid its tangled shanty streets. The Marines Errant were to pay a bloody price for this ruthless policy, when in 905 M41 the Mantis Warriors used the Marines Errant's practice of employing overwhelming force against them, successfully drawing in 2 full companies led by the Marines Errant's chapter master Corwin Ardenartha, and by a feigned retreat. By this action, the Mantis Warriors lured the Marines Errant into a trap and successfully ambushed them on the industrial moon of Bellerophon's Fall. The Mantis Warriors then used their superiority in heavy ships, first to cut off the Marines Errant on the ground, and then used Thunderhawk spearhead interdiction units to ruthlessly destroy the Marines Errant's command structure, slaying Admatha, 2 company chaplains, and the captain of the 3rd Company in short order. The Marines Errant were encircled and would have been annihilated, but were broken out of the trap in a daring relief operation by their remaining captain, the ill-fated but resolute Anton Narvis. The captain and his company were aboard the strike cruiser Star Jackal, which had been previously damaged during the disastrous Udata incident, and so had lagged behind the Marines Errant's main force and escaped the trap. Rallying the scattered loyalist ships, Narvis managed to mount a rescue operation and led the survivors to fight their way clear of the trap, despite heavy losses. However, the Marines Errant contingent was left in tatters in the aftermath of the ambush. Assuming the brevet rank of Lieutenant Commander, Narvis, now left in command of the shattered chapter, was forced to order a retreat to the edge of the Carcaradons sector under repeated assault, where they regrouped under his leadership. The Marines Errant restricted themselves to protecting Imperial shipping for the next year, and fighting several carefully chosen raids, until finally withdrawing entirely from the war. This coincided with the arrival of fresh Loyalist forces soon afterwards, aggrieved not only by their losses, but what they considered their betrayal by the Firehawks chapter. The Red Scorpions. An uncompromising and steadfast chapter, the Red Scorpions have, in their 5,000-year recorded history, always been ready to stand in the defense of the Imperium, fight those who endanger it, and punish those who betray it. Fanatically loyal to the Emperor, in whose divinity they believe without question, they are strict adherents to the Codex Astartes, which they view as her holy scripture. They are stalwart traditionalists among the Space Marines, and staunch protectors of the Imperium's order and authority, and have ever been quick to answer the call of Imperial governors and cardinals, beset by treachery and heresy from within. Their endless hatred for the alien and the mutant has also become famed across the stars, as is their devotion to purity and scorn of deviation from the pure human form. Despite the Red Scorpions' long and unimpeachable record of service, there are still those within the Adeptus who distrust them on the simple grounds that their origins as a chapter remain a complete mystery, as does the identity of the founding to which they belong, or the primogenitor chapter from which their gene seed has been taken. A gene seed which, other than being notable for its extreme lack of any form of deterioration or corruption, bears no specific hallmarks that would allow it to be sourced, even inconclusively, to one of the original Space Marine legions. Indeed, some of the chapter's most notable core beliefs are founded precisely on the purity and consistency of their gene seed, and they will go to any lengths to preserve that purity and harvest the chapter's due from its fallen brothers, and so ensure the Red Scorpions' future. To the Red Scorpions, gene seed corruption would fundamentally weaken them, or any other chapter of the Space Marines, and thereby weaken the fabric of the Imperium itself, something they simply cannot allow. The Red Scorpions' fanatical belief in their own purity and the lengths they will go to in order to preserve it has had the consequence of giving the chapter a strongly isolationist streak when it comes to its interactions with other parts of the Imperium on anything but a practical military level, and as such they maintain no domains and are beholden to none but their own sense of duty. As a chapter, they are extremely xenophobic, and for no cause or in no dire need will they ever consider serving alongside or allying with the alien, even at the cost of their own lives. Furthermore, they are extraordinarily intolerant of any genetic deviation from the pure human form, and despise abhumans, mutants, or augments of any kind, and have often refused to fight as brothers in arms with any such abomination. The only exception they allow being those few they deem to have been the work of the Emperor's own divine hand. The Astartes themselves and the Navigators, for example. How very convenient. But even then, there are limits to what they will readily tolerate. A crusading chapter, the Red Scorpions' fleet is almost continuously on the move, travelling between war zones and making their forces available to those who would petition their aid, if the chapter considers them worthy of it. They have fought in every corner of the Imperium over their history, and participated in many great conflicts, and are justly renowned for their role in the conflict of Helicon, the siege of Helios, and the battles against the hated Blood Tide. They have fought alone as often as they have fought alongside the ranks of the Imperium's other warriors, and although thought lost several times, they have always returned again from the abyss to draw their blades once more in the Emperor's service. One important example of this was the entire chapter's undertaking of a crusade into the perilous Orden Rift region, deep within the interstellar wilderness of the southwestern regions of the Segmentum Tempestus, in M39. Filled with spatial rapids, gravitic storms, and other lethal phenomena, the exact circumstances of the Red Scorpions' extended voyage into this hazardous area remain unknown, For more than 300 years, the chapter remained out of contact with the Imperium and were thought lost. After the Red Scorpions' triumphant reappearance during the Battle of the Grey Sisters against the Night Lords on Oralflame, it was established that the chapter had founded an orbital battle station named Vigil around the feral world of Zebus Minoris deep within the Orden Rift as a permanent base. Save for the chapter itself and a handful of high-ranking members of the Administratum, the Red Scorpions have kept the exact location of Zebus' system and the safe routes through the treacherous passages required to reach it a deathly secret, thus ensuring their security and the safety of their recruiting stock. Even though they have now taken a world for their own, the Red Scorpions have remained a crusading chapter, using Vigil and Zebus Minoris very much as a simple base of operations rather than the centre of a great domain, and have continued to range across the southern and western Imperium in search of the enemies of mankind. The Red Scorpions conform very closely in structure and doctrine to the tenets of the Codex Astartes, and can be considered a Codex chapter in almost every detail, although it has been observed that the chapter's chaplains and commanders have their own particular interpretations and emphasis on the text. The Red Scorpions' internal structures are highly authoritarian, and discipline and order in the ranks is absolute. It is taken that the orders of those in a superior rank within the chapter are to be obeyed without question by the battle brothers beneath them in any circumstances on or off the battlefield. Each company captain is known by the honorary title of Commander, with the chapter master known as the Lord Commander. And as a matter of tradition, the Red Scorpion's second in command is always its Master of the Apothecarian. As an adjunct to the highly honoured place genetic purity hold within the Red Scorpion's dogma, they maintain considerably more apothecaries than most Space Marine chapters. These apothecaries' sacred task is to maintain total vigilance over the chapter's brethren for genetic or biochemical corruption. Red Scorpion apothecaries are commonly deployed to the front line in combat, often being attached to tactical squads in order to grant them every chance to harvest the precious gene seed of their fallen comrades. As the Codex Astartes dictates, the Red Scorpions favour a combined arms approach to warfare wherever possible, with the disparate elements of the chapter's makeup operating in concert to achieve its tactical and strategic goals in any given conflict. Highly disciplined fighters, each Red Scorpion Space Marine is expected to master every conceivable facet of warfare the Codex ascribes, and be available for reassignment to different squad types and different companies as soon as the need arises. Although the chapter relies heavily on the Codex for its tactical deployment and strategy, it has shown an ability to innovate unexpectedly when needed to in the past. A particular notable example of this occurred during the legendary Siege of Halios in M38, when the chapter's Tech Marine spontaneously developed the Land Raider Helios, a variant pattern that sacrifices troop capacity for the long-range firepower of the Whirlwind missile launcher. The cause for this radical step was in no small part because of a deep reluctance to depend entirely on Allied Imperial Guard assets in battle that they believed had become corrupted. Other Space Marine chapters have since adopted the Land Raider Helios in their own armories as well, and the pattern's validity has since been ratified by the Cult Mechanicus authorities on Mars. Although fully capable of employing such tactics when needed, as proved by the Angstrom incidents during the Badab War, the Red Scorpions are known to have a profound dislike of covert operations, in favour of meeting and defeating an enemy in open battle. They consider this kind of secretive warfare, as well as its attendant trappings, such as the use of camouflage and infiltration, as fundamentally dishonourable, and shun them unless strictly needed. As a result of this attitude within the chapter, much of the Red Scorpions' 10th Company, made up of scout-equipped neophytes, is more often than not deployed to the main battle line, rather than on reconnaissance duties, and they're often tactically used to secure fire bases in dense terrain or act as an auxiliary force to respond to the changing tide of battle. The Red Scorpions' armories are well stocked. and they are known to operate an extensive range of armoured vehicles and dreadnoughts in a wide variety of patterns, and have an enviable resource of drop pods and land raiders in particular. Their chapter forge is also known for the ability to maintain and manufacture in limited quantities a variety of patterns of Space Marine power armour, most notably the renowned Maximus pattern power armour, which is commonly worn by the chapter's veterans as a mark of rank and honour. Likewise, the chapter places a high value on the quality of its arms, often granting the award of a weapon of extraordinary quality, usually a power blade, axe or fist, to its veterans rather than a mere honorific or decoration to mark their deeds. This fills both a practical as well as a symbolic purpose by further arming their best with effective tools of war and creating a visible sign denoting the warrior's own might and honour before his peers. This association of weapons of extraordinary quality and military rank within the chapter reaches its apotheosis in the shape of a number of ancient and potent relic blades, known collectively as the Tears of the Scorpion, which are carried by the chapter's commanders, each weapon with its own revered story and legend. The only deficiency in war gear the chapter shows at any level is a dwindling supply of Terminator armour, this being a consequence of sustained losses over the last few centuries. It is believed that only roughly half of the Red Scorpion's first company can now be deployed by the chapter as Terminators, if the situation demands it. What steps the chapter is taking to rectify this situation remains unknown. The Reconquest of Shahol, Second Agassine Crusade, 633 M39 to 635 M39. The Second Agassine Crusade was launched to reclaim the worlds of Dread Mandroga in 633 M39 after centuries lost under a pall of warp storms. The Red Scorpions gained high honour for their role in the later phases of the Crusade, which reconquered the worlds around the former subsector capital of Hakuba. These worlds had fallen under the tyranny of a heretical Mechanicus sect based on the once proud Forge world of Shehol, a fetid world of chemical swamps and treacherous ash wastes, its ecosystem wrecked by millennia of unrestrained industry. Shehol was heavily defended by legions of insane half-mechanoid servants loyal only to the dark magus that made them. The paranoia of Shahol's dark masters had invested the planet with innumerable layers of defenses made up of thousands of kilometers of living razor wire, and studied the shattered earth of its surface with clusters of hurricane mines and labyrinthine fortress mazes. The Red Scorpions spearheaded the orbital assault upon Shehol, conducting a concentrated assault by drop pod, supported by Thunderhawks and assault rams, which managed to force a beachhead on the heavily defended planet. For 19 murderous hours, the chapter was forced to defend the landing zone against phalanxes of corrupted battle servitors, waves of surgically mutilated labor helots, and the vast and baleful war machines of Shehol, but they would not break. By their resolute action, they enabled the battle titans of Legio Tempestor and the Knights of House Weimar to safely land on the surface and deploy, then push past their valiant protectors to take the war to the foe. The full reconquest of the fallen Forge world would take a further 2 years to accomplish, as the warped masters of Shehol and their works were destroyed root and branch. But the Cult Mechanicus did not forget the chapter's sacrifice. When at the last the conquest was over and the Red Scorpions took their leave of the planet, the Mechanicus Lords of War did them homage, as towering knights and titans lined the route taken by the Red Scorpions as they marched to the landing zones, bowing to them as they passed by. The Siege of Vrax, 826 M41 to 830 M41. The imperial arsenal world of Vrax in the Segmentum Obscurus fell to the machinations of the heretical Cardinal Zephan, sparking a protracted siege of the planet by the Imperium. Over time, the conflict worsened, drawing in numerous Chaos warbands and renegades from the Eye of Terror, as well as an increased Space Marine presence to combat the growing menace. Ultimately, the hellish slaughter of millions poisoned the world and was exploited to bring forth a full demonic incursion on the surface. This necessitated the direct involvement of the Ordo Malleus and the Grey Knights before the siege was broken in the Imperium's favour, although Vrax itself has been laid waste. The Red Scorpions participated twice in vital stages of the war. Firstly, in 826 M41, when its forces breached the curtain wall of the massive fortress of Vrax complex, allowing the 88th Krieg siege army to advance into the citadel. Secondly, in 830 M41, during the heavy fighting against Chaos Space Marines and demonic forces in the siege's last dramatic battle, recapturing the fortress. Here, Lord Commander Varant Ortiz personally led a strike force of 400 battle brothers and captured the strategically vital St. Leonis Gate, holding against all comers, heretic, mutant, and demon. During both of these interventions, one of the Red Scorpions' warriors, veteran Sergeant Karev Kulin, rose to prominence, gaining much glory and honour for his chapter and demonstrating the skill at arms and leadership that would one day see him lead his chapter. The Badab War. The Red Scorpions' chapter was to play a key role in the Badab War. Its successive chapter masters commanding the loyalist Space Marine forces throughout the war's duration, with the blessings of the Imperial Legates, despite some initial misgivings based upon the chapter's fiercely independent reputation. Brought in by direct request of the Terran authorities to intervene in the conflict, as a crusading chapter not currently engaged elsewhere in major operations, the Red Scorpions were able to swiftly move a large force into the Maelstrom zone, an area that they were not unfamiliar with, the chapter having fought there as recently as the Galen Expeditionary Campaign in the 120s M41. The first major Scorpions deployment, a force comprising their 1st, 2nd, 5th, 6th and 9th companies, arrived in the Maelstrom zone in 906 M41, and its leader, Varant Ortiz, Lord High Commander of the Red Scorpions, a famed veteran of many campaigns, was appointed overall commander of the Loyalist Space Marines by their common consent. Ortiz's first plans were to approach the enemy cautiously, disquieted by the unexpected strength in numbers the secessionists displayed. The Red Scorpions' first actions in the war were limited to countering secessionist raids on Imperial shipping and conducting probing attacks against Verinar and several other outposts to gauge their foes' strengths. The Badab War took an ill-starred turn for the chapter, however, when Ortiz and his bodyguard were killed in mysterious and likely treacherous circumstances while conducting a parley with Huron. But rather than being thrown into disarray, the chapter's heir apparent, the first company commander Kareb Kulin, immediately assumed control of the Red Scorpions. Assisted by the wise counsel of Severin Loth, the chapter's chief librarian, and a living legend in his own right. Despite some minor dissent, primarily instigated by the Firehawks chapter master, Kulin retained the Red Scorpions chapter's command of the overall Loyalist Space Marine forces, and one of his first acts was to sideline Lazarek and bring in further forces from his own chapter. This increased the Red Scorpions' presence in the war zone to 8 companies in strength, with a fleet component of 2 battle barges and 4 strike cruisers. High Commander Kulin's decision was for his chapter to lead from the front lines, and the Red Scorpions played a key role in most of the major battles of the Badab War, including the invasion of Sagan, the suppression of Galen V, the failed first assault on Verinar, the relief of Cerngrad, and the bloody siege of Decavalus, which prefigured the final assault on the Badab system. Additionally, smaller detachments based on Red Scorpion strike cruisers fought in dozens of separate void actions, from defending convoys to raiding outposts and intercepting secessionist shipping. One of the most daring and lauded operations of the Badab War's middle years involved what was to become known as the Angstrom Incident, a secret raid conducted in concert with the Salamanders to disrupt the supply of advanced arms to the secessionists from the neutral forgeworld. Lord Commander Kulin led the Red Scorpions contingent in the raid personally, famously disdaining the use of Codex disruption pattern schemes on his armour for the battle, and during the fight, slaying the Astral Claws epistolary librarian Leun Talimatus in hand-to-hand combat during the attack on the loading docks. In 910 M41, the secessionist cause had been shattered, and the tyrant's forces were now largely confined to the inner Badab Sector, while fresh loyalist chapters had arrived to take part in the war. This change in circumstances allowed the Red Scorpions chapter to rotate some of their forces, which had suffered a substantial degree of attrition in the heavy fighting they had been involved with, out of the conflict, to rearm and resupply. This left the Red Scorpions' 1st Company veterans, as well as the reinforced elements of the chapter's tactical and assault reserve companies, to carry on in the war. This force took a vital role in the final assault on the Badab system itself, breaking through the system's ring of steel star fort defences with Cullen's battle barge, the Sword of Orden, famously leading the breakthrough and weathering a storm of fire that should have seen it blasted to wreckage at the height of the battle. After the ending of the Badab War, High Commander Careb Cullen and the Red Scorpions were awarded the rare and lauded honour of Vaxilia Imperialis by the assent of the High Lords of Terror for their role in crushing the uprising, to serve furthermore as a mark of victory and stand as a relic of the chapter. The Fire Angels. The Fire Angels are considered by some to be a rising star among the more recently founded chapters of the Astartes, and one whose valiant record may yet see them eclipse chapters of more ancient provenance in time. Despite a history that spans a little less than 2,000 years, the Fire Angels have already established themselves a reputation as mighty warriors in the Imperium's service, honourable to their allies and implacable foes to the enemies of mankind. They also view themselves solidly as part of the wider Imperium's web of power, and so have readily gained a good reputation with a number of Imperial commanders and generals as somewhat easier to work with than other more mercurial or shadowed members of the Astartes. They remain, however, still Space Marines, independent, fiercely proud, and not to be trifled with. Conservative in their viewpoint, they embrace Imperial creed as unassailable truth and see themselves as holy fighters in the God Emperor's service, whose foremost duty is to defend the Imperium from those who would assail it. They are both active and demonstrative in their faith, a factor which has won them support from within the ecclesiarchy and allies among the Cardinals Solar. As a result, the Fire Angels have fought successfully alongside the Adeptus Auroritas and in numerous wars of faith since their inception, and their aid is often actively sought out by the more bellicose members of the Ministorum Synod, as well as members of the Ordo Hereticus of the Inquisition. This relationship is not without its detractors, however, and there are those of other chapters who judge their close connections to the Imperial Church unseemly and potentially compromising to the historic independence of the Space Marines. The Fire Angels' origins lie as one of a series of chapters founded in the latter half of M40 by the order of the High Lords of Terror. At their creation, the Fire Angels were granted dominion over an island mass on the ancient and strategically important industrial hive world of Lorien Alpha in the western segmentum solar as their base of operations. Founded as a chapter from whole cloth, which is to say, without a specific named predecessor chapter. Instead, they were created from a gene stock issue, their initial command and training structure composed of honoured warriors drawn from several Ultramarine successor chapters. Their gene seed is also on record as being sourced from the highly stable Ultramarine stock, while their recruitment base is drawn from a mixture of the sons of Lorien Alpha's highly respected military caste and the violent kill gang sub-hive networks by a triannual process of trial by combat, fear and endurance, known as the Test of Fire. These trials are conducted as a series of bloody tournaments overseen by the chapter master of recruits, and carried out under the holy auspices of the Fire Angels' chaplaincy, aided by the Lorien Ministorum, and to be chosen To take part in it itself is a great achievement. The Test of Fire pits its contestants first against rival aspirants from their own regions, and, as the weak or unworthy are winnowed away, against the survivors of prior rounds of combat from across the hive world, until only the strongest in body, wits, and spirit remain, and less than a 20th of those who undertake the Test of Fire will eventually be chosen to begin their initiation into the chapter. The Fire Angels can be considered a codex chapter in most particulars, with their interpretation of the text informed somewhat by the aristocratic military traditions of the ancient hive world on which they are based. It is also worthy of note that, despite being a successor chapter drawn from the gene seed of the Ultramarines, they do not consider their Primarch to have been anything other than an exceptional warrior, no more or no less than his fellows. To them, only the Emperor and his saints are divine, and to proclaim or venerate otherwise they consider to be a form of idolatry. Thanks, perhaps, in no small part to their relative youth as a chapter, they lack many of the invaluable war relics other older chapters can often rely on, and instead have come to trust in relatively easily replicable Imperial technology. In practice, this means that the Fire Angels make extensive use of basic Codex pattern gear and vehicles, such as the Rhino and Predator, while the majority of their first company is fielded as Stern Guard squads. While they do possess examples of Terminator armor, Land Raider tanks, and dreadnoughts provided for them by the Adepts of Mars at their founding, which are held in high esteem, they remain relatively few in number, and so their use is seldom a focus of the chapter's battle strategy. Perhaps shaped by their earliest trials in battle during the infamous Fenrite Tithe Wars, the Fire Angels have long had a predilection for mobile mechanized deployment over drop pod assault or infiltration where practical. This tactic is fed by the ability of the ancient manufacturers on Lauren Alpha to turn out the venerable Rhino chassis and its variant hulls and spares in as large a number as the Fire Angels demand. As a result, their chapter armory contains a greater number of Predator, Whirlwind, and Vindicator tanks than many of the more established chapters can easily muster. The Fire Angels' approach to warfare is comparably cerebral and considered compared to some chapters, and discipline and holy duty are higher virtues to them than the pursuit of glory alone. The chapter prefers to largely rely on rigid and proven strategic doctrines within the chapter. As to the arming of their forces, from which they seldom deviate, save in unusual circumstances. Examples of this standard panoply include a focus on regularly arming their tactical squads with heavy bolters for fire support and melter weapons for close-range anti-armor capability, while flamers see extensive use by their assault formations as a preferred anti-personnel weapon. One of their other martial traditions of note is their favouring of the sword in its numerous forms, as not only a preferred and adaptable close combat weapon, but also as a symbol of rank and spiritual strength within the chapter. Each Space Marine considers their own blade to be an incarnate focus for their personal honour and prayer to the God Emperor of mankind. The Fenrite Tithe Wars, 790 M39 to 411 M40. In their baptism in blood, as a fully active chapter, the Fire Angels were committed in full strength to the 3rd Imperial Interdiction Force under Lord Militant Maelstrom, to the long-burning civil wars that had riven the neighbouring Kalsek, Nephthys, and Seducian sectors. The Fire Angels were also committed to the heretic world of Joppa, to break the deadlock between the Imperial Guard forces on the vital industrial planet and the massed ranks of the rebel Juggernaut companies, the heretics being supplied with large quantities of battle tanks and field artillery from Joppa's massive defense armories. The Fire Angels tipped the balance in a 3-year-long bloody campaign, matching their swift-moving Predators and Razorbacks against the rebel-crewed Lehman Russ and Malkador tanks in open battle on Joppa's ash plains, while their tactical and stern guard squads wreaked untold havoc in close-quarter fighting in the tangled and treacherous terrain of the planet's extensive shatter zones. Through a string of victories, the Fire Angels were instrumental in turning the tide of the war for Joppa and brought back a world into the Imperial fold that had lain in the hands of the apostate for more than 3 centuries. The Fire Angels remained active throughout the latter part of the Tithe Wars and gained noteworthy victories, contesting the Orc incursion into the Vorsk subsector, where they held out against the Speed Freak Horde on Lambast's End, and struck back into enemy-held territory to relieve the besieged Ecclesiarchy shrine world of Lament. It was this last action in particular, fought against the nightmarishly powerful Psyker cult forces of the 7 Daughters of Oblivion and their mind-slaved followers, for which the chapter was awarded the high honour of the Order of the Martyred Heart by their Holy Synod on Gathalamor. The Battle for Grand Al Ghul, 666 M41. At the emergency behest of the Holy Ordos, the Fire Angels diverted from their course to intercept the powerful Chaos Space Marine warband known as the Sanctified in the cemetery worlds of Grand Al Ghul system in 666 M41. During this action, the Fire Angels fought a series of running battles against the Chaos Marines and their demonic minions, blocking their efforts to desecrate the resting places of the honoured dead and work hideous rituals in the ruins. These were fraught and brutal combats, where not only the lives but the souls of the Space Marines were at stake. The Fire Angels succeeded in forcing their enemies to fight them in a series of assaults and counter-assaults, with the Fire Angels maintaining disciplined order and using the cover provided by the marble forests of headstones and mazes of vaults to their advantage. The Sanctified responded with all the foul sorceries at their command, liquefying stone with their dark magics and summoning roiling, chattering swarms of mindless demonic beasts to harrow those that would dare to oppose them. The Fire Angels paid a heavy price in the short but savage combat before victory was achieved, including the martyrdom of their chapter master, Harren Stark, in battle against a frost-rimmed Lord of Change, while defending the sacred narthex of penitence, and the self-immolation of their chief librarian, Matthias D., in order to avoid warp possession. Eventually, their forces spent, the Sanctified were driven from the sacred sites and routed from the system. The planned apotheosis of the Sanctified's arch-sorcerer, Azreth Kull, to demonhood, utterly thwarted. Following the corrupted Chaos Space Marines forces' defeat, Kull, a once favoured champion of Chaos, was assassinated by his own apprentices in a brutal power struggle to control the shattered remains of his decimated warband as they fled Grand Al Ghul. The Badab War. The Fire Angels answered the Inquisition's call for aid in prosecuting the Badab War in early 906 M41, arriving with an effective force equaling 7 companies, having left only a garrisoning force of veteran instructors and fresh initiates on their homeworld. Fitted more to planetary assault than space lane duties, the Fire Angels quickly found themselves at the forefront of the war's battle lines as the Loyalists pressed into the secessionist-held space. Fighting on diverse battlegrounds, from the post-atomic wastes of Signax to the corrosive fens of Gargathia and the airless moons of the Sagan system. The chapter's largest and most costly engagement was to be the battle for the enemy-held Administratum Tithe world of Sagan itself, fighting together in their full strength for the first time in the war. As the Loyalists were forcibly retaking the secessionist-held Tithe bastions in bloody city fights, the Fire Angels devised a plan of using the planet-wide arterial road network to break their forces down into smaller, highly mobile armoured units, and conducted a series of decisive rapid strikes. Excelling in this style of conflict, the Fire Angels succeeded in isolating and destroying Astral Claws units in detail in a murderous cat-and-mouse game of hunter and prey. Matters were reversed, with deadly effect however, when the increasingly desperate Astral Claws used their large complement of rhinos to mount a suicidal series of counterattacks with forbidden viral corrosive weapons into the heart of the Loyalist ranks. The Fire Angels managed to hold these assaults back from breaking the siege, but at great cost, losing more brethren in a handful of hours than they had during the prior 3 years of their involvement in the war. The cost to Sagan's beleaguered population was also appallingly high. The Fire Angels' casualties on Sagan were such that they could no longer be deployed as a frontline force, and along with a contingent of the Sons of Medusa, they were dispatched with naval support to carry out a suppression campaign in the Endymion cluster. This effectively tied down the remains of the secessionist Mantis Warriors until the war's closing stages and the arrival of the Carcaradons. The attack of this savage Space Marine chapter, whose behaviour and beliefs were immediately contrary to that of the Fire Angels, was swiftly a source of deep division in the Loyalist ranks. Following the Carcaradons' brutal extermination of the population of several secessionist-held systems, even after resistance there had ended, the Fire Angels voiced formal grievance with the Loyalist command, amid scattered reports of open conflict breaking out between the two chapters. Reduced in strength, but refusing to back down from their position, the Fire Angels, with the explicit permission of High Commander Cullin, withdrew from the Badab War in 910 M41, wishing to avoid the outbreak of a civil war in the ranks of the Loyalist forces, marking an acrimonious end to what had been a valiant and exemplary role in the war. The Raptors. The story of the Raptors is one perhaps best represented as one of adaptation and survival against the odds. As a chapter, they have been brought to the brink of utter extinction several times, but have yet managed to endure and return to strength, where other chapters may have been destroyed in their place. As well as a grim determination to survive, one of the hallmarks of the chapter's endurance is an ability to adapt to changing circumstances and respond swiftly to the fortunes of war. This has tempered their character, it seems, with a general disregard and suspicion of the mere trappings of honour and glory, favouring results by any means necessary. This quality has manifested as an ability to bend rather than break when faced with insurmountable odds, and to change their tactics and withdraw to fight again, where more prideful chapters would perhaps choose to stand and die. The Raptors value the art of concealment and utilize secrecy and surprise as paramount weapons in their arsenal. As a result, they have always cultivated in themselves an ability to see clearly through the fog of war and strike at the hidden heart of the enemy, where they can inflict the most damage and achieve their objectives undistracted by hubris or hidebound by dogma. A chapter of the second founding, the Raptors were one of a handful of scions of the Raven Guard Legion created when reforms of the Codex Astartes were imposed. The Raven Guard themselves had suffered terrible losses during the wars of the Horus Heresy, which served to limit the numbers founded from their gene seed. Much of the chapter's history from these ancient times has long since been lost, even to the Raptors themselves, including the name of their founding master. Apocryphal legend suggests the Raptors were drawn from a company of new initiates training on the Raven Guard homeworld of Deliverance at the time of the infamous drop site massacre that laid the Raven Guard waste, and were spared some of the darker events that befell the Raven Guard as they attempted to rebuild. This company would serve together with distinction in the heresy's aftermath, and later was granted the honour of chapter status after Guilliman's reforms. From what fragmentary evidence remains, the fledgling Raptors chapter began their service to the Imperium as a fleet-based force, first engaging in the pursuit of the scattered traitor Legion forces that still wreaked havoc across the Imperium. Some centuries later, the Raptors were granted a world on the edge of the Eye of Terror for their domain, and served as a bulwark against chaos incursion. The chapter's history then falls into obscurity, as this first homeworld, whose name is now lost, was believed to have been destroyed sometime during the 4th or 5th Black Crusades, and the chapter itself is listed as either destroyed or missing in action in several records dating circa M37. It is not until the great battles of the Carcaradon Wars, nearly 2,000 years later, that the Raptors are listed with surety in the Imperium's order of battle, as again at full chapter strength. The Raptors now operate from a world deep within the dense stellar drifts of the Sutter's Spiral Nebula, on the northern border of the Segmentum Solar, although which world locked within its coruscating depths is a matter they have kept deliberately obscure. The Raptors follow their progenitors, the Raven Guard, in adhering to the broad organizational patterns and provisions laid down in the Codex Astartes, but as a chapter, the Raptors see the Codex as a highly effective and proven set of strategic and operational guidelines, rather than inviolable dogma to be obeyed without question. As a result, they maintain a high degree of flexibility in their deployments and structure. and in battle favour hit and run tactics over all else. Their precise marksmanship is legendary, even among their fellow Space Marines, and the Raptors are known for often shunning the glory of close-quarter combat for the simple expediency of a clean kill over distance. Much as with their progenitors, the Raven Guard, the Raptors make extensive use of their scouts, dispersed throughout their task forces, and maintain a sizable contingent of land speeders of all types, as well as a corps of diverse armoured vehicles. They prefer to employ, along with their assault units, imprecise strikes to overwhelm an enemy at strategically crucial junctures in battle after determining the most effective pressure point at which to break the enemy. Independent thought is encouraged at all levels within the chapter, and in particular their company captains are known to be highly autonomous, both operationally and in terms of their methods of warfare. The chapter is further known to actively embrace unorthodox tactics and actively seek unique solutions such as war zone-specific camouflage patterns, infiltration, complex maneuver, guerrilla warfare, and the use of amalgamated scratch units to fulfill particular missions. The Raptors' recorded history, incomplete as it is, still offers numerous examples of close cooperation with other Imperial and even local militia forces, and where they have considered it strategically expedient, the assumption of direct command over them on an ad hoc basis. This last break from the tenets of the Codex has sometimes led to suspicion and weariness of the Raptors by other Space Marine commanders and authorities, who fear such assumed power might be exploited, although the chapter's record gives no evidence to support this. In recent millennia, the Raptors have been observed to operate very much independently as a chapter, and have been encountered fighting in wars across the Imperium as the tide of events takes them, coming together only when dire need or the strength of an enemy is sufficient to warrant the entire chapter's force joining in a conflict. The Sancta Angelis campaign, 339 M39 to 370 M39. Cut off from the rest of the Imperium by a squall of warp storms in the galactic northwest of the Ultima Segmentum, a Raptors task force nevertheless successfully conducted a 30-year campaign against the gathering power of Wa Iron in the Sancta Angelis cluster. During this campaign, the Raptors engaged in a guerrilla war in the very heart of the Orc domains, striking against dozens of different clans on scores of worlds. In these battles, the chapter, bereft of outside aid or support, increasingly relied on unorthodox tactics and their ability to forage for supplies from the enemy to achieve victory. Thanks to the chapter's raids, the ever-fractious Orc leadership began to further fragment, with the different clans and war bosses lashing out at each other. This division then enabled the Raptors task force to bring their concentrated strength to bear against Iron Gol himself in a pitched battle on the sulfur oxide deserts of Bantax, slaying the Death Skull warboss and his 100-strong mega-armoured bodyguard in a grueling 6-hour struggle. With Iron Gol and his underbosses dead, the Orcs of the cluster quickly descended into a bloodbath of internecine warfare to establish dominance, as is the Orcs' wont, effectively ending the Wa threat, while the Raptors withdrew to wait out the storm's passing before returning homeward. Sol Salad campaign, 4th Quadrant Rebellion, 775 M41 to 777 M41. Perhaps the largest civil war affecting the Imperium in more than a millennium, the so-called 4th Quadrant Rebellion was in fact a series of wars, revolts and secessionist outbreaks, which set ablaze to nearly a full quarter of the Segmentum Solar and outlying systems. These brushfire conflicts proved difficult to stamp out, not least because there was no single enemy or common cause behind them, but rather countless long-born grudges, and the fruits of many centuries of misrule and savage oppression by a series of corrupt Imperial commanders. These civil conflicts were quickly made all the worse by the opportunist attacks of Chaos cults, Renegade and Xenos forces taking advantage of the widespread anarchy the rebellion engendered. More than a dozen Space Marine chapters were caught up in the fighting, either aiding one faction or another, or simply defending their own territories, while others were brought in by the Imperium to pacify the Quadrant and finally put an end to the fighting. In this latter category, there were 4 chapters: The Dark Angels, the Raptors, the Skull Bearers, and the Red Wolves, who played the greatest part in ending the rebellion. Each of these chapters fought at full chapter strength, which for the Raptors represented a break from their normal order of battle, as well as contesting the domination of the infamous blood god-worshipping drift pirates of the Quadrant Storm Marches region in a 3-year campaign in confederation with elite squadrons of Battlefleet Solar. The Raptors fell to the task of toppling the traitors of the Salid subsector. As the wider rebellion had raged, the powers and principalities of the Salid had cast off their tithe lords and cardinals in favour of the twin abominations of progress and democracy. Given time, the Imperium knew such seditious corruption could quickly spread, and the Adeptus Terra tasked the Raptors to stamp out the heresy as swiftly as possible. In order to accomplish their aims, the Raptors took direct strategic command of several failing Imperial task forces who had been thrown back by the traitor forces at the subsector capital of Oriana. Here they reinforced and redirected the Imperial Guard assault, using them as deliberate cover for their own series of lethal strikes at the enemy's control and supply structures. In short order, the traitor forces were thrown into disarray, and Oriana's power distribution network was severed in a dozen vital locations, cutting off enemy supplies and communications. The traitors buckled before the mass assault of the Imperial Guard, but it was the assault squads and Thunderhawks of the Raptors that smashed their way into the sky palaces of the Seleucid Ordinators in the final battles of the campaign and put them to the sword, ending this one revolt among many with ruthless efficiency. The Badab War. The Raptors' involvement in the Badab War came in response to Inquisitor Legate Thrain's call for aid against the secessionists, arriving 906 M41, along with strong contingents from the Fire Angels, Salamanders, and Red Scorpions chapters. The Raptors deployed an equivalent combined force strength of 4 companies to the war zone, which represented for the chapter a very sizable gathering of its forces, comprising their 2nd, 5th, and 6th battle companies, augmented by a detachment of their assault reserves, as well as a sizable portion of their scout company. This task force was led by the Raptors chapter master Lyaz Isadon, a warrior of great experience and expert in the arts of covert and rapid-moving warfare in which his chapter excelled. Fleet assets assigned to the task force were flagshipped by the renowned battle barge War Talon, accompanied by 2 strike cruisers, the Arius Vex and the Shadow Stalker, and further comprised 2 escort squadrons, each numbering 5 of the chapter's Gladius-class frigates. Although Isidon, as a highly experienced chapter master, offered himself for command of the combined Loyalist Space Marine forces during their gathering, the taciturn, somewhat sinister master of the Raptors lost out in this to Careb Cullen of the Red Scorpions, who was elected by his peers to overall strategic command. This was a decision that both he and the Raptors took with good grace, and submitted to the Red Scorpions' command without hesitation or reservation. The Raptors maintained an excellent relationship with the Red Scorpions chapter throughout the war, forming many lasting ties of blood and alliance with them, a perhaps surprising development given the almost diametrically opposite styles and beliefs of the 2 Astartes chapters, who in many ways could not have been more unlike in character. The Raptors engaged in frontline combat duties for the next year and a half of the war, gaining particular glory in conducting the raiding attack dubbed Operation Sedna. In particular, they operated as a mobile reserve for the main Loyalist battle lines, a task for which they were well suited, while the War Talon itself became the terror of secessionist raider forces, who found the mighty vessel lying in wait for them on numerous occasions. These extensive commitments caused the Raptors to suffer substantial losses in some of the heaviest fighting of the war. Estimates vary that their casualties may have ranged from 35 to 60% of their effective fighting forces by the close of 907. Their largest single death toll was recorded battling the secessionist counter-offensive in the Gargathia system during brutal close-quarter fighting against a joint Astral Claws and Mantis Warriors force in the corrosive swamps of that infamous world. The Raptors suffered substantial quantities of fatalities and destroyed vehicles in the conflict, but were instrumental in the eventual Loyalist victory on the Poison World. In particular, only they were able to match the Mantis Warriors' talent of ambush and guile. As the war raged on, the damage to the task force became a serious concern, particularly after the loss of the strike cruiser Arius Vex, which was gutted by a reactor breach during the fighting over Gargathia, while the mighty battle barge War Talon was itself badly damaged during Operation Sedna and in need of major repair, but still went on to fight in dozens of separate engagements before the end of the war. No longer considered a combat-effective force, the Raptors were given the withdrawal order from the war in late 908 M41. Although the Raptors' withdrawal was ostensibly done in order that the remaining chapter could muster its strength elsewhere as part of the wider rallying call to fight the growing wars in the Segmentum Ultima, many rumours from the time point to the distrust the inquisitorial legate Thrain held for the Raptors in general, and their secretive commander Isidon in particular. Despite their withdrawal, there exists some evidence that when the bulk of the Raptors departed, the Shadow Stalker and a small chosen force remained for some time afterwards in the Maelstrom zone. The Lamenters. More than perhaps any other chapter surviving into the present time, the Lamenters have been called accursed and haunted by their fellow Astartes. A dark pall of shadow has long laid across their fate, seeming to taint much of what they have achieved, and their victories often becoming bitter ashes in their hands. The strange doom and woeful reversals that have dogged the Lamenters' history have seen the chapter relegated to the sidelines of the Imperium's honoured heroes, and largely devoid of the laurels heaped upon such oft-cited paragons of the Adeptus Astartes as the Ultramarines, or their progenitors, the Blood Angels. This is not to say, however, that the Lamenters have been anything but effective in battle. Far from it, and their service record is, at least on its surface, an enviable one. It is rather that time and again their successes seem to have been marred in some way by unintended consequence or sudden, unforeseen loss, and on more than one occasion they have found themselves simply wrong-footed by the tide of wider events. This was never more so than their role in the Badab War, where the chapter's pride and sense of grievance would almost lead to its extermination at the hands of those it once called brothers. Matters pertaining to the exact nature of the 21st founding of the Space Marine chapter in which the Lamenters belong, carried out on the cusp of M36, have long since become shrouded in secrecy and myth. The various dark ends that have befallen many of the founding chapters have entered it into the lore of the Inquisition and the Space Marines alike as the so-called cursed founding, and with good reason. And many now consider those chapters created under its auspices as tainted from their very birth. Although the Lamenters were among those of the founding who had been spared a devolution into something no longer human or sane, its mark was still upon them in the eyes of their fellow Space Marines, many of whom grew to shun the chapter, regardless of their undoubted loyalty to the Imperium and noble defense of its people. The Lamenters chose to take this opprobrium with noble forbearance. As matters within the Imperium worsened in early M37, the Lamenters departed to the Imperium's fringes rather than risk internecine conflict, at a time when the more wayward and corrupt members of the 21st Founding and other dissident forces were being exterminated in a series of bloody wars and purges. During this time, the Lamenters used their mobility as a fleet-based chapter to crusade against the enemy without, rather than become ensnared in the quagmire of civil conflicts within. Throughout the next millennia and a half, the Lamenters would remain on continuous crusade, conducting many campaigns against the Orcs, the Frial, and the Eldar across the Western Galaxy, and often were recorded as intervening to aid isolated Imperial worlds under threat. Still, despite this record of honourable victory and valiant defence of humanity's far-flung domains, the spectre of misfortune followed them. The dark rumours grew up to surround them, as time and again the chapter suffered from bitter reversals and dark turns of fate. As a result, even after their recall, along with a number of other crusading chapters by the High Lords in M39 to help deal with the rising threat of incursions from the Eye of Terror, many Imperial commanders and other Space Marine chapters continued to view them with suspicion. This reputation worked against the chapter often, but rarely with such consequences as during the Chaos attack on Corellia during the 9th Black Crusade. The superstition-bound Mortifactors chapter refused to fight alongside the Lamenters, abandoning the planet rather than serve alongside them. Unwilling to desert the Hive World's population, the Lamenters held out alone against the Black Legion onslaught for 6 standard weeks, suffering horrendous losses until the Ultramarines and White Scars led a battle group that broke through the Chaos Fleet to relieve Corellia. Reduced to barely 200 surviving battle brothers by their sacrifice, the Lamenters were deemed lost when their fleet disappeared in a warp storm soon afterwards, only to reappear more than a century later on the edge of the Segmentum Solar, having slowly battled their way back from the outer void. Returned again to full strength after slowly rebuilding the fleet and brethren, the Lamenters, now operating as a crusade force near the Galactic Core, were requested by the High Lords to form part of the defense of the sorely pressed Maelstrom zone in 587 M41. As one of the Maelstrom warders, their particular remit would be to patrol the wide expanse of the desolate wastes of the Maelstrom western zones, responding to and neutralizing threats as they were encountered, a duty the chapter took to with great fervor. It was during this time that the chapter became close allies with the Astral Claws, who held the strategic command of the Maelstrom zone, and fought alongside them in many of their greatest battles. The Astral Claws, it seems, particularly under their last master, Huron, offered the Lamenters a degree of honour and respect they had seldom received before from their peers, as well as war materials with which to rebuild and maintain the chapter's strength. It would be this unaccustomed friendship and the ties of blood spilt in battle alongside the Astral Claws that would prove the Lamenters' undoing. In organisational structure and tactical operations, the Lamenters remain at their heart a Blood Angel's successor chapter, heir to a glorious and unique martial tradition and a brutally effective art of war. As with their progenitors, they adhere to the basic strictures of the Codex Astartes with a notional strength of 10 companies, each comprising 100 battle brothers, with the usual division of 1 veteran, 1 scout, 4 line of battle, 2 tactical reserve, 1 assault reserve, and 1 devastator reserve company. However, even more than is the case with their fellow scions of Sanguinius, there is a very great degree of fluidity between these companies, and they very rarely fight in full cohesion, save the initiates of the 10th Scout Company, who have yet to complete their training. Instead, strike forces are created as needed from across the chapter. This informal system grants the chapter a high degree of flexibility in shaping their forces to meet operational needs, particularly as for much of the chapter's history, they have fought alone and learned bitter lessons in dealing with unexpected calamity. Chapter recruitment was also carried out on a similarly practical basis, with likely candidates gathered up from feudal worlds and far-flung colonies as the chapter fleet's roving course took it, with initiates first undergoing extensive moral and physical screening, with those that failed but survived entering the ranks of the Lamenters' servants, and in some cases servitors instead. The Lamenters' order of battle favours shock assault tactics, often delivered from close air assault, utilising the chapter's supply of Thunderhawk and Storm Raven gunships. The Lamenters' ability, honed through centuries of experience to perform airborne assaults in this way and extract their forces under heavy fire when needed, has been a key to their success and survival against numerically superior foes in battle. In terms of operational equipment and insignia, the Lamenters cleave more to the standard panoply of the Space Marines than their forebears, or indeed their second founding successors. Although this may be a matter more of ease of resupply and maintenance for a fleet-based chapter, with no home port and forced to rely largely on its own artificers, certainly the chapter does retain a few cherished examples of sanguinary relics such as the Glavis in Carmine and the Angelus pattern weapons treasured by its captains. But aside from air power, war artifacts such as Land Raiders and Baal Predators are less common with them than with other Blood Angel successors, while suits of Terminator armor are particularly rare in the Lamenters' armories and are valued beyond price by the chapter. As with the Blood Angels before them, the Lamenters' Reclusium of Chaplains operates as part of their overall chapter command, rather than be subordinate to it, as is the case with most Codex chapters. They exist to watch for the growing problem of the Red First in the chapter's ranks, while their sanguinary priesthood, which takes the role of the chapter's apothecarian, holds a particularly prominent role and is known by them as the Calyx. It is often observed that it is the Calyx that has had the greatest part in holding the chapter together through its many trials and misfortunes, and tends not only to the physical health of the chapter's battle brothers, but also the spiritual stigmata they bear. The Calyx priesthood is elected from the most stable and strong-willed of the Lamenters' brethren, and they are looked on with reverent pride by the warriors of the chapter. The liberation of Slaughterhouse 3, the Corinth Crusade, 701 M41. At the outset of the Corinth Crusade, the Ultramarines called for allies to aid them in their holy task of scourging the mighty Orc empires of the Carcaradon region. Mindful of the ancient debt they believe they owed the Ultramarines for their intercession many years before, during the disastrous siege of Karelia, the Lamenters answered Manius Calgar's call, dispatching a task force of 300 brethren along with the battle barge Daughter of Tempests and her escorts to serve with the Corinth Crusade. The heavy firepower of the battle barge, along with her wings of storm ravens and the grim bloodlust of the Lamenters, served the crusade tirelessly, destroying an Orc battle cruiser cluster single-handedly off the gravity well at Skull Point, and alongside the Marines Errant spearheaded the victorious Planet Strike attack against the gun world of Kildaka. But it is for the liberation of Slaughterhouse 3 the chapter will be most remembered, for reasons both good and ill. An Orc slave mining world whose imperial title had come about in reference to the hundreds of thousands of human prisoners funneled into its mines never to return, Slaughterhouse 3 was a vital cog in the growing power of the Orc War in the region. Thanks to its location deep within Carcaradon, attacking Slaughterhouse was judged likely a one-way mission for anything short of a full battle group. Moved by the plight of the Orcs' victims as much as wider strategic concerns, the Lamenters petitioned the Crusade Command for the task of attacking Slaughterhouse 3, which Calgar reluctantly agreed to, with the proviso that he would grant no further support to their mission. As good as their word, and drawing on the centuries of experience conducting fleet operations in the wastes of the void, the Lamenters slipped through the Orc lines, the Daughter of Tempests dropping out of the war perilously close to Slaughterhouse 3's outer orbital defences, achieving total surprise. Caught off guard, the Orc gun stations were quickly obliterated and waves of Thunderhawks and Storm Ravens swooped down to assault the Orc garrison stations on the ground. The Lamenters quickly swept away any organised greenskin resistance in a remorseless, blood-hungry assault. Seeing their brutal captors cast down, the human prisoners, who massively outnumbered the Orcs, rose up and joined the fray, and in a few short hours the planet was in the Lamenters' hands. The unexpectedly high degree of success of their plan to overthrow the Orcs on Slaughterhouse 3 had also brought with it a problem of unforeseen proportions. They had liberated over 3 million human prisoners, who looked to them now to deliver them from the hands of their enemies. They saw the Lamenters as the Emperor's answer to their prayers. A more callous Space Marine chapter, and in truth there are many, would simply have left the prisoners to their fate, content to sabotage the mines and leave with their mission and the wider aims of the battle against the enemies of mankind fulfilled, while those of a more pious or dutiful bent might have commended the prisoners to their coming martyrdom. Neither of these solutions appealed to the Lamenters. Orc vessels began to swarm on the edges of the star system, and it became rapidly apparent their victory had not gone unnoticed, and any plans the chapter might have had for mounting any sort of widespread evacuation of the prisoners were simply not tenable. The few warp-capable transports and slave ships they had captured undamaged in the fight could not be made usable in anything like the time they had before the Orc onslaught came. The chapter's own vessels could not carry the load. The Lamenters resolved to fight, and if needs be nobly die while any chance remained. Their tech marines and those skilled enough among the prisoners desperately trying to restore the captured ships to flight status. In order to buy them time, the single battle barge and less than 200 surviving Lamenters stood against nightmarish odds as wave after wave of ram ships and kill cruisers attacked, only to be beaten back by savagery even the Orcs recoiled at. Unprecedented numbers of the Lamenters succumbed to the black rage in the bloody struggle. It was the prisoners themselves who took the final decision to end the impasse. After a last prayer of thanks, signalled to the Daughter of Tempest, they asked for a merciful death. With another Orc fleet massing for the attack, the Lamenters had no choice, and detonated seismic charges they had planted to collapse the mines, before turning their weapons on the Orcs' crude landing ports and docking stations. Within minutes, they had laid slaughterhouse-free waste, with fewer than 100 Lamenters still standing. The battered but unbowed Daughter of Tempest escaped, trailing a handful of liberated slave ships, carrying with them less than a tenth of the prisoners they had freed, mainly comprising women and children, which were then given over to the care of the Orders Hospitaller. In operational terms, the liberation of Slaughterhouse Free was a complete success. The destruction of its mines and docks would set back the Orcs' build-up of war material by years and destabilize their resistance to the Crusade. Furthermore, already news had reached the Corinth Crusade Strategic Command that rival Orc clans were in conflict over control of the system's wealth. The Lamenters had executed a near-perfect surprise assault, their success only marred by the unfortunate losses incurred in the battle's aftermath. The victory, however, tasted of bitter ashes to the Lamenters, who took the almost unprecedented step of refusing the honour of an Iron Halo in reward for their efforts from Calgar's hand. This some saw as a deliberate insult, further breeding suspicion and dark humour in those already ill-disposed to the chapter. The Badab War. At the outset of the Badab War, the Lamenters were at effective full fighting strength. With it is estimated over 800 active battle brothers and some 70 scouts. Also, thanks to their alliance with the Astral Claws, they were better provided for in basic vehicles and munitions than the chapter had been for centuries. It was for the chapter's fleet, however, that the Lamenters were perhaps most valuable to the tyrant's cause, not only for the power of their warships, but also the quality of their combat pilots, and the chapter's great expertise in conducting raids and boarding actions. In addition to the warp bark Mater Lacrimatum, which served as the chapter's mobile base and repair dock, 2 forge ships, and a dozen other support vessels. The chapter possessed 2 unusually powerful battle barges, 6 strike cruisers and 3 vanguard cruisers, as well as 22 escorts of various classes. The Lamenters served on the front line of the secessionist war effort, wielded in a series of hammer blows against the tyrant's enemies. Huron was careful to employ the Lamenters against purely military targets, however, likely realizing that he risked losing their support if he used them otherwise. The Lamenters were instrumental in the secessionist assault on Sagan in 904 M41, and in blunting the Firehawks' counterattack at Galen in the following year. Once the Loyalists' main campaign was in full effect, the Lamenters chapter led the battle to contest the Maelstrom zone's warp routes in a series of heavy raids and counter-raids, while the Astral Claws played to their own strengths in static defense and full-scale battle operations, and the Mantis Warriors conducted guerrilla attacks and diversionary strikes. In 908 M41, the Lamenters had already suffered significant losses through attrition, but were still a force to be reckoned with, and a plan was put into action to isolate them from Huron's cause and take them out of the war. Loyalist agents discovered the location of the chapter's bark in orbit of the feral world of Optera, taking on supplies, and a rapid strike force succeeded in crippling its main drives, preventing it from fleeing the system. The bark, containing both the chapter's recovering battle casualties and precious resource of gene seed, was a target the chapter could not help but try to defend. Lured in by a continuing series of attacks on the bark, the remainder of the Lamenters' fleet was drawn back into the system, where they were then engaged by the full power of the Minotaur's fleet in a bloody battle which lasted 17 standard hours. The Minotaurs suffered heavy casualties but overpowered their enemy by virtue of their own brutality and sheer weight of numbers. Their forces shattered, the remaining Lamenters were forced to surrender rather than risk total annihilation. A total of 311 surviving battle brothers were interned on a prison hulk orbiting Sagan for the rest of the war. The Nova Marines. An ancient and proud chapter, the Nova Marines are hard-line adherents to the Codex Astartes, who consider the writs of the text itself to be divinely ordained law. The Nova Marines' outlook and disposition is very firmly rooted in a glorious past and a long history of unwavering service in defense of the Imperium. The chapter's standards of probity and honour are such that they have been held up as an example even to other chapters of the Astartes in the past, and are known to have drawn blood against those who would stray too far from the Codex's teachings. In character, they are known to be hard and unwavering, and their sense of honour and rectitude is unquestioned both by their fellow Astartes and the powers of the Imperium. Uniformity of thought, strength of purpose, and service to the Imperium before all else are the chapter's key beliefs, and they have long been independent advocates of what the Inquisition would dub the monodominant outlook, espousing a doctrine of the complete extermination of all intelligent alien life in the galaxy in order for the survival of humanity to be safeguarded. Their founding master is known to have been Lucretius Corvo, a highly honoured captain of the Ultramarines Legion who served as one of his legion's champions during the brutal fighting against the traitor Wordbearers Legion on Astagar during the Horus Heresy. During this desperate siege, Corvo's forces held out for 6 days against many times their number, and in one last desperate counterattack, he and his chosen band managed to destroy the traitor warlord Titan Felghast and break the siege. For this action, Corvo was awarded the Laurel of Defiance by his Primarch, a sacred object that is still enshrined on the Fortress Novum to the present day. The chapter's rare use of a quartered livery is believed to be based on Corvo's personal heraldry, further setting their first master's stamp upon the chapter. At their founding, they were given the guardianship of the pre-imperial fortress world of Honorium by Rabute Gilliman himself, a site that had once marked the northward extent of the Ultramarine Legion's advance into the galactic north of the Segmentum Ultima. Honorium is a storm-racked world of jagged mountains and barren stone lands, with little by way of flora and fauna, barely enough to allow it to be classified as a life-sustaining world. Honorium's small population is divided up into feral hunter-gatherer tribes, nomadically picking their way across the bleak landscape. To them, the vast redoubts and soaring bastions of the Fortress Novum, graven from Honorium's greatest mountain range, are no less than the halls of the gods, and the rippling aura cast into the static charged night sky by the fortress monastery's void shields are gateways to the halls of the dead in the world beyond. These simple and hardy primitives have provided the Nova Marines with their recruits since the Nova Marines' founding, and during their indoctrination into the chapter, all vestiges of their past culture and beliefs are purged away and replaced with a pattern of thought and culture that any native of distant Ultramar would instantly recognize. The one idiosyncrasy of the autochthonic tradition of Honorium's natives that is retained by the chapter is the practice of ritually tattooing the skin. Each Nova Marine's toughened hide, over time, becomes an illustration of their career and life, with sigils and abstract designs depicting the battles they have fought and the stars they have travelled. It is a commonly held belief among the chapter that these vivid images serve to armour the soul from the predations of dark spirits, and that by the roll of deeds recorded on their flesh will the Emperor judge their worth in death. At their founding, the Nova Marines swore an oath to defend the Segmentum Ultima from the enemies of mankind, and in the near 8,000 years have not wavered in this charge. And although they are not a purely fleet-based chapter, they have often had cause to divide their warriors over vast areas of space in order to fulfill their duty. This wide dispersal over a vast patrol area has meant that the chapter has seldom fought together as a whole, but while their strength is often divided, in the past this has meant that the Nova Marines have been among the first to answer the call of fellow Space Marine chapters in need, most notably in recent years fighting in the defense of the world of Obsidia, home planet of the Sable Swords chapter. This intervention prevented Obsidia being overrun by the mutant hordes of the Twisted Convocation while the bulk of the Sable Swords were engaged fighting the Eldar Swordwind on Larakal's Folly. This valiant rescue has resulted in the swearing of a solemn oath of eternal debt by the Sable Swords to the Nova Marines, something never taken lightly by the chapter, and the Sable Swords are but the latest in a long line of Astartes who owe such debts to the chapter. This deed and many others of similar metal throughout their long history has established the Nova Marines with an enviable reputation for honour and brotherhood, which few Space Marine chapters can equal. The Marines chapter is a proud member of the Second Founding, having been split off fully formed from the Ultramarines Legion after the Horus Heresy as part of Guilliman's reforms of the Space Marines. As a result, they have long been amongst the most strict and dogmatic adherents of the Codex Astartes and its tenets, and have rigorously enforced its organizational mandates, despite their companies often being scattered across the Imperium for much of the chapter's history. The chapter has also taken great pride in maintaining their insignia and martial culture, all but unchanged since their founding. Much of the chapter's honorifics and titles are all but indistinguishable from those employed to this day by the Ultramarines and other defenders of Ultramar, although the chapter is separated from them by a gulf of distance and entirely independent in their operations and fealty. Another notable feature of the Marines' panoply of battle is that they hold many war relics of ancient provenance in fully operational condition from the bygone era of Imperial might before the Great Heresy. These all but irreplaceable assets are known to include a full complement of Terminator armor with which to deploy their first company if needed, extensive arsenals of early pattern Predator, Vindicator, and Whirlwind tanks, and numerous dreadnought frames which are maintained with great reverence by the Chapter Forge on Aurorium. Known to have fought in the battles of the Great Crusade, although their revered occupants have since changed many times down the millennia. The Pale Wasting, circa late M34. One of the earliest recorded great battle honours of the Marines, remains one of the most shadowed and mysterious. During the dark and terrible times known to later historians as the Nova Terra Interregnum, when the Imperium fractured into warring factions, there exist in what records remain from this era scattered and veiled references to a great threat arising from the ghoul stars, known as the Pale Wasting. Inquisitorial investigation in times past has discovered that much of the extant evidence relating to this threat has been censored or purposefully destroyed, and there are contradictory indications which describe the nature of the threat as both a star-spawned plague sweeping away scores of worlds and as nightmare engines slaughtering whole sectors. The only evidence for the Marines meeting this threat is an ancient stele relating to this conflict in the Imperial Palace itself. This artifact praises the chapter most highly and records them compellingly as having, by their mortal sacrifice and unmatched valor, unmade that which cannot die and so preserved the most holy realm of mankind. The inscription goes on to name 11 other chapters who were lost in the final battles of what must have been a truly apocalyptic struggle. The Marines' own chronicles are curiously empty of any reference to the conflict, and it is quite possible that this ancient threat may also account for the unusually large number of formerly human-inhabited dead worlds in the region. The Lock-Kroll Xenocide, 119 M37 to 164 M37. Notable as the last time the Marines fought together in full chapter strength, the Marines volunteered to be at the forefront of carrying out an edict of extermination against the foul Lock-Kroll xenoform. These hulking invertebrate aliens, having damned themselves in the worship of the ruinous powers, had quickly risen up within the span of no more than a century to carve out a pocket empire to the galactic south of the warp anomaly known as the Storm of the Emperor's Wrath. Given their rapid expansion and the massacre of several Imperial colonies and mining outposts in the region, the decision was thereby taken by the Imperium to scour them from the stars before they could grow into a greater threat. Under the Marines' direction, the alien domains were systematically blockaded by squadrons from Battlefleet Ultima, while the Marines, supported by the 15 Pyrrhus Army Group and numerous Death's Watch kill teams, attacked and destroyed the isolated Lock-Kroll outposts and nest worlds one at a time, often employing Exterminatus-class weaponry sanctioned by the Edict. Nothing now remains of the Lock-Kroll save for a few taxidermical preserved specimens at the Bastion Geneticus on Versavia. The Purging of the Death of Integrity, 887 M39. During its third, baneful appearance in the star system near Vol Secundus, the Space Hulk designated Death of Integrity was subjected to a full boarding assault by the forces of the Nova Marines and Blood Drinkers chapters, with nearly 200 Terminators leading the attack. In a grim campaign fought in radiation-fogged darkness, the Hulk was successfully purged of the Gene-Stealer infestation that inhabited it, with a 53-to-1 kill ratio achieved in the Space Marines' favour. Lauded for conducting an almost flawless assault, the glory of the two chapters was made even greater when the Hulk revealed priceless STC materials when dissected by the Adeptus Mechanicus. They, in an uncommon display of gratitude, supplied each chapter with a great bounty in the shape of a newly commissioned strike cruiser from the fleet forges at Triplex File, delivered into their hands exactly 30 standard years later after construction had been completed. The Luxor Uprising, 812 to 813 M41. One relatively recent action of note involving the Nova Marines was their intervention in the Luxor Uprising of 812 M41. The cruel ruling oligarchs of the industrial world of Luxor were overrun by a workers' rising backed by the insidious Chaos Space Marines of the Alpha Legion, with several of the renegade warbands making planetfall in surprise attacks to support the revolt. The planet itself was a linchpin of the Departamento Munitorum-dominated Badab Sector, which was vital to the wider supply of war materials to the northern segmentum Ultima, and the Nova Marines rightly feared that Luxor's fall would start a chain reaction that might leave 100 other worlds vulnerable. Without the time to wait for reinforcements or for the slow grinding wheels of the segmentum authorities to act, the Nova Marines gathered what forces they could and attacked immediately before the rebels could crush all local resistance and become entrenched. In the swift, savage war that followed, the counter-invading Nova Marines excelled in the city fighting over Luxor's war-torn hive citadels, bringing their superior combat abilities to bear in the tangled warrens of shattered rubble, cancelling out the rebels' massive advantage in numbers. The chapter's land raiders and predators likewise proved their supremacy over the traitor's tanks, which were crewed by inexperienced conscripts, destroying them in huge numbers by the expert Space Marine armoured forces. The war fully tipped in the chapter's favour when the Nova Marines Assault Reserve cornered and overran the Alpha Legion forces, guiding the failing rebellion in an anarchic battle at the planet's principal starport. A heavy Terminator-led attack struck the death blow and finished the encircled Alpha Legion, putting the few survivors to flight. With the traitors driven back in disarray from their initial gains and cut off from the Alpha Legion's command and direction, the Nova Marines led the rallying Imperial Loyalists in a brutal offensive which left over 400,000 recidivists dead and restored Luxor to Imperial rule within a year. The Badab War. A Nova Marines contingent arrived in the Badab War Zone in 906 M41 in response to the first calls for aid against the secessionists issued some years beforehand. Their intervention in force delayed in time by the numerous conflicts the chapter was already engaged in. Their reasons for prompt response were simple: a deep-seated revulsion and incensed wrath at what they believed was Huron and his allies' unforgivable presumption and arrogance. The Nova Marines task force deployed to the Maelstrom zone in free strike cruisers, with a fleet of 12 supporting attack craft and tenders, comprising the full strength of the 3rd and 5th battle companies with attached scout units, and reinforced by elements of their Terminator-equipped 1st Company veterans, and several awakened dreadnoughts. The Nova Marines task force commander for the duration of their involvement in the Badab War was Mordecai Blaylock, the respected captain of their 1st Company veterans, and the chapter was well disposed to the overall command of the Red Scorpions, knowing the chapters to be one firm in the tenets of the Codex Astartes, and whose reputation for hatred of the alien matched their own. They did have some minor misgivings over other chapters they found themselves allied with, however, such as the Firehawks and Raptors. The Nova Marines' arrival in the Maelstrom zone coincided with the aftermath of a dangerous flanking attack against the Loyalist supply lines by the Executioners chapter, which had already seen much of the recently arrived Howling Griffons driven back in bloody disarray. The Nova Marines quickly applied their forces to saving their brethren from further attack, intercepting several executioner raiding forces, with mixed success, and along with fleet elements managed to check the executioners' attacks in the Caraman Drift. At the behest of High Commander Cullin, the Nevermarines remained in deployment in several small, highly mobile task forces for the rest of their involvement in the Badab War, both guarding the Imperial shipping to ensure vital supply convoys to the battlefront arrived intact, and fighting small-scale but high-intensity battles on dozens of frontier worlds. In this, the Nevermarines fought scores of separate engagements, not only against secessionist forces, but also against unaligned human renegades and Eldar, as well as Orc Corsairs, who saw in the conflict a chance to pursue their own dark purposes uncontested. The Nevermarines withdrew from the Badab War in the opening days of 908 M41, having gained much renown for themselves in the conflict, with the bulk of the threat to the Loyalist supply lines contained. The survivors immediately returning with all speed to defend their chapter homeworld of Honorium, which was coming under the threat of a growing Orc war as part of wider tribulations affecting the Segmentum Ultima. The Howling Griffons. The Howling Griffons chapter are staunch traditionalists amongst the Astartes, hardened warriors who consider themselves first and foremost to be defenders of the Imperium and an instrument of the Emperor's purpose. Their exact origins remain lost in the shadowed wars of the 33rd millennium, but what can be said for certain is that they have always been a highly active chapter, and there are few Space Marine chapters of their age that can claim such an extensive series of campaign honours as they. In this distinguished role of honour and conflict, the Howling Griffons are notable for having been at the forefront of a great many battles and campaigns whose names have echoed down the ages, such as the defeat of the Black Crusades of Abaddon the Despoiler, the overthrow of the Necrotex of Nath, whose pocket empire rose during the Plague of Unbelief. Their worthy record has continued into recent history and has included the casting down of the Mad Regent of Amar and their involvement in the bloody Tri-Unity Wars, where they fought as one chapter and bested the Orcs on Gunnadark, saving an entire campaign salient from being overrun by the Xenos. The chapter is justly proud of its ability to engage almost continuously in conflict and fight the most bitterly contested campaigns, and is notably well provided for in both arms and war gear. In order to maintain this advantage, the chapter's extensive forges on their homeworld of Mancora tirelessly work to keep the Howling Griffins supplied and make good battlefield losses as they occur. Such is the enviable capacity of their armories that they are not only able to keep pace with the chapter's aggressive nature, but they are also able to manufacture and maintain some of the rarest Space Marine battle material, such as the Land Raider Prometheus, an advanced Mark 8 Errant pattern power armor, in noteworthy numbers. Thanks in no small part to its glorious record, the Howling Griffons chapter has gained the right and title to recruit its initiates from several different worlds in order to sustain a high level of induction and attrition in its ranks, the most principal of these worlds being Mancora itself. This planet, whose overlordship the chapter has long held, has been kept as an active pre-industrialized world, divided between feudal and near-continuously warring city-states, an arrangement which maintains a bias towards a heavily martial local culture and strong stock well suited to the chapter's recruiting needs. No description of the Howling Griffons chapter, however, would be complete without acknowledging a dark shadow that has long fallen over the chapter's otherwise glorious history. And this is their bloody vendetta against the being that would become the demon prince Persilator the Forsworn, and the Wordbearer's Legion from which the vile entity sprang. The root cause of this enmity, which exceeds even that usually encountered between Space Marines and their renegade kin, remains lost in the past. Scattered evidence suggests that the Howling Griffons have specifically sought the Wordbearers to do battle with on many occasions, and the Wordbearers likewise, in their turn, have targeted the Howling Griffons for attack. One of the blackest episodes in this history of bloody enmity was the ambush of the Howling Griffons chapter master's battle barge at Eros Point in 220 M38. Attacking in overwhelming force by ambush, as the mighty ship voyaged back to Mancora to to celebrate the 5th millennium anniversary of the Howling Griffons' founding. The warband of the Chaos Lord Perslitor and his allies ravaged the warship and forced the survivors down to the service of Aros Quintus in a series of fierce battles. Finding no refuge or respite on the barren world, and beset on all sides by word-bearers and Night Lords Chaos Space Marines, degenerate mutants and summoned demons, the Howling Griffons had no avenue of retreat, and surrender was unthinkable. Despite the mocking demands of their enemies to bend their knee to the ruinous powers. Instead, the doomed company of Howling Griffons held faith and died to a man in a desperate last stand, accounting for hundreds of the enemy before the last of the Emperor's warriors fell. The chapter later recovered the desecrated body of its master, Orlando Furioso, impaled on the front of a Thunderhawk drifting in orbit of the planet a month later. This defeat and desecration was a bitter blow, for not only had they lost their revered master at their enemy's hands, but along with him also much of their veteran First Company, their 8th Company, and a venerable battle barge that had served the Howling Griffons in countless battles over 1,000 years. For this grievous wound to the chapter's honour, every Howling Griffin that takes up his place as a full battle brother swears an oath to avenge those that fell at Eros whenever able, and the Howling Griffons have sworn to destroy Perclitor, whatever the cost, even though the Chaos Warlord's many atrocities saw him elevated to the ranks of demonhood some millennia after the Arios attack. If one day the chapter must make war in the very depths of hell to have their revenge for their fallen brethren, they will not balk at the task. The Howling Griffons are a chapter organised along the strict lines of the Codex Astartes, seeing it not so much as Holy Writ, but simply as the finest military treatise ever written. To them it is a work penned by the foremost of the Emperor's Primarchs, and a volume whose wisdom on matters of warcraft has never been bettered. As such, the chapter strives to remain within its tenets, keeping to its division of companies and disposition wherever possible. As avowed generalists, the chapter has a policy of maintaining an even as possible ability in the many types of warfare the Codex identifies, from armoured assault to planetary strike operations to boarding actions, and insists that all battle brothers master each discipline in turn as the Codex dictates. Competition within the chapter for excellence is strong, but is never allowed to spill over into discord. Also of note is the chapter's tradition of powerful battle psychers in its ranks. This is in no small part due to their primary source of initiates, as Mancora's population is known to have a higher than average incidence of psyker births. This is a factor which has contributed to the strong chapter librarium down the centuries, with the Howling Griffons' own codicils taking an active role in policing Mancora's people and weeding out those whose unregulated or weak psychic talent would leave them open to the touch of the warp. The Dinar 4 Suppression, 109 M40. During their long search for the word-bearer's warband of Declamus the Vaunted, the Howling Griffons' 3rd Company under Captain Joachim responded to a planetary distress call from the agri-world of Dinar 4 in the Sangramentia sector, an important supply world of wide savanna plains with vast herds of thunderhorn, urgrox and other megafauna, and ruled from fortified slaughter cities. Dinar 4 had succumbed to rot from within, as the worship of the dark powers took root amongst its Flenser cults and Kull clans. As the Howling Griffons descended on Dinar 4, they found only a handful of its city-states holding out against the horde of cultists and demon-possessed madmen, their walls packed with refugees fleeing the tide of mass murder that had engulfed the planet. Vastly outnumbered, the Howling Griffons deployed to the savannah, and using the Codex Astartes as their guide, wielded their superiority in armour and air power to stay mobile and spearhead assaults against the heretics, smashing cult forces in great scything sweeps, before driving onwards to relieve the city sieges. The loyal inhabitants of Dinar greeted the Howling Griffons as divinely sent saviours, and gladly rallied to aid them in liberating their world from the dark forces that assailed it, selling their lives alongside the Space Marines. The remaining campaign was bloody and ruthless, ever afterwards casting a nightmarish pall over the memory of Dinar's people. Since this victory, the Howling Griffons have kept a lasting oath to protect the planet and the memory of the many martyred there for their loyalty to the Emperor, while the people of Danar have kept faith with their saviours in providing them with victuals and the pick of their youth as chapter recruits. The Joran Retaliation, 143 M41. One of the greatest battle honours ever won by the Howling Griffons chapter came about because of the vital part they took in the Joran Retaliation of 109 M41. Following the treachery of General Joran of the 15 Harkonnen Ironclads, an entire Imperial battle group that should have been on its way to reinforce the lines of the Gothic War, instead turned traitor, slaughtering their commissariat attachments and went renegade. The Imperium was moved to act with decisive force, as the foul taint of the Xenos known as the Dark Eldar was found to be at the root cause of this perfidy. With Joran and his personal cadre laid low and corrupted by addiction to the aliens' foul psychotropics and depraved practices. Thanks to the dark arts of the Cabal of the Crimson Libation, the Harkollans dance like puppets to their new master's tune. The humans, to them, were no more than disposable tools they used to enslave planetary populations by treachery and brute force, and with little risk to the aliens themselves. This could not remain unpunished, and the retaliation force the Imperium launched was fully intended to smash down on the Harkollans and their dark allies with brutal and overwhelming power, annihilating them without regard or mercy. The task force was comprised of the full active power of the Howling Griffons chapter, then about 8 companies in effective strength, who were given command, and were reinforced with supporting companies from the Ultramarines and the Sons of Aura chapters. The Space Marines intercepted the traitor guard as they made planetfall on the feral world of Asturia. Caught unprepared for such a fierce counter-assault, over 5,000 renegade guardsmen died in the first hour of the Space Marine attack, torn apart on their landing zones, with much of their heavy armour yet to be unlimbered. As the battle was joined in full, the task of destroying the traitor command fell to the Howling Griffons' 4th Company, who executed a drop-pod assault into the heart of the disorientated army. Confronting not only the elite of General Joran's Ogren cadre, but also the inhumanly lithe and cruel shadows that rose around them, the Howling Griffons dispatched them with bolter-shell fire and unshakable resolve. It was Chaplain Armand Titus who fought his way to the traitor general and delivered the Emperor's judgment, despite suffering grievous wounds, tainted with vile poisons, cleaving Joran's skull in half with his Crozius Arcanum. The traitors' morale collapsed with the death of their leader and the swift desertion of their foul Xenos allies that followed. The disordered and panicked Harkollans were ruthlessly hunted down and slain in the aftermath, with the renegade forces utterly wiped out within 6 hours of the battle's opening salvos. On the Howling Griffons' return to their fortress monastery on Mancora, Chaplain Titus, who had finally succumbed to his many injuries, was enshrined with all due reverence within a dreadnought sarcophagus in order to continue his service to the chapter. The Badab War. The Howling Griffons chapter became involved in the Badab War in mid-906 M41, when along with the Nova Marines chapter they were called to battle to provide additional support for the Loyalist cause. The Howling Griffons' involvement in the Badab War was to prove one of the darkest hours in the chapter's history. The Howling Griffons task force was relatively small in number, consisting of no more than 250 Space Marines drawn from the remnants of the 4th Company and elements of the 6th and 10th Companies, reinforced by several Terminator squads. These Space Marines were the survivors of a recent lengthy search and destroy sweep of the Badab Sector, and had suffered substantial losses during the last campaign. In particular, the Howling Griffons contingent was under-equipped in planetary assault assets, such as Thunderhawks and drop pods, owing to prior combat attrition, and had been unable to return to Mancora to fully rearm before the call came to join the Loyalist cause. A call Honor would not let them ignore, regardless of any purely practical difficulties in fighting 2 heavy campaigns so close together. As a result, the Howling Griffons were initially assigned to garrison duties by the Loyalist command, rather than being included in the forward line of battle, while several smaller forces were split off as convoy protection detachments. The Howling Griffons' largest single deployment was to garrison the airless moons of the Chimera system and secure them from secessionist control. At Chimera, they reoccupied a series of vital defense stations and listening posts on the edge of the Maelstrom zone, with the aim of rebuilding them as a staging post for a future loyalist assault on the Badab Sector itself. Although their initial efforts were unopposed, this was a course of action which, unbeknownst to them, put the Howling Griffons' force directly into the path of the oncoming Executionist Chapter, the bulk of which were en route to the war to give battle on the secessionist side in payment of their chapter's blood oath to Huron. Suffering a massive surprise assault by the Executionist Chapter, the Howling Griffons were systematically destroyed by the relentless onslaught of this enemy from an unseen quarter. This disastrous series of battles also resulted in the catastrophic destruction of their strike cruiser, Augeas, as well as the death of their revered chaplain dreadnought Titus, which struck a hammer blow to the Howling Griffons chapter's morale. With the Chimera system defense platforms and listening stations destroyed, the Executionist forces withdrew suddenly from the system, leaving the Howling Griffons garrison with more than 70% casualties. It was noted at the time by observers from both sides that the Executioners could have pressed their advantage if they had chosen to do so, and wiped out the remaining Howling Griffons utterly. But instead, they pointedly ceased fire once their primary military objectives were achieved and withdrew. As a result of the disaster at Chimera, the Howling Griffons task force was left scattered and savagely reduced in strength, and without the assistance of the Nova Marines who rapidly responded to the area to reinforce the Loyalist lines, the entire war zone might have lapsed into secessionist control. Even so reduced in strength, the remaining Howling Griffons continued to doggedly fight on, refusing to shirk their responsibilities to the Loyalist cause until officially relieved from the Badab War in 909 M41. The few survivors of the chapter force returned to Mancora shortly afterwards to rejoin their comrades, bearing the remains of their fallen on commandeered warp-capable vessels seized from the renegade worlds. The Mantis Warriors. Renowned for their cunning and guile, the Mantis Warriors chapter have long been one of the often unsung and overlooked defenders of the Imperium of Man. To those that know of them, they are renowned for their skill at guerrilla warfare, devastating ambushes and sudden, overwhelming assaults. Like many chapters who are fated to stand guard over far-flung border frontiers, or carry out armed vigils on dark regions of the galaxy where dread threats slumber, the Mantis Warriors have long stood alone in their watch, their autonomy seldom challenged, and with none to come to their aid should events overtake them. This rarely broken solitude was to change in the year 587 M41, when, by edict of the High Lords of Terror, the Mantis Warriors and their charges were incorporated within the newly formed alliance of Space Marine chapters entitled the Maelstrom Warders. With this assignment came a long-term alliance with two powerful and very different chapters, the Astral Claws and the Lamenters, an alliance that would eventually prove the Mantis Warriors' undoing. As with many chapters of similar provenance, much of the details pertaining to the origins and early disposition of the Mantis Warriors have been lost to the official record. Such teachings and lore the Mantis Warriors themselves retain on the matter have become so intertwined with myth and dense allegory as to be almost useless in divining certain facts. The earliest extant record likely to pertain to the Mantis Warriors can be found in the Libris Gloriana, a 777-volume treatise on the state of imperial power, commissioned for the ascension of High Lord Gogol after the Nova Terra Interregnum in 093 M36. The massive accumulation of knowledge in the Libris Gloriana represents a rare resource, but one that has been repeatedly suppressed and censored, and many doubt its veracity in general. Further difficulties in the text are raised by the particularly obscure dialect of High Gothic in which the treatise is written, which had been popular at the Terran court of the time. It mentions in bombastic terms a chapter of the Adaptus Astartes, Warrior Legion of the Mantis, or Prophecy, their language is unclear, of the 8th founding, which would place its origins in the mid-M34s. of the line of the Great Khan by his sons, the Marauders. The text goes on to praise their successes in combating the traitors of the Eye of Terror, as well as crushing alien threats, and speaks of them as operating far from home, but fails to name their chapter planet or state the system in which it is to be found. That this elder chapter spoken of in the Libris Gloriana and the Mantis Warriors of the Badab War are one and the same seems likely, as the chapter's own myths allude to a great calamity in their past against which they undertook a crusade lasting many centuries. Most tellingly, the Mantis Warriors' gene seed does bear the hallmarks of the White Scars bloodline, the Marauders chapter being a second founding White Scars successor. This last piece of evidence is particularly compelling, as owing to certain endemic biogenic difficulties, the White Scars gene seed has historically been one of the rarest employed in the creation of new Space Marine chapters, with less than a tenth of current Adeptus Astartes units owing their origins to the White Scars bloodline. Accurate and detailed records of the chapter only commenced in 455 M38, when the Magus Invigila notes conducting a gene seed tithe on the Mantis Warriors. This evidence establishes them as being based within the Endymion cluster, while noting the tithe collection overdue, owing to hostile local conditions, a remark indicative of prior, more successful tithes, whose records are now lost. This compounds the evidence of several scattered clues as to the chapter's presence in the area as much as 1,000 years previously, including the chapter entering into the indigenous myths of the Lestrati and Hu. This shrouded past is perhaps unsurprising, as the chapter itself has always displayed a fundamentally independent and aloof nature, largely uninterested in the wider affairs of the Imperium, except where they intersect with the chapter's own goals and those areas of wilderness space within their reach. Indeed, prior to their inclusion as part of the Maelstrom Warder Force, it is telling that the closest common alliance with the Imperium's wider authorities was with the secretive Death Watch chapter, which has had its own long-standing interest in destroying the many alien forces at work within the Golgothan Wastes and the Maelstrom. In character, a Space Marine of the Mantis Warriors is perhaps more subtle and cunning than most, with an uncommon streak of individualism and self-reliance. Each is a born survivor, a killer from the shadows, and the inheritor of a warrior lineage that descends from one of the Endymion cluster's savage Deathworld tribes or warring feudal states. These native traits are further honed and enhanced by decades of experience in the field and the quixotic ferocity inherent in the White Scars gene seed on which the chapter is based. Unlike their forebears, however, their savage hearts are tempered by a streak of dark mysticism, and rather than the fury of the thunderstorm, theirs is the focused power of a sudden hurricane that comes and goes without warning and leaves devastation in its wake. The Mantis Warriors' deployment and organization conforms closely to the tenets of the Codex Astartes, adhering to a standard structure of 10 companies, chapter command, apothecarian, armory, and fleet as normal. In practice, however, the chapter, owing to its isolated position and lack of resources, has for much of its recorded history had to fight under strength, particularly in terms of heavy vehicles. This difficulty has been made worse by the almost continuous slow attrition of its forces, and its companies have seldom operated with anything close to a full complement of battle brothers. This has led the Mantis Warriors, over time, to concentrate their resources and limited production capacity on war gear, which they could best support, and which most perfectly suited their favoured hit-and-run tactics. In particular, even at its lowest ebb, the chapter had been able to field a considerable fleet of Thunderhawk gunships and other attack craft to ensure their mobility in battle. Perhaps because of this history of shortage, each Mantis Warrior maintains their war gear with a singular reverence, beyond even the high degree that is displayed by most Space Marines. Within the chapter, individual weapons and suits of power armor are handed down from generation to generation of Space Marines. Every custodian will in turn add their own embellishments, to the extent that each bolter and chainsword is a treasured and stored relic in its own right. This level of individualism in the ranks is further evidenced by a high degree of customization in insignia, kill markings and other forms of personal adornment, including prophetic sigils and warding prayers engraved on their armor or written on purity seals found among the Mantis Warriors' battle brothers. Also of note is that the chapter's individual company markings are also represented often by large symbols or stylized representations of a wrath pod or insectile forms instituted by that company's present commander, with the megafauna of the death world of Tranquility Free, where the chapter's recruits are trained, providing much of the inspiration for this. One beneficial consequence of the Mantis Warriors being attached to the Maelstrom Warders was that, particularly after Huron took charge, supplies and equipment flowed to the Endymion cluster to replenish the chapter's failing stockpiles. This served to renew the Mantis Warriors' fighting strength, particularly in terms of heavy munitions, Rhino chassis variants, and, most importantly, Mark 7 pattern power armor, which the Mantis Warriors freely incorporated piecemeal into their older stocks, which had primarily consisted of ancient and long-maintained Mark 5 and Mark 6 suits. It also bound the Mantis Warriors, who were by nature highly independent and weary of outsiders, to their fellow warders and the Astral Claws in particular, ties of honour that were then sealed in blood as the warder force fought together to purge the Maelstrom Zone. The Protectorate of the Endymion Cluster. An enclave of imperial worlds surrounded on each side by hostile wilderness space, the Endymion Cluster comprises a score of star systems, 6 of which can be regarded as of major importance, and lies due galactic east from Terra on the edge of the Maelstrom. This region, never sufficiently coherent enough politically or economically to become a true imperial sector, stands on the edge of the abyss with the horrors of the Maelstrom at its back and the trackless alien-haunted expanse of the Golgothan wastes between it and the core of the Imperium. There are few stable warp routes in or out of the cluster, and such as they are often plagued with Corsair traffic, demonic spectres and unexpected storms. It is this region which the Mantis Warriors have taken for their domain, and for thousands of years have guarded and shepherded its scattered and oft-beset worlds in the name of the Imperium from the many predations that have assailed them. Rather than a single fortress monastery or chapter planet, the Mantis Warriors have long made a practice of maintaining a number of small bases, bastions and watch stations across the cluster, many of them hidden with great skill. The largest and most important base was an area of the jungle-choked death world of Tranquility Free they named the Valley of the Nine Winds. This the Mantis Warriors used as their primary training ground for their initiates. The sworn duty of the Mantis Warriors has not only been vital to the protection of the human worlds of the cluster, but has also provided the chapter with a secure base of operations. From here, the Mantis Warriors have been able to strike into the wastes and even into the heart of the Maelstrom, where far greater threats exist than mere isolated packs of orc raiders and renegades. The peoples of the cluster's feral and feudal worlds, for their part, have always viewed their protectors as warrior spirits sent by the Emperor. They are worshipped as defenders that have stood between them and the legions of hell since time immemorial, and their loyalty to the Mantis Warriors is bred in the bone. During the Badab War, these people would side faithfully with the chapter, the eventual punishment for which would be grave indeed. The Hunt for Caphra, the Antipathy. 330 M39. After the failed assassination attempt on the life of the Ecclesiarch Naibar Vasil revealed the corruption of Cardinal Caphra, the false priest, and his hitherto secret chaos cult, fled before imperial justice, sowing destruction across the Segmentum Solar in their wake. Declared traitorous extremists from every pulpit the word of the holy Minotaur could reach, the Imperium-wide hunt for the Antipathy and his followers was to last for decades, but it would be the Mantis Warriors who would eventually end the damned Caphra himself. Intelligence ripped from the souls of renegade Corsairs by the chapter's librarians gave the first hints that this arch-enemy of mankind had found refuge within the chaos-worshipping renegades of the Golgothan wastes. This sparked a 5-year manhunt by the chapter that led eventually to the discovery of a secret stronghold in the pre-imperial ruins on the Death World on Parassus. Infiltrating the noisome fungal rainforests that surrounded the stronghold, the Mantis Warriors attacked without warning, taking on a force of mutants and heretics 5 times their number in a deadly night assault. In a matter of hours, the stronghold, now littered with corpses of its defenders, was overturned to locate their quarry, and Khafra, now a rolling mass of blistering flesh, twisted by the fickle powers of those he served, was eventually scorched from his refuge in the reeking sewers below the fortress, still snarling, overweening arrogance and hubris. Thus captured, the prisoner was taken in chains by the Mantis Warriors to the Inquisition watchhold on Vilsingam for final examination and judgment, garnering the chapter high accolades from the ecclesiarchy. The Scourge of the Slave Lords, 901 M40. During the latter part of M40, assaults by the Maelstrom denizens were at their highest levels for over 2,000 years, and although this mounting threat would lead eventually to the formation of the Maelstrom Warders, for a time the Mantis Warriors stood all but alone against the terrible forces ranged against the Imperial worlds near the Maelstrom's edge. Thinly spread and utterly outnumbered, the Mantis Warriors fought, displaying not only unyielding courage but intelligence, luring enemies into punishing ambushes, fighting only where the advantage was theirs, and fading away before they could be tied down and overwhelmed. But while their tactics proved effective against brutish orcs and even more so against insane cultists and renegades, the Dark Eldar Reavers, known to the worlds they victimized simply as the Slave Lords, were a different matter. Inhumanly cruel and with the malignant patience of spiders, the Eldar's dark kin were things of smoke and glass-shaped shadows, impossible to find and far too cunning to easily bait. For more than 60 years, the Slave Lords scourged the Maelstrom Zone, their blood-dark serrated ships descending on unprotected worlds, carrying off thousands screaming into the night sky, preying on ill-defended convoys and murdering isolated outposts cut off far from aid. After 60 battle brothers of the Mantis Warriors died valiantly in a vain attempt to protect the foremost shrine city of the feudal world of Tranquility II from the Slave Lords' predations, the whole chapter turned their collective will to bringing about the Slave Lords' fall. Turning to the Mantis Warriors librarians, famed for their skills in subterfuge and misdirection to hide their actions from sight, the chapter hatched a plan to entrap their vile enemies by providing them with a target too great for their vanity and appetites to ignore. Publicly vowing that Tranquility would be defended at any cost, they posted extra piquet vessels in the system and began to gather the planet's small population in a single city encampment, defended by 2 forces of Mantis Warriors, one seen and the other concealed beneath the desert sands on which the camps rested. Very soon, a series of probing raids occurred in the nearby systems, behind which the chapter's librarians determined a sophisticated pattern designed to tease apart a flaw in Tranquility's defences, allowing the Reavers to slip through. When news came of a heavy raid on the vital void mining colonies of Sigard, the Mantis Warriors gambled that this was the grand diversionary attack they had been waiting for, and under the deception of leaving a skeletal force to defend the 1,000,000+ souls now waiting fearfully in the camps, their ships departed the system at speed. As all but empty Mantis Warriors strike cruisers gave the appearance of a full chapter response departed the Tranquility system, seemingly from nowhere, the twisted dagger-like forms of Dark Eldar vessels appeared in Tranquility's skies. Before them, burning black discs ripped into existence, holes in the fabric of reality from which shark-like skimmers and razor-winged skiffs poured forth to descend on the encampments, shrieking like creatures of nightmare. With hardened hearts, the Mantis Warriors waited in silence as the Dark Eldar Reavers committed to the attack, and hundreds of refugees died screaming to slicing whisper-thin blades, or were struck down in their droves by storms of hypersonic poison splinters. These martyrs' deaths had brought the enemy within the chapter's grasp, and their trap was sprung. From the desert sands beneath the camps, the Mantis Warriors rose up in a vengeful fury to tear their foes from the skies. Elsewhere, hidden in the dune seas of the deep deserts, 2 Cobra-class destroyers, buried more than 7 months previously, shook off the covering shrouds of sand from their sunken prows and fired their torpedoes at point-blank range into the bellies of the Dark Eldar ships high above. The torpedoes' fusion warheads, designed for space combat, burst like exploding suns above the arid land. As fire and wreckage fell from the skies, the hurricane-strength blast winds scattered the alien skimmers like dead leaves and drove sand and dust before them in walls hundreds of meters high. The Mantis Warriors' blades were wetted with alien blood in the tumult, as the live and murderous Dark Eldar were thrown into confusion and disorder. The surviving Corsair ships, badly wounded by surprise attack, struggled to escape Tranquility's orbit and abandoned their kin below to their fates, only to be caught and destroyed in the outer system by the returning Mantis Warriors strike cruisers as the last part of the chapter's vicious trap slammed shut. The Mantis Warriors revelled in their revenge, offering no mercy to the blinded and broken enemy, many of whom did not die at the hands of the Space Marines, but were brought down by mobs of desert tribesmen whose terror had been transformed into wrath. As the winds finally died away and the fires muted, thousands of human lives had been martyred, but the scourge of the slave lords was ended, and the lives of many thousands more had been saved. The Badab War. At the outset of the Badab conflict, the Mantis Warriors were somewhat below full strength, having recently conducted several heavy raids into the fringes of the Maelstrom, and suffered significant losses to their 4th Company, purging a gene-stealer infestation at Vacruz. This left them with what is believed to have been an effective frontline strength of a little over 800 battle brothers, with 60 to 80 scout initiates, as well as their servitor auxiliary corpus and numerous chapter bondsmen spread out among their scattered bases and ships. The Mantis Warriors chapter fleet stood at a single battle barge, 3 strike cruisers, 2 vanguard cruisers, 6 armed transports, and at least 19 escorts and attack vessels of varying types and classes, including several formerly renegade and recommissioned Xenos vessels that the chapter utilized for infiltration attacks. The reason for the Mantis Warriors' involvement in the secession was a simple one: fiercely territorial and loyal to their allies. They considered the oaths of brotherhood taken when the Maelstrom Warders were formed as utterly inviolable. They saw an attack on one of the Warders, even by the Imperium itself, as an attack on all. The protectiveness with which the Mantis Warriors regarded their domains would also lead the chapter to hold the dubious honour of having fired the first shots in anger against their fellow Space Marines in the Badab War. This occurred when, in 904 M41, they attacked and captured the Firehawk's vessel, Red Harbinger. The ship had encroached upon their territory and refused demands to stand down and be boarded. This fact brought them into open conflict with the Firehawks and their Carthan allies, and crossed a line of no return for the chapter. As the conflict progressed, the Mantis Warriors were actively engaged in the secessionist war effort at all levels, operating as part of the wider strategic secessionist deployments, rather than system by system. For much of the Badab War, the chapter played to its great strengths and expertise, fighting guerrilla campaigns against numerically superior foes, and frequently employed hit-and-run tactics, raids and ambushes, and among the Loyalist forces only the Raptors seemed able to match them for guile. The most notorious of the chapter's ambushes in the war was the trap at Bellerophon's Fall, which was to leave the Marines Errant shattered in its wake. As the Badab War continued and the Loyalist forces set against them grew, the Mantis Warriors, despite their cunning and skill, began to increasingly suffer levels of attrition they could not sustain, as well as bitter blows to the domains they had protected for so long, such as the retaliatory firebombing of Sacristan. These losses were to worsen as fresh chapters joined the struggle, and Loyalist gains effectively drove a wedge between the Endymion cluster and the rest of the Maelstrom zone, cutting the Mantis Warriors off from ready aid. There is evidence to suggest that by 908 M41, the chapter was starting to have grave misgivings about both the course the secession was taking and the true nature and goals of the Astral Claws and their leader Huron, particularly after the death of the Mantis Warriors chapter master Yavan Sartak in the Tyrant's company during the attack on the disastrous parley at Grief. But by this point the die had been cast, and too much blood had been spilled on both sides for anything but a violent resolution to be reached as to the Mantis Warriors' fate. It was at this time that the figure of Arazra Radith, the chief librarian of the Mantis Warriors and known to his chapter as the Dust Prophet, rose to prominence, effectively becoming master of the Mantis Warriors until the end of the war. Arazra Radith further distanced his chapter from the machinations of the Tyrant of Badab, but true to their word, both he and the Mantis Warriors remained a fighting part of the secessionist cause until the bitter end. It is a testament both to Radith's skill as a commander and the strength of his divinatory powers that even isolated, vastly outnumbered and facing the murderous onslaught of the Carcaradons chapter towards the war's end, he and his dwindling force managed to avoid extermination, let alone inflict losses on their foes in defence of their domains. Both the Endymion cluster and the Mantis Warriors would pay a terrible blood price for their role in the Badab War, with under 300 battle brothers left to face the Imperium's judgment. Radith's fate remains unknown, although he is said by some to have perished in the last days of fighting on Tranquility II. His body was never found. In the aftermath of the Badab War, the Mantis Warriors are left a ravaged chapter, stripped of their ancient domains, chattels and honours, and condemned to endure a 100-year penitent crusade to pay for their crimes. The long-term survival of the Mantis Warriors as a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes remains doubtful. The Salamanders, a Space Marine legion of the first founding and scions of the Primarch Vulcan, the Salamanders chapter have a rich and honoured history and an unwavering reputation as being among humanity's most steadfast defenders. Born of fire and darkness on the deadly volcanic world of Nocturne, there are few stauncher warriors even among the Adeptus Astartes, and their intelligence and artisanship is only matched by their skill at arms. Nocturne itself is a vision of hell, a blasted volcanic landscape shrouded in clouds of ash and riven with earthquakes thanks to its orbital tidal lock with the giant barren moon of Prometheus. It is incredible to imagine that human life can survive on Nocturne's surface, but survive it has, since before the Imperium, and it was onto this desolate and shattered earth that the fledgling Primarch Vulcan fell. With the visitation of the Emperor to Nocturne, the Primarch was reunited with his legion, who, although as never in greater numbers as the others, quickly carved themselves out a reputation for stubborn tactics, superior war gear and inviolate honour during the Great Crusade. When the horror of the Horus heresy shook the foundations of the Imperium, the Salamanders stayed steadfastly loyal and paid the price for their incorruptibility during the tragedy at Isstvan V. Here, along with the Iron Hands and the Raven Guard legions, they bore the brunt of the traitor legion's betrayal and suffered savage losses. The Salamanders survived the wars of the heresy and slowly rebuilt their strength, although such were their casualties that they did not need to further subdivide their legion into successor chapters. Instead, their surviving battle brothers were reorganized by Vulcan, who was a strong supporter of Guilliman's reforms of the Space Marine legions into a pattern of organization which they have maintained to this day. In doing so, Vulcan also created the chapter's Prometheum cult, which encompasses its doctrines and deepest secrets. The physical characteristics of the Salamander Space Marines are themselves striking and brought about by a combination of their gene seed, Nocturne's erratic gravitational and radioactive forces, along with the unique genetics of the population that has evolved to survive them. The Battle Brothers of the Salamanders are powerfully built, even for Space Marines, and are possessed of obsidian black skin and burning red eyes. This almost demonic appearance, although entirely superficial in nature, is treated as but another tool in the chapter's arsenal, and has been used by them to great effect to terrify and intimidate more than one rebellion into submission without the need to destroy it. In the millennia that have passed since the dark times of the Horus heresy, the Salamanders have fought in wars uncounted, and in doing so gained an unmatched reputation for wisdom and stubborn determination in battle. It is rightly said of the Salamanders that they are neither quick to anger nor do they sow destruction without first excising due judgment. But once they have decided to unleash their wrath, it is as unstoppable and terrible as the volcanic fury of their homeworld. Although the Salamanders follow the tenets of the Codex Astartes in their spirit, their structure and operations differ significantly from the norm. The reasons for this deviation are partly owing to the nature of the chapter's unique and ancient history, as well as the influence of their Promethean cult, and also by their situation on Nocturne. The Salamanders chapter operates a total force of 7 line companies, each with nominal active strength of 120 battle brothers, in addition to a sub-company of scouts serving out their training. Each of these 7 companies symbolically represents Nocturne's primary sanctuary settlements, and it is these settlements and cities which serve as a focus of the chapter's recruitment and governance on the planet, and also exhibit their own unique influences on the chapter's traditions. The strong links between the Salamander's brethren and the people of Nocturne serve to create bonds of kinship and loyalty within each company's ranks, and it provides the chapter with a direct connection to the cycle of Nocturne's history. An inevitable degree of rivalry between the Salamander's companies is also fostered by the nature of this relationship as well, which only pushes the Salamander's battle brothers to greater heights of achievement and glory. The chapter's traditions regarding its recruitment, however, does also unfortunately serve to slow its turnaround of new initiates, a matter further compounded by the fact that Nocturne's population base is relatively small, although its people, hardened survivors all, are strong of constitution and psychologically resilient, making them excellent subjects for initiation into the chapter. Another noteworthy feature of the Salamanders is their ability to field advanced weapons and war gear of a quality almost unequalled by any other Space Marine chapter. Spurred on by the teachings of the Promethean cult, the chapter is able to maintain and, more importantly, create superior weapons and systems, such as Artificer and Terminator armor, advanced energy transmission systems, dreadnought frames, and personal weaponry of extraordinary quality. It is this superiority of arms, coupled with the dogged determination and self-reliance of his battle brothers, that has enabled the Salamanders chapter to play such a prominent role in the annals of the Imperium, despite its historically low fighting strength in numbers. The chapter's tactical doctrines focus on the application of close-range firepower, with flame and melter weapons most prevalent as standard issue. This, along with the widespread use of thunderhammers by their assault terminators, allow the chapter to act with deadly effect against fortified defences, enemy armour and monstrous foes. The Salamanders also maintain an enviable array and number of land raiders, predator tanks and dreadnoughts in their arsenal, allowing them to dominate the open battlefield in most engagements, although use of various bikes and speeders, while not unknown in the chapter, are not particularly favoured by the Salamanders in their tactics. The chapter's powerful and formidably equipped first company, the Fire Drakes, are chosen from the Salamander's greatest warriors, and so named for the deadliest of Nocturne's reptilian predators. The bellicose reputation of the Fire Drakes is legendary, even among their fellow Space Marine chapters, and stories of their might and valour are recorded in scores of sources, from the heroic sagas of the Space Wolves to the labyrinthian texts of the Red Talon's Techno-Cant Strife Chronicles. In addition to providing the chapter with a veteran corps of elite warriors, the Fire Drakes also serve as garrison and guardians of the Salamander's forbidding fortress monastery on Nocturne's giant moon Prometheus. This battle station, whose foundations are sunk deep into the moon's surface, as well as serving as the chapter's armory, apothecarian and chief reliquary, is rumoured to also house in its deepest vaults hidden forges and workshops whose sophistication, although not scale, are said to be equal of any but those found on Great Mars, throne world of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. The Fires of Phaistos Osiris, 533 M39. Of all the wars in which they have gained glory over the millennia, it is the actions of the Salamanders in defending this important cardinal world from an orc onslaught, which has most often been held up as a shining example of the role of the Adeptus Astartes in the protection of the Imperium. The story of this great battle has since been mythologized and praised time and again in tactical treaties and pulpit sermons alike. At the time of its great trial, the world of Phaistos Osiris had long been a rare beacon of human civilization and power in the northern segmentum Ultimar, sited to the galactic northeast of the warp vortex known as the Storm of the Emperor's Wrath. This important cardinal world was and remains the capital of the Osiran Sector, and is both the location of the revered Basilica of St. Thoth, the intercessor, as well as the sector's primary scholar progenium facility. As such, it was the linchpin of the Imperium's spiritual and temporal control in this otherwise desolate region. In 533 M39, a massive orc war, under the thrall of the snakebite warlord Rock Ripper, was on a collision course with Phaistos Osiris, and threatened to drown the entire Osiran sector in a savage darkness. When Rock Ripper's trio of gigantic death hulks battered their way into the Osiris system after despoiling a score of scattered outposts and colony worlds, they found the full strength of the Salamanders chapter waiting for them, and they were not alone. Given advance warning by the orcs' grinding progress, the chapter stood at the head of an army of disciplined troops raised from the students of the Imperial Scholar, and hundreds of thousands of volunteer pilgrim militia whipped into a frenzy by the exhortations of the Basilica's clergy. All stood in defence of a world too important to be allowed to fall to the enemy, lest the lives of billions be blighted for generations. Even so, the defenders of Osiris faced terrifying odds as orcs in their millions, backed by savage squig-off warherds, descended in makeshift landing craft and crash capsules from the Death Hulks in orbit onto the planet's sacred soil. Leading the resistance, the Salamanders chapter had devised a complex and subtle defense in depth which denied the planet's resources to the enemy. They employed a scorched earth policy, withdrawing from the planet's outer zones, which they had laced with multiple traps, extensive minefields and pre-planned ambushes to break up and whittle down the invasion force before they could mount a concerted assault. Those civilians that could not fight, the old, the infirm, and the young, were sheltered in the many vaults of the great Basilica complex, and the Osiran temple city's many holy sites. And with their kinfolk so protected at their backs, the will of the pilgrim militia to resist was all the greater, as the numberless orc horde, already enraged that open battle had been so far denied them, broke against the walls of the temple cities like a roaring murderous tide. The Salamanders seemed to be everywhere, striking down the foe with fire and fury, bolstering the defence whenever it faltered and matching inhuman brutality with unyielding strength. The wise and resolute Salamanders used the orcs' own homicidal rage and ill discipline against them, goading them on and trapping them into killing grounds of the Salamanders' choosing, targeting and destroying their leaders and slaughtering swathes of the enemy in the resulting confusion. With the first great assault resisted, not a single temple city had so far fallen, although the price paid in lives by the defenders had been appallingly high. It was then that the second phase of the Salamanders' plan swung into action. From its position of concealment in the eclipse phase of the Osiran sun, the Salamanders' chapter fleet, supported by Battlefleet Ultimar attack squadrons, engaged Rook Ripper's Death Hulks in a shock assault. The gigantic hulks, unable to quickly maneuver to bring their weapons to bear on the attackers in close orbit, were soon encircled by the fleet and pounded remorselessly with torpedo strikes and cannon fire. Even the fury of such weapons were unable to do little more than scorch the surface of the Death Hulks, such was their size and density. But under the cover of the bombardment, chosen squads of Fire Drake Terminators conducted daring teleporter raids, planting seismic charges a kilometre deep within the Hulk's innards. Torn apart from within by powerful atomic blasts, the Death Hulks slowly broke apart and began to disintegrate, millions of tons of metal and rock flying out into the void, secondary explosions ripping like gargantuan flashes through the debris. Below, on Phaistos Osiris, the skies were racked with sudden storms and riven by a firewall of wreckage raining down from the skies above. The orcs below, belonging largely to the superstitious Snakebite clan, grew increasingly fractious at what might be an ill omen of Gorks, or possibly Morks, disfavour at their failure to take the temple cities, and quickly fell to fighting among themselves. Rook Ripper was forced to take the matter in hand, and brought together his army like a clenched fist, and hammered it directly at Sanctis, the greatest of the temple cities, and vowed before his chief nobs and weird boy shaman to smash it down or die trying. Not even the city's fanatic defenders could hold back the onslaught, as scores of gargantuan squig-offs shattered the gates and pulverized their barricades. A wave of savage orcs spread like a river of blood into the sacred city, sweeping all before them, killing as they went. It was not until the first wave of rampaging cyborg Tuskars reached the very steps of the great basilica that the last of the Salamanders' traps was sprung and the city was set ablaze. Thousands of gallons of Promethean poured from the city's many church gutters and gargoyles, pumping from the prepared reservoirs deep from beneath the city and torched into flame as hab blocks were blown apart by long-planted fire bombs and incendiaries rained down from the great basilica's own defense guns. The city burned, and the orcs burned with it. The Squigoths, driven mad by the sea of flame, rampaged out of control, trampling hundreds and destroying any order left in the greenskin horde. As the burgeoning firestorm raged, shrines and walkways crumbled and the skies were filled with ash. The Salamanders launched their final counterattack, now fighting on a hellish battlefield that was to the chapter no more nor less than home ground. The Salamanders surged up from the catacombs and sanctuaries, their melter and flamer blasts adding to the conflagration. With them came suicide squads of fanatical redemptionists, their robes soon catching fire in the scalding air, singing hymns as they died, blades and scourges flashing in their hands. The final killing blow came as the fire drakes descended from the darkness above. The Salamander's Thunderhawk and attack ram pilots, trained in Nocturne's volcanic skies, easily negotiated the burning debris to deliver the veteran company to do battle in the hell below. Rookripper died at the chancel of the Great Basilica. Some reports refer to a Salamander's librarian wielding a sword of flame, while other tales claim the beast died by the hands of the fiery incarnation of St. Thoth himself. Regardless of the truth, when he died, his War died with him. In the weeks that followed, the scattered surviving orcs were purged from the face of the world, and high above, the wreckage from the destroyed Death Hulks settled into new debris rings girding the planet. Word of this great victory spread far and wide, and soon the fires of Phistos Osiris entered legend throughout the Imperium, and although the temple city of Sanctus was sacrificed to destroy the orcs, its great basilica endured, its once white spires scorched a midnight black. In solemn gratitude for their intervention, a battle standard depicting the black silhouette of the Basilica of St. Thoth, wreathed in flame and woven from the sacred cloth of the saint's death shroud, was presented to the Salamanders by the thankful cardinals and commanders of Phistos Osiris. The banner remains an honoured relic of the chapter to the present time. The Purging of the Moons of Imgal, 754 to 756 M41. With the coming of the Tyrannid menace threatening the existence of the Imperium, it was realised with some shock that the insidious Genestealer menace, long before in the side of the Imperium, connected in some way to this newer, greater peril. By the edict of the High Lords of Terror, actions against suspected Genestealer infection were stepped up to the highest possible effort. As part of this xenocidal campaign, the Salamanders were given the onerous duty of purging the Genestealers for all time from the moons of Imgal. This was a realm where these foul creatures had always maintained a foothold, and from which they had previously been thought to originate. With the aid of the Magus Biologists of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Salamanders constructed a detailed plan of attack, first rooting out their prey by using specially sanctioned alchem weapons to burn away much of the moon's atmosphere and destroy the teeming jungles that covered them, thereby robbing their insidious enemies of sustenance and concealment before proceeding to cleanse the ancient tunnels that honeycomb the moon's surface. The Salamanders advanced into the darkness in Mechanicus termite boring craft, with spider stalker servitors to scout their way forwards in the lightless underworld, methodically scouring the tunnels. The Imgal strain of Genestealer is a terrifying beast, able to adapt to its foes and with physical power enough to overmatch even a Space Marine with ease. As the waves of the inhumanly fast creatures came at the Salamanders, hissing from the darkness, battle was joined against a foe none but the Adeptus Astartes could hope to face and live. Deeper and deeper the Salamanders battled, encountering vast and strange blind and worm-like mutations crashing through the tunnels, and appallingly powerful broodlords whose taloned hands could shred a Terminator at a stroke. The losses among the Space Marines quickly mounted, but assaults from the Nightmare Genestealers were dispatched in storms of fire, or crushed under the shattering blows of thunderhammers, and the Salamanders did not falter despite desperate hours and terrible reversals. The campaign lasted for nearly 2 years of bloody struggle and death from the darkness, before finally the Magos Biologists pronounced the ancient threat on Imgal ended, although its dark legacy would live on in the shadows of chill shipholds, dark hulks, and doomed worlds uncounted. The Badab War. The Salamanders' first direct involvement in the Badab War came in 906 M41, although they had watched the unfolding events of the Badab Schism for years with growing concern. Although Nocturne was located at some considerable distance from the Maelstrom zone, they were no stranger to it or its conflicts, as access to the area via a stable warp route through the Pale Stars region had long been known. The chapter's reluctance to intervene was further strengthened by the fact that Salamander's battle brothers had fought alongside both the Astral Claws and the Firehawks, as recently as the Lycanthos Drift campaign of the 810s M41, and the chapter was greatly troubled by the internecine conflict, refusing to intervene on either side despite direct calls to do so by both the Astral Claws and the Firehawks in the early years of the conflict. This stance remained, until final proof was given to them by Inquisitor Thrain that Huron's chapter had broken faith fully with the ancient covenants, and the Salamanders were forced by duty to act. Unfortunately, by this time, much of the chapter was committed elsewhere, and so a force was hastily assembled under the captain of the then understrength 2nd Company, Pelas Mesan, who was himself to go on to play a key role in the war and its aftermath. The bulk of the force was made up of the Salamanders' 2nd Company, which had been recuperating and rearming on Nocturne after an arduous tour of duty, fighting the Iron Warriors in the Death's Head Nebula. This was further augmented by reserve elements of the Nocturne garrison, as well as several veteran training instructors, along with a corps of Fire Drakes 30 strong to serve as Mesan's bodyguard. All were well provided for in terms of ships, vehicles and weapons from the vaults of Prometheus. The force was further strengthened by a hexstad of ancients, 6 venerable dreadnoughts of the chapter, some of which had not been woken into battle for more than 4 centuries, who were now to lend their implacable wrath and deep wisdom to Mesan's cause. Such was the grave weight the Salamanders chapter gave to the tyrant's sins. The Salamanders force, although relatively few in number in comparison to some other loyalist contingents, was heavily engaged throughout the conflict until its end, both in void battle and open warfare, playing key roles in several of the most important events of the Badab War, such as the Angstrom incident, the invasion of Shaprias, and the sundering of the Executioner's chapter from the secessionist cause, following the events of the Red Hour, and the final siege of Badab itself. The Executioners. An ancient and proud chapter whose origins are to be found in the chaotic centuries that followed the Horus Heresy, the Executioners are scions of the proud line of the Imperial Fists. Founded under the command of Fafnir Ran, reputedly the most vicious of Rogaldorn's later captains, they were created, according to their chronicles, for the sole task of seeking out and slaughtering mankind's foes, rather than undertaking any more defensive or strategic purpose. The Executioners are a bellicose, almost barbarous chapter that disdains the martial trappings and ordered obedience of such stalwart and unimpeachable members of the Astartes as the Ultramarines and their own forebears, the Imperial Fists. But they have gained a fearsome reputation for sheer, undaunted endurance and destructive wrath. As a chapter, they see their goal and purpose as a simple one: to extinguish the lives of those that would contest the Imperium's rule or threaten humanity, and to do so without remorse. In literal terms, they see themselves as the Emperor's chosen headsman, and his judgment theirs to enact. Descended from the noble lineage of Rogaldorn's Imperial Fists, aside from an inviolable sense of honour and a history of phenomenal skill at arms, they share little in common with their progenitor chapter's culture and traditions, nor are their ties to any but their own successors among the Space Marines strong. Instead, their ancient ways and beliefs are very much rooted in the feral worlds from which they have long recruited their battle brothers. Accordingly, some of their fellow Space Marines are known to view the Executioners as barely more than ill-disciplined primitives and gore-splattered headhunters, little better than renegades. However, to hold this to be true is to ignore a high degree of blood, broad battle wisdom, and a certain deliberate cunning that makes the chapter far more than a barbaric horde in Space Marine guise, and to set aside a record of unwavering service to the Imperium in some of the darkest periods of its history. One of the Space Marine chapter's posted to the Imperium's fringes. The Executioner's common range of operations encompasses the desolate void waste to the galactic south-southwest, between the borders of the Segmentum Tempestus and Segmentum Pacificus. Although they are accustomed to great voyages and forlorn quests over their long history, having fought in wars right across the Imperium in the past. Since the closing years of M37, the chapter has made its home at the twin worlds of Stygia and Aquilon, infamous planets of fire and ice, locked in a perpetual orbit eclipsing around a giant, slowly dying sun at the edge of the endless, benighted expanse of the galactic southern fringe. The Executioner's Fortress Monastery is a huge, armoured asteroid base known as the Darkened Vault, gravitationally trapped between these two worlds, and it is from this bleak and forbidding bastion that their skull-proud warships sally forth into the immense blackness beyond in search of targets to destroy. By the laws and traditions of the chapter, each Executioner's Space Marine must forge their own path to glory and become worthy of remembrance in the great chronicles that have been kept by successive generations of the chapter's chaplaincy, or deaf speakers, as they are known. It is these deaf speakers whose task it is to recount the slaughter tallies of the chapter's honoured dead during holy feasts and memorial ceremonies held deep within the Drakenwald's catacombs. Their second and equally important task is to keep order in the often fractious chapter, and consequently the Executioners maintain an unusually high number of chaplains, with each company assigned free by tradition. These report to the overall High Chaplain, also known as the Lord Speaker of the Dead. As part of their duties, the chaplains keep precise records of the battles in which their companies have fought, so that the lessons of both victory and defeat are never lost for future warriors of the chapter. It is only by right of bloodshed, by taking the lives of the Emperor's enemies, that an Executioner's Space Marine can be granted the honour of a place in the chronicles, and thereby earn the respect of their fellow Space Marines, and in doing so attain rank and honour in the chapter. By nature, intractable, ambitious, and swift to anger, the chapter's battle brothers are taught to avenge slights to their honour with blood, even among their own. But, unlike those few other chapters where such behaviour is tolerated, or even encouraged in the ranks, such as the Space Wolves or Marauders, for example, little passes by way of brawling or boisterous competition among them, because for the Executioners all such battles are to the maiming or death of those involved. Honour demands no less. Another eccentricity of the chapter's culture outsiders have found disturbing is the Executioner's tendency to carry from the battlefield trophies taken from particularly noteworthy enemies, such as skulls, heads, and weapons, not for any ritual purpose, but rather for the tally of the deaf speakers after the battle. They are then promptly discarded after they have served their purpose, unless judged to be particularly significant, in which case they may be preserved as relics, often adorning the Space Marine's armour or war gear for a time. Others exposed to the Executioner's ways have also taken issue with their spiritual beliefs, which have endured since before the rise of the Minotaur. Primarily, these take the form of animism and ancestor worship, and while they ascribe to the Emperor divine temper and right, they have little use for the ecclesiarch in its trappings of saints and petty superstitions, save as a useful tool for binding together the Imperium's scattered multitudes. As with most chapters posted in the further reaches of the void, the Executioner's chapter is highly independent in operation and deployment, undertaking its own ongoing war with the enemies of mankind. But unlike some, they have never allowed themselves to become isolationist or insular, maintaining ties of communication and pacts of service and allegiance with the Segmentum Tempestus authorities at Bacca, Dracus, and Gyphon, further cementing these ties by allowing the cavernous Drakenwald station to serve in extremis as a refuge for explorator missions and deep-range fleet patrols. The Executioners themselves have benefited from these relationships by gaining access to the Segmentum's fleet anchorages and supply stations. Their pacts with the Mechanicus at Gryphon have resulted in the chapter gaining many gifts of war gear and heavy arms with which to wage their wars, although given the chapter's reputation, it must be said that many of their allies have been loath to call upon them in return, except in times of dire need. Perhaps surprisingly for a chapter with so barbaric and unsophisticated a reputation, the The executioners adhere very strictly to the tenets of the Codex Astartes in their structure and organisation, with only a few minor changes in orthodoxy, which largely reflect a tendency towards close-range fights and brutal hand-to-hand combat. These tactics are preferred as the chapter's brethren may more readily prove themselves in such decisive combats than in operations carried out via long-range firepower or using hit-and-run tactics. Operationally, this tactical bias has been represented most obviously in the chapter's battle companies, by the replacement of one of their standard Codex-approved Devastator squads for a Stern Guard veteran squad of the company's finest warriors in their organisational line of battle. Conversely, the use of bikes and attack bikes is disdained by the executioners, who have a preference for the use of land speeders for scouting duties and heavy armour wherever possible for assault and reconnaissance in force. Capable of subtlety when the need arises, the executioners prefer to assure victory and the glory of their warriors by engaging the enemy as closely as possible, and are unafraid of battles of attrition or mutual destruction, relying on the ability of their battle brothers to overcome and endure anything the enemy can throw at them, and return it with greater force. At times, this has proved a flaw, leading the chapter to fight on once engaged, where its better judgment may have otherwise prevailed before its bloodlust has been roused, a failing that has also been said of their ancient progenitors in the past. Within the Executioners chapter, each company captain is treated as a warlord in their own right by the chapter, with a great independence of action afforded them. The chapter's master, also known as the High Executioner, although possessing ultimate authority, must also heed his company captains, who along with the chapter's chief librarian, master of the forge, and lord speaker of the dead, form a war council, which by ancient right may, by unanimous decision, overthrow the chapter master should he prove unfit or unworthy in their eyes. Unlike the traditions of most Space Marine chapters, leadership contests for the command of the executioners can be bloody affairs, with each of the company captains having the right to challenge for the title of High Executioner, in trial by combat should they wish. The Carcaradon Massacre. Considered by some a lost tale of the Badab War, whose true facts will never be known, what became known as the Carcaradon Massacre was discovered by a loyalist naval patrol in 339910 M41 in the wreckage of an old smuggler base in the dust wastes of Carcaradon II. It was found the aftermath of a bloody battle between the sub-company-sized forces of the Executioners and Carcaradon chapters. These two chapters, both famed in their own right as savage and unyielding, had fought each other to mutual annihilation, ripping apart the base around them and trampling its former inhabitants into the dust. Many of the bodies from both sides showed signs of having fought on despite suffering horrendous wounds, severed limbs and massive trauma that should have felled even a Space Marine, and several were found locked in deathly, gore-spattered embraces, striking at their foes with their last ebbing strength. Which fighter, Executioner or Carcaradon, breathed last to claim a bitter victory shall never be known, as neither side has acknowledged any survivors of the massacre living to tell the tale of the battle. The Invasion of Nova Solis, the Plague of Unbelief, 302 M36. During the wars that marked the beginning of the Plague of Unbelief, the Executioners were among the first Space Marine chapters who took up arms against Cardinal Bucaris' splinter empire based at Gathalamor, notably fighting alongside the Space Wolves, Angels of Absolution and Raven Guard at various points during the conflict. Their most famous action during this time was the invasion and subsequent devastation of the hive world of Nova Solis. The avaricious water barons of Solis had been eager supporters of the apostasy, taking the Cardinal's stolen wealth in return for vast quantities of munitions produced in their hive manufactura, which in turn were being ploughed into Bucaris' disastrous ongoing siege of Fenris, the Space Wolves chapter world. Falling like a flaming comet on their victims, the Executioners invaded Solis in force, their warships blackening the skies and raining death on the baronial estates and storehouse palaces, while their armoured assault forces swept through the Manufactura districts like a scythe, slaying everything that opposed them and laying waste to vast swathes of the planet's surface. It was said later in the whispers of those that survived this terrible day of wrath that only those that prostrated themselves before the dark-armoured giants in surrender were spared, but every man or woman that raised up arms against the Executioners, be they guardsman, noble, priest, or hive scum, was struck down. With Nova Sulis devastated and the supplies of munitions to Bucharest's traitors cut off, the executioners departed, leaving the severed heads of those they slew lining kilometre after kilometre of the wrecked city streets. With the government literally beheaded and the planet's infrastructure in tatters, the wildfires and secondary explosions from the destruction they had wrought spread like a crawling plague across the world that would last for years before they were finally curbed. During the wars of these turbulent times, the warriors of the Space Wolves chapter, who saw in the executioners kindred spirits, if grimmer and darker of heart, first took to calling the chapter Laughing Axemen in the old Fenrisian tongue, a deliberately ironic joke, but meant in weary respect to brothers in arms. For their role in combating the apostates and traitors of the Plague of Unbelief, the executioners were given the rare honour of a new chapter, the Iron Champions, being raised from their gene seed in a later founding. The Pursuit of Hector Revocan, 137M40. The last in a withered but still powerful line of rogue traders stretching back to the age of apostasy, when death came for him at the end of an unnaturally long life eked out through forbidden Xenos lore and dark science, Hector Revocan turned to the dark gods to grant him immortality, and in doing so was forever damned. Turning his guns on the Imperium's frontier worlds in order to satiate his master's appetite for sacrifice, he became a curse upon the southern sectors of the Segmentum Tempestus. This 50-year reign of terror lasted until his ramshackle fleet was finally chased down and cornered in the Mir system by a combined force of Mechanicus Explorators, the Imperial Navy, and the Executioners chapter. In the middle of a grand and thunderous star battle, the Executioners' assault rams managed to land boarding parties on Ravakan's flagship, the Night Hag, before it escaped to the warp. The Executioners on board, cut off with no hope of rescue or help, were heavily outnumbered and forced to confront both Ravakan's ghoulish slaves and a warband of World Eaters berserkers sworn to his service. With no option of retreat, the Executioners fought with insane zeal, and chamber by chamber they brought the ancient warship under their control, until they finally slaughtered Ravakan and his cannibalistic Get, and crashed the ship back into real space in a blaze of etheric fire. In the aftermath of the battle, the Executioners took the Night Hag as their prize. With the assistance of the Archmagus Masters of Gyphon, they successfully purged the mighty warship of Taint and refitted it to the chapter's purposes. In return, the Magos were allowed to remove certain relic technologies from the vessel and were granted free access to the ancient and unique lore stored in its data tabernacle. The Battle of Carrion Deep, 899M41. Responding to a series of distant distressed calls from the Imperial deep-range outposts, the forces of the Executioner's Second Company found themselves in a desperate struggle against an awakened threat, stirring in the dead worlds near the Veiled region on the edge of Segmentum Tempestus. Discovering nothing but a trail of shattered ruins and empty bastions where Imperial watchposts should be, the Executioners were ambushed in the wreckage of the frontier base on the dead world of Carrion Deep. Their attackers were terrifying metallic spectres, whose weapons made a mockery of the strongest armour and who reassembled and reanimated themselves even when blown apart. Surrounded and outnumbered by foes that would not die, it was only by the dauntless leadership and wise cunning of the Executioner's High Chaplain, Thulsa Kane, that they were able to survive. Drawing upon the ancient chronicles of the chapter for guidance, Thulsa Kane led the trapped Executioners in a furious counter-assault against a single point on the enemy line. The Executioners grappling in close quarters with their monstrous metal foes, where the Space Marine's speed and ferocity could be brought into play. Thulsa Kane himself sought out and confronted the enemy leader, a towering personification of death, clad in blighted gold and tattered cloth. After a titanic clash of arms which left Kane's Crozius Arcanium broken and his right eye withered in his skull, he managed to strike the monster down, enabling his brethren to fight their escape. And as much as many wanted to fight on to the bitter end, Kane's will prevailed. Less than a third of the force succeeded in breaking out of the trap their deathly foes had set for them and retreated off the planet. This victory alone is counted as nearly miraculous, and brought back to the Imperium one of the first confirmed and detailed battle reports by a surviving force against the awakened, ancient menace later identified as the Necrons. Carrion Deep remains under quarantine by Imperial order. Badab War. The Executioners fought on the secessionist side during the Badab War. Their involvement in Huron's cause, the unique consequence of a blood debt the chapter owed the Astral Claws from more than a millennia before. The Executioners chapter deployed to the Badab War in 2 distinct stages, the first of which was a strike force, comprising a reinforced 8th Company commanded by Captain Vanea Hex, based on the deep-range cruiser Night Hag. This former rogue trader vessel possessed far greater independent operating range and speed under warp than any other warship at the chapter's command, and it was dispatched without delay upon the chapter's receipt of their demand for aid, arriving in the Maelstrom zone in late 904 M41. The rest of the Executioners chapter during this period gathered their forces at Darken Vault and mobilized for a long campaign far from their base of operations. The second wave would comprise the balance of the chapter's forces, except their 2nd Company, which had still not fully recovered from events at Carrion Deep, and roughly half of their 10th Company, which were left behind to garrison Drakenvolt and maintain the chapter's watch. This total force consisted roughly 7 companies in active strength, and was transported into battle by a combined fleet of 1 battle barge, 3 strike cruisers, 2 vanguard cruisers, and 2 wings of 5 sword-class frigates. This Executioners force, under the direct command of High Chaplain Thulsa Kane, was fully engaged in the Badab War in early 907 M41. Although initially welcomed with open arms on their arrival to aid the secessionist cause by Huron and his allies, it was apparent from the outset that the Executioners supported the Astral Claws only on their own terms. The relationship worsened as Thulsa Kane displayed nothing short of guarded contempt for his allies that swiftly saw all interaction between him and the secessionist command carried out through intermediaries. Although they committed fully to any battle in which they engaged, the Executioners refused to serve as garrison troops, claim fresh territory for the secession, or attack anything they considered not to be a military target. Despite these self-imposed strictures, the Executioners quickly gained themselves a fearsome reputation among the loyalist Space Marines they fought, particularly after the heavy losses they inflicted against the Howling Griffons at Chimera. As the Badab War progressed, the Executioners proved easily the most able and mobile raiding force the secessionist cause had possessed, destroying outposts, ambushing convoys, and successfully forcing the Loyalists to disperse their forces in rear echelon reinforcement patterns in order to prevent their supply lines being cut and their rearguard being savaged by the Executioners' persistent attacks. In particular, the Night Hag, under Captain Hex's command, became the terror of Loyalist freighters and warships alike, as it proved able to overmatch any Imperial naval cruiser in one-on-one combat, and swift enough to escape any trap mounted by superior forces. Despite their invaluable service to the secessionist war effort, Huron was growing increasingly aggrieved with the chapter by 909, and in particular he is known to have railed against their tendency to leave survivors of their attacks behind once their strategic objectives were met, and even their allowing the surrender of defeated foes with honour. He sought instead to solve this by having his forces shadow theirs, to do what must be done, and to keep the Executioners chapter distant from as many of his own machinations and actions as possible. But as the war worsened for the secessionists, they would be forced to rely increasingly on the chapter to contest the Maelstrom zone, a policy which would prove disastrous and result in the Executioners turning on the Astral Claws after the events surrounding the surrender of the Salamanders' battle barge Pyre of Glory. For a further year after this unexpected turn of events, the Executioners chapter became an unpredictable rogue element in the war, fighting whenever attacked and conducting their own private war with their former allies, until the Executioners negotiated a surrender and withdrawal from the war zone, which was effected for the chapter in 911 M41. Of all those caught up in the secessionist cause, the Executioners chapter perhaps endured the least scathed and the least tainted. They had fought honourably and had lived and died by their oaths. In punishment, the chapter was forced to give up reparations and exile from their home system for the span of 100 years, in which time they would undertake a penitent crusade to atone for the loyalist blood they had spilled, and be forbidden from taking up new initiates. The Sons of Medusa. The Sons of Medusa are a chapter with a history of ruthless efficiency and the merciless persecution of the Emperor's foes. Descended from the lineage of the Iron Hands chapter, they share many of their forebears' predilections, including intolerance for the weakness of the flesh and a reliance on the power of the machine, rarely found in Space Marine chapters. The chapter's distinguished roll of battle honours, from its participation in a host of crusades to its triumphant defence of many of the Imperium's worlds from the heretic and the alien, masks a darker past than many would guess at, and a secret and turbulent history of heresy and discord. The origins of the chapter lay in the time known to Imperial history as the Nova Terra Interregnum, which took place during the early 35th millennium. This was a period of division and civil war, in which the Imperium became fractured into warring and disparate factions which cut across the lines of the Adeptus and turned former allies against each other. During this period, it was not just the Imperium's governance and religion which suffered schism. The Adeptus Mechanicus was also afflicted with division and internal warfare brought about by doctrinal differences and competing powers. One of the most acrimonious of these conflicts was the Moria Schism, a dogmatic battle between the Martian Orthodox and a radical creed based upon the prophetic writings of a triad of tech mystics based on the minor forge world of Moria. Word of Moria would spread like wildfire through the domains of the Mechanicus, even after their world was reduced to a cinder by the Fabricator General's rectification fleet. The disruptive creed quickly gained influence both within the sects of the Mechanicus priesthood, as well as a number of Tech Guard regiments and Titan legions, causing untold harm, before being transmitted even further afield, to Space Marine chapters with close ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus. And in this, the Iron Hands were no exception. The Moray doctrines were quickly embraced by a significant percentage of those within the chapter, and championed by the infamous Omniscient mystic Ironfather Setol Solex among their clan companies. Discord soon followed, and the Iron Hands rapidly approached the edge of a full civil war, an event only averted by the Iron Hands' great clan council's intervention to impose a settlement. Notoriously straightforward and harsh, the solution, taken to avoid mass bloodshed within the ranks, was a simple one: exile for the minority who had embraced the dissident doctrine, and a binding treaty never to raise their hands against their former brothers enacted by both sides. It is believed that fully a third of the Iron Hands' brethren then departed, to be joined in time by a handful of other Space Marines from other Iron Hands successor chapters who shared their beliefs, although evidence exists that some, such as the Red Talons, mercilessly destroyed their errant brothers over this matter rather than suffer the dissidents to live. This exiled faction still saw themselves as wholly part of the Imperium, still Iron Hands, and although reduced to a ragtag fleet, swiftly set about locating and destroying enemy targets. Over time, they slowly began to increase their number and strength, commending their gene seed to higher Imperial authorities and conducting their duty as if they were still part of their mother chapter. Over time, the exiled faction continued to use the iconography and pattern of the Iron Hands from which they had been outcast, with some minor variations, having further divided themselves into 3 new clan companies to support their steady increase in numbers, and eventually outlived the schism that had given them birth. So matters continued until the dawning of the Age of Redemption. During this period, the newly resurgent High Lords of Terror reassembled the disparate strands of anarchy and purged what could not be saved from the Imperium. The Moray exiles of the Iron Hands, now a separate chapter in all but name, were weighed and judged, their record examined in minute detail as well as their gene seed for unworthiness or deviancy, and they were found to be loyal and untainted. As a result, by an almost unique edict, the Sons of Medusa were reorganized and ratified as a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes within the Emperor's grace, despite protests by some within the Adeptus Mechanicus and the grave misgivings held by numerous other Space Marine chapters. The first campaigns the Sons of Medusa undertook after their recognition were part of the Great Cull, the systematic destruction of those whom the Imperium's judgment had not been so kind. As if to prove themselves to their doubters, the Sons of Medusa took to the task with unalloyed zeal and implacable determination, outshining even their progenitor chapter in the harsh and unforgiving manner in which they executed their duty. Even after the Great Cull ended, the 3 chapter fleets of the Sons of Medusa were tireless in their persecution of the enemies of the Imperium, attaching themselves to many great crusades and pitching their forces against the foe, no matter how desperate the odds, winning for themselves the grudging respect, if not the trust, of their fellow Space Marines over the centuries. Their reputation has long been marred, however, by those that would call the Sons of Medusa battlefield scavengers and carrion crows. This is thanks to their tendency to seek out and appropriate weapons and technology from the fallen, a habit learned during the lean years of their exile. It is said of the Sons of Medusa by their detractors that the desire to take war gear remains an underlying motive of theirs, a principal reason they have never shunned combat against fellow Space Marine chapters who have turned renegade or that become subject to Imperial censure. A severe doctrinal conflict within the Cult Mechanicus that occurred during the early years of M35, this schism, named after the minor forge world of Moria on the northwestern edge of the Segmentum Solar, was one of the most divisive and widespread to afflict the Mechanicus since the Horus Heresy. The schism erupted during the widespread civil strife of the Nova Terra Interregnum, and this factor allowed the swift spread of radical doctrines that would perhaps have been quickly quashed in a more stable period of the Imperium's history. The Moria Tech Creed was based on the prophetic wave calculations of a triad of tech mystics enshrined within Moria's colossal data looms, who believed that they had discerned a series of predictive patterns within the micro-fluctuations of the Astronomicon beacon. These geomatic patterns, they believed, contained the word of the Omniscire God Emperor, from which the skein of future history and humanity's destiny could be read. They compiled the fruits of their apocalyptic divinations within encrypted archives, copies of which quickly spread through many of the Cult Mechanicus' sects. These radical teachings included, among other visions and interpretations of the Emperor's will, veiled references to the future overthrow of Mars and the fusion of the Cult Mechanicus and the Ecclesiarchy into a unified whole. Such claims were treated, unsurprisingly, as dark sedition by the Mechanicus authorities on Mars, and civil war was quickly sparked between traditionalists and radical elements. One of the first casualties of the conflict was the forge world of Moria itself, blasted to ashes by the Martian fleet. But by this time, the schismatic creed had spread. Conflict between its advocates, the Martian Orthodoxy, and other opposing radical groups would flare up intermittently throughout the next millennium, before the schism was finally ended and its surviving adherents brought back into the Cult Mechanicus fold. Although the Sons of Medusa were born as a result of the Moria schism, it is unknown just how much of its teachings they still cleave to more than 5 millennia later. What is certain is that many factions of the Mechanicus still view them with suspicion, and their forebears, the Iron Hands, treat them with cold civility at best. The Sons of Medusa, however, maintain good relations with certain explorator sects, and have been tireless in their defense of the Imperium, which has won them praise and honor on many battlefields. One final point of note, however, is that in late M39, the Sons of Medusa established a series of fortified asteroid stations in the abandoned system of Telus to serve as a more permanent facility for their fleet-based chapter, constructing secure armories, gene seed banks, and forges deep within the Pharos asteroid masses. The Telos system is but a single day under warp from the dead world of Moria. Following a unique organization pattern derived in part from the Iron Hands chapter, the Sons of Medusa differ somewhat from the Codex Astartes in command structure, while remaining true to its tenets at the tactical and squad level. Rather than the usual division of 10 companies, the chapter is divided into 3 war clans, each of which is further divided into a battle company, a tactical company, and a support company. The former two conforming roughly to their codex equivalents, while the support company comprises a mixture of Devastator assault and veteran squads. Additionally, rather than a dedicated scout company as the codex dictates, each of the war clans maintain a body of recruits and initiates, which it considers to be an auxiliary force. Taken together, this force makes up the notional strength of the chapter to codex-approved levels. In practice, as with all chapters, the actual strength of the Sons of Medusa can vary greatly based upon current levels of attrition in the ranks and the status of its scout force. This scout force, in particular, can vary in size, as the Sons of Medusa are notoriously harsh upon their recruits, brooking no sign of weakness or failure in them. It is better in their minds to run the risk of destroying a worthwhile candidate, rather than allow the chance of a flawed individual into the ranks of the chapter's battle brothers. For those that falter or fail, the judgment of their masters and yet survive. The fate of a mindless existence as a servitor in the chapter's forges is the best that can be hoped for. Each of the Sons of Medusa's war clans is ruled by an Iron Thane, and each company within it commanded by a captain, attended in a subordinate role by a dedicated chaplain as master of doctrine and discipline. The Iron Thanes of the three war clans act in concert to control the chapter as its council, as the chapter has had no single master since the passing of Setol Solix millennia ago. This council of three is further advised by the wisdom of the ancients, the chapter's honoured cadre of venerable dreadnoughts. The chapter's extensive brotherhood of tech marines, known as the Chamber Ferrum, is greater both in number and authority within the Sons of Medusa than the tech marine force found within a standard codex chapter. The Chamber Ferrum exists outside the structure of the war clans, and its purpose is to enforce unity, cementing the chapter together as a whole, and it is they who maintain supplies of vital war materials to the chapter's disparate strike forces. The Chamber Ferrum further manages the disposition of the chapter's fleet, and holds within it the chapter's apothecarian and command of its forges and facilities. Despite what may seem an inherently divided structure, the Sons of Medusa display a high degree of unity of action and coherence as a chapter, dominated by a reliance on cold logic and the pursuit of the art of destruction raised to perfect efficiency. As befits a scion of the Iron Hands, the level of technology and weaponry used by the Sons of Medusa chapter is high, and their armories are particularly extensive and diverse. The chapter's forged ships are known to be able to salvage, repair, and produce a wide variety of Adeptus Astartes war gear. This range of technology is thought to include the rare ability to construct new dreadnought chassis and build some of the rarer Land Raider variants such as the Prometheus. This does not stop the Sons of Medusa from aggressively seeking to add to their stockpiles, however, and their tech marines are well versed in the secret omniscient rites of recommissioning and Malatech exorcism, facts which see every victory against a renegade chapter further increase the Sons of Medusa's power. In character, the Sons of Medusa owe much to their forebears, being utterly intolerant of physical or mental weakness in others, and least of all themselves. This obsession manifests most notably in a distinct preference for high levels of biomechanical and cybernetic rebuild among their battle brothers. Also of remark, by those that have fought alongside them, is their chill manner and seemingly emotionless responses, as they appear to take little pleasure in success and do not crave glory except to prove their worthiness in their chapter. Failure to the Sons of Medusa is intolerable, and slights against the chapter's honour, perceived or real, are met with deadly force, while defeats are viewed as things to be rectified and avenged. To do otherwise would be to show weakness, and weakness is death. The Belrath Crusade, 182 to 453 M38. In the year 182 M38, under the auspices of Praetor Slaban Balrath, a powerful noble from the Terran court raised to the rank of Lord Militant, a mighty crusade was instigated to liberate and dominate the area of space designated as the Lunar Rifts in the northwestern fringes of the Segmentum Pacificus, from the hands of aliens and heretics. This crusade, one of the largest of its kind in centuries, was conducted by well over 25 million levied Imperial Guard troops, with unknown numbers of pilgrims and hangers-on swept along in its wake. The crusade was supplemented by the forces of 2 Titan legions and 8 Space Marine chapters at various times, of which one of the most active was the Sons of Medusa. The Lunar Rifts were a dangerous and largely uncharted area of space, much of which had remained untouched by human contact since before the Age of Strife, and the crusade met stiff resistance to its progress from the start. Shortly after the opening thrust into the unknown, the Sons of Medusa chapter was soon heavily engaged in fighting previously unknown Xenos species, hideously degenerate void tribes, and petty subhuman empires who denied the Emperor's ascendancy. Within 50 years, the crusade began to falter, and it was at this time against the twisted alien race given the name of Helgramite by Imperial forces that the Sons of Medusa would win their greatest victory for the crusade. These foul anthropod creatures possessed occult-infused weaponry capable of flooding the void around their worlds with etheric fire, and although their physical forms were decayed and frail, they rode to battle on the backs of howling biomechanical monstrosities whose barbed pincers could slash through tank armor with ease. With Balraf's crusade salient routed and the horrific Xenos harrowing at the retreating Imperial forces, the full might of the Sons of Medusa circumvented the aliens' attack fleets and conducted a perilous counterattack, cutting behind the aliens' battle lines and striking like a spear thrust at the heart of their domains, at the star system codenamed Wormgaia. Using the arcane science of their explorator Magus allies, the Chapter's fleet had modified their vessels' warp coils to help repel the etheric fire that shielded Wormgaia, providing them with a measure of defense for a time, and so were able to catch their enemy complacent behind their burning skies. Knowing that time was short, the Sons of Medusa plunged directly into a headlong attack with the gathered full might of their Chapter, hellish flames licking at their warship's void shields as they plunged into low orbit over the Helgramite throne world to unleash their deadly waves of drop pods, thunderhawks, and assault rams on the alien cities. The Sons of Medusa's attack was as relentless as it was merciless, and the Helgramite spiders' webbed towers of black coral were shattered, and charnel-bedecked temples to the dark gods raised millennia before by inhuman hands were cast down. Caught unprepared by the speed and ferocity of the assault, the Helgramites, for all their warp-spawned might, were as helpless as children before the storm. Such resistance as the aliens could mount was mercilessly crushed. Their dreaded fire shapers isolated and gunned down in hails of assault cannon fire, and their mighty battle mechanoids felled by thunder hammer and power axe. It was said afterwards that the Sons of Medusa killed and killed again, methodically and coldly destroying the creatures, firing until the promethium in their flamers was exhausted and their last bolt shell spent. Still, they went on killing, first with combat blades and chainswords, and then, when they were dulled and failed, with anything they could find to wield. Many battle brothers were reduced to pulverizing their enemies with their armored fists and tearing the shrieking, panicked creatures apart with their bare hands. The onslaught carried on until the rubble of the alien temple cities was painted with the Helgramites' pale ichors, and half their world had been smashed into ruin. Only then did the Sons of Medusa withdraw. With the death of Wormgaia, the Sons of Medusa had torn the heart from the enemy, both militarily and spiritually, and the Helgramites' resistance to the crusade collapsed, their will to war broken at a stroke. In a handful of years they were no more, a once proud race reduced to ashen ruins, with a few scattered refugees hurling themselves into the mercy of the deep void to escape the wrath of humanity. Within a century, a great swathe of the lunar rifts were brought under Imperial dominion, and the Sons of Medusa entered the mythology of the new sector's inhabitants, whispered of in the old tales as the Emerald Death, that fell from the stars to punish the God Emperor's foes. The Chapter, for its part, has retained some ties to this, the site of one of their most lauded victories, maintaining infrequent contact with some of the Mechanicus factions that founded bases on its frontiers, and holding seldom-used recruiting rights on several of its worlds in tribute to their role in the Lunar Sector founding. Badab War. The Sons of Medusa joined the Loyalist cause in the Badab War in direct response to Legate Inquisitor Jarndis Freyne's call for Space Marine reinforcements after the secession had been declared heretical. Their stated principal aid in the war was the punishment of the Astral Claws and the other secessionist chapters, whom they saw as demanding destruction for their sins. The first Sons of Medusa strike cruiser and attack squadrons arrived in early 907 M41, with the remainder of their assigned task force in place with the Loyalist order of battle by the middle of the following year. The combined Sons of Medusa force comprised the full strength of the Atropos war clan, backed by forces drawn from the Chapter's armories and elements of the Lachesis and Megara war clans, with a combined estimate strength of somewhere between 5 and 6 codex companies, with a fleet of 6 strike cruisers, 2 forge ships and a battle barge, as well as 14 escorts and attack vessels of various types. The undisputed master of the Sons of Medusa force was the Iron Thane Wayland Cal of the Atropos war clan, and while he deferred to the Magistar Militum Lord Commander Cullin of the Red Scorpions, in strategic deployment and use of his chapter, no Sons of Medusa answered to the orders of any but their own chapter superiors at the tactical level. Lord Commander Cullin, however, had fought alongside the Sons of Medusa before in his career, during the defeat of War Skullcleaver 30 years previously, and knew them well, while the Red Scorpions also had the Sons of Medusa's respect as a chapter. This past history aided considerably in the relations between the two, who might have been otherwise in discord owing to their disparate characters, and Cullin wisely deployed the chapter where its strengths and tenacity would provide their greatest effect. During the early part of their involvement in the Badab War, the Sons of Medusa were first assigned to scourging the post-atomic wasteland of Signax of the secessionist forces, and later led the assault raids against Decabalus and Eshuna, both outer worlds of the Badab Sector. In addition to these battle honours, the Sons of Medusa also famously conducted the subjugation campaign against the rebel world of Galen. The chapter's single greatest defeat in the conflict came with the destruction of their strike cruiser Warspite, which was lost with all hands in battle with the Executioners chapter near the Grief system in 911 M41. The aftermath of this battle was to result in the Salamanders and Sons of Medusa nearly coming to blows over the Executioners standing down from the war. The Sons of Medusa's last major engagement of the Badab War was to be the hard-fought assault on the orbital fortress of Sentinel Sigma in preparation for the final attack on Badab Primaris. In this brutal boarding action, the chapter battled through a storm of fire alongside the Exorcists in order to take command of the vital city-sized Star Fortress. It was Wayland Cal, at the head of the Atropos Terminators, who fought his way to the Star Fortress's main engine vault and severed the 5-metre-thick plasma coupling to silence the station's guns, at last allowing the Loyalists free rein to attack the station's surface. The eventual conquest of Sentinel Sigma shattered the Badab system's ring of steel defences and allowed the final assault on Badab itself to begin. The Minotaurs. A Space Marine chapter of brutal repute within the Imperium, the Minotaurs have long been the brunt of suspicion and acrimony by other Space Marine chapters. Furthermore, they are thought by some within the Ordo Hereticus to possess unknown ties to the High Lords of Terror that they find disquieting to say the least. While much of the Minotaur's record, going back over the last 1,000 years, can be ascertained in outline by sifting the myriad war reports and battle archives from across the Imperium, their history before this point is not simply lost, but has been deliberately obscured and sealed under binding edicts even an inquisitor cannot readily undo or circumvent. That there existed a Space Marine chapter of the name Minotaurs created as part of the 21st founding is not widely contested, but whether or not they are the same as the chapter bearing the name that took part in the suppression of the Macarian heresy in the opening decades of M41, and the same chapter that would later go on to play a crucial and bloody role in the Badab War, that is not so certain. The Minotaurs of the 21st founding rapidly gained a reputation as a force whose ferocity and fury on the battlefield were all but unmatched. On the battlefield, their Space Marines eschewed any form of combat that did not allow them to rapidly get to grips with their enemy as fast as possible. This highly autonomous, almost berserker force was known for its ability to respond rapidly to the pleas and distress calls of besieged or invaded Imperial worlds, but was equally well known for refusing to form part of a wider strategic plan. Their presence was often announced in a war zone by the commencement of an all-out assault upon their chosen target, without preamble or even much by way of reconnaissance, hurling themselves at the enemy without heed of loss or cost. Their fury spent, the Minotaurs would then withdraw as suddenly as they arrived, whereas in the same tactical situation a more conventional chapter might be expected to consolidate its gains or pull back in preparation for a counterattack. Although the Minotaurs' assaults more often than not left a smashed and disorientated enemy in their wake, Imperial commanders and other Space Marine chapters found the Minotaurs too unpredictable and unreliable a force to count on, preferring allies of more stable temperament. As time progressed, their tendency to shun the command of others and their erratic gene seed tie to the Magus Invigila, combined with the diverse curses that seemed to afflict other chapters of their founding, raised much darker suspicions about the nature of the Minotaurs and the secrets they may be hiding. Such fragmentary records that now remain show the chapter's gene seed branded as chimeric. This, as blasphemous as it may now seem, may have indicated that its sources were either from a prohibited source, mixed, adulterated, or somehow tampered with genetically during its creation. Secret experimentation of this kind is known to have been carried out on a number of scions of the 21st founding, and such annotations show that the Minotaurs were likely among those tampered with in some way. The folly of such hubris by the Magus biologists of the time was to prove the undoing of many of the chapters birthed by the 21st founding, as they succumbed either to spiraling psychological flaws, or worse, monstrous genetic deviation, leading to their disbandment or destruction in the following millennia. It is likely that the Minotaurs' barely controlled fury and their desire to shun those they should have called comrade was a result of some particular curse laid on them in their blood. But whether their affliction mastered them or they mastered it remains unknown. Regardless, from mid-M38 onwards, the Minotaurs all but slipped from the Imperial records, their deeds and battle honours suppressed or expunged by a series of edicts and data purges. When the Minotaurs reappeared again for the first time millennia later, during the suppression of the Macarian heresy, they were a chapter both familiar by their reputation and profoundly changed. Equipped to the highest standards a Space Marine chapter might aspire to, they fought as an integrated and highly flexible force, and were based upon a powerful chapter fleet, operating more than a dozen strike cruisers. No less brutal than their ancient repute suggested, they fought in what was nevertheless a more considered and controlled manner than that heard of in the ancient tales of the Imperium. First deploying a vanguard to pin their enemies in combat, then using fast units to encircle them to ensure there could be no escape, before bringing in the full weight of the chapter's firepower and armour to crush the foe without mercy. Still highly autonomous, the Minotaurs went where they willed, but seemed far more content to operate within the structure and command of the Imperial war machine than the chapter's distant history suggested. Both during the Macarian heresy and on several other occasions since, they have responded quickly and without question to a call to arms for the High Lords. And this has been the case, even when that call has been to castigate, apprehend, or even destroy formerly loyal Space Marines who have been declared renegade or that have had suspected transgressions lodged against them. This has led to a fell reputation attaching itself to the chapter, and in particular the Ultramarines and their successors are known to bear considerable ire towards the Minotaurs, and will not fight beside them after the Minotaurs' near extermination of the Inceptors chapter at Uxin. Since its return to prominence, certain scholars of the Minotaurum Collegia who have studied the chapter's actions have noted discrepancies between the Minotaur's chapter of the present and that of the past, both in terms of structure and behaviour, and in matters of minutiae such as livery. Any conclusions in this regard remain largely speculative, however, as does the matter of the chapter's gene seed, of which the tithes have been logged but remain classified at the highest level. Some Imperial commanders that have had close contact with the chapter since their re-emergence have gone on record as finding them to be brooding and malign warriors, far from the epitome of honour and righteousness, and the chapter's Space Marines as individuals who hold about them an aura of barely restrained spite and malice that breeds fear and apprehension in all but the strongest heart. Others have gone further, hinting at an edge of madness in the Minotaurs, and described the defences and security precautions taken by them, even when dealing with supposed allies, as obsessive, bordering on paranoid. Given their many enemies, both within and without the Imperium's order of battle, this is perhaps unsurprising. As a chapter, the Minotaurs seem to bear little respect for anyone or anything, save the God Emperor and the High Lords, of whom they have displayed fanatic and unquestioning loyalty, but carry abundant hatred for all else. In their dealings with individual Imperial commanders and other Space Marine chapters, they have shown no love for civility or deference, but have been noted to show some pleasure in testing their skills against worthy foes, and perhaps they consider their fellow Astartes as particularly worthy. This was certainly the case in one well-recorded incident before the 14th siege of Antigonus, when a captain of the Minotaurs deliberately provoked personal combat between himself and a fellow captain of the Genesis chapter by insulting the name of Manius Calgar and those that slavishly fawned on him. Relations between the two chapters rapidly deteriorated, and bloody conflict between them was only averted by the arrival of a fresh assault wave of orcs from the Octeran Empire, and renewed heavy fighting on the front. Given this seeming predilection for testing themselves against fellow Space Marines, it was perhaps then unsurprising that the Minotaurs would appear during the Badab War, responding to Inquisitor Thrain's request for aid. The Astral Claws and other secessionist chapters were certainly worthy foes, in any estimation, and while the Minotaurs' victories during the conflict, most notably their lauded defeat of the Lamenters at Octera, were of extreme import to the Badab War's outcome, these triumphs have done little to salve the chapter's unquiet reputation. In terms of broad organisation, the Minotaurs conform to both the structural and squad-level patterns of the Codex Astartes, but at a tactical level differ significantly in their general approach to warfare. The chapter prefers to operate as a whole, or at least in as few divisions of its forces as possible in any given theatre of war, concentrating and thereby maximising its destructive power. This is a strategy that has allowed the Minotaurs to excel at siegecraft and in combat against monstrous opponents, which they can overwhelm by sheer weight of numbers if needs be. Unlike most Space Marine chapters, some of the Minotaur's key tactics are partly dependent on the use of superior attrition within a confined area of engagement, and the chapter's commanders are perhaps less mindful of the fate of its individual battle brothers than some, just so long as victory is achieved, as well as a willingness to sacrifice their own flesh and blood to ensure the achievement of its battle aims. The Minotaurs are aided in their chosen pattern of warfare by two significant factors. The first is their excellent supplies of heavy arms and war machinery, and the second, and perhaps most important, is the chapter's markedly rapid influx of new battle brothers to replace ongoing losses. The exact source of their war material has remained unconfirmed, but they have been observed to operate using large and replenishing stockpiles of tanks and heavy armour, allowing the chapter's battle companies to make extensive use of Vindicators and Predators as tactical support vehicles. While the Minotaur's battle brothers have evidenced widespread access to supplies of advanced Mark 8 power armour, and commonly filled much of the First Company as Terminators in combat. Inquisitorial reports conducted into the Minotaurs after their role in the defence of Antigonus indicated that the speed of transition between neophyte, scout and full initiate in the chapter was brief compared to that of many other chapters. This was explained by evidence of the use of extremely high levels of programmed psycho-indoctrination and neurocerebral surgery by the chapter. This program accelerated the recruit's progression and was continued during deployment as ongoing treatments to reinforce mental conditioning administered by the chapter's apothecaries. Such techniques, while not inherently heretical or forbidden at this heavy level of use, are profoundly more invasive and carry a greater risk of damaging the subject physically and mentally than those normally performed by most Space Marine chapters. For these reasons, if no other, such techniques are rarely employed, as most chapters consider the more studied training and battlefield erudition of their recruits to be of near religious significance to their place in the chapter's service and a key part of tempering the soul of the warrior. The suppression of the Macarian heresy and the Uxine incident. 053 to 077 M41. After the death of Lord Solar Macarius, those great domains that he had conquered for the Imperium fell into civil war and anarchy, and with Space Marine chapters now drawing sword upon each other in dispute and anger, the High Lords were forced to act decisively. This they did by calling in several waves of fresh Space Marine chapters to bring the civil conflict to an end by exterminating heretical forces and bringing order to the region. One such chapter, operating under the High Lord's writ, was the Minotaurs, then a chapter all but unseen for millennia. A fleet-based chapter, operating fully equipped and at peak strength, The Minotaurs fought as a single cohesive force that struck like a series of brutal axe blows at sources of schism and disorder, quickly earning themselves a bloody reputation by carrying out the orders of the High Lords without question or falter. During the suppression, it was the Minotaurs who formed the spearhead of the battle group which shattered the petty empire of the outlaw Colonel Lyrius of the 11th Cardu Armoured Corps, their chapter's land raiders blasting apart the famed tanks of the elite Carducine Immortals on the ice plains of Kairos Prime. They also carried out exterminatus orders on the hive world of Duvel and the sword realms of the Hope Cluster, while on the ocean planet of Neros they hunted down and obliterated the Xenos-possessed remnants of the Imperial Palatine's chapter's 4th Company in the mazes of the subsurface cavern cities, poisoning the seas of this once vital agri-world. The action from which the Minotaurs gained most infamy during the Macarian heresy, by far, was the near destruction of 2 Imperial Space Marine chapters who had become locked in conflict. These chapters were the Doom Warriors and the Inceptors. Formerly allies in the Macarian Crusade, they had come to blows over a matter of honour, and were embroiled in a long-running and highly protracted conflict, fought under predetermined rules of engagement in the Uxine system, with the 2 combatant chapters refusing calls to end their battle and aid with the pacification. The Minotaurs were dispatched to sunder the 2 apart and end the strife. Caring nothing for the causes or rights of the 2 chapters, the Minotaurs attacked in full force, catching the combatants unprepared and decimated both chapters with their initial strike. Overmatched and broken, the Doom Warriors fled the system almost immediately in a barely organised retreat. However, with most of their warships either destroyed or captured in orbit, the Inceptors found themselves trapped on Uxine before the Minotaur's wrath. Relentlessly and systematically, the honoured second founding chapter was encircled and slowly destroyed piece by piece, until the last remaining Inceptor Space Marines were forced into a humiliating surrender. Fewer than 100 Inceptor battle brothers survived the Uxine incident, while the Minotaurs stripped the fallen of many relics for their own armories and took the ravaged chapter's flagship, a Great Crusade-era assault transport that had served the Inceptors since their founding as a spoil of war. That such an ancient and revered chapter, and close scion of the Ultramarines, could be almost annihilated in this fashion, and with the tacit agreement of the High Lords, sent shockwaves through many of the Space Marine chapters who came to hear of it. The Minotaurs were denounced across Ultramar for their atrocities and forbidden to enter its bounds. Others of Guilliman's line have since sworn vengeance on the chapter should the opportunity arise and honour permit them to carry it out. The Siege of Cassabon, the Defence of Hermetica, 760 M41. Capital of the Badab Sector in the Segmentum Solar, the vital hive world of Hermetica came under massive assault from a vast mutant horde numbering in the millions, led by the armies of the Word-Bearer's Dark Apostle Layak, the Devourer, in 659 M41. The Chaos attack arrived from a warp rift that opened on the system's edge and was carried aboard a colossal space hulk designated Nightmare Paradox. Although Hermetica was well protected, owing to the suddenness of the onslaught and the sheer scale of the Chaos attack, the system's outer defences were soon overwhelmed, and the transcontinental hives of Hermetica itself swiftly became battlegrounds on which its beleaguered defenders fought desperately against the tide of damned horrors that assailed them. The Minotaur's chapter were the first outside force to respond to Hermetica's strangled pleas for help, and using their fleet's firepower for cover, they cut off the invaders from orbit and swiftly counter-assaulted the main Chaos foothold on the planet at Hive Cassabon, centred on the Basilica of St. Lesor the Anchorite. The Minotaur's assault was devastating and indiscriminate, and after a heavy bombardment of their landing zones, they smashed through the Cathedral District's plazas and temples, heedless of the cost and attack columns of heavy armour. The Minotaur's advance was relentless, blasting apart any strong point they encountered and driving the enemy before them, along with thousands of trapped civilians fleeing the carnage, but who had nowhere to run. Swiftly, the cathedral complex itself was encircled and bombarded, its kilometre-high spire toppled in a crossfire of turbo-laser strikes from the Minotaur's Thunderhawk gunship wings. Into this storm of debris and ash, the Terminators and assault squads of the chapter attacked to wipe out any survivors, led by their chapter master, Astral Claws, at the forefront of the attack. Fighting his way into the depths of the Basilica vaults, it was Astral Claws who slaughtered the foul Laic's demon-possessed bodyguard and struck a mortal blow to their hulking, toad-like master. But before the fatal stroke could be dealt to the Dark Apostle, he fled into the warp by his dark arts. The degenerate tide fought on, but now leaderless and without direction, it was beaten back and contained, until the arrival of the Imperial 17th Battle Group and Imperial Guard regiments from Necromunda, which purged the world of the Chaos taint. Deflected from its course by Nova Cannon strikes, the Hulk, Nightmare Paradox, now silent, occupies a quarantined orbit in the distant reaches of the star system, awaiting further detailed examination by the Grey Knights and Adeptus Mechanicus. Badab War. The Minotaurs arrived to take part in the Badab War in 907 M41, answering the direct call of Legate Inquisitor Frayne for more Space Marines to join the Loyalist cause. By this time, the conflict was in its 4th year of open warfare between Space Marine chapters, and the Minotaurs committed their entire strength to the war, some 10 companies and 11 capital ships of various types in all. While the Minotaurs coordinated their efforts with Loyalist command, they operated largely independently in the southern Maelstrom zone, striking targets amid the pale stars and Denny Stellar Drift border regions. In these battles, the viciousness of the chapter's reputation for leaving no survivors among those that resisted them quickly grew, and remained uncontested until the arrival of the Carcaradons to the Loyalist cause. The Minotaurs gained several important victories during this time, effectively destroying the secessionist forces on Cairo and Crow's World, and it was the Minotaurs that would finally take the key world of Vienna for the Loyalists. The death toll of their attack would eventually only be exceeded by the final battle for Badab Primaris itself. However, the action for which their fame would spread far beyond the conflict, despite the deliberate suppression of the war's progress by the Inquisition, would be their wholesale defeat of the Lamenters chapter in a close-quarter space battle in the Optera system in the closing days of 908 M41, with the Lamenters chapter's bark crippled and the secessionist chapter already having suffered considerable losses in the war. The Lamenters were badly outnumbered and unable to escape when the full force of the Minotaur's chapter attacked them. The Lamenters were eventually forced to surrender after a murderous 17-hour struggle, in which scores of separate boarding actions and counteractions spilled into the conflict on the planet below, both sides suffering appalling casualties. The Minotaurs continued in the war's prosecution despite significant losses, controlling the southern Maelstrom zone for the Loyalists for the rest of the war. As fresh Space Marine chapters became available to prosecute the war's final stages, they mounted several punitive campaigns against former rebel worlds, destroying renegade outposts and contesting the Executionist chapter's raiding forces. In the war's closing stages, they were also utilized specifically for their renowned abilities in siegecraft. The Minotaurs withdrew from the Maelstrom zone in 913 M41 after the fall of Badab Primaris, taking with them several former Lamenters warships to replace their own losses. Astropathic records report the chapter heading towards the Segmentum Pacificus when last sighted, likely travelling towards the ongoing wars on the western galactic fringe. The Carcaradons. Of all the Space Marine chapters involved in the Badab War, the Carcaradons remain the most enigmatic and mysterious, having forged for themselves a dark and bloody legend in the minds that survived the conflict that has continued long into its aftermath. The chapter returned from the Black Void, beyond the Imperium's borders, as strangers to friend and foe alike, siding with the Loyalist cause against those who they saw as traitors to the Divine Emperor. In some ways, the Carcaradons seem to be both living anachronisms harking back to an ancient past, and in others entirely strange and sinister beings, which were nevertheless recognizable as Space Marines in the Emperor's service. In the general course of the Imperium's histories, or the order of battle of its military might, the Carcaradons have no real official existence in recent history. They simply feature nowhere within the open record, and likewise the chapter has no official recorded battle honours. While further confusion is evident based on potential misidentification with other lesser-known chapters operating with similar nomenclature and symbology, for instance the Void Reapers and Blood Sharks. However, a deep study of certain ancient treaties on the wars of the Imperium and sealed and secret records within the holy ordos of the Inquisition held several tantalizing references and hints as to the shadow this chapter has cast. The oldest of these may be found within the pages of the Mythos Angelica Mortis, written by the savant scribes of the Secretariat Militum of Terror in late M36, which was largely compiled from earlier sources. In this often vague and incomplete work, references are made to a Space Marine chapter it calls the Carcaradon Astra, being dispatched into the outer darkness upon an endless voyage to ravage the foes of mankind, and to set about the traitor, the alien, and the renegade without mercy, and harrow them in their places of strength. This text, it seems, stems from a far older work, now lost, dating back to the unknown era that surrounds the Astropath Wars of late M32 to M33. This is a time now too shrouded in myth and allegory, and its true nature has been purged from history so thoroughly that less is known of it to the Imperium's high authorities than of the Horus Heresy or the Great Crusade. Other records grant this wandering chapter variations in name or title, but remaining consistent between the accounts are certain facets of detail, similarities of iconography and operation, and a bestial but calculated savagery, fearful even to those hardened to the Imperium's methods of warfare to contemplate. To this baleful chapter is afforded a sacred and unending duty that has seen them entrusted, or perhaps condemned, to travel the empty spaces beyond the Imperium's borders on an endless voyage, their goal to seek, locate and destroy the enemies of mankind, all elements which tally with the Carcaradons chapter and their actions in the Badab War. Tactically, during the Badab conflict, the Carcaradons operated almost exclusively as a rapid strike force, disdaining any kind of protracted engagement wherever possible, preferring to approach their targets either with extreme speed or by stealth, allowing them to strike with the element of surprise on their side wherever possible. In attack, they endeavoured to close ground with their enemies swiftly and do battle, either in hand-to-hand combat or unleash their firepower at near point-blank range. For this reason, each Carcaradon Space Marine, regardless of whether they are part of the Devastator squads or dedicated assault units, was observed to carry a plethora of bayonets, blades and chain weapons, in addition to their normal armaments, so that they were always able to rend at their foes at close quarters. The combat style of the Carcaradons proved both effective and brutal in the extreme. It was to strike hard and fast, inflicting maximum damage possible in the shortest span of time. If the enemy survived, they would fade away, only to attack again, bleeding the foe dry until they could no longer resist and were destroyed. Once the enemy had been slaughtered, they would then move on without pause to the next target, and do so again and again until nothing surrounded them but the remnants of their carnage. After-action battle reports involving the Carcaradons showed their aggression to be precisely channeled and redirected as needed towards specific targets by their commanders. Those that fought beside them remarked upon their ability to seemingly erupt from absolute stillness to fury in a moment and without warning, and then equally without warning withdraw like ghosts from the battlefield should events turn against them. Friend and foe also quickly experienced another phenomena where the chapter was concerned, which swiftly entered into legend: the Carcaradons' eerie silence during their attack. Their officers' commands issued via a locked and encrypted voxnet. Not a word or sound were being uttered during battle to friend or foe, save out of extreme necessity. In character, the individual Space Marines of the chapter were observed to be very taciturn, cautious and watchful, but exhibiting a marked change into violent bouts of extreme bloodlust in combat, hacking down or blasting apart their foes with wild abandon. Despite their seeming closeness to animal savagery, They were highly formal in their dealings with other Space Marines and agents of Imperial authority, preferring, when such matters became necessary, to address their peers in modes of High Gothic, using forms outdated by millennia. Other than when they were summoned to High Commander Cullen's council, or indeed to coordinate with other Loyalist forces directly, they neither mixed nor sought out the companionship or honour of the other Loyalists. The chapter was observed to be highly religious, however, and places of Imperial worship and those under holy orders were among the few places that were routinely spared during their attacks. In addition, many of the chapter's battle brothers were seen to carry devotional items or use prayer script or other markings on their war gear, recognizable as belonging to the traditions of the Terran Minotaur and the Imperial Creed. In many instances, these more conventional emblems of the Imperium were found alongside more idiosyncratic markings, often abstract or depictive of images and tokens concerning fanged maws, death's heads, oceanic predators and bloody wounds. Primitivist in nature, they reflected the particular traditions of the chapter and were examples of a unique and all but impenetrable culture evolved over millennia of near isolation. In appearance, the battle brothers of the chapter, when viewed in the flesh, were also very singular, displaying a greyish, pale, almost deathly pallor, with their more venerable members possessed of liquid-seeming black eyes, without a visible iris. Aside from these marks, there was no common type of physiognomy, or genotype among them, likely pointing to a very widely recruited base stock. Legate Inquisitor Freyne's examination of gene seed samples taken from the chapter prove them to be untainted, although subject to some long-term degradation, and possessed of several markers found in the uncommon Raven Guard bloodline, a mutation of which may have resulted in their unusual physical appearance and be the basis of some of their traits. Although it can be said of many Space Marine chapters that they are without mercy to some extent, it proved doubly true of the Carcaradons. Time and time again, they displayed an utter disregard for any civilian casualties they inflicted in pursuit of their military targets, with a few salient exceptions. And when they enacted judgment on those who had supported the rebellion, they were as the hand of death itself. The forces of the Carcaradons chapter that arrived to join the Badab conflict demonstrated a number of highly distinctive traits and trappings that set them apart from their brethren fighting on either side of the war. Their chapter fleet was extensive, but inconsistent in makeup, and within its line of battle were numerous examples of vessels, either very ancient, salvaged, or extensively repaired, including one battle barge, the Minotaur, which was based on the hull of the Charybdis-class Grand Cruiser, a vessel class rarely seen since the early days of the Great Crusade. Also of ancient provenance were much of the chapter's arms, vehicles, and war gear, with types such as the Phobos R017 patterned bolt gun and Mark V Heresy patterned power armor predominating, alongside which were used other weapons and equipment of design and patterns that covered the span of the Imperium's breadth and history. Notable in the chapter's strength was also a considerable contingent of Terminator armor suits, some of which had themselves been clearly modified or augmented in unorthodox ways to keep them combat-worthy. This strength was an asset that served to greatly add to the Carcaradons' power as an attacking force, and was counterbalanced by considerable numbers of scouts used flexibly to assay targets for attack. The chapter was observed to conform very roughly to the tactical and squad doctrines laid down in the Codex Astartes, but showed, at least to outsiders' eyes, considerable deviation from its prescribed command structure and company arrangements. In some instances, it abandoned almost wholesale the symbology and insignia of the Codex in favour of personal and often highly totemic markings. The account recorded by the Fire Angels captain Tarnus Vale, who fought alongside their forces, however, offers the supposition the Carcaradons actually follow a very disciplined pattern of order, despite their seeming barbarism. But this was a thing all but impenetrable to outsiders. This distance was only worsened by the taciturn and withdrawn nature of the chapter's warriors. Tarnus Vale also went on to describe their tactical deployments and use of shock assault as highly reminiscent of those typical of the Black Templars, alongside which Vale had fought earlier in his career. Although in character the two chapters were as far apart as light and dark, he saw their overriding and implacable desire to close with the enemy and shatter their foes in bloody personal combat as the same. Each Carcaradon Space Marine company encountered during the Badab War operated in a fashion similar to a Codex battle company, but was augmented with an attached auxiliary force of scouts and spearheaded by dedicated Terminator veterans who served as bodyguards to the company's commanding captain. Of Codex-style reserve companies, however, there appeared to be none within the Carcaradon's force, and it is highly likely that all of the Carcaradon's companies conform to the observed pattern. The chapter also included both the chaplains and librarians, conforming to the roles ascribed to them by the Codex, although the chapter's forces encountered during the Badab War seemed low in terms of both the number of apothecaries and tech marines in their ranks. However, this impression may have simply been because these two cadres remained in reserve with the chapter's fleet much of the time, this being far from an unknown practice with chapters who spend large periods in isolation. This structure put the effective strength of each Carcaradon fighting company at around 100 to 120 initiates and 20 to 30 neophyte scouts, although the exact size and disposition of the chapter as a whole remains unknown. While the Carcaradons were observed to maintain and utilize a sizable arsenal of armoured vehicles and heavy siege gear during the Badab conflict, which it used to good effect in their assault on Endymion Prime, for example, large detachments of mobile Space Marine infantry were used as the chapter's principal weapon, and the bloody battle prowess of the Carcaradons themselves was always relied on to carry the battle. Most tactical operations by the chapter began with the use of small scouting forces and reconnaissance groups to infiltrate close to enemy positions to identify weak points and strategic targets of value, which once identified were subjected to overwhelming surprise attack. The strike forces used to conduct these lightning assaults would deploy directly into the line of fire by use of drop pods, Thunderhawks and other interface craft, which the Carcaradons operated in considerable numbers, and comprised a mixed force of Space Marine, tactical, assault and support troops. These forces, which relied on surprise to carry the assault rather than preparatory bombardment or armoured spearheads, proved particularly effective in attacking dug-in positions and well-defended bastions during the later Badab War, although remarkably different to the equally effective heavy siege assaults of the Minotaur's chapter. On several observed occasions, where resistance proved unexpectedly severe or the enemy responded too rapidly, the Carcaradons would swiftly recall their forces again, leaving destruction to cover their wake. The Carcaradons' force would circle the defending position again and try the attack from another quarter. If that failed, another and another, until a fatal weakness was found, all the time avoiding their own forces becoming bogged down in costly breaching actions or suffering heavy attrition. In concert with these intensive attacks, the Carcaradons utilized their fleet to conduct perilously close Terminator teleporter strikes in order to destroy the chances of coordinated resistance or decapitate enemy forces mid-battle. The nature of the Carcaradons' enigma. For a faction of the Imperium's armed forces to disappear for centuries, even for millennia, either from its official records or from reality itself, the latter being a curse of warp travel and other known Ecludian forces, is a rare but not unknown phenomena. The reappearance of such lost forces can be the cause of both joy and misery as the fates turn. Such occurrences can cause the mighty to pause and make a liar of accepted history. Accordingly, precious little can be said in this record of certainty about the Carcaradons' chapter's true origins or history, except that it can be pieced together from fragmentary and unreliable sources, supplemented by the observations of those who fought beside them in the Badab War. It seems likely that, rather than the more conventional Crusade chapter pattern used by fleet-based Space Marine forces, which seeks to consciously imitate the example of the Space Marine legions of old, that instead the Carcaradons follow a rarer, so-called nomad predation pattern. This is used almost exclusively by Space Marine chapters operating for long durations, beyond the Imperium's borders, and by certain rogue trader fleets, and refers to entirely self-contained forces which operate without recourse to the Imperium for support at all. These nomad predation fleets voyage without end, pausing only to attack targets that are within their means to destroy, without threatening their own viability as a fighting force. This way, the fleet may obtain resources to sustain itself and exterminate future threats to the Imperium, and at the same time avoid or raid enemies too powerful for them to directly attack in force. The most common form of recruitment for Space Marine chapters given to this mode of operation is to cull potential initiates from the young of the survivors of their assaults where practical, with intensive effort given to erasing any past loyalty or weakness that remains, and replacing it with the will of the chapter. This evidence, taken together with their recorded actions, builds into a profile both sinister and suggestive, and perhaps presents a truth about Space Marines in general, beyond their martial trappings and the endless roll of glorious victories, doomed last stands, and courage in the face of a hostile universe. A Space Marine fundamentally is a superhuman engine built, bred and trained for war, an angel of death, a monster by any other name. In the case of the Carcaradons, it is well that such monsters belong to the Imperium, rather than are counted in the ranks of its enemies. The Chronicle of Cassandra, Volume CVI, circa M37. Within the eponymous Sainted Sisters' highly mythologized and oblique account of the wars of the Seventh Black Crusade, is found mention of a grey-clad Space Marine chapter who came from the outer night to aid the Imperium, and whose jagged maw did swallow the stars, and whose black gaze did mirror the void of oblivion. In the course of the Canticle, this chapter's ships set upon Abaddon's forces, following the disastrous defeat and routing of the Blood Angels at Midian, and attacked the pursuing forces, as Saint Lev writes, fell upon the servants of the Sculled One with great fury from the darkness, unseen as the beast that lurks beneath the black waters. Death for death, blood for blood. Thus were the sons of Sanguinius brought respite, and did turn back upon their pursuers, and so were the damned traitors of the false gods driven into their ruin. Images of these events can be found upon the walls of the crypt world of Hypaestus, created to house the honoured dead of that war, depicted in repeated fresco and bas-relief, but curiously, the faces of the intervening Space Marines there depicted are obscured with featureless discs of black obsidian. The report of Explorator Fleet Hydrix Lamba 15 220M41. During a ranging expedition into the vicinity of the area of space near the warp real space anomaly known as the Storm of Magnus, Explorator Fleet Hydrax Lamba 15 encountered a large Orc terror ship dead in space and set adrift. Showing signs of heavy battle sometime within the last few Terran years, the corridors and vaults of the ship were strewn with hundreds of Orc remains, most having died of massive physical trauma consistent with chain weapons and blade injuries, as well as bolter shell impacts. In one of the central gun deck chambers of the ship, where the main fighting appeared to have taken place, Orcoid remains had been deliberately piled several meters high, and into the summit of the mount of corpses an Aquila top standard had been thrust. Totems, consisting of the fangs and teeth of dozens of predator species, were found hanging from the standard, along with a prayer scroll reading, Carcaradon Astra, by the Emperor it is willed. No remains of the attackers were uncovered, nor could the exact origin or course of the Orc vessel be determined. The terror ship's remains were later cast into a nearby sun. The Badab War. Arriving without warning in the Maelstrom zone in 910 M41, the Carcaradons were completely unlooked for by either loyalist or secessionist sides, and the sudden appearance of their fleet on the edge of the Golgothan wastes was initially cause for alarm in both camps. In size, their forces were of a rough approximation of 6 Space Marine companies, led by their baleful first Captain Tiberos, also known as the Red Wake. Their fleet, though sizable, largely comprised light to medium ships and auxiliary vessels, commanded by a single battle barge of non-standard pattern. It has not been ascertained whether this force comprised the whole or part of the Carcaradons' full chapter strength, and it may indeed be the case that the Carcaradons themselves did not know the fate of any other sub-fleets of their chapter still roaming the void. The subject of considerable suspicion by the Loyalists upon their arrival, their commander, Tiberos, offered perhaps surprising cooperation with Inquisitor Legate Frayne and Lord Commander Cullin, presenting them with notices penitent, provided to the chapter affirming its rights and titles issued by several High Lords and Inquisitors, now long dead. Tiberos even submitted personally to psychic probing and gene sampling by Legate Frayne's staff, but his chapter's openness lasted only to a point, and some answers they gave only to Frayne. Regardless of any misgivings that remained, by this time the Badab War was entering its bitter final stages, and both Lord Commander Cullin and Legate Frayne knew that fresh forces, such as these, would be invaluable in pressing the attack and bringing the conflict to a swift and absolute conclusion. With Inquisitor Frayne now vouching for the chapter, Lord Commander Cullin accepted the Carcaradons into his line of battle, although still weary of their loyalties and deeply concerned by how far they seemed to have deviated from the Codex in their long voyages into the darkness. Lord Commander Cullin's first deployment of the Carcaradons was to the Endymion cluster, rather than the main assault line, which now centered on the inner Badab sector itself, perhaps as a consequence of his lingering misgivings about the chapter. The cluster, home to the much-reduced secessionist forces of the Mantis Warriors and a number of militant worlds that had supported them, was now the subject of an ongoing containment campaign by the Fire Angels, themselves having suffered heavy losses in the taking of Sagan, supported by elements of the Sons of Medusa and the Loyalist fleet. The remaining Mantis Warriors, dispersed into small units, had been up till now conducting a highly effective guerrilla resistance in the cluster, supported by the local population. The Carcaradons' answer was a simple one: systematic annihilation. One by one they attacked worlds known to have harboured the Mantis Warriors and conducted a scorched planet policy against them, smashing the infrastructure and inflicting mass casualties, but also in many instances deliberately leaving large numbers of survivors in suffering. This not only punished the local people for their transgressions, but also forced the honourable Mantis Warriors to come to their aid, and spared the Carcaradons from having to run their enemies to ground on worlds where their foes held the advantages of support and local knowledge. Within a year, the stricken cluster's resistance was crushed, and the Mantis Warriors themselves were utterly spent as a fighting force. Unable to deny the Carcaradons' effectiveness, despite misgivings to their methods, Lord Commander Cullin placed the bellicose chapter in the centre of the assault plan for the final attack on Badab Primaris, giving them the task of a direct attack on the infrastructure of the planetary hive network, while the Star Phantoms would conduct a set-piece siege of Huron's centre of power at the Palace of Thorns. Unleashed like a ravening predator on the hives of Badab, the Carcaradons committed a great slaughter on their defenders, and any that were caught in their path. Taking Cullin's orders to break the hive's resistance by any means necessary to mean literally that, systematically they sabotaged the hive's main reactor cores, geothermal plasma units that sank deep into the planet's crust and set them to detonate one after another as the Carcaradons themselves withdrew. This caused a slow tide of inexorable devastation to erupt across Badab Primaris, bringing with it massive tectonic upheavals that within time would render it a dead world. As this was happening, the Palace of Thorns fell, but in the resulting anarchy of a hurried retreat from the surface of a dying world, the Loyalists suffered further casualties, for which the Star Phantoms still bear considerable ire for Badab's murderers. Upon departing the Maelstrom zone, the Carcaradons were to enact a final course of action that would seal their dark legend, which has become known as the Sorrow of Tranquility. After the surrender of the last Mantis Warriors to the Red Scorpions ended their part in the war, the Carcaradons' fleet returned to the Endymion cluster. There, with the agreement of the Firehawks, to whom dominion had now been granted over the former Mantis Warriors' domains, they assisted the Firehawks in bringing the cluster's worlds brutally into compliance with their new masters and punished them for their transgressions. The Carcaradons focused their attentions in particular on the Tranquility system, whose worlds were the primary recruiting and training grounds of the Mantis Warriors chapter and housed several of the chapter's hidden bases and armories. These the Carcaradons uncovered and ransacked, and from Tranquility they harvested a generation of young males to fill the chapter's losses. forcing them to fight to the death to prove their worth, although whether the Firehawks had expected them to go this far remains unknown. Thus paid in blood, the Carcaradons fleet departed the cluster, with explorator augurs marking its course through the warp as ascending the galactic plane into the darkness of the outer void once more. The Exorcists. A noble and worthy chapter, and one that has saved many threatened worlds and defeated many great foes in the Emperor's service. The Exorcists are at once an epitome of the Adeptus Astartes and an enigma, and much about them has long been shrouded in deep and occult mystery. The only known chapter extant from the 13th founding of the Space Marines, called the Dark Founding in some sources. The exact nature of their creation and the gene seed used in their creation has remained classified by special bull absolute of the inquisitorial representative issued at the time of their founding. The chapter has long-standing and strong links with the Inquisition and certain factions within the Ordo Malleus in particular, and it is most likely that it is the sponsorship and designs of the Holy Ordos that has given them their unique character, and may well have specified their creation, either as a grand experiment or for some singular purpose. What is known is that the chapter has long been specialized in combating enemies of a demonic nature, or those that have had truck with the ruinous powers. In particular, the Exorcists are able to endure in hellish war zones, where other Space Marines, however valiant, might have their senses betrayed and souls tainted by prolonged exposure to the influence of the war. Apart from this particular expertise, the Exorcists are formulated and organized as a fully capable and roundly equipped Space Marine chapter, and are able to conduct strategic operations according to the tenets of the Codex Astartes. In this, the chapter differs greatly from the Grey Knights, that most arcane and sacred of chapters, whose very nature and singular arms are dedicated to the destruction of demonic entities above all else, and whose organization and abilities are wholly unique in the Imperium's war machine. The character of the Exorcists is known to be studious, intelligent, highly honorable, and above all, calm outside of battle. But in war, they undergo a transformation into an uncommonly aggressive force, whose intellect is applied to the rapid analysis and exploitation of conditions on the battlefield, and on the decisive application of force to destroy the enemy. In the thick of battle, Exorcist Space Marines are known to utilize certain occult mental arts to enter an almost trance-like state of higher consciousness, which allows them to become completely devoid of fear and pain, even when confronted by the sanity-destroying horrors of the warp. This capacity is far from unknown among Space Marines, although some shun such techniques in favor of religious fervor or simply channeling rage to achieve broadly the same effects. But the extent to which the Exorcists are able to distance themselves from physical and spiritual hardship and continue to operate has become near legendary. Each Exorcist Space Marine is also a master of arcane lore to a degree unseen in other chapters, and in particular is adept at recognizing the wiles of the demon and its works, and knows how to combat them. It is said that every battle brother, before they can pass into the chapter and become a full-fledged Exorcist Space Marine, must master the use of all 666 verses of the Ordo Malleus's Liber Execution, sunder the 7 seals of Salamanders, and become adept at the use of unicursal hexagrams to spiritually ward their arms and equipment from etheric influences. This degree of dark knowledge, generally considered forbidden within the Imperium, is itself cause for grave suspicion of the chapter for some, particularly within the Ecclesiarchy, and certain Space Marine chapters with a more fervent hatred of witchcraft of any kind, even when wielded by the Emperor's servants, such as the Black Templars. These charges have been more than effectively answered, however, by the Exorcist's exemplary record in defense of the Imperium, not merely against enemies of a demonic metal, but against diverse other threats, such as Orc wars, Eldar incursions, and traitors and renegades of a more mundane timbre over the centuries. The chapter's homeworld is known as Banish, said to be an ancient feral world that lies within the borders of the Narasima Straits, a quarantined sector of space on the eastern fringe. The planet serves as the Exorcists' primary training facility and armory, with their fortress monastery, the heavily armed Basilica Malefics housing their gene seed stores and apothecarian, as well as vast archives of occult lore and the chapter's battle honours. Banish also houses several secret Order Malleus facilities under the Exorcists' protection. Despite this extensive complex, the bulk of the chapter is usually found on continuous active service, with the whole of the Imperium coming under its range of operations as needed. The chapter answering distress calls and gravitating towards major war zones as it wishes. The Exorcist's mobility is further aided by an extensive long-range chapter fleet, including the unusually high number of free battle barges. And history has proved the chapter to be highly flexible in its deployments, operating at times a widely spread task force, but able to swiftly reunite as a whole thanks to a well-integrated and responsive command structure and a refined capacity for operational planning. Compared to other Space Marine units involved in the Badab War, the Exorcists showed a high degree of adaptability and unpredictability in battle, both in terms of tactics and the weapons they employed. When enemies realized their preference for disciplined advance and sought to plan accordingly, they found themselves outmaneuvered as the chapter changed strategies, displaying a subtlety and clear perception that at times caught their foes entirely off guard. The Exorcists are rightly regarded as a codex chapter, with a great deal of their organization, structure, and tactical operations adhering to that found within the Great Tome. In addition, much of the chapter's common practice, insignia, and honors, as well as basic tactical doctrine, is based closely on the tried and tested patterns of the Ultramarines and their successors. The chapter, however, does feature several noteworthy and substantial deviations from the Codex strictures. The first and most obvious is that the Exorcist order of battle totals 12 companies, as opposed to the regular 10. Companies 10, 11, and 12 of the chapter consist entirely of neophyte scouts serving their apprenticeship to become fully initiated battle brothers. The reason for this expanded scout cadre is generally believed to be a consequence of some highly unorthodox and dangerous training practices by the chapter, which have long been rumoured to include numerous techniques to put the worth of body and soul of their neophytes to the most extreme of tests. Some believe that these trials may even include controlled exposure to baleful entities of the warp, to armour the souls of the Exorcist brethren by building up some form of tolerance to the unholy, and weed out those who may be susceptible to spiritual taint early on. The fatality and corruption rates of such practices are guaranteed to be frighteningly high, and without the high influx of recruits, it is likely the chapter would soon fail. The fate of those who fail. The Exorcist's training process remains unknown to those outside the chapter's hierarchy, and perhaps those secretive factions of the Order Malleus who also make Banish their base of operations. The Exorcists have consistently remained silent as to their training methods and the origin and development of their unique gifts and knowledge, and as Banish lies within a forbidden zone, in which the chapter has near-unique dispensation to operate, outside eyes have never witnessed their practices firsthand. Another feature of note within the chapter is the presence of certain esoteric subcults within the Exorcist ranks, which dedicate themselves to particular fields of expertise and knowledge, known generally as the Orisons. Many of these Orisons are manifested on the battlefield within the chapter's different squads and divisions, while their inner circles are made up of veterans and other high-ranking battle brothers. Acceptance within one or more of these subcults is a mark of high regard within the chapter, and membership in one does not preclude involvement with another. Each of the Orisons maintain their own books of lore, through which their wisdom is passed on to future warriors, and access to them is available to any within the chapter who would learn from them. The most prominent of these Orisons is the Enochian Guard, of which many of those veterans who make up the chapter's first company belong. Named by Enoch Trismegistus, who, according to chapter legend, was the Exorcist's first chapter master. The Guard are Hell Slayers, and membership to its number carries the requirement of having slain a manifested demon in single combat. Other Orisons within the chapter that have become known to outsiders include the Obelisk Thelmus, to which many of the Exorcist Devastator veterans and tech marines belong, and the Broken Tower, which is almost exclusively made up of members of the chapter's powerful librarian faculty. The vanquishing of the Horned God, the Ashen War, 307 M40. In 300 M40, after a bloody cult-inspired revolt on the cardinal world of Dimimar exposed how overstretched Imperial control over the surrounding region had become, a series of brushfire revolts and incursions erupted across the subsector, which would later become known as the Ashen War. Slowly stripped of much of its defences over the course of several generations to provide for the needs of other pressing conflicts nearby, this border region was ill-equipped to stave off catastrophe when it came. Very rapidly, a freeway war developed between the beleaguered Imperial protectors of the Ashen Worlds, chaos-worshipping cults who had subsumed several planetary defense garrisons to their cause, and Orc marauders pouring across the border from the adjacent Blood Moor cluster. The Imperial counter-invasion was led by the Chapters, the Exorcists and the Dark Hands, backed by the Necromundan 54th and the 60th Imperial Guard Rifles, and the Battle Sisters of the Ordo of the Valorious Heart. The Exorcists quickly realized that one of the keys to victory would be locating and destroying the single dark master of many names that lurked behind the divergent chaos cults in the region. A demonic creature that on Dimimar was known as the Horned God. A thing of shadow and malice, the Horned God was a master of hellish pacts, engorged on the souls its servants had slaughtered. When the Exorcists finally cornered the Demon Prince in the maze-like pre-human ruins of the dead world of Balfago, it was attended by a guard of thousands of its fanatical followers and several war bands of Night Lord's Chaos Space Marines it had bound to its will. What followed was one of the hardest fought and costly actions in the chapter's history, as the Exorcists, with the aid of a hastily composed Order Malleus strike team, fought their way through several suicidal attack waves of cultists and the skillful ambushes and vicious assaults of the Night Lords, before confronting the blackly burning demons that serve the Horned God. In the final titanic struggle, amid the fallen ruins of a temple to the Dark Gods older than the history of man, the Exorcists, Enochian Guard, and a handful of surviving Inquisitors and their agents confronted the Lord of Shadows in all its blasphemous and unholy glory. Shrugging off shot, shell, and energy blast, the darkling beast slashed through the Exorcist's ranks, shearing Terminator-clad warriors in half with contemptuous ease, and ripping asunder the demon hosts of Inquisitor Grey before devouring their master whole. The Exorcists refused to retreat from the horror that confronted them, despite their losses, and slowly the weight of their attacks began to take their toll. The turning point of the battle came when one of the chapter's dreadnoughts, the venerable Sibra, sacrificed himself to rip a great chunk of the demon's smouldering body away and exposed its blazing heart. This noble act allowed the Exorcists to press their attack, while the demon reeled in agony. With a daring lunge, Librarian Malachite pierced the foul heart with his force spear, and with the utmost exertion of his powers and adamant will, through the weapon, severed the demon's connection with the mortal plane, finally vanquishing it. As the archdemon's cries of rage and frustration echoed into eternity, all across the Ashen subsector, those who had bartered their souls for a measure of the Horned God's power paid the price and were consumed by black flames, shattering the power of the Chaos Revolt. Fully a third of the Exorcist chapter had perished, but the tide of the war was now in the Imperium's favour, and within a year, the subsector was brought back under Imperial control. The relief of Stone Kral, 740 M41. Before the full extent of the Tyranid threat was realised, High Fleet Behemoth slashed a murderous wound deep into the Imperium before finally being halted at Macragge in 745 M41. In the years prior to this, as the Ultramarines fell back to their chapter world, much of the defence of the domains of Ultramar was left in tatters and helplessly exposed before the hunger of the beast. Many worlds fell, their cries for aid unheard or ignored, while a scant few were fortunate enough to escape by blind fortune or outside help. Stone Kral, was one such world, a bleak and often overlooked minor frontier world on the northeastern edge of Ultramar. When a scheduled trader vessel, the Nostros Vex, appeared 3 weeks overdue and drifting, seemingly lifeless on the edge of the system, it heralded the beginning of a nightmare for the colonists of Stonecrow. Soon, a rapidly multiplying infestation of gene stealers broke out, and in an ever-growing plague, the horrifying creatures hacked through the scattered, hard-scrabbled settlements of Stonecrow like a butcher's cleaver through raw meat. Alone, and realizing their distress calls were unlikely to be answered, the remaining colonists did their best to gather their few weapons together and mount a defense, determined to sell their lives dearly if they could. When all seemed lost, and only the last major settlement remained, all that was left was for the terrified men and women cowering behind futile barricades to pray for deliverance. And deliverance came, as deep Crimson Thunderhawk gunships descended on plumes of fire above them. The Exorcists and 8th Company, driven off course by the Tyranid shadow in the warp, had heard the colony's cries for help, their strike cruiser Hand of Glory, having already slain 2 encroaching Void Kraken in the outer system, now unshipped its complement of Space Marines to make a stand on Stonecrow's broken ground. The battles that followed were swift, but furious. The Gene Stealers first seeking to infiltrate by stealth, only to be met by the firepower of Exorcists waiting for them. The Broods quickly shifted tactics and sought to overwhelm their foes in a whirlwind of fang and claw. Inured as they were to the terrors of the warp, even these nightmarish Xenos, although deadly beyond measure, held little fear for the Exorcist Space Marines. With near clinical efficiency, the Space Marines set up interlocking fields of fire to trap their attackers into pre-prepared killing grounds, in order to blunt the Gene Stealers' advantage in speed and numbers. Meanwhile, the Exorcist's potent librarian Castor Macan sought out the masters of the Brood and scourged them to ashes with coruscating soul fire. Stonecrow survived, thanks to the Exorcist's efforts. A small victory, perhaps, in the grand scheme of the battle against the High Fleets, but a victory nonetheless. After-action testimony taken by Ordo Xenos investigators record clearly the awful awe the surviving colonists felt for their saviors, and many still spoke of the sounds of the baleful litanies of the chanting Exorcists echoing in their dreams. Badab War. The Exorcist chapter took part in the latter stages of the Badab War, a strong detachment of the chapter arriving to reinforce the Loyalists in 908 M41, after the declaration of Huron and his chapter as excommunicatoris. The Exorcist force comprised the entirety of their 2nd, 3rd and 5th battle companies, along with the 6th Tactical Reserve Company, 11th Scout Company, and half of their 1st Veteran Company. The force, which arrived in stages between 908 M41 and 911 M41, was commanded by Silas Albrecht, the famed Exorcist 3rd Company captain and heir designate to the command of the chapter. The Exorcists also brought with them 2 battle barges, 3 strike cruisers, and 3 squadrons of escorts and attack craft, numbering 17 ships in total. This fleet offered the Loyalists a substantial increase in planetary assault capacity that would prove invaluable in the closing battles of the war. The initial Loyalist deployment of the Exorcist forces was to reinforce their main battle line, while a smaller detachment was split off and sent to aid the Sons of Medusa at Signax. This latter task force, however, swiftly ran into difficulties operating alongside the larger Sons of Medusa force, owing to marked differences in temperament and objectives, and was soon recalled. The first major campaign the chapter was involved in was the Loyalist invasion of Sagan, which would prove to be one of the largest engagements of the entire war, and arguably the beginning of the Secessionist fall. During this hard-fought series of battles, the Exorcists took on the task of engaging the Secessionist warships, utilizing combined firepower of the battle barges under their command to great effect, before acquitting themselves admirably in assaulting and taking the Loyalists' secondary strategic objective, the outpost world of Sagan V. An unexpected prize also claimed by the Exorcist chapter during the battle was the armed merchantman Soyez Maru, which had been taking on substantial supplies of munitions at the time of the attack, destined for the defense of the Endymion cluster. The Exorcists managed to take the ship and its valuable cargo intact after a 3-hour boarding action contested by Mantis Warriors Space Marines guarding the vessel. The chapter went on to fight in a series of other, more minor engagements over the next several years. When the final assaults on the Badab Sector were put into motion, the Exorcists, who remained largely at full strength, were used as a cornerstone of the Loyalist line of attack. The chapter was heavily committed to the near-disastrous invasion of Piraeus, where, despite casualties, it acquitted itself formidably and garnered high praise for its stalwart and quick-thinking actions. Later in the attack on Badab itself, the chapter was assigned to the assault on the heavily defended star fortress of Sentinel Sigma, while their fleet of escorts comprised much of the system's blockade force. In the first of these two tasks, the Exorcists were triumphant, taking control of the station and destroying its garrison despite stalwart and bitter resistance led by the infamous Astral Claws captain Corian Sometris. To the chapter's shame, however, the blockade of the system failed when anarchy reigned on the surface of Primaris after the Carcaradons fired the Hive's reactors and started a chain reaction that would doom the planet. In the scramble to flee the surface, both Loyalists and Secessionists struggled to escape in any craft they could. In the confusion that followed, the Exorcists fired on and in some cases destroyed any vessel that could not prove itself to be an ally, unfortunately slaying fellow Loyalists in the process. Much worse, a vessel containing many from Huron's inner circle escaped the blockade in the confusion, carrying the body of their master. These events would go on to tarnish the story of the chapter's otherwise exemplary service in the Badab War. The Star Phantoms. The Star Phantoms chapter is one with a shrouded and sometimes troubled history. Their victories, though there have been many, have largely remained unsung and unremembered. For much of their past, they have been left to operate alone at the edge of the Imperium, breeding in them an isolationist and fiercely independent streak that has seldom embraced outside command. These vicissitudes of fate have led to the Star Phantoms clashing with Imperial authorities and fellow Adeptus Astartes on numerous occasions, and they have gained a shadowed reputation for themselves with other Imperial commanders. Matters concerning the chapter's relations with their fellow Space Marines have been further worsened by suspicion caused by the Star Phantoms' secretive operations, seemingly unnatural obsession with death, and strange mortuary traditions. These factors have been the cause of dark suspicions regarding them in the past, although full inquisitorial investigation of the Star Phantoms, after their role in the wars of the Macarian heresy, exonerated the chapter. The Inquisition uncovered no overt heresy of thought, spirit, or biology, although the Holy Ordos did note with concern the depth and complexity of the chapter's unique funerary cult beliefs. The origins of the Star Phantoms lie in the 23rd founding of early M38, known in some sources as the Sentinel Founding, as it was created to aid the Imperium's defences in numerous ill-starred and vulnerable areas of the galaxy. Their exact origins and primogeniture chapter remained mysterious even during their creation, as did the backgrounds of many chapters of this founding. Some sources have since hinted that they utilised the Dark Angels gene seed, although this has been vociferously denied by the Dark Angels themselves, and the Star Phantoms consider such queries, even via official channels, as inherently presumptuous and cause for offence. Likely, this speculation is simply based on some observed similarities in livery, iconography and trappings, which, along with their inherent introversion of character, has given birth to a likely unfounded assumption by certain scholars of the Adeptus Terra and Departamento Strategos. The Star Phantom's initial deployment as a chapter was to the shrine world of Harkonoth, on the edge of the ravaged Sakara sector, where they fortified one of the planet's mountainous mausoleum complexes to become their base of operations. From this bastion they sallied forth against the numerous foul xenoforms that plagued the region. The Star Phantom's neophyte recruits were drawn from the technologically regressive barbaric remnant populations of the surrounding systems, and their first tasks were to guard against the numerous horrors that plagued that fallen seat of the Imperium's power. Since this time, the entire Carcaradons sector has been lost to the outer void for more than a millennium. But these dark beginnings appear to have left an indelible mark on the soul of the chapter that has remained to the present. Following the destruction of their homeworld of Harkanath in 120 M40, the Star Phantoms became a fleet-based chapter, slowly rebuilding their strength and participating in numerous conflicts and interventions across the Segmentum Obscurus. It was during this period the chapter came to further specialize in fleet combat and mass assault operations from near orbit, a favored tactic of the chapter being the coordinated use of large numbers of drop pods of varying types and classes, including weapons platform types such as the Death Storm, as a key part of their strategies. It was during these years the chapter earned a merciless reputation for the indiscriminate use of firepower, often inflicting wanton collateral damage on their targets during civil insurrections. This reputation was further cemented when the chapter took part in the Macarian Crusade. The Lord Solar himself is on record as having judged the Star Phantoms as unsuitable for tactical close support of other Imperial units. It was in the aftermath of this famous crusade that the Star Phantoms' darkest hour came. Having participated in many of the Macarian Crusade's most deadly engagements, and despite having proved themselves time and again, they garnered little respect as they saw matters, and are known to have had a troubled relationship with the Crusade's commanders as to strategy and deployment. After the death of Lord Solar Macarius, they became swiftly embroiled in the civil war and factional division that followed among his generals and war leaders, clashing directly with those Imperial Guard forces who, in the chapter's view, had betrayed the Imperium. The Star Phantoms are listed in certain suppressed sources as being directly responsible for the annihilation of the 17th Tarax Guard on Thoth, and are known to have engaged in a bloody and protracted conflict with their former allies of the Marines Malevolent, resulting in that chapter's near destruction at their hands. The Star Phantoms became subject to inquisitorial investigation as a result of their actions, and were ultimately cleared of heresy, but were censured by the Holy Ordos. They were bound into the thankless and dangerous task of partly forming the spearhead of the Imperial Interdiction campaign in the 070s M41 to end the Macarian heresy. In the aftermath of this short and brutal campaign, which involved elements from over 100 Space Marine chapters, the Star Phantoms, once again badly reduced in strength, undertook a self-appointed crusade alone into the southern Segmentum Tempestus, attacking isolated Orc and Chaos-held worlds as they saw fit. Much of their activities afterwards remain hidden, both from the official record and the eyes of the Imperium, until their participation in the brutal closing stages of the Badab War. In terms of chapter organisation, the Star Phantoms broadly conform to the standard patterns laid down in the Codex Astartes, with some considerable slant given in its deployments and production towards the preferred use of first strike and drop pod assault weapons and war material, as well as exotic additions to the recognised tenets that tie in with their own unique beliefs. The chapter has a preference for using heavy firepower to slaughter their enemies, closing to assault only when it is most tactically expedient to do so. For the Star Phantoms, no one mode of combat holds any inherent glory or value over another. All that matters instead is that death is dealt to the enemy. Thanks in part to an extensive and diverse chapter armory, the tactical doctrines of the Star Phantoms favour Space Marine carried portable heavy weapons to supply this combat firepower at close range. Both plasma and melter weapons in particular are fielded in comparably large numbers in the Star Phantoms' ranks, with the chapter deploying a pattern of 3 Devastator squads per standard battle company, rather than the Codex-approved number of 2, as is the norm. This doctrine of close-range firepower is also carried through by the Star Phantom's command structure, with combi weapons, again favouring the incorporation of melter and plasma designs, produced in significant numbers by the chapter's tech marines and often carried into battle by its officers and veteran sergeants as a symbol of rank. In addition, the Star Phantoms maintain a sizable core force of Vindicators and Land Raiders for use in armoured spearhead attacks, and manufacture and employ large numbers of Death Storm drop pods in a fire support role for planetary assaults. The existence of indigenous and often unique cult belief systems, martial philosophies and variations on the cult imperialis within the Adeptus Astartes is far from uncommon. They range from fairly minor ritualized chapter traditions, such as are found in many Ultramarine successors, to the entirely individualistic culture of a highly unorthodox chapter such as the Space Wolves. The so-called mortuary cult of the Star Phantoms is of this more extreme variety, and embraces the divinity of the God Emperor of mankind as Imperator Mortifex, judge of the souls of the dead and keeper of martyrs. Accordingly, the brethren of the chapter see themselves as divinely ordained killers, angels of death in the truest sense. Grim solemnity accompanies their proceedings at all times, and they care little for the individual glory of the warrior, but are instead consumed by the task of bringing death to those that defy the Emperor's will or seek to thwart his holy purpose. True to imperial dogma, they hold as a central tenet of their beliefs that only in death does duty end, and while they give little leeway or respite to the living, they deeply honor those who fall in the Emperor's service, and hold the many martyrs of the Imperium and the dead of their chapter with extreme reverence. As part of their practices, the Star Phantoms have been observed to hold many strange and elaborate funerary customs, and it is commonplace for battle brethren of the chapter to maintain a personal reliquary containing votive items such as the ashes of fallen comrades as a talisman, and are also apt to use the ground dust of their enemies' bones compounded as lapping powder for their armour. The keepers and high priests of these cult practices are the Star Phantoms' chaplains. Each company and detachment has its own attached mortuary chaplain to administer its rites, and a separate chantry of 4 reclusiarchs and a master of sanctity maintained as a key part of the chapter's command structure. The Massacre of Cormag, 718 M39. By the 710s of M39, the fortress world of Cormag II, on the edge of the Badab Sector, had been besieged for more than 2 centuries by the Crave marauders. Cormag had held out against the odds stacked against them, and had not fallen, but the world had been laid waste in the process. Taking it upon themselves to answer the defenders' long-standing plea for help, the Star Phantoms' chapter fleet attacked en masse, swiftly encircling the Crave nest webs in orbit, and blasting them apart with concentrated fire from their bombardment cannons. Once they had scattered the remaining enemy snare ships, the Star Phantoms launched a full drop strike against the Crave feasters on the surface, crashing them between the anvil of the extensive Cormag bastion network and the hammer of the chapter's drop pod onslaught, swiftly annihilating the foul Xenos. As the defenders threw wide their gates to the liberators, however, it quickly became apparent that in their years of struggle against the alien, the human garrison had become genetically and spiritually corrupt. The master of the Star Phantoms was swift in his judgment. With their defences already open to the Space Marines, the bastions, which had held out for centuries against the Xenos, became blood-drenched killing chambers as the Star Phantoms purged Cormag II of its tainted people. After the massacre, the Star Phantoms used macro-shell craters from the planet's long war as giant pyre pits for the liquidated population, and the chapter's chantry servitors sang solemn hymns to honour their martyrdom as the Star Phantoms consigned the bodies to the flame. Shortly after the Star Phantoms' actions, Cormag II was re-garrisoned as a Departamento Minotaur penal colony. The death of Harkanath, 101 M40. In 101 M40, the chapter's forces were recalled to defend its endangered homeworld of Harkanath from sustained Orc attack by the warring freebooter clans from the Edge Void. Orc ramships and rocks invaded the Harkanath system in assault waves larger than anything before encountered by its defenders. The greenscreen attack was unusually frenzied, driven on by both the brute savagery of the Orcs and a desperation whose cause was soon to become apparent. The Orc attackers, hurling themselves headlong at Harkanath itself, took immediate losses, first blunting through interlinked defences of the system's minefields before being met by the combined power of the Star Phantoms chapter fleet and their homeworld's formidable defence batteries. Orc ships were shot down in their hundreds, and whole clusters of attacking rocks were boarded and blasted apart without ever making landfall in a running battle that lasted 60 standard days. littering the star system with wreckage in a firestorm of ordnance that threatened to exhaust the planet's considerable stockpiles. It was only when the Orc forces were at last broken and scattered that the grim Star Phantoms sensed victory. But then, the true nature of the oncoming threat materialized. A vast temporal warp rift surged like a deadly riptide towards the star system from the outer void, and at its vanguard came the horror of a massive Hrud migration trapped within the rift's event horizon. It was this time rift that the Orc forces had been driven before in flight, and that now engulfed the Harkonnens system, causing its sun to flare balefully. The rift all but cut Harkonnens off from the rest of the galaxy, with its surrounding vortex of spatial turbulence, and help, even if it had been available, was utterly out of reach. Immediately, the Star Phantoms mounted a valiant defense of their world from the oncoming storm, but it became swiftly apparent their cause was lost as reality itself began to buckle around them. The chapter fleet was decimated and scattered by the spatial storm, while on the fortress monastery below, the enemies stalked in the darkness, and no shield or wall could bar their passage. For every Hrud thing that coalesced from the shadows and was cut down by Star Phantoms, another dozen misshapen forms took its place, distorting time and space by their presence, and the very earth of Harkonnens splintered and rolled with quakes and tremors at the creature's passing. One by one, the ancient mausoleums and cenotaphs of Harkonnens began to crumble and collapse as the weight of ages wore away at them. The doomed Star Phantom Space Marines were swallowed up by cruel angles of distortion. The chapter's losses were heavy, and none could doubt only oblivion awaited the survivors if they stayed. Rather than face certain destruction at the hands of an enemy they could not fight, the Star Phantom's master, Omidon Terrasis, ordered his remaining brethren to gather such relics as they could and flee, a decision, it remains rumoured, not all of his brethren obeyed, preferring to stand and perish with their world. The chapter's last remaining battle barge, the Memento Mori, carrying with it the chapter's corpus of tech marines, led the ragged remnants of their once proud fleets escape from the rift vortex lashing the star system. Many of the Star Phantom's ships were destroyed in the desperate flight, as Harkonnens, caught in the storm's eye, shattered behind them, and Terrasis himself was blinded when a rogue time eddy speared the Memento Mori's command deck. Little more than a third of the chapter's strength would survive the destruction of their home system, and as a consequence of Harkonnens' destruction, the Star Phantoms would spend many years slowly rebuilding their forces and would remain a fleet-based chapter right up until the Badab War. The battle, however, earned the Star Phantoms the dubious distinction of being one of only a handful of chapters in the Imperium's known history to face a full-scale Hrud migration alone and survive. Badab War. The Star Phantoms played a pivotal role in the closing stages of the Badab War, arriving by the direct intercession of Legate Inquisitor Jandis Frayne in the Maelstrom Zone in 912 M41. The Star Phantoms' prior deployment remains something of a mystery, and some observers have suggested the likelihood that they had been on detached service with the Holy Orders elsewhere and were diverted to the Maelstrom Zone. Others have speculated some long-standing grudge with the Astral Claws, known only to themselves, which Inquisitor Frayne preyed on to bring them into the Loyalist fold. But the taciturn chapter would not be drawn on the matter, even by their fellow Space Marines. Regardless of the true cause of their involvement, they brought with them the full and substantial strength of their chapter, and were willing to commit it entirely to the cause. Unblooded by the decade-long war, which had already seen several Space Marine chapters reduced to mere shadows of their former strength, the Star Phantom's power greatly added to the strength of the final attack against Badab, and they were assigned the key task of performing the final assault on the Palace of Thorns, Huron's capital on Badab Primaris. Spearheaded by the venerable battle barge Memento Mori, along with a second battle barge, the Pale Wrath, the chapter undertook their role in the battle with a powerful force of 7 strike cruisers and 25 escorts and assault vessels of various classes. The order of battle for the invasion force included 7 of the chapter's companies, the rest deployed to secondary targets in the system, reinforced with the full weight of their armoury, including 17 dreadnoughts and over 200 drop pods of various types. The Star Phantoms attacked without falter or relent, and neither gave nor expected quarter from their foe. They were victorious in their task, shattering the last ring of defences that protected the arch-traitor Huron. It was an assault group led by the Star Phantom's captain Androcles that cornered Huron, and it was Androcles himself whose melter blast felled the fleeing tyrant of Badab, although the Star Phantom was also slain in the combat. Although suffering terrible losses in the apocalyptic final engagement, the Star Phantom's success was honoured by the granting of overlordship of the now ruined worlds of the Badab Sector by the Imperial Legates, and the chapter chose the Ice Moon of Jaga in the Achaea system upon which to found their new fortress monastery.
And with that, the Badab War comes to an end, boys.
I hope you have enjoyed this. It's been a pleasure to reread this because I haven't read it since it first came out. Again, Alan Bly, everything he did with GW was just amazing. If you ever can pick up some of that stuff, definitely worth going and getting it, because it's just a cut above the regular sort of 40k lore stuff you get. The early Heresy books, and I think he was involved in most of the sort of Imperial armour stuff with all the campaigns mentioned in there. So yeah, definitely worth picking up if you can. Now I'm going to be doing something on Huron in the not too distant future, and about the Red Corsairs as well. So this has been like a refresher for me as well, just to read through this stuff again, which I haven't read for a depressingly long amount of time. And I don't know whether you can hear that massive motorcycle going by behind me. But I'm not going to re-record it. This is it. We're doing it live. So yeah, thank you to everybody supporting the channel. You can see your names going by here. If you'd like to join this company of heroes, you can do so by becoming a YouTube member on Patreon, or on Subscribestar by following the links below. But if you could just give the video a like, I'd really appreciate that. Let me know in the comments what you thought, and also share this if you think you know anyone who might enjoy this. I'd really appreciate that. That really helps. I will be back again soon with more stuff. Thank you all for watching again, and yeah, cheers.